Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball reset. Incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. 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 Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy team nearing victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Two. Ball incoming. the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy halfway to victory. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy team nearing victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. 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 Ball dropped. Enemy has ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy halfway to victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Enemy team nearing victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Dropped. Enemy has the ball. Dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Defeat.
Enemy halfway to victory. Enemy team nearing victory. incoming. Kill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Score! Team took the hill. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. About to score. Enemy team. Enemy team took the hit. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team scored. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team nearing victory. Defeat.
Give loud. Give loud. Give loud. Give loud. Give loud. Jump in. jump it.
returned. Enemy flag returned. Flag returned. Enemy flag returned. Enemy captured your flag. Captured your flag. Five minutes. captured your flag. Flag returned. 1 minute. Seconds remaining. Enemy flag. Defeat. Halfway to victory. Victory.
Defeat. Get loud. Jumping.
Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy halfway to victory. Enemy team scoring. scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team nearing victory. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Defeat. Enemy has the ball. victory. Ball incoming. He has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. He has the ball. Ball. Ball incoming. Enemy has 1 minute remaining. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. 30 seconds remaining. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ten seconds. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Defeat. Enemy has the ball. Round 2. Ball incoming. seconds remaining. Ten seconds. Ball reset. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. 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 Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. 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 Enemy has the way to victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Enemy team nearing victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. 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 Enemy has the ball.
Defeat.
Enemy team took the hill.
30 seconds remaining.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score.
Seconds. Defeat. Get 'em louder. Get 'em louder.
Hello folks and welcome day 2 of HCS Arlington. And as our fixtures come to a close, our eyes descend on Pool D. OpTic Gaming up against Lore, and as it stands, the LATAM team, the first ever to make it through open bracket and into Pool D. Their reward, OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, to play OpTic Gaming at the OpTic Major, and our first chance today to see how OpTic are doing after a night's rest. And of course, we know that usually OpTic Gaming very good on the hot to the heels when they start their day, so I'm expecting them to come out in a pretty good pace here.
I mean, we always talk about it, Dan. Lore, they made it through the run. The Bittersweet, they were up against it. They managed to put Bittersweet to the sword. 0-3, they are bottom of the group, so a really miserable tournament for those guys, it must be said. But Lore with an opportunity here to cause a little bit of an upset and to tie up the pools.
Yeah, so Lore will be progressing through to the bracket, but can they make it a three-way tie between themselves, OpTic Gaming, and Complexity? This is the series layout. King of the Hill Live Fire to kick things off, followed by Slayer Recharge, CTF Aquarius, Stronghold Solitude, and then Slayer Streets. King of the Hill Live Fire, haven't seen OpTic on it at this tournament so far, but we did see them on Live Fire yesterday with some interesting starting strategies. We'll have to see how they do.
The Green Wall looking to go undefeated in pools and really set up a title challenge here and now. In fine form yesterday, can they continue that on today? And for Lore Gaming, it's all about continuing their story here in Arlington. Can they put it to the big dogs, to the hosts, to the Green Wall? We're about to find out. Shields up, weapons up, we're rocking and rolling.
For OpTic Gaming, it has to be a confident win here. They have to shut down this momentum that Lore Gaming have found from the open bracket into this pool to show that they are going to be a true competitor for the title at this event. And already Lucid trying to dominate a little bit of hill time, and he gets the reversal to go alongside it.
We had an opportunity to watch Lore Gaming before we came live. Very good in individual gunfights. You know how they play their lives expertly at times, but this is a different kettle of fish. You're playing against one of the top 3. They do not give you too many opportunities, and when they do, you have to be ready to pounce.
Be a very quick first hill for OpTic Gaming here as well. Lord not really having much attempt to even try and break it, and that's the first point on the board. Not only did they have the QT, but sniper rifle and camouflage also in the hands of Trippy. This one could get ugly pretty quickly. Still, not a single kill has been registered for Lore Gaming.
Trippy down towards green. Drift gets taken care of by Lucid, it would seem. Unofficially. Lucid had already hit the death screen before then. Tap in buttons, puts a couple of shots into Trippy, makes it one shot, and Trippy unable to find the body. Hill 1 already secured, Hill 2 already half the progression that they need. This is rather comfortable for OpTic as it stands.
Well, at least Lore Gaming were able to get that sniper rifle off of Trippy. One thing I do know about OpTic, they like to play aggressive with the sniper, use it as a shotgun at times, just getting in the face of their enemies. But Trippy just couldn't get that bullet through. So now Lore Gaming get their first chance of setting up, but taking down the top tower player is always going to be the primary focus, and just like that, the rest of Lore Gaming full. OpTic Gaming regain control, and this is going to be 2-0. Very quick, very dominant, just what we would expect from OpTic Gaming.
OpTic in cruise control right now. They double their lead. Noble drop down off Sandbags. Drift will continue the fight. Perfect bait and switch from them. A camouflage any second now.
Enemy team took
As
the hill.
Acid dips his toe into the hill, camouflage will pop up, and there will be a little bit of a brawl, no doubt, as OpTic Gaming spawn up over towards tower. Got a couple of kills in their favor, and that will mean the Green Wall should have this camouflage. Firing some heroics from Acid, and he recognizes that, backs away, and waits for his teammates to spawn back up.
Took the hill.
It was an impressive open bracket run from Lore Gaming yesterday. They only dropped 3 maps, and 2 of those maps were actually live fire. So it's not the end of the world that they're losing this opening one, because it seems like live fire they struggle with a little bit across the board. I was concerned that maybe OpTic Gaming could be, you know, a little bit slow out of the blocks. Lore Gaming, they've played a couple of games. They're going to be hot. They're going to be fired up. They've just taken down Bittersweet, but OpTic They're starting just where they left off yesterday. And it's going to be another game where they want to make a statement to the other top teams in the tournament.
You did fear when you've seen the results. Lost 3-0 to Complexity, did Lore. OpTic Gaming just a tier above that, so this was never going to be easy. You're always going to have to do it the hard way. And OpTic, right now, looking pretty comfortable.
That being said, it was competitive against Complexity. Lore Gaming actually very close to taking their initial game when they did play them, and I think after they lost a very close oddball matchup, Complexity kind of ran away with it, took the confidence out of them. But then Lore Gaming went on to beat Bittersweet, and it's just, well, I guess bittersweet for them, you know? You lose one game 3-0, you ruin your chances of topping the group, but then you are able to progress through to the bracket. That's exactly what they would have wanted coming from Open. We don't often see teams come out of the Open bracket and then upset pools, so when it does happen, it's always nice to see, because you always want to see that Cinderella story. However, for Lore Gaming, I think OpTic Gaming is just that one step too far, and this one is just going to be about learning to begin with.
Trippy dives top tower. Formal, top middle, tapping buttons. It's going to take the challenge, but Lucid's there. Noble and Acid combined. Drift gets a kill as well. So a lot of posturing going on here as Lore do have control of the hill, and some semblance of control, and perhaps a setup to build on.
You mentioned it earlier, very good individually are every single member of Lore Gaming, so it's not like they're going to be scared of challenging these OpTic players, but it's when it comes down to the team shot and some of that chemistry, they're going to fall behind, and natural positioning, control. OpTic are so well versed, and Lucid with the camouflage now, just trying to suss out where those players are going to be pushing from. And OpTic looking to try and make this a 4-0 sweep.
Lucid happy to hold. Just wait for information. Nothing coming his way. But his teammates elsewhere are handling business.
Enemy team.
Two members of Lore Gaming look towards Big Door. They've made it over to the back green now. They've made the cross. Noble and tapping buttons will pick up a couple of kills. Not too far away from claiming their first hill against OpTic Gaming. And a real opportunity to get themselves into the game.
Enemy about to score.
If they can get a point here, maybe they can start to think about a potential comeback. Very difficult, but it has to start somewhere, as OpTic may just leave this one. Doesn't look like they're in a place to challenge it. As I say that, out of nowhere, they're able to drop down onto tapping buttons, and they will be able to secure the fourth and final hill to win 4-0 in map number 1 here. Lore Gaming just couldn't keep up.
OpTic Gaming in cruise control in game 1. Lore just didn't have the firepower required to put up a real challenge. It's got to be said. OpTic knew this wouldn't be the real challenge today, but it's the perfect warm-up so far.
Yeah, and they are focused. It doesn't look like they are playing in a way that they're underrating the players they're going up against. I think they would have seen the result against Bittersweet. They would have seen how Lore were playing against Complexity, and they probably said, okay, we do need to be careful here. We can't just kind of half-ass this one. We need to put everything into it to ensure that we can actually take them down in emphatic fashion. And I think that was what was demonstrated there. I mean, it was about 2 minutes before Lore even got a kill on the board. OpTic just made sure they asserted some dominance in the early stages.
Taking a look at the tail of the tape, OpTic outslaying Lore 50-27, so a very clear difference in slays, and you can see that on the scoreboard, finishing 4-0 in the end. And Lore did threaten in that fourth and final hill, but really OpTic Gaming were able to break the setups rather easily.
I think one of the struggles when you are an open bracket team and you go into pool play, you would never really have been able to prep for the teams that you're going to be going up against. So starting strategies is always going to be difficult. Yes, okay, when it's OpTic Gaming, you've probably studied a lot naturally anyway, but when it comes to specific maps and modes, it's always going to be tough to try and keep up. Slayer Recharge is going to be map number 2, and something we learned yesterday with OpTic versus Complexity. OpTic starting strategy heavily focused around camo, of course, but they were countered by Complexity because of that prep that Complexity had done. Don't think it'll be the same situation here for Lore. I think OpTic are going to have a little bit more free range off the start of the map, and if they do get that control, if they get camo and shock, this one could get ugly.
It's interesting you bring up the fact that Lore, being one of the open bracket teams, they probably don't get put in situations that they're used to. Backs to the walls, having to break a setup against a really good team, and that was something we spoke to Jimbo about most recently, that Quadrant is the only real team in Europe that give them that sort of challenge. And for Lore, they're perhaps back in LATAM, they're one of the best teams, and they don't get put in situations that OpTic are doing right now.
It is tough in some of the other regions to get that same practice to try and replicate what the North American teams are capable of, especially the structured ones like OpTic Gaming, like FaZe, those who really will pummel you into the ground. But Lucid, I mean, he had a great game to begin with, as I would expect, especially on live fire. Lucid, it usually seems to be his playground, the way he manipulates the map, so I wouldn't expect anything else in game number 1 here.
Seeing Dead Zone stats on your screen as well, 1.44 KD, 17.9, and he was brought in to be the difference maker. A really disappointing end of their season. Listen, disappointing. They finished second in their second World Championships, and they make this change. They felt it was time for something fresh. They're looking for Dead Zone to be that man.
And it was a disappointing final qualifier for OpTic Gaming as well coming into this tournament, and that's why we see them at 5th seed rather than a top 3 seed, which we're used to. And you know Dead Zone's gonna be thinking, well, is this my fault? Am I the problem here? So naturally you come into LAN then with a little bit more pressure, but also that kind of fire inside you to perform better. And we know Dead Zone has always been an incredible LAN player. So he's probably thinking, whatever, it doesn't matter if we're 5th seed, 4th seed, 3rd seed, we can beat whatever is in front of us. And that's certainly how OpTic Gaming are gonna feel here. And sadly for Lore, they may just be one of those teams that is just getting in the way at the moment. And they might just be brushed aside by a very angry OpTic Gaming, I would say.
Well, Lore will be standing in that way for, at minimum, 2 more games. They've already had a pretty historic run as far as things concerned for the LATAM region. They'd be doing them proud. We heard Brazil in the back getting pretty loud when they beat Bittersweet. So you know he's happy to see his team perform.
I mean, it's always great to see other regions get into the latter stages of a tournament. As Europeans ourselves, we were always back in the Europeans as well, back in the day when they struggled to do so. As we're into game number 2, Recharge Slayer. You can see OpTic straight away down, grabbing that camouflage, trying to dominate the bottom of the map, but it is a good reply here from Lore. Sadly for Lore, this is another one of the maps and modes they did lose during the open bracket, one of the 3 that they lost. So again, it's not a great omen, but at the same time, that might allow them to kind of study it and work out why they were losing it, as OpTic already reply with 2 kills of their own to get back into the game.
4 go down for OpTic. Lore have map control, should have shock rifle to boot. Green wall will spawn over towards glass. Tapping buttons, waiting in blue patiently.
This is an ambush setup, but this is where Lore should be able to disrupt OpTic Gaming. Individually, very talented, can win gunfights. Just try and get in some gunfights. Try and find those OpTic members that are trying to get into positions, but we'd see 2 go down on the side of Lore. OpTic members just holding hands at the moment to make sure that there is no 1v1s possible. It's always a 2v1 at least, if not a 2v2.
And that's the concern, right? You see tapping buttons in blue. They're waiting and just taking the chance, gambling on OpTic, rotating through long haul. Instead, they go through Whirlpool, and they manage to isolate 2 members of Lore Gaming, and it's pretty simple for OpTic.
And that might work against a team that plays a little bit faster, but we know that notoriously OpTic Gaming, a slower team. They like to play with more structure. They will wait. They will be more patient. Even when they're down, they'll say, look, I think these guys will probably move eventually, as now OpTic Gaming are right back into it. And they had that shock rifle. You were maybe thinking Lore Gaming had got hold of it, but they had not. And Trippy firmly keeping it in his hands and just about stays alive.
OpTic down by 2. Trippy with a shock rifle on bat ledge, trying to dish out some justice. Let's have a little listen and see how they're managing things.
Pushing out C-flat for you.
Should push tower.
C-flat. 3 shots, C-boxes. 3 shots, C-boxes.
Wow, one shot.
Two one shots tower.
One shot on the Camino as well. And they're both there. Bottom mango absolute. Is it bottom tower absolute? Just sitting there. Go.
Dead right now.
He's absolutely mango pit. I'm being shot by bottom tower. Bottom tower. Bottom tower weak. Yep, front tower, Joey. Front tower.
Shock rifle down top tower, I think.
I'm looking at
I don't see it.
Turbine?
It's one open drone.
Absolute bottom end.
Trying to like bottom end, dude.
He was there.
Clear.
Bottom main's dead.
Nice,
Two
two
dead,
guys.
guys.
Gold, in gold, in gold.
Gold series man, I think.
Two and gold, two and gold, two and gold, two and mass.
We trade out now, okay? We trade out.
I'm
Watching glass. Glass. Shutting gold, tapping.
I can, one guy glass again.
Two bat ledge.
I got nades glass.
You're just sitting in quarter round.
I'm trying to get to you. Trying to get to you.
Look and see plot.
What was that? Absolute dead.
Is it long all?
Dropped on you, Joey. One shot.
Two dead, guys.
What's the bat ledge?
Be bat ledge.
By yourself.
Keep both bat ledge, they're both there. Remember, keep trading out here.
I'm just holding. I'm holding long. They're all gonna spawn gold. They're all gonna spawn gold.
Yo, come hit gold door.
We should have spawned
We should have been in first.
Two guys.
Into that, guys. Careful. Good damn. So much damn. Yeah, go bat ledge.
Two dead, guys.
Oh, bat ledge batteries. Both one.
Yeah, bad batteries. R2. It's two shot.
All dead. One just spawned.
Glass spawns?
Yep, see flat.
Long.
Two there. Trailing out. Hold your gold surge in.
Yeah, there's two guys there.
Have your gold surge. Do whatever you want.
Joey, I'm coming tower, Joey. Come here, Joey.
He's got some pressure on him.
Class.
Here, Joey.
Dude, they're both double stack. One got glass.
We're walking through.
He was glass. Was top glass.
Yeah.
But I looked up glass.
Back salad time. Gold surge. Absolutely.
And see plat, Joey.
And back salad again.
We're sitting long hole.
Yep, you guys are in. Still silo. C stairs and silo. C plat. Two guys C plat and C stairs.
Watching
They're
this.
both, go back into long hall. Going back long hall.
One's weak. Tapping.
He's going C stairs right now.
What's coming, guys?
Yeah, we gotta.
So,
Yeah, put pressure on long hall. Put pressure on long hall.
That's over the combo. 5
And
seconds.
half wall.
I have shock here, man.
Healer guys have shields. Healer have shields.
And what's up now?
That's one shot. C plot also.
On camo, guys.
Try to acid C plot right side. Close right. Trapped. He's trapped.
Bad ledge
came
one
about
bullet.
mid,
Bad ledge one bullet.
Shock rifle, my X came on you somewhere.
Was jumping up. Hit him 3 times. He's going.
They're going C flat now.
Single box of the camo.
On the jump up.
By yourself.
Jump on him.
Yeah, see sure. One shot. Dude, two shot up tower. Go,
Back side weak, and bottom tower. Mid-bridge, single side.
Look and lucky, guys.
Do a single
Top
side.
gold, or top tower.
Back side low, double team.
I got a melee.
Go hitting gold doors.
Phone's on you somewhere, Joe.
Back side low, behind you. Need behind you, Jay.
One bullet bat ledge. Bullet bat ledge.
Back side low still. Back side.
2 batteries, guys. Go.
I'll go long.
Caution to see double stack. One's on grapple. Class. One long. Looks like, guys.
Glass is one.
That's it.
R2.
Yeah.
R2 is a little weak. Jumping at bat ledge. Yeah, we just gotta keep trading out here. I'm coming with you, Joey.
C plot.
Gold.
You can just spawn C plot.
They're in gold.
Wanna push this?
Yeah, we should push this
Bottom
together.
tower. I'm wake him.
When we left you, OpTic were down by 2. Now find themselves up by 1 as we head towards the end game. Lower Gaming have finally restored that lead they had initially, but this one's neck and neck.
Yeah, you can see the intensity of the OpTic Gaming communication just kind of upped a little bit as Law were getting closer and closer, as Noble able to get some shock damage on 2 players there to keep this lead at a 2-kill advantage. And OpTic need to be careful that they don't allow Law to run away with this one. Noble and Acid at the moment, the 2 players dealing that damage. A great grenade to again keep a 2-kill lead. Just fear that as you get to the latter stages, when you get to crunch time, that's when OpTic Gaming, they usually demonstrate that they are leagues above the rest. There's a couple of players on no shields for Law Gaming at the moment, and OpTic Gaming know that they are stuck in long haul. So they could get collapsed on shortly.
Noble battling out, working for this camouflage. Gonna be dead zone to drop down, give the wiggle and scoop it up, pop it into his chest. This could be important. Unfortunately, he falls. Lower ensuring that win condition is stripped from the fingertips of OpTic Gaming. Tapping buttons, tries to get away. Does so successfully for now, but shows himself again to Trippy, and he makes no mistake at the second time of asking. 3 kills difference here. Lower Gaming require now 7. OpTic have got to be careful.
Yeah, this would be massive for Law if they can take a game against OpTic for their confidence for the rest of the tournament. I mean, Slayers should always be the chance. And maybe it's just the kind of sporadic nature of Law Gaming at the moment that OpTic aren't really able to handle, but we are all tied up. When OpTic need to get to crunch time, they regain their lead, 45-44. Has Law's chance to take a game just slip through their fingers here. What are they going to do? Over to spawn at long haul. They're going to have to try and make a push into blue.
Game slows down to a crawl. Laura happy to stay in long haul, wait for the damage to be done. Drift slides out, gets dead zone. Trippy immediately retreats. It's a wise move as the lower push comes. Noble down to no shields, will get taken care of. We're all tied up with 3 remaining.
Lucid, though, a great grenade. Saw that tapping buttons was going to be pushing in bottom A, and they regained the lead by 1. 2 more required now for the green wall. They don't want to throw this one away. They want to make sure that they can just successfully march through this game in a comfortable fashion. But Law Gaming, will they launch some sort of push here? 49-47.
Formal gets the final kill. Lord just wilt in the latter stages of that Slayer. OpTic double their series advantage with 1 away from topping pools with an unbeaten record.
Yeah, as soon as it got towards the end of the game and OpTic realized they were down by a few and it was getting a little bit dicey, it just seemed like they tightened things up a little bit. Started to position themselves in areas where they could catch the Law members, trying to make that flank, trying to make that push. It was a brave push into blue by Law, it must be said. But sadly, the damage and the baiting and switching that we saw from OpTic was just too much for them to handle. And even though it is a very close game 2, it is still a victory for OpTic Gaming, and that's what's important for them. 2-0 in the series.
I think it's important that you touch upon that final play of the game. Long haul push into blue. And Law were brave. They tried to win the game, tried to take matters into their own hands. Unfortunately, OpTic were there and waiting.
And you kind of have to, otherwise if you are in long haul, the nades had already started to come through. As soon as you get any sort of indication that they are spawning there, and they had 1 player who was over towards elevator as well, they would have sniffed them out eventually, and then you get the collapse that happens. So you've got to be proactive if you're Law there. Sadly, OpTic Gaming, they kind of caught wind of it too early and were able to set a little bit of an ambush. There was a period where OpTic were up by kind of 5-6 kills and Law came right back into it, and I think that demonstrates that this Law Gaming roster can be a real threat going into bracket play. They can really take some fights, they can hit those shots. They are very much enjoying the Bandit start, but it could get worse now here for Law Gaming because CTF Aquarius is very fond memories for OpTic Gaming. They do like this map.
I'm sure you've got statistics for me on show. You're going to tell me this is OpTic's greatest ever game type and that Law don't stand a chance. Take it away.
Not their greatest ever game type, but certainly one that they are comfortable on and they are well versed in. As for Law, they won it a few times, or a couple of times I should say, during the open bracket, so it's not like they're going to struggle. I just think with how Aquarius flag works and from what I've seen from both of these teams so far, it's going to lean towards OpTic dominance. So if you are Law Gaming, you need to do similarly to what you just did in that Slayer. Be a little bit sporadic, be a little bit all over the place, try and go against the norm here, be unpredictable, because even though I say Law haven't been able to study OpTic Gaming, there's no way that OpTic Gaming would have been studying Law, because you don't even know if they're going to get into the bracket play. So there's always those kind of different things you have to consider here as you go into game 3.
We're always talking about keys to success, and it sounds like, Dan, you're saying Law need to make this very awkward, be in unorthodox positions, try and play a little bit differently than you would normally, because OpTic are going to play the way OpTic do. They're not going to change their recipe, so it's for Law to either adapt or go out on their sword. Yeah,
it's more likely that Law know how OpTic Gaming play in this one rather than the other way around. So take that to your advantage. If you know they're going to be more than likely pushing P more often, try and do something a little bit different. Try and get some counter. And a lot of that will come down to whether any of the players are just religious VOD watchers and they know how, and they have that little bit of extra knowledge, because sometimes just that little sprinkle of something can give you an edge in a game like this.
And something that we've seen teams struggling with yesterday was the power-ups on Aquarius. What numbers do you send? When do you send them? How do you stay alive when the power-up's coming up? And OpTic are one of the best at it.
It's the adjustment from online to LAN and how you cannot as freely pick up the overshield on Aquarius. You can't just kind of dive in, hit a slide, and expect to be able to throw it into your chest before you die. You will die on LAN. People will be hitting their shots. And the pros nowadays do not miss. I've heard from a lot of these guys that when you get into that gunfight, if you go a shot down, likelihood is you're gonna die. So you got to be careful when you are pushing for that overshield.
Important to remember, no matter what happens in this game, Law have already punched their ticket out of the pools and into the bracket. They will be heading into the elimination bracket if they can't find themselves back into this series. But what an achievement that is for these boys.
It would be a great, well, it already is a great achievement, of course. However, if OpTic Gaming are to win this series, they will top their pool, Complexity will be second, and Law will go through in third. And that is far too easy, getting the overshield. Just as I say, you can't slide in and grab the overshield just like that. it happens far too quickly. At the same time, though, it did seem like Law focused on other areas of the map. They took down 2 members of OpTic, and they said, look, let's maybe just go by power, by numbers. We'll win the initial engagement, and then we will hunt down the overshield player.
Law managed to get 3, but it's still Formal pushing his way onto the opposing flag. Lucid sitting top middle. Formal's just gonna wait for good damage here before he pulls that flag. I don't think he managed to get it to drop. He's happy to give it up for now. Drift desperately trying to find him and clear his angles. Chasing ghosts as Formal just backs away. Keeping Law pretty uneasy here.
In fairness to Formal, he's not usually the guy on the team to be pulling the flag. It's mostly Trippy who gets in the base and starts the run. And I think Formal just wanted the distraction for the most part, but it's worked out. Second time's a charm, does get the flag out of the base this time, but 3 are dead for the side of OpTic, so this flag should be dead as well. But Lucid, on his own on the map, still pulls off a double kill. That's just something that OpTic do. That's just Lucid doing Lucid things as usual.
Dead zone. Battle rifle swapped out now for the Bandit as the thrust. Tapping buttons was there, came back for vengeance. Now it's an opportunity for Lore, who have control of Blue Gen. It's gonna be a trade for Formal, a big one at that. Both flags are gonna get pulled at the exact same time. Perhaps another one of those distraction plays. As OpTic Gaming's come off the respawn, can they get the stop here? Or will Lore take the lead? Flag down in the courtyard, a couple of kills go in their favor. Dead zone, the last man standing. Drift desperately waits for his teammates to get the re. And Lore just moments away from taking the lead.
Well, that's a great start for Lore. Overshield as well. And OpTic just need to be careful. They don't allow Lore to gain too much momentum off of this. That's twice now OpTic had one player that was kind of behind enemy lines, but then got caught out. Then they were at a player disadvantage. Lore are winning some really pivotal engagements that are allowing them to take this control and have height on this map as well. Drift, I mean, I've always been a big fan. He is performing just as I would expect coming into this tournament. Nice stick to go out.
Lore playing scrappy. OpTic playing a little loose in the opening engagements here. Formal goes down in the fridge. A couple of members of Lore can now descend in the base. 3 dead for OpTic, and another opportunity for Lore to double the lead here. Dead zone, try as he might to put damage down, tapping buttons down to no shields. It's gonna be a fridge spawn. For the members of the green wall, Trippy gets one, Formal another. They're baiting and switching expertly here. 3 go down for Lore.
Lore getting on the better side of the slays at the moment. OpTic being outslayed by 8. And perhaps OpTic came into this third game thinking it was gonna be a little bit more comfortable than it was, and a lot of individual runs were made, a lot of individual plays were being made, and that's just allowed and kind of played into the advantage of Lore Gaming, because Lore want the individual fights. Lore know they can win these individual engagements. That's not where they're losing this series. They're losing the series in the teamwork aspect, in the objective aspect, but OpTic maybe will get wise to that as we progress through this game. They're already down by 6 now in terms of slays, but of course still a flag down. They need to gain some control on the map, and it's going to start with the overshield spawning in 3 seconds.
They split the overshields 1 for 1. Noble's just locked in his second for Lore. 2 dead. Make it 3. Trippy all alive, all alone on blue brick. Excuse me, triple kill for Noble, and dead zone could be about to be the over. 4 dead for OpTic momentarily. But Lore giving as good as they're getting here, holding a 1 lead advantage. And they're happy to push forward and look for more.
Yeah, I think we found one of Lore's better maps and modes here. You can just see by the way they're playing, the confidence in which they're moving around the map, whether it be individually or whether it is when they have support. But for all the early dominance and for all the outslay they have, they're only up by 1. And that's, again, always going to be a concern against a team like OpTic Gaming, because OpTic are very good at adapting. OpTic are very good at learning on the go against the teams that they're facing. And they will start to notice patterns, but Drift gets a triple kill. However, will it be in vain? Because Trippy found space behind enemy lines here and can start running this flag.
Drift having a very successful game number 3. Had quite a lot of assists in the Slayer as well. Trippy falls. Flag still out. Formal gets a touch to keep it alive. Lucid's there. 3 dead for Lore, but they brought it to the one player that can have an influence in Noble. Formal's got a challenge just to try to provide some cover fire. Trippy's there. Down to no shield, though he falls to the podium. And Lore have an opportunity to get close to the flag, get the return. Lucid can't get a pick.
Yeah, Lucid can't actually get that kill. Did a lot of damage though, and now the flag will be pulled. Lore have successfully stopped this one. And they may be able to send this one home at the same time. You've got to be careful if you're OpTic Gaming. It doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to get a touch on it at the moment. Lore have wrestled back that control. So impressive from Lore. And OpTic, that's a frustrating one because they were so close to capturing it. And now they have to restart all over again. What's crazy is they did have 4 down from Lore Gaming, and that last player, he spawned in the gen, and he was able to do that little bit of damage just to stop that flag from being able to move as fast.
Unfortunate spawn indeed.
Great shots.
Dead zone though. He moves that flag quicker than most. 2 dead for Lore. And perhaps this is the opportunity, this is the moment for Dead Zone to slam this flag in and tie up the game 1-1.
Sometimes you just need your objective player to step up to the plate. One of my biggest criticisms of people who run flags, they'll kind of drop it and maybe fire a few shots here or there, or they're no shield, so they try and stay alive. Dead Zone committed, Dead Zone trusted his teammates, and that is the perfect player that you need on your team in flag game types. And now he's going to try and go back to back here. Again, he's low on shields, but he trusts that Trippy will get the kill, and OpTic begin to move their second flag.
5 minutes.
It appears as though Dead Zone has sighed and said, fine, I'll do it myself. As he runs this second flag in. Nobody from Lore able to stop it. And just like that, 2-1 now the score. And we're all tied up on Slays just about. That start that Lore had, that success they were seeing, it means nothing now.
That is sometimes the difference between our top teams and those who are progressing out of the open bracket, is that when it does get to these later stages, the bigger teams just learn and they do adapt. Lore Gaming, sadly, even though they had such a hot start, OpTic Gaming seemed to have sussed them out a little bit, but that doesn't mean Lore are done. Drift now running this one, has to be careful of the damage, good positioning from Trippy. Dead Zone's also going to be there to support them, and here comes the OpTic flood. I think OpTic have realized they have to play together a little bit more in this game. They were very individual to begin with, and it really played into the hands of Lore.
Flag remains out. Just about a quarter left on it. There was a thruster pack down and utilized immediately. Formal picks up 2 kills. Lucid picks up another heat wave. It's just come out of the oven. It's a brawl down bottom middle, and Lucid's come out worse for wear. Acid drops to the front base, desperately trying to keep it alive. 3 dead. Formal continues to do damage, but tapping buttons wins that 1v1.
Expert plays from Formal as well with the position he found himself in. He knew that they were going to try and desperate the flag. Let's take an angle where they can't shoot back at me until it's too late. Now with 3 minutes 20 left on the clock, OpTic hold the lead. It's now back over to Lore to see what they can do. Can they find any of that same energy we saw in the early stages? But as we see the likes of the heat wave suddenly in the hands of OpTic Gaming now, this could get ugly, especially with Trippy having it in his hands. He knows how to play a heat wave. He knows the positions to find himself in, and he gets a double. That's 3 dead. OpTic can now push off of this.
Lore started the turtle, 4 dead. Lucid pulls flag out. Spawns over towards the fridge. Acid's going to be the initial pick. That's going to be big trouble now for Lore. Drift in the front base. Needs help, not going to get it. Dead Zone is there. But it's 2 dead for OpTic. They might have just been able to relieve the pressure, Lore, and keep this game alive. They go down by 2, you will fear the worst. Flag has got returned. Lore survive.
Still very close in Slays though. Only leading by 2 are OpTic Gaming. As now the OpTic fans starting to believe that this one is looking more and more likely like a 3-0 series. Lore just need to pull something out, and that overshield is probably one of their last chances to try and take an advantage in this one. They've been doing really well at getting the overshield so far, but OpTic getting some big kills here. Is anyone in position to grab it though?
Lore only been outslayed by 2, but that could be about to get worse as Formal picks up the overshield. It's completely gone. He got one. It was tapping buttons. It was an important kill. Acid, though. Beautiful bank shot nade. Lore have got to be able to push up the map now. They've got numbers advantage. Lucid is alone in the engine, but that's what the spawns are going to be. Formal down to no shields right off the rip. Lucid gets a back whack. The fight on the car side. These last few moments are vital for Lore. They've got to get something going.
Drift does just about get the third kill. OpTic Gaming off the spawn, they're finding those players who have taken that damage. Again, it's the communication from OpTic just to ensure that players are not getting away on no shield. 1 minute and 10 now left. And I like what I've seen from Lore. They're already guaranteed top 12, of course, progressing into the bracket, but I think they are a real threat to compete with the top 8 teams. But there's still a little bit of life. There's still a chance that they could maybe make something miraculous happen in this series. 50 seconds, though, for someone to step up. Someone to be the hero for Lore Gaming.
This could be the moment then. Lucid alone on car side. Lore being made to fight for every inch, but Lucid, when you're hitting 5s like that, time doesn't even need to be a factor. As we head towards the final 30 seconds, Lucid gets another kill. Somebody needs to stop him.
How many times do we see that happen when Lucid, one of the last players alive, and he still pulls off a double kill? He's been the thorn in the side of Lore all game long as Formal also gets another. 18 seconds, but 3 are dead for Lore. They're going to have one last ditch attempt to try and get onto this flag, but OpTic can now just hold the line here. The green wall will well and truly be set up.
Formal turret, sitting bottom middle. We're running out of time. They're not going to get close. Noble will fall. Lore will fall to the OpTic Gaming sword. 3-0 the series score.
And it wasn't as dominant as perhaps expected, but I think that we have to give credit to Lore there for how they played and how they forced OpTic right to the very end in what was a closely contested tie. But the score will say 3-0 overall in the series. We have to take our hats off, though. Lore will be progressing through to bracket play because they took down Bittersweet early on. But it does confirm that OpTic Gaming topped their pool, and they are looking pretty hot here in Arlington.
OpTic on top. Taking a look at the stats. Tapping buttons with 27 kills, leading the lobby. And looking at the slays, Dan, OpTic only winning by 4 in the end, but if they had that all-important little patch in the middle of the game where they got those 2 flags back to back.
Yeah, at the start they were getting outslayed by +10 at one point. It was one of those starts where they didn't really know what was happening, and again that could come down to just the sporadic nature of how Lore were playing. They were all over the place. Even though Trippy got the overshield in the very beginning of the game, watch what happened afterwards. It was a Lore swarm, well, we don't see it, but it was a Lore swarm where they said, look, we can actually gain control of the map. We know that OpTic are going to focus on the OV, and then we'll just take down the player as long as we all work together. And I think that Lore, they're good on Aquarius, capture the flag. That's definitely one to note if you're one of the teams that might face them later in the bracket if it does come back up in the series layout. We saw a couple of triple kills from the likes of Drift, the likes of Noble, and we know what Acid and tapping buttons can do. This is not the last we'll see of them today for sure.
It's very difficult to criticize Lore after how well they played in that Aquarius game, but you speak about how they were outslaying them by 10, maybe 12 kills, and you have to press home your advantages. We spoke about at the start of the series, if OpTic Gaming give you an opportunity, you have to take it or you'll live to rue the day.
I think it was more though OpTic at times, you had like one player who was pushing Car, one player was pushing P, one was down bottom middle, and they were all trying to do their own thing. And I'm not going to say they were underestimating Lore Gaming, but it certainly felt like that in the early stages, because then as soon as they started playing together, the kills started to go their way and started to favor them more heavily. So OpTic just a slow start, but that's okay. You can have slow starts and you can have bad games, because if you can still win your bad games, the age-old saying is, still championship form. As long as you are winning, despite not playing your best, maybe your best is yet to come. And OpTic may need that later on in the tournament when they face the likes of SSG. And FaZe Clan, of course, the reigning champs. 3-0 though is going to be the confirmation of the best of 5 we've just seen, and OpTic, they'll top their pool.
OpTic remain on top, packing up their stuff, and no doubt ready to play again. Looks like they could be on a collision course with FaZe, and what a series that's going to be, Dan. Going to be some teams along the way that can maybe upset the apple cart, but right now they're in good form.
Yeah, you've now got to look at the teams that are in kind of the other areas that OpTic are going to have to face before they get to the likes of FaZe and SSG. I mean, we've seen teams like FaZe, for example, performing well and showing that they can be a real threat. We know that Complexity have already played against OpTic, but they were in that kind of bracket scenario that maybe they could have been a squad. Rebellion is a team that OpTic may have to face as this bracket goes on as well. So it's not like OpTic can already start thinking about FaZe and SSG. There are a couple of teams that actually could throw a spanner in the works.
Teams you speak of, they've already toppled Complexity. That was going to be a difficult one. That was one we thought could be some trouble, but they managed to handle business there. It has to be said, they're in fine form, Dan. I'm excited to see what's to come.
Very excited to see what is to come, and we've got more action on your screens as well, because there are still pool play games going down. We have to resolve other teams to see whether they can top the group. We mentioned Space Station. They're playing against Business in the moment. Of course, Business progressing through the open bracket. After forfeiting their pool play spot, they still found their way through, but they're 2-0 down at the moment against SSG. And we did see earlier on, Business lost to FaZe. So this might be their last chance to try and do something in this bracket, but at the moment, it's not looking particularly great.
You spoke about them conceding their spot in bracket play. That was going to be, of course, to native for anybody wondering why that happened. Well, Druk couldn't make it to the tournament, and so they had to try and find a sub, somebody to fill in. That was going to be Avenue. He was available, but if they wanted to keep their pool play spot, they would have had to play with their coach. They opted instead to pick up somebody new, hoping their chances of progression and chances in the tournament would improve as a result. But up against SSG now, they've already lost, like you say, a couple of series, Dan. This is not the one you want to be depending on your tournament life.
The interesting thing is, if Space Station top this group, they play Quadrant in the next round. So you get a Legend versus Quadrant rematch, and that's not one that you will want to miss, because I'm sure that's going to be a little bit spicy. Space Station, of course, will be the favorites, but does that add any extra pressure to Legend? At the moment, doesn't look like pressure is anything that is on his shoulders. 12 kills right now here on Recharge, and they've got firm control of this hill.
Enemy about to score.
No pressure at the moment being issued by Business. As I say that, Talik picks up a double kill, and that's no pressure for me. Legend and Bound answer back. I'm very excited by this combination, by this duo. Legend and Bound, the way they play, their play styles, their game sense, their awareness, their decision making, their execution, some of the best around.
2 kills though will mean the Business can maybe start to push in and get elevator control, but Manny, he walks right into the trap of Legend. That's exactly what he wanted, just hiding in the shadows, lurking, waiting to pounce, and the teamwork's great from Space Station. I'm very excited to see what they can do for the rest of this tournament. It's something we've never seen in the history of Halo, a European player being picked up to try and win a championship. And we'll have to see whether it pays off for Space Station or not, but it's a long road to go. We're only on Saturday at the moment. It's certainly looking good right now, 2-0 still, and it looks like Space Station going to make it 2-1 in this game.
Stellar doing stellar things with the shock rifle, finds one onto Manny. Almost with the help of the Bandit, got himself a double kill. Bound was there to pick up the finishing touches. Give him the assist medal.
Enemy team.
Talik down to no shields. Camouflage up any second now as well. There was a little bit of drama in the off-season with, you might notice that name on your screen, It's the Last Shot, a very hot commodity. Free-for-all world champion. Both them and Native fighting for his signature, as it will. His decision was to stay and play with Business. Is he just regretting that decision now with the way this tournament has gone?
Well, I mean, sadly, Business did lose to Native earlier as well as FaZe, so if they lose here to Space Station, they're out of the tournament. They will finish top 16. Even though, of course, a last-minute change for Business, top 16, getting out of open bracket. I think they'll take it. I think they'll still be fairly positive about that one and do it for Druk, but it'll be Native that progress into bracket play instead if Space Station go on to win this one. And at the moment, that's certainly where we're heading. Is there anything, though, left for Business? Can they just maybe pull a rabbit out of a hat here and pull off the unthinkable? But 3 are dead. It's all like the last player remaining. Space Station, they're just waiting. They're in the perfect spot at the perfect time, and I love the use of the Shroud as well. Not only to cross to try and push the player, but it allows someone to sit in that hill and gain some points if you need it.
4 down for business. Space Station take control of the hill once more. Red pipe spawn for Talik and last shot, and perhaps the rest of the team will spawn around. Yes, indeed. They're going to try and make this push, make this a more difficult one, but 3-1 now the score, and SSG 1 away from topping their pool.
Setting us up for a matchup against Quadrant. I mean, what's your feelings about that? Do you think that Quadrant have a shot? Do you think Space Station are a little bit too far ahead of Quadrant now with all the changes they made, or is that going to be a series we have to see?
I think the jury's out on Quadrant at the moment. Very difficult. You want to compare them to the exploits they had last season, that record-breaking moment in this very stadium, in this very arena, excuse me. But I think 2 new players, it's almost a whole different looking team. When you swap out 1 player, maybe they have the same recipe. When you swap out 2, now we're starting to alter things completely. Like I say, it's going to be an interesting match, and I'm very interested to see where Quadrant stand when they play against the likes of Space Station, who, even with the team that broke the records, they would typically struggle against.
And it's looking ever more likely it will happen as well. Only 30 seconds left in this matchup at 3-1, so Space Station could just start to play Slayer and slowly put the final nail in the coffin for business. It'll be the last game they play today and the last game they play at this tournament. We still have to congratulate them for getting through the open bracket, for getting into the top 16. They just couldn't do anything in their pool, sadly, to progress to bracket play.
You talk about prepared to play Slayer. I think Stellar's been playing Slayer all game long. 23, 7, and 7. Hitting fine form as we approach the championship bracket, but it will be SSG. As Legend locks in the final double kill. 3-0, business eliminated from the tournament, and Space Station topped their pool.
I saw a stat online that, on average, Stellar was doing around 600 damage per minute in each game, which is crazy. And Stellar is in the same form that we saw back in last season, and he really is a terrifying player to go up against. You combine that with what Legend can also do when he's hot and firing. Space Station are a real threat. They are a championship team. We know that full well. And we'll have to see as the tournament progresses whether they can actually live up to those expectations once they do face the big boys.
You speak about Stellar getting 600 damage per minute. We've had games of matchmaking where I don't want to throw teammates under the bus, but they've had 600 damage for the whole game. So I don't know where Stellar's finding this damage. Where is he standing? I need to do some research.
Yeah, every time I play with Walshy, it's only about 600 damage for the whole game. But, you know, at least he does the objective. That's all he could do now with his old man thumbs. Of course, I jest. Dave Walsh, still very good at Halo, sadly, at 48 years old. But it's been a great couple of series to kick us off there just to see the end of pool play here, Shurs. But we're starting to see now the bigger teams starting to emerge here.
Cream starting to rise to the top. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, some more Halo goodness. Don't go anywhere.
Guess what? New year means a new OpTic scuff design for a new controller. Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC gaming. Guess what? Scuff saw your comments and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up the Cox here. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Kind of not. Leave a message.
Yeah, the mega rev boys hear cinnamon. Flow tastes sweet like cinnamon. Open up doors, I'm a gentleman. View top floor, I'm still staying ahead of them. Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can't rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions. Trying to figure out what sound. Don't worry about what next. Just know we got now.
Flag taken.
In Halo 5, there was an incredibly individually skilled player. His name was Bound, but nobody had ever seen his face. Nobody could find his name, could find where he lived, knew anything about this kid.
Bound was a mystery. He was an enigma. Nobody knew what he looked like. Nobody knew anything about him.
Honestly, that kid could have passed me in the street. I would have never known it was Bound. I would have never known that he would be a future superstar.
I mean, it was just a name that you were always hearing about, whether it be in FFAs, whether it be up-and-coming player. He was always the name that was kind of discussed.
I think maybe one person had ever seen his face before he went to a LAN event.
He was so good at Halo that it really got people wondering, who is Bound?
I don't really know why he was staying so hidden.
To not have a Facebook, a Twitter.
He was just using like Spartans as his like profile pictures and stuff.
I just remember thinking like, when is it going to be that definitive moment that Bound finally makes a leap onto a pro team?
You know, when you do that and you're a man of mystery, everybody talks about you, right? And everyone has speculation and stories.
Some random guy from Ohio with the craziest movement, the craziest mechanics.
Bound, take 2, Mark.
Facial, specifically the stuff like that.
Waiting for the right time to compete at my first event was more so just trying to figure out like what I actually wanted to do in life. When Halo 5 was on the circuit, I guess you could say, I was in high school and I didn't really like look at video games competitively as like an option. It wasn't until after I was done with high school and just needed to get a job, I was like, you know what, I think I'm gonna do video games.
I think the idea of being able to play video games for a living, to make a career out of it, is every kid's dream, right? For Bound to be able to be that H5 kid, to come up through the ranks, to be the kid that started from scratch, to find himself on a main stage, doing what he does best and doing something that he loves, I couldn't think of anything better.
I think he just enjoys competing. I think it's something that you can really see in the way that he kind of interacts with people in and around the venue. He's just happy to be on the main stage.
Casting Bound, you always know as soon as you go onto his point of view, he's going to do something exciting.
It might not just be one kill, it could be two if he can find his targets. Lucid changes to the barrel rifle smartly to make sure that rocket is still in his hands.
Oh
this
my
one
God.
will connect.
Oh!
It's Bound time!
He's shooting some bodies as well. This is a rookie on a mission here.
If you're against him, you know how difficult it can be to move on a map.
There's this kind of stylistic movement that he has.
He kind of just has like a playstyle that is very non-traditional. It's just very fast-paced.
Bound's in the game and Bound's picking up an overkill!
It's his unpredictability.
He's just very, very good at closing space, whether it will be in an offensive way to pick up kill or move an objective, or to escape and just be a nuisance for other teams to try and find.
The other team never really know where he's going to be, what he's going to be doing, and I think that that's a scary prospect.
He is such a tough kill. That man moves around like a spider monkey.
But I've always just had like natural aggression in game, and I've never really like ever thought to not push. I feel like when I'm in my zone and like I'm in flow state, like that is what my playstyle just comes off as. And most like other players just try to live too much when they can probably do more on the map, just going out there and dying. Sometimes it's good to die, I feel like. Dude, why are you playing? Why are you doing?
Play. Just run around. Don't give a. If you've never met Bound and you only know him from like Twitch or like online, basically, I guess he's kind of controversial. Like he's like an aggressive troll, I guess would be a good way to describe it.
I'm the best player in the game, dude.
Shepard! That cannot be happening!
I'm he. I'm him. I'm him.
Bound is a quirky one. He's very quirky, he's very funny.
He likes to make people laugh in like just little off comments and things like that.
I think most people would be surprised how people are in real life compared to what their persona is online.
Like out of the game, Bound is like, he's so normal. I don't know, he's just really easy to get along with. He's funny, like class clown.
He always tries his hardest in scrims.
He rarely complains about like much, honestly. He just wants to win.
Wait, have you guys ordered food here yet? Because I put the convention in the center, but like, do they go here or the other side? We'll walk over there. Shit, that's her. All right, nah, chill, don't come that close. Won every game by like an inch, pretty much. Yeah, honestly, should have probably won at least one, but. Playing with the team I'm currently on, it's a blessing. These guys have all won LAN events. They're super, super humble.
Eco, Stella, Penguin, these guys are absolutely phenomenal. So for me, a win is inevitable.
How he fits in is a very interesting question because he came in to replace Renegade, who is widely regarded as, I don't think anyone would argue, as one of the best players in the game. And Bound was picked up as a young up-and-comer who had a lot to prove.
People need to remember this guy is still relatively new. People will remember this moment of Bound being on the cusp of winning as the initial signs of the greatness to come.
I definitely have something to prove just because I feel like I'm on a team that has won. I replaced someone on a roster where they did win twice.
On this lineup, I feel like he's willing to learn and he is the playmaker for them. He is allowed to go and do what he does best, which is opening up the map, picking up 1, 2, 3 kills, dealing damage, because he knows that his teammates are going to be there to back him up. So I think he's the catalyst for all things good for Space Station.
With the way Bound has looked in scrims, I can tell he's hungry. I can tell it's only a matter of time before he gets that win, even if he has to will his team forward, even if he has to be that main guy, which, let's be honest, as of right now, he already is that main guy.
People view me as some superstar type player, and I feel like I'm definitely capable of doing it.
The next step for him is to go on and win a championship himself.
We're definitely striving for Bound's first win. I think Bound deserves a win.
I think Bound sees himself as the greatest of all time by the end of his career.
I think he's going to continue to push boundaries, and he is a special player that I can see lifting a lot of championships going forward.
Yeah, I feel like we've been close so many times. I mean, there was Worlds, and then even it's the last event, the way we lost, like, it hurts, but like I know that we're still capable. We just get so close every time, and we just have to put it together one time. I think we have it. Halo is my life. It has been for probably about 10 years. It's pretty much all I thought about since middle school. I didn't plan it to become a pro. I just thought of it one day, and here I am. So after gaming, I guess we'll just see where it takes me.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Hey, guess what? New year means a new OpTic SCUF design for a new controller. Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC gaming. Guess what? SCUF saw your comments and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up the Cox here. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Kind of not. Leave a message.
Yeah, the mega rev boys hear sentiment. Flow tastes sweet like cinnamon. Open up doors, I'm a gentleman. View top floor, I'm still staying ahead of them. Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can't rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions, trying to figure out what sound. Don't worry about what next, just know we got now.
get it. I am going to get it. I am going to get it. I am going to get it. Put it on the line. This will silence all the critics. I will leave with many rings because I am going to get it. Find my rest where lions sleep. Walk the talk, that's highest speech. In the city, fighters with me going after prior peace. Higher, I go higher, light a fire, that's required. And we rally in the streets like a riot, gather pilots.
Afternoon, Arlington, Texas, and welcome back to the 2024 HCS Arlington Kickoff Major hosted by OpTic Gaming. And I know you guys have been watching all of the action this morning because we had pool play going on and our open bracket teams filling in their spots in the pools. They were at work yesterday trying to get that opportunity to get on the main stage today. And my goodness me, have we had some upsets already this morning. Yesterday was filled with upsets, potential and opportunity. And today is more of the same. Welcome to the desk. I am Lottie, joined by Wes and Tony. Gents, day 2, it's Saturday. We know what that means, championship bracket, but we've had a bit of a shake-up. And day 1 was definitely the start of the shake-up here, and it's only gotten shakier. Clutch, how are you feeling about yesterday?
Yeah, new Bandit starts would kind of mix things up and allow players to maybe catch fire and impact the outcome of series more. It looks like that was the case as players have caught fire, especially through the open bracket. They've already started to create upsets.
They certainly have indeed. And Tony, when we go back to the off season, we knew things were going to get mixy, right? We knew that these teams were out for blood and the competition was going to be fierce as ever. Did you expect how fierce this really would be, even day 1 and coming into day 2?
Hey, you know, every tournament we come in and we say there's going to be some surprises, but man, there were some real upsets in pool play. So I didn't predict that, I'm gonna be honest with you, but it was definitely fun to watch.
It certainly was indeed. We're looking right now back at some of the highlights from yesterday, and these were really great for a lot of our teams. I think when you look at our big 3 coming in and the opportunities for some of the dark horses that were also trying to squeak their way with an upset, we certainly saw some. And some to note as well, Shopify Rebellion were absolutely fantastic, and also Europe Foe. I think they had a lot of pressure on their shoulders with what Quadrant managed to do last year, and they've come into things and have really shown signs of competition.
Still a lot of work to do for Foe, but they have looked strong against the strongest competition they faced. They didn't turn those series into wins necessarily, but it gives you hope and it gives you a little bit of something to pay attention to as especially this Saturday rolls around, where bracket play becomes the most important for these players to continue to catch fire.
And they were heating up with complexity especially. I mean, we saw some body shots being had in pipes there in gold on recharge from Rynoob against OpTic Gaming of all squads. I mean, Tony, things were getting spicy, so for me, I think things are going to heat up day 2, and right now the mentality seems to be just as hot with some of these players as well.
Yeah, if you're watching complexity, get used to just that. Whether winning or losing, they feed off of energy. So when you see Ryan make a play, he's going to get loud. Even earlier today, Descendant dropped a nasty overkill. He was putting little extra body shots onto tapping buttons in pool play. They love to feed off of that energy. Win or lose, you're going to see plays, you're going to see passion like that.
You are. I think it sparked a little something with OpTic Gaming, because we heard the words from Formal yesterday in the interview. He wasn't too happy about that. I think he found it really funny, but I don't know if I want to pick a fight with OpTic Gaming like that, especially day 1.
Yeah, but I was talking to Formal late last night, and he was just like, you know what, that actually is just Rynoob being Rynoob. He hasn't changed in about 15 years, so what's what's a surprise that Ryan Noob is talking trash, getting loud, even in a series where he's down and inevitably going to lose because OpTic Gaming looks strong.
Very true. They do look awfully strong. We need to talk about some of the main things that happened yesterday. For you guys who didn't actually catch the action, some crazy, crazy things went down. The first being Sentinels. What a disappointment for this team. I think they're going to be just scratching their heads right now about what happened yesterday. It was a really rough day one for them. They lost both of their matches in pool play, something that we did not expect coming in as the top of their pool seed-wise, and then to fall short. They've come into day two, and it only gets worse, Clutch. They did lose out, and they are now out of the tournament.
People get mad at me because I'm a harsh critic and I don't give people the benefit of the doubt or the credit that they say they deserve. I try to give Sentinels their flowers, saying that they're in the same tier as some of our big three. I'm sorry, fans. That was a mistake. Sentinels did not show up this weekend at all. You know that there was probably some troubles for individuals adjusting to whatever the weekend brought them, but their weekend is over, and what a disappointment for such a talented roster, a roster with such high ambitions. This has got to sting.
You know, I don't want to pile on Sentinels, but when you look at this roster, you know, you see players, you're not looking at players like, oh, these are some online kids. These are some players that have had their best successes on LAN. So when we expect to see that skill set, that success translate from online to LAN, and then we see the performance like this, it's disappointing. And now my question really becomes is, where do you go from here? Like, do you just hit the chalkboard? Do you try to change up some strategies? Where do you go from here if you're Sentinels?
Well, that's the big problem. We gave them their flowers for sticking together, for saying that they believe what they have in-house. They just got top 16. Top 16 is absolutely unacceptable. They avoided the team changes coming in through the offseason. But if I'm Sentinels, this is not acceptable. Something has to change, and I do think a team change is coming their way. What it is, I have no idea, because I have respect for all four of these players and what they've been able to do in the past, but something went wrong this weekend that will eat at them. This could be the start of a different Sentinels to come.
It certainly can indeed. And in terms of what went wrong, I mean, we're looking right now at their last
Valkade is not the problem, I'll tell you that much right
now. Valkade is a very, very good player. In terms of picking apart, honestly, what went wrong for this roster, because they're not lacking talent, let's be perfectly clear with that. We've seen them in the offseason. They were very consistent. Coming into this, there has to be an outward factor. There has to be something that had gone wrong. Do you think they can clean that up, though, Wes? Do you think a team change is necessary? Or honestly, is this just a terrible tournament, a terrible start to the season that they can overcome?
I don't know what's happening in-house, but what I would say is it's not necessary. They've been so consistent for almost a year now, competing against the top three, getting at least in the top 6. But what I will say is, from previous knowledge of how Halo teams work and how esports work, a finish this bad, if they got top 8, it may be a conversation that we need to get back to the drawing board and come up with some better strategy. Top 16, we just lost to Cloud9, for God's sakes. This can't happen. In my opinion, something's got to change.
I totally understand where your head's at with that one, and it's very difficult. It's a very difficult pill to swallow, whether they have the medicine that they can remedy when they get back home and come back stronger. Who knows? But we'll be definitely looking out for Sentinels coming into the next tournament. But to kind of mix things up a bit, let's talk about the up-and-comers and who we saw really performing yesterday and maybe surprising a few people, including their own fans. We had some really, really good pool play, and we've got the results for you as well here. I was so impressed with Shopify Rebellion. They were absolutely fantastic yesterday in their pool. Not only did they cause the upset, but they just went on and they were looking really strong. Tony, in particular from Rebellion, what were you impressed with the most, and what do you want to see them carry into championship bracket?
I mean, I love the energy, I love the speed, I love the objective efficiency coming out of them, and right off the rip in the tournament, upsetting, or what some people consider an upset versus Sentinels, was really good. It was a great way to start it off, but kind of what we talked about backstage, Wes, like, with how Sentinels looked this tournament, my question is was that more of Shopify Rebellion stepping up and being the most dangerous team that we thought they were, or was it just, hey, Sentinels had a bad tournament. You beat a Proton and Cloud9 team that you're supposed to beat. So my expectations have kind of lowered since then, and now I want to see more for them.
Yeah, it's like quality of win is what we're talking about.
Yes.
And at the start, when we see them beat Sentinels, we're like, oh, wow, Shopify is who we think they are. Now that quality of win doesn't look so good after Proton and Cloud9 both handled business against Sentinels as well. I still think we have a lot to learn about Shopify. I still think that they're a strong team, and having a 1 seed advancing from your pool is going to give you a fantastic bracket to at least get top 6.
It certainly will indeed. As you can see, everybody else has finished their pool play. We got 3-0 for FaZe, Space Station Gaming also, and OpTic Gaming also. So the big three looking absolutely fantastic right now. But we do have a series happening for Shopify Rebellion. Speaking of the Devils, we do actually have them going up against Cloud9. Now, is there something to be said for Cloud9 right now, coming off a very, very hot victory upset against Sentinels? How are they going to be feeling going up against Rebellion? Is there a chance for them to take this?
Here's the thing. When these open bracket teams come into Saturday, they get 3 straight matches. They are playing everyone for their first match of the day. So when you get a couple series under your belt to warm up and feel good, especially when you beat a Sentinels, that's the momentum you can build on. Is this series going to be close? That's the big question. We're in game 1 right now. Cloud9 is up 3-1.
Yeah, they are up 3-1. They're looking so, so good. This could be the momentum that we're talking about. And Rebellion, they need to slow this down. Kill that momentum dead in its tracks. We're having a live looking at this match. We're not going to stay on this for long, folks. But right now, I'm a little worried about Rebellion. They need to find something, dig deep, try and get out of this trench that they're in. Because Cloud9, they're just going to speed roll. They're feeling so, so good. I heard them yelling earlier when they finished their Sen match. And Tony, that could be very, very dangerous. But Rebellion, I know they can answer back.
Yeah, this is a great test for Shopify Rebellion because you're talking about stylistically, it's really a tough matchup for Shopify Rebellion. What I want to see Shopify Rebellion do is win some of those individual pivotal fights when they're outside of the range of their teammates, and against the likes of the Deceptify and the Diagrams, who have some of the better shots in the game, they're going to test them. So honestly, I want to keep my eye on that matchup and see how that goes. Like we said, we don't know what to expect from Shopify, so a great test matchup for them.
It's a very good test matchup. And talking about Rebellion, Clutch, you know, when you look at them and what they managed to do yesterday, yes, they took down Sentinels. Sentinels, a very good team. Was that the crux, do you think, for Sen in terms of the path to this disappointment? Did Rebellion shake them so much that they just were unsure of their game plan going into the rest of the weekend? And how much can we read on that with Rebellion going up against some tougher competition today?
It's definitely tough when you play the hardest team in your pool first, because when that doesn't go your way, you're immediately getting thrown into the next match, and mentally being able to reset. I mean, these guys are veterans. They should be able to do it, but they weren't able to do it this weekend. It definitely rocked them, I'd say, and Sentinels obviously weren't able to recover from that initial rocking. So it was great for Shopify to have that yesterday and build on that. They need to figure stuff out in the series that they're playing in right now, because that is a can't-lose series. You've done the hard work to get the first seed. You got to make sure you punch your ticket to that first seed in the bracket.
You do, especially when you come to the next part of the competition. It's only going to get harder from here. You need to have that similar mentality, the ability and knowledge that you have, that confidence behind you to take down Titans, to take down teams that are difficult as well. So looking out for Shopify Rebellion, seeing what they can do in that last pool playing match of their day. But I also want to talk about FaZe. I was so impressed with FaZe yesterday. I was so impressed with the level of competition from this European roster. It's not easy having to go through all of the changes and the ripple effects that Europe felt from the Legend move. And FaZe, they've capitalized on that, picking up Chick, who got dropped from Quadrant, looking so good. Jimbo's having a great, great time with his team. I think he's feeling super comfortable, and Mighty's has already shown up as well. So glimmers of hope here, Tony, for FaZe and for Europe. How are you feeling about this team heading into their champ bracket?
To be honest with you, I'm feeling really good about FaZe, and I think they really surprised me. Obviously, we were impressed with what we saw from the qualifier from FaZe, but to come in on North American soil and do what they do, I was looking at the stats, and when it comes to assist per kill ratio, they have the most in the tournament. So that tells me that they're really leaning on their strats. They're leaning on their teamwork. They know that that is their strength, and when you go up against some of the best teams in the world, if you could exploit one perimeter, one angle, and use that teamwork to get one kill, you make the job a lot easier. I think FaZe are playing terrific Halo.
A big thing for me is, can this roster do this consistently? They had a very strong series against Space Station, even taking a game, which I was surprised of. Beating Native and Business aren't necessarily the biggest accolades you could achieve, but you play who you play, especially in pool play. I'm very excited to see their bracket, who they kind of stack up against, because I do think it's a very bracket-determined destination where this FaZe roster ends up. But if they can consistently play at the level they were yesterday, I think the 50-50s that I would give them against maybe the top 6, top 8 teams in North America, they're going to have fighting chances against.
Certainly, and actually just being real here as well, I listened to an interview with Harry, their coach, Wonderboy, post their qualifying matches and getting first seed, where they reverse swept Quadrant and managed to reset the bracket. I believe that's how it went down.
It did.
Coming into this tournament, he was asked, what are the goals here? What is the aspirations from this first major? And he was like, look, I'm gonna be real for you. Like, I would say to win it, we all want to win it, right? But being realistic, we want to break top 4 if we can. If we can just manage to get in top 4, if we can manage to even just touch that line, that would be incredible for us. That would be where we were like, okay, what we are doing is working, let's improve on, let's continue. And I just really appreciated the realistic approach that the coach had. And if they can do that, if they can do what Quadrant did last year, they're on a really, really good track. My question is, do you think right now with how they're playing that they are on track for their goal?
I don't know if top 4 is a realistic placing, but I understand that when you're the competitor, you have to believe that this is possible. If this team gets top 6, I'll be very proud of them. I'll be very happy for their future. I think a top 8 placing is probably where they will end up, especially now that they put themselves in a pretty good spot bracket-wise, depending on how it turns out. But top four seems a little far-fetched, knowing how many strong teams we have in this tournament.
I just had an update in my ear, by the way. Map 1. Cloud9 did just take that one off Rebellion, so Rebellion are going to need to bounce back in the Slayer. Hey, if there's a map to do, it's a Slayer, right? Just catch some heat, get some snowballs in, you'll be fine. We'll see what Rebellion can do here. But talking about the big 3, because we saw them yesterday, and they were all looking so good. So good. In fact, I'm really excited about the competition today because of how good those guys looked. Clutch, when it comes to the big 3 right now, who are you looking at to really have a good day 2? Who do you need to see a good day 2 from to really convince you that they can take this chip?
I think we've seen the best of FaZe and OpTic so far. I'm looking at SSG to wow me. I'm looking at SSG to not just be the Stellar show. Yesterday, Stellar obviously just taking over series, and maybe not the most important series that they're going to have throughout this weekend. I think in the bigger series, you'll see the other 3 step up. My eye is on SSG to see what exactly is this team's ceiling when they're playing their best.
I love that you mentioned that, because I made a kind of an off joke, but it was kind of a real deal. When SSG and FaZe went up against each other, I said, if SSG didn't have Stellar, I think FaZe win that matchup, because Stellar stepped up so much and was such an outlier, at least in the stats department, in that matchup. I agree. I think Stellar had a stellar performance.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly interject here just to let you know I had an update. Actually, that was incorrect information. Cloud9 lost to Rebellion the first map.
Oh, wow, they came back.
They came back, which now has given me goosebumps and has told me a lot more about Rebellion that I wanted to know heading into this day. Rebellion are looking fantastic. What a way to start. Killed that momentum dead in its tracks. Very, very impressed. Coming back to what we're seeing now, though, with the big 3, we're looking at FaZe Clan ascending baseline. They were looking phenomenal yesterday. They had some good competition with Quadrant ascending baseline. I think they honestly just got the worst part of FaZe that they possibly could, which is a FaZe that got warmed up, heated up, very excited about their competition, and they were met, unfortunately, with a serious defeat there. The FaZe, they're on track, looking really good for day 2. How are you feeling about this roster?
Yeah, I don't think Renegade had the best series, that first series, and you can best believe Renegade woke up in that second series and really started to take over. So business as usual for these guys. I think they are the most excited team to get into bracket play, because these pool play, especially when you're the #1 seed in the tournament, it can get boring for multi-time world champions like they are. So I'm very excited to see them. I was very impressed by Snakebite and the statistical numbers he was putting up. When he's limiting his deaths and he is still alive on the map, you guarantee he is impacting the outcome of the game. So for him to have far less deaths than everybody on his team yesterday shows me that FaZe are playing good Halo, because when Snakebite's alive, good things are happening for FaZe.
Very, very true. And of course, we need to talk about OpTic Gaming and giving them their moment. We saw them on the main stage this morning, finishing off their pool play match. They did a fantastic job there. Tony, with the green wall in the building right now, what are you looking forward to seeing from OpTic today?
Same thing we saw yesterday. I've been kind of tough on OpTic in the past, and rightfully so. I think I will say I loved what we saw from Renegade and Snakebite yesterday. I thought that was great, but when it comes to the difficulty of schedule, Complexity versus OpTic was supposed to be the closest matchup, and when we talk about that first 2 games, that 2-0 start with OpTic over Complexity, it honestly didn't even look competitive when we talked about that first 2 games. Obviously, Complexity stepped it up, but I think OpTic looked the cleanest and the best to me after day 1 because of how they looked against that Complexity roster, who technically had the higher seed.
I would completely agree with that. OpTic having the hardest matchup of any of our big 3 yesterday, and they looked the most dominant in that matchup. Even if they dropped a game, OpTic, I feel like we've been sliding them as like a talent crew. This team got second at Worlds. They won multiple events last year. They make the team change. Everyone's wondering how big of a difference is Dead Zone than APG. I think this is the weekend we really truly learn, and they look scary yesterday. I can't wait to see those guys go at it more.
They look very, very scary. One thing I do want to see them clean up on, though, has to be their strongholds. I think strongholds are going to be big for this tournament, and right now it's looking a little bit like their crux. So, you know, I want to see something from these guys to show us that they've elevated overnight. They've managed to kind of work through a couple of things. Is there anything in specifics you've noticed about Stronghold's clutch that you really want to see OpTic start to adopt here?
Yeah, I want to see them play a little bit more together. It seems like they're always spread thin. They're always trying to push their limits a little bit too far, and maybe not even like capitalizing on them enough when they do have those opportunities. I think there's a little bit of a misread in their Strongholds gameplay. You cannot afford to have a weak game type when you're playing against the other big 3. You cannot look at a series and see Strongholds is game 3 or even game 1 to kick off a series and think in your head we're at a disadvantage here, because that is where momentum is built, is in those 2 pivotal games, game 1 and game 3. For OpTic to go up against an SSG or a FaZe, they need to be clicking on all cylinders, no weak modes. I think they have what it takes to clean it up. I would be very surprised if their Strongholds is as poorly as it has been continuing on throughout this tournament.
Fully agree with you. Our top 3 actually have the incredible ability to regain on the fly.
It turns out they're good at everything.
They are very good at everything. They can regain no matter what, literally overnights and ball review. Done in the bag. Well, folks, what do you guys get, though, for tuning in? What do you get for listening to all of us drone on about how amazing our teams are? Well, you get Twitch drops. That's, of course, right. We've got amazing, amazing Twitch drops for you guys. Make sure you're watching for 3 hours. Get the tabs open. Watch on everything. And so you guys aren't losing out on some of these incredible things.
Watch on everything. Your cell phone, the TV in the kitchen, the TV in the bathroom. Tony, I know you got one of those. Tell your mom to open up Twitch. Tell your girlfriend to open up Twitch. Your little sister. Hey, Halo's going on this weekend. We need these drops.
We do. We do very much need these drops. Where can you guys catch all the action? Well, we have 4 different streams for you, so you won't lose out on watching your favorite teams go head-to-head today. So make sure you're tuning in on either Twitch or YouTube on either 4 of our streams today. Well, we've also got absolutely incredible money on the line as well. We have a stacked prize pool, $250,000 on the line for this first major. First place takes home $100K. That is lined up looking so, so good. I'll tell you what, the money is fantastic for our teams, but right now the pride is very much felt. They want to get this first place. They want to kick off their season strong, and the money ain't bad either, I'll tell you that much. Let's take a look at our bracket, though, because we're getting into the championship bracket. Here's the winner's side of things. I know, having a little gander for the first time, quarterfinals. FaZe and Foe. I like that. NAEU. OpTic versus Proton Gaming. Shopify Rebellion versus Complexity. And Space Station Gaming versus Quadrant. Wes, I already see you smiling when I'm mentioning some of the names here. I already can guess what you're going to say, but what are you looking forward to?
Shopify Complexity. We're going to find out who is going to be that next team up, because they get to play each other for a chance to get top 6 right here. Unbelievable bracket for Shopify if I'm concerned. But Complexity looks strong enough to where this could be an upset. I think that these 2 teams are in that same tier, so for them to match up in winners bracket round 1 and really dictate a large portion of what their future holds this weekend in this best of 5, that is such an exciting electric matchup. I hope we put that on main stage.
It's going to be absolutely incredible. Elimination bracket, though, we have got Cloud9, Darkest Hour, Native Gaming, and Law Gaming, who have fallen short, but they're lying on the safety net right now of the HCS, and it's whether or not they can rebound back up and who drops down with them, but all of the teams up there are pretty damn scary.
3 teams come out of our open bracket and advanced to the elimination bracket. That means they were able to best the pool teams. That is how strong the open bracket was this event, and I can't wait to see if there's more noise to be made. My eyes, though, are on Native Gaming. You have a player in APG that is a world champion in this game, second at Worlds last year. This is the following year. APG cannot afford to go out early this event. He is a world-class talent. I'm excited to see if Native Gaming can turn that ship around.
We have a ton of matchups for you guys to look forward to on day 2. Day 2 being one of my favorites of all time because it brings so much action. We've got Complexity. They 3-0'd Law Gaming this morning. Bittersweet. They went down to Law Gaming. We got OpTic Gaming. 3-0ing Law Gaming. That's a lot of Law Gaming.
Law Gaming got no, never mind. They won that 3-0 against Bittersweet. I was about to say that was a rough moment.
I don't know how right that is. That's a lot of Law Gaming on there. Okay. And then we also have Space Station versus OpTic coming up next. But I'm very excited about this matchup. We do have actually correction. It's Space Station versus Quadrant. That's coming up next. Correction. So let's chill for a second. Let's talk about Space Station Gaming first because they are such an amazing team and arguably, I don't know, we'll have to find out by the end of the weekend, but might have honestly just got better with the addition of Legend on their side. Now, Tony, I saw the Unlocked on Bound just before we went live on the desk, and it was great to see that from last year. It was just amazing and obviously an incredible character builder for this young man. We've seen an awful lot of Stellar so far this major. He's been making a lot of noise. I'm ready for Bound to start making some noise on that main stage. What does Bound bring to the table for this team?
Entry frag player, the damage dealer like you saw on the Unlocked series. Sometimes you have to go down in order to be effective on the map and to put your team in the right direction. That's what I expect to see out of Bound, and that's what we're going to see.
That's what we're going to see. And then on Quadrant side, they are doing everything that they possibly can to keep themselves alive against Space Station Gaming. What do you need to see?
This one's personal. Legend left you. What do you have in you? Sika and SLG. I'm looking at you to have big series. This should be ugly for the side of Space Station. Quadrant need to make it scrappy, and let's see if Sika and SLG can get their revenge on a player that left him.
Let's get straight to the main stage, folks. This is going to be your first main stage matchup of the championship bracket. It's SSG versus Quadrant. Let's meet your teams.
A little bit of a desire to watch some world-class Halo, and I don't know about everybody else, but that's exactly what we have on our main stage for you right now. Day 2 has already thrown up some surprises, and now we get to see two of the best teams in the world and some ex-teammates go up against each other on our main stage. We've got SSG ready to take on Quadrant.
That's right, make no mistake, this is a grudge match, folks. This is going to be a good one, and to be honest, I feel pretty spoiled that we even get this as a head-to-head matchup on the Saturday. If there's one matchup I want to see, it's these former teammates going up against one another in a big controversial team change in the offseason. Here's a look at the series layout and what the series will hold.
Well, there's the series layout, but we want to quickly, before we get into the game, just give you a little bit of a backstory on what we've been hearing from some of the players and the coaches, even from both sides. I spoke to SLG last night. He sent me a couple of messages. He was like, hey, just to let you know, I believe our ceiling is even higher with this roster, this new Quadrant roster, than what we had last year. Now, you spoke to Elamite, and he was very interested in that comment.
He certainly was. Elamite, I kind of asked him, hey, how's the whole team feeling about this series? And what he said to me is, for 3 of the guys on the stage, this is another run-of-the-mill series. He said, of course, for Legend, though, it's a big one, right? Playing against former teammates that he played with all last year. A big opportunity for him to maybe make a statement against those former teammates. But he said, if they're saying their ceiling's higher, let's see how their ceiling matches our floor, which was quite a statement indeed. We are underway and kicking things off with Legend, the newest member on the Space Station side, and of course, former teammate of everyone on the other side on Quadrant.
Well, it's going to be Strongholds to start things off here. And I think it's only right that we start on this POV, right? Taking down his ex-captain tucked in, you would say, in SLG to start things off, and it's the perfect start here from Space Station. They win the opening exchange. Legend has a camo, and if they're not careful here, Quadrant, they're going to be in a triple cap because every single player was taken down.
Like I said, one of my other questions the other night was, how have you guys thought about this series? How have you prepared? And I think in a very cool, calm, and collected way, and also extremely confident, said we have not specifically prepared for this series, whereas I feel like you think about the amount of emotion on the Quadrant side of the stage in this series, they're going to be thinking about it quite differently. But first 40 points on the board here as Legend still has camo as he makes his way to yard.
Camo disappears, but still has the positional advantage, even though Quadrant managed to scrap back into A and convert it. It's just going to be a collapse now, and this is one of the things about this game type, right? It's the most punishing game type that there is in the Halo Championship Series. The triple cap keeps going, and it's a case now for Quadrant of accepting that you're probably going to lose around 100, 150 points even before you're going to have an opportunity to get 4 back on the map and really put some pressure back on. But at the moment, Space Station aren't even letting them live. Glory has yet to get a kill. SLG is yet to get a kill, and they're about to cross the 100-point mark as well.
That's right. That was a 4 dead followed up by a 3 dead. I think Drone managed to get 1 kill out of the end of it. However, it's not going to mean points on the board. A clean kill here in Loop from Legend as well. They do cross the 90-point mark now.
One thing that was interesting that we learned yesterday from watching a bit of Quadrant when they went up against FaZe was that late game was a little bit of a struggle for them. They were very competitive for the majority of their game, for 95%, but it wasn't enough to close out any of those games. They went down 3-0, and with the way that Legend is playing at the moment, he looks like he's having fun on the main stage.
How about that? What a way to open up your series against your former team. A killing spree, unanswered, and 108 points in a row. They let 1 point go on the board, and then they continue scoring yet again, excuse me. You got to also give a shout out to Legend there for that play on the light rifle. You could just tell that because his team had so much advantage in positioning, he's able to just kind of wait and bait and take out Sniper really easily.
Zeke gets taken down, Eco with that kill, but more importantly here, the camo is up. Now, where has that gone? Mid-map control was Quadrants for quite some time there, so no surprise to see that Glory has managed to get that first power up. Now there's an opportunity for this game to turn in the favor of Quadrant. They've had to kind of soak up the pressure in the early points, but now you can see they have a triple cap of their own, and that's how this game type works, Andy. It's kind of one team has dominant control. It's about how long it takes you to break.
It really is. Look at that timing from Glory. Really good patience there. Even though he had camo, he waited for the perfect second from when Eco goes from truck up to snipe and then hits another perfect as well. And just like that, off the back of these plays, off the back of those kills, they've halved their opponent's lead. Now it's 115 to 52.
SSG 3 dead as well. Eco last alive, and you can see the snipe drone. He sniffed him out here, but it's going to be a kill and not a trade that goes to Eco. So as last alive, he gets his teammates back on the map. Vital in this position.
Really big here. He's not going to be able to do too much. They're going to slowly get A, and only because Eco wins that do they even get A, and they're going to also have immediate pressure on B as well. So they do stop the bleeding. B reset comes in. However, as we said, it's a lot of points on the board for Quadrant. Not only showing signs of life, but showing continued scoring, and they are right back in this match.
Well, here's Seeker. One man who still part of the roster that did so much on this very stage last year, and he's looking to push for a triple cap once more. Eco in the 1v1. Great early shots, but look at the peek from Eco. Teaches Seeker a lesson.
We talked about it yesterday, the peeking, the jiggle peeking, and really playing your corners there is really big in Bandit gameplay. And as you say, Eco showing off that he's put the time in with this weapon.
Legend gets one. The battle for bottom middle continues here as it looks like Quadrant have turned their attention towards A. And I tell you what, they can turn their attention wherever they like, because the triple cap stays locked in here for Quadrant. SSG were 3 dead. Camo coming up as well. And I tell you what a comeback this is from Quadrant. They turn the score over. They are in the lead now, and they look like they might have a camo too.
Wow, what an opening to this game. You couldn't ask for more. It was 108, 4 dead for SSG as Sika gets the camo as well. It's perfectly timed and perfect patience from Quadrant as well. You could not ask for a better opening in game number 1 of this series. It was 108 to 1 point, and now just like that, Quadrant already leading by 40.
And the scary thing here for SSG is a squad spawn in blue. That means they're going to be vulnerable to grenades. All the chokes they have to walk through, they're going to take damage, and it's just about cleaning that damage up, and it's exactly what Seeker is doing. A double kill for him, more deaths for SSG, and this triple cap is stifling them.
That's what I was worried about. The exact timing of that camo grab led to so many points on the board. The 4 dead hit at the exact same time as the camo grab, and Seeker uses that elevation, uses those sightlines to perfectly pick apart the SSG roster. They have crossed the 210-point mark.
Now, this is the interesting interesting part of the game, though. A couple of kills went over to SSG, and they've managed to get control of one of the strongholds. Now you're going to see the battle bottom middle. Snipe Drone gets a kill onto Bound, stays alive as well. Seeker gets another, and it's going to be all up to Legend against his old team to keep his team in the game. Oh! Can he get the stick? The answer is yes, but the reset does come in bottom middle.
All 4 dead, but because of that, Bound is able to get here, and he should be able to beat the spawns on the timing here just by a split second or so to finish B.
Scoring back in the hands of SSG, but damage being taken by Bound. Staying alive is so important, and he cannot do it here. SLG and Snipe Drone combine. All the kills going over to the Quadrant side of the stage right now, and they flip B back. Quadrant now in the home stretch.
It was a big play from Legend, but wasn't enough. Look at the board. Somehow a 100-point difference here. Let's see what happens at C as well. 230 on the board, 20 points to go for Quadrant. What a run they have made here in game number 1. It's a triple cap at the 240 mark.
It's going to be desperation here from SSG. They have to cap something, and they have to cap it now. Legend in the 1v1, and Snipe Drone will take him down. A huge kill. They give up C, but the battle is going to be for bottom middle. Bound gets one. Snipe Drone will stay alive, though. Stella, last alive here for Space Station Gaming. It's all up to Legend now. Stella will fall. Glory steps back into B, and surely this is the final moment.
Should be able to. Let's see what happens at A now. All focus on A as he's going to have to rotate back.
Split spawns, though. It's going to be 3 players now from Space Station spawning at C, and that might be a blessing in disguise. And Quadrant cannot convert in these final moments. Is it going to be the same story as yesterday, as Eco gets the camo?
SLG last player alive, Eco with the camo. All 4 players up on Quadrant, though. Let's see how this plays out. 246 mark, no room for error whatsoever.
Eco gets spotted out with the camo. But he's still going to find one, and he takes the shields down to Seeker. He's trying to wait and bait for this bottom middle, and they will keep control here, SSG, of B and C.
This would be unbelievable. What a run they have to take here. It's going to require a lot more slays to bring this game back, but they've already got 2 dead. They maintain the staggered spawns as well. They trail by just under 100.
Important thing here for Quadrant, even though they are leaking points right now, the camo didn't turn it into a triple cap. If that happens,
big from Glory,
then maybe SSG are right back into this, but kills like that from Glory and openings created like that could give Quadrant the chance to move up the map and turn over one of these strongholds.
Glory was last player alive. He does not have the opportunity to push. He was in a momentary 1v2 and finally gets taken down. Now still staggered spawns. It was 3 dead for Quadrant yet again. They're coming off the spawn here. Space Station has to do this about 2 more times if they want to win this game.
Have they learned from yesterday? Quadrant so close in so many of these games, but it was these final moments. They are agonizingly close here. 4 points is all they need. But that 4 points might as well be 250.
Oh, no.
As Stella is starting to take over this game.
Huge from Stella. He doesn't take any damage. No trade, no damage at all. Stella with the triple kill at an unbelievable time. Seeka's the only player alive. It's cafe spawns. It's camo for Stellar. Are they about to do the impossible?
Stella just changed the game. Now moving in on A, it's going to be an easy reset. The kills are just starting to stack up in the favor of SSG. It's 4 dead for Quadrant. And SSG are back in with a triple cap.
Last push here for Quadrant. Off the rip. Cafe spawns. All 4 players up. The final battle.
He's just standing here with camo. He's just waiting for an opening, waiting for a pick. There's 2 players in front of him. He gets one, he can't get 2. But Quadrant, they lose 2 members, and SSG will come back to win game number 1.
Oh my word. What a way to start this series in one of the most back and forth strongholds, and undoubtedly the biggest comeback of this event so far, trailing, I believe, by 150 points or so. Quadrant at the doorstep with 230 for quite some time. And SSG forces about 6 perfect spawn rotations and 3 and 4 deads to win that game 250 to 246. Unbelievable. Jaws dropping in the room. I'm sure jaws dropping in chat as well. And my God, what a game number 1. Space Station somehow does the impossible with unbelievable map control.
I said we were going to see some world-class Halo. Well, game number 1 certainly provides that. And that game type in itself, that's the picture of the game type, right? You're never out here.
Yep.
You can just get that 1-4 dead, 1-3 dead, all those blue spawns. You can rotate those spawns, and you can put so many points on the board without response. You felt after the start of that game that SSG might run away with things, but Quadrant managed to keep that triple cap for so long, but so long wasn't long enough. A few moments away from being able to close that game out. But SSG just played to the last second, and one moment that stands out is Stellar getting those vital kills on the respawn around that C stronghold, that triple kill that turns into a camo, that turns into a game win. SSG looked dangerous.
It really wasn't. I'm so glad you brought up that Stellar play at the end of the game, because Stellar was at loop, and you saw he had to push up to posters and isolate a 1v1. That was the first battle that he got in. During that battle, he hits a perfectly timed repulse to not take any damage. And I think a lot of people watching at home, right here, look at this. No damage at all. That's the first dead. That's the first pick. And guess what? Stellar helps at C. He's going to now collapse on truck as well. Last player, CK in Cafe. It was over. I think everyone watching at that exact moment, when you saw Stellar not even take a hint of damage because of the perfectly timed repulse, not only does it get them the first pick, but then he can run with that. And the second that happened, it was like, okay, this one's probably over. Quadrant is going to be in a lot of trouble here, and it's plays like that that make the difference, because I think everyone's thinking, who gets the first pick there? It really came down to that final moment.
I mean, this is the comeback in itself. This is just a still from that game. This is where Quadrant go 4 dead. They are 217 points to 115, over 100 points ahead at this part of the game. But like I said, this is a game type and game mode combination where 100 points is kind of, if you're playing good Halo, it's what you expect to get if you get a 4 dead.
It truly is, and what a back and forth gameplay. What a beautiful display of the highest level of competitive Halo, that these two teams are just really pushing each other against the ropes time and time again, back and forth. But when it mattered most, it's Space Station closing out the game, as you say, a 100-point deficit to win 250 to 246 in what felt like at least 5 or 6 perfect 3 or 4 deads in a row to close out that game. And you have to be a little bit worried for Quadrant, because that's a really familiar tale from their OpTic series, from their FaZe series yesterday, where they were just on the cusp of victories. I talked to Sniper this morning, and I said, hey, your POV looked good in that series. What were your thoughts? He's like, man, a few moments difference, and that could have been a 3-0, of course, our way, if they were able to close out from the mid-game. They weren't yesterday. They get shut down by a huge comeback from SSG in game number 1 here. Let's see how they can respond.
Well, I feel after that game number 1, everyone who's here in Arlington just sat up a little bit straighter, because everyone now is locked in for this series. Game number 2 is live. We're on live fire. It's going to be Slayer. First to 50, we'll take the game.
I think we knew this series was going to deliver, but I don't know if any of us were ready for a game number 1 like that in what is already going to be one of the most memorable strongholds, I dare say, in Halo Infinite history from that game number 1. A beautiful display, as we said.
Got a triple off the rip. Flies over the top of Sandbags, takes 3 members of his ex-teammates down, and gives him that 3-1 lead. Something to keep an eye on, as he has the QT, is the 1v1 with SLG, which he wins, not for the first time in this series.
Love the confidence, too. A lot of players that in a high-stakes situation might hit the QT early just like that.
Oh my God.
Oh, man. Talk about being 2 places at once, getting the job done. More kills on the board. They lead 6-2.
6-2. More importantly, he just took down Glory, who had that sniper rifle. And Legend is just standing there at the moment and almost beckoning the Quadrant players on, saying, how dare you challenge me? How dare you think you're going to outshoot me?
More kills coming in. See if Bound can stay alive here. That'd be special as well. 9-4, making 9-5. Big quote from Bound yesterday, from Stellar yesterday. We got to talk to him. He said, we wanted to make a change in the offseason, and Legend was the only player we were willing to make a change for. Think about that for a second. Only player in the entirety of professional Halo that they were willing to make a change for. They pick him up, and so far, it's a good start. However, Quadrant answers back in a big way. They're only down by 2.
Yeah, really electric start from Legend, of course, but bigger picture here, it's just a 2-kill lead here for Space Station Gaming, and I think it gives us a second as the game just slows down for a second to talk about maybe what that change was made, right? Legend adds so much to Space Station Gaming in this particular game type. Slayer is where they fell short a few times this last season in some of those close encounters they had with the likes of OpTic, the likes of FaZe. Well, he's already showing at the start of this game what he brings to the table.
I mean, yeah, look at the numbers. 8-2 from Legend. He's 1 kill shy of the entirety of Quadrant's kills at this point in the Slayer.
Movement now from both teams is around that camo. Great shots coming in from Snipe Drone, by the way. A little bit of help came in from Seeker. Bound does clean up 1, but he'll be immediately traded out. 2 kills still the difference between the 2 teams, but control of the camo side of the map is firmly in the hands of Quadrant. You would expect them to be in a position here to pick up that camo.
And as we learned from the game number 1, it's far from over. Of course, QT gonna be grabbed. In the end, we'll grab the kill, does Legend. 2nd one in a row. That was 3 dead for Quadrant. He's finding mud spawners here. Maybe they'll squeeze this last kill out. Eco also pushing. Very nicely done. They clean out the mud spawn, which will force now scoreboard spawns.
I mean, keeping track of Legend's tough. He's got a QT. It becomes nigh on impossible.
Yeah.
Snipe Drone going to challenge, though. Snipe Drone doing a great job. Ooh, we got a little bit wavy there, a little bit windier than we expected, but Most importantly, the headshot, the counter connected on the side of Legend in that fight. Now we're seeing the game just slow down for a second, and Glory's going to fall into that trap.
Telling you, Stellar with his repulse, man, he knows how to use it in those 1v1s, does so well to win that one as well. Eventually be traded out, but just like that, now a 3-kill lead. SLG trying to make the push here on tower.
Sniper rifle in the hands of Eco, I believe it was. He just hit that body shot. Made that push from SLG. Not quite as comfortable as he thought it was going to be. Stellar moving in to clean up yet more damage. 2v2 on the map right now as Eco will get back onto live fire off his respawn, and this is the worrying moment. This is what FaZe were worried about yesterday. They said we played a pretty good series. On live fire, we felt pretty good. The only problem was when you get Stellar with a snipe in his hands, it feels like two players because he just bodies everything.
He really does here. Also, great play by Legend there. That was off screen. However, Legend had to win the 1v1 against Snipe Drone back at tower to even create this space for Stellar. So really nice 1v1. Those are the types of things that won't show up on the scoreboard. They won't show up immediately upon looking at the game. However, it's plays like that that keep Space Station in the lead here by 6.
Bound gets 2. Glory will take the snipe out of the hands of Stellar, and you have to say, that could be something that's looked back on as one of the big moments of this game, because it means that he didn't really get to do too much damage with it. 5 and 6 at the moment is Stellar, and Glory has the chance now to show what he's made of with the big stick.
Very, very quick kill off the first one. Brings now the game within 4 kills. And as you said, you heard from the Quadrant side, they feel like their ceiling is even higher than historic top 3 placings last season. They've got their eyes on making an even bigger statement here in 2024. Glory's going to be a big part of that if they have any say about it.
Stellar gets the first pick. Now it's going to be up to Glory to do something special because the pressure is coming in. Can't connect this time. That's Quadrant full 3 dead. A couple of kills were exchanged, but the numbers fall in the favor of SSG once more. And now that we're in and around that 30 kill mark, those differences in 1 or 2 trades start to stack up.
Bound just playing this slow, going to wait for his teammates to respawn as they're, of course, going to play up on this camo now. Really, all eyes on that camo as it's only a 5-kill game here with 7 left.
We're trying to push up to Nest, takes a little bit of damage and gives away a kill. It's going to be the most comfortable double kill you'll ever wish for if you're Bound. 2 players just walk into his reticle. It might even be 3. He turns around the corner and it is 3. Seeker serves up the triple and Bound was feeling hungry.
Really perfect timing there. That should be a camo grab off screen. Yes, it is. Stellar's going to grab that. And now the game has completely gotten out of hand off the back of that. We just said it was a 5-kill game. And just like that, now a 10-kill game off of the triple and the camo grab. And you can tell Stellar's feeling himself. He's going to go ahead and push into green. Even though it's a camo traded out, they know they can get that last player off of that damage. And when you've got an 11-kill lead, you can make plays like that.
10 kills to go then for SSG to close out game number 2. Quadrant are going to have to find multiple back-to-back team wipes if they want to try and get back in this game, which is a lot easier said than done when you're playing against a team like this. Snipe Drone with the first pick, though, might give them somewhat of an advantage. But Legend, he's hunting for a Seeker. He's going to find a Snipe Drone first.
Man, the shots are hitting so hard. The damage coming out of Legend. He manages to stay alive for so long and wins the 1v1 against Seeker in the window as well. That is what Bandit gameplay offers, especially when in the hands of a player like Legend. They still lead by 10.
Do not adjust your streams, everybody. Legend is 17 and 10 in this game. Stellar picks up another one. QT's to the back of green as he's looking to stay alive as SSG are on the road home.
Wow, what a statement from him, right? All eyes, of course, we've said it, are on Legend. 18 and 11 in this game. Stellar finally taken down, but this will be likely the home stretch here for SSG. Not over just yet, but you have to feel like a few more kills come in. That could be the game, but Quadrant not going down without a fight.
SSG just have to be careful that they don't try and think about finishing this too quickly.
Yeah.
Because Seeker has a sniper and Glory's got a pretty good shot himself. That's a big kill and that could flip momentum here. Back over to Quadrant, SLG with another one. Hold your breath here, folks.
Exactly, slow it down. In a game where Legend is 18 and 12, this game is somehow only separated by 5. 44 to 39 here, and these next few picks are absolutely huge, and you can feel it on the main stage with how the game has slowed down.
5-kill game.
5 minutes remain.
Seeker needs to connect though, and Bound is going to make a play elsewhere. Takes down Glory. Connection not going to be there, and now the pressure's going to come in. They know he's weak. They flood in. Stellar, Legend, get another. It's 19. Make it 20 for Legend against his old squad. Oh, no! And the triple kill to finish it. Legend is him.
Icing on the cake, salt in the wound, however you want to call it. What a way to do it from Legend. A Saturday main stage debut with his new team, and he pops off 21 and 13 with a triple kill to finish the game. As we said, the most historic international pickup in Halo history, and he's proving why he's found himself on this SSG team.
You might say cherry on the cake. He would say butter on the croissant. Is probably how he's feeling right now. What a talent. What a special player. And most excitingly, I think, for everybody, he's just getting started. 50-41 is your final score in game number 2 as SSG will be up in the series by 2.
What an unbelievable finish to that game. I think we were all thinking it when you called out that Legend had just hit the 20 kill mark. Look at this QT work by him, by the way. Also, the confidence to only hit the QT after he's won the 1v1s. A lot of players would play it safe in those situations, get the damage and QT back. Instead, he's not just playing high risk, high reward. He's simply taking those risks and winning those 1v1s, then QTing out. Really good start for them, of course. And you got to say, I think we were all feeling it. You're hoping when Legend hits the 20 kill mark that he's going to grab that snipe top mid. We all saw Snipe Drone's name in the back of house. And guess what? He flies in and hits the quickscope for the triple and the game winner. Multiple statements being made. Look at the damage. Once again, here he wins this 1v1 in window as well. Just beautiful plays coming out of Legend throughout the game.
I mean, have you ever seen a more poetic end to a game than this? Oh, for the 21, and he pops off on the main stage as well. Legend is feeling it. And why wouldn't you after a performance like that? SSG now 1 game away. Quadrant are reeling.
Absolutely. I mean, once again, these games were so close, right? Quadrant manages to bring that game once again back within 5 kills in the late game despite being down by 11 earlier. So Quadrant showing that they have what it takes to always go toe-to-toe with these top teams. However, it has been the case time and time again. This is the 2nd day in a row of them failing to close out the games, but not easy to do when that man on your screen is dropping 21 kills. Now, let's make no mistake, this is fairly basic math, but nearly half of his team's kills recorded in that game.
Yeah, I'm glad you did it, because even the most basic math, we know how that goes for me. But, I mean, what a way to close things out. Look at the reaction as well from Legend. He knows what this series means to him, right? Even though he's still good friends with everybody on Quadrant, he wants to go and push himself to the next level. He wants to win titles. He wants to win championships. And the man on your screen is probably one of the greatest mentors you could possibly ask for in Halo to go and do that.
Absolutely. I mean, it's like you and I talked about before we got to this event. Just thinking about this roster on paper, those 4 gentlemen on your screen, of course, alongside Coach Elamite, it is a terrifying amount of individual talent on paper. However, one of the special things about SSG also is that they are much more than the sum of their parts, right? When you take these 4 together, just absolutely dominating in what they can do in game. We've just seen it now, 2 games in a row. They can absolutely take over games that they really should not be winning. Take a look at some stats here from Stellar and Legend.
I mean, those stats just indicate worrying times ahead for Quadrant, because we are going over to King of the Hill as our next game type, and I mean, take your pick. Honestly, take your pick of one of those statistics to be impressed by, because whatever you pick, you're going to be correct.
Yeah, come on, Stellar dropping over 2.0 KD in a King of the Hill match. There's not going to be much time to move around a map.
Well, the funniest thing about that is Stellar's dropping a 2.0 KD, but Legend's out damaging him, which is just, I mean, it's...
I think that how much Legend POV we got to watch that game is a great example, and I love this stat card because you saw what Legend does. For example, with the QT, it's even more punishing. However, look at the amount of time that Legend was fighting from window or scoreboard up against key door players and just pop. It feels like with the Bandit, he's just getting 2 to 3 extra shots in every battle, where a lot of players wouldn't have the time. They wouldn't find those angles, but you can already tell that SSG is just working as a unit and just moving around each other so well. That's what leads to these huge outlier damage stats. For example, 12,000 damage per game coming in from Legend. We saw 600 damage per minute from Stellar on the leaderboards yesterday from Buff Stats. Just unbelievable stuff.
I think one thing that Legend is already starting to command here as well, and we don't want to get too far ahead of us, but it feels like there's some sort of aura around him when you see him in those 1v1 battles, right? You see people going into it, and if you see Legend above that player's name, you know you have to be perfect in that fight, or you have to back down and show respect, because you've seen what happens in the 1v1s. If he gets first shot, it's very rare that he isn't going to win that battle. You think about players like Renegade, you know, Royal 2. You think about players like Trippy Lucid Formal is another great example of it. When you see them, you cannot afford to think, maybe I don't have first shot here, but I can challenge it because I know I'm going to hit mine. You can't afford to do it because you're going to get a death away. Right. And it's as simple as that.
Also getting tournament updates from across the venue as well. Shopify taking down Cloud9 3-0 in their series. We'll keep a close eye on what they're up to, as we know they're a big threat, of course, to the top 6 and beyond. But here on the main stage, you're seeing Sika on screen, and a lot to think about for these players here on Quadrant throughout these series. If you look really at their games, I think they're going to have already a lot of tape to look at.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? We're sitting here waxing lyrical about Legend and how well he's playing, and the fact that the series is 2-0 as we bring up a little bit of C9 versus Rebellion for you to enjoy in the meantime. But just to continue the conversation, that first game could easily have been Quadrants.
Yeah.
Easily have been Quadrants. Arguably should have been Quadrant.
I don't even think arguably. Should have been Quadrant, and they threw the game away. It's a 100-point lead. Also to not, I mean, they needed one single push. You could actually argue they only needed 2 dead to close out the game at the 246 mark. They were unable to do so, and I think there's good news, though, on the side of this for Quadrant, because I think if you're a Quadrant fan and you look at all their games versus FaZe and all of their games up against their opponent here on the main stage, I think there's a lot to look at in terms of what they have been able to do right up against SSG and also against FaZe. There's truly just a few set of plays if they go differently, their bracket and their pool, etc., could be so different. So I think a lot to still look forward to and still games to play in this series as well.
Yeah, I mean, SLG is saying it might take us a little bit of time. We might need a few events, a little bit of experience to hit what he believes is going to be that new higher skill ceiling and performance ceiling, but we are also seeing quite clearly in front of our eyes here where those kind of lapses are. And they're being taken apart in those late games, in those moments that really matter.
And I think we can take a look at these first 2 games, and as we said, Quadrant leading 246 at that point, also having a 100-point lead, and in this game also keeping things close at the 40 kill mark or so. This series is not over, and I think Quadrant needs to make sure they are focusing up, realizing, okay, we've played very well in these 2 games, we've thrown the first one away. Everything to play for. The reverse sweep is on the cards. If you look at how these teams have played against each other, just think about the triple cap the Quadrant was able to hold against SSG. Yes, it's very game type specific, however, a lot to play in this series, and you have to hope, if you're a Quadrant fan, that they're still believing that they can reverse sweep here.
I will say, I think when you're looking at game types, you're looking across maybe potential weaknesses here for SSG. The static game types are the ones where historically they haven't been as effective. You think of like oddballs, you think of strongholds. It's usually the pace of those games feeds into how they like to play Halo, right? Consistently moving, consistently rotating, consistently putting pressure on different parts of the map as a squad. When it's a little bit more static and there's one objective to work around, for example, King of the Hill is the perfect example, then sometimes someone might go for a little bit of a walk and try and get in a position where they can put pressure on. I think they might be able to get a little bit greedy for kills, and you can pick that player apart a little bit. We'll have to see if Quadrant do have that opportunity, or on the flip side, if SSG have tightened that up.
That's the question. We'll have to see. As we saw, SSG, of course, with very, very impressive stat lines from Stellar and Legend, and if those prevail here, it's going to be almost an impossible job for Quadrant to try to really get many points, many hills on the board. However, as we said, series far from over. King of the Hill Recharge going to be your game number 3.
Well, game number 3 is about to be live, Arlington. And it's time to start the comeback if you're a Quadrant player or a Quadrant fan at home. But Space Station looking dominant. And the man who we're going to start off with on the point of view deserves it. I'm going to say it deserves it. 21 kills and a Slayer, closing it out with a triple kill. If you don't start with Legend, something's wrong with you.
He's earned that one. Sika and SLG also need to ice up here. Realize this is the exact same main stage where they made history. In decades of competitive Halo, no European team had accomplished what they did. They took down OpTic here on this main stage last season. Can they make another historic set of plays here in this game number 3 and start the reverse sweep? Here we go.
Glory has the shock. And I'm pretty sure that Bound might have just got away with the camo, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to see if that was burnt or if he is in a position to cause some problems. But early pipe control is going to be in the favor of Quadrant, and that means they're going to be sat in that hill too.
So he's trying to stay alive on the back bat. Not going to be easy. Eco with a nice angle here. And also going to apply some pressure on the pipes. But looks like he does know someone might be behind him as well.
So well to cut this angle though.
Yeah, look at this.
Glory does somehow manage to come out of that situation with a kill with a shock rifle. So somebody got some facial features rearranged, and it's going to be 3 dead here for Space Station for a moment. It's a much more solid start in this game. A snipe drone! Says to Legend, nice last game. It's my turn to take over now.
Maybe a sign of things to come. We'll see if they can continue this as the damage comes in again. Very good continued damage coming in from Snipe Drone on the bat ledge. Eventually has to back down, but they do get 2, now 3 dead. Legend, last player alive. Yet again, very good control coming out from Quadrant.
They have the information on where he is, and Legend is last alive. If you know where he is, you probably know where the respawners are going to be as well. So fantastic control in this first hill here from Quadrant. Legend's going to try and fly in, but SLG's going to stay alive in this hill, and nobody else from Space Station is even close by the looks of things to challenge this, but they do flush that player out of the hill. Therefore, they've bought themselves just a few seconds of time.
Was 2 dead apiece for just a moment. Look at the progress, though, on the hill here, and Quadrant's going to want to very quickly close this one out.
Legend's still alive. Found inside of the hill was the last player alive, though. SSG trying to get those respawns, and they have managed to find them, and Snipe Drone is going to be caught off guard by one of those respawners. SSG finally break.
Now, certainly this one doesn't happen as well. I'm just going to say it. There's no way the Quadrant throws away this
Europe
hill.
just said thank you, by the way, for that.
Surely not. Let's see if Space Station can hold.
Get ready to tweet Andy. Snowdrone and SLG do get 2 though, and that's going to be SLG with a double kill, so hold your phones everybody, it's all good. Quadrant do secure the first hill, and Glory has had a fantastic start to this game as well, away with his second shock rifle, sat at 6 and 3.
1-0 on the board. Quadrant going to be very happy that that one comes in, and as you say, also comes in without added difficulty. A few more spawn cycles might have been, even if they got the point, it's just a little bit kind of taxing in terms of motivation and emotion in the game. That one comes a little bit easier than the other points, and now with 3:58 left on the game clock, Glory connecting into Whirlpool. That means continued slaying control from Quadrant.
And this is a really good opportunity to just kind of show everyone at home, if you haven't seen what Glory can do, just how much talent this man has individually. With a shock rifle in his hands, he is a problem. And look at the progress already here. It's another shot connected for the killing spree. Stella might be next as well, and Quadrant are on the precipice of going 2 hills up.
3 dead, trade as well. Kill does come in, 4 dead for SSG. Continued points, Quadrant will score. They go up 2-0.
Well, this is how you start the comeback, but with the way that Quadrant have been playing so far in this series, you know that they will know 2-0 is not going to win them a game. They have to close it out. And Space Station do have control at the moment, and they have some kills on their side as well.
Finally, a few kills do come in here. If Seeking can stay alive, that would be huge. However, they're 3 dead. Glory is your last player alive for just a moment. It looks like they know it. They flush him out. That will be officially 4 dead. 2 players already off the spawn.
Look at Legend as well. He's already up on the map, and SLG had no idea that he was pushing in. Does not let them reset, gets their first pick for free, comes out of it with full shields, and now they've got numbers, and it's just about finding all of these Quadrant players and picking the rest of the push off.
2v2 on the map for just a second. Legend gets forced back out of Whirlpool, but he has all the help he needs.
Enemy about to
They're going to continue scoring here. This should be an easy close based on the spawn timing.
Camo coming up as well. Now, what's the play? Is that going to distract SSG enough to give this hill up? But it looks like that's not going to be the case. The camo has been picked up somewhere. It's by a Quadrant member, as the first hill will be picked up here by SSG. It's 2-1.
Enemy team
And the camo has been negated. So Bound now, flying out bottom middle, trying to put pressure onto respawners as we move over to the C-Plat hill.
Things really changing quite a bit. Quadrant, as you'd expect with a 2-0 lead, initially had been outslaying quite heavily. However, that advantage in the slaying department has been dropped to just 2 kills now. Quadrant outslaying 30-28, but already points on the board on this 4th hill for SSG.
SSG just taking a second to step out of that hill because they felt like they didn't have the damage they needed to expose one player inside of the objective. Try to group up inside of the tower to make sure that they at least got some numbers a little bit closer, but the push is coming on the long haul here, and you can see that kills are being picked up and traded, and that's why nobody's really wanting to step in this hill right now. Quadrant are close. SLG with that shot might change his decision to step inside the hill, and yeah, he does.
Finally, the opportunity here, and now with 2 dead, it might be more points on the board for Quadrant. Let's get into a listen in with them.
Enemy team took the hill.
One step go on me. I can shoot heal, heal one shot for you. Dead.
Yes, I'm gonna push up doors.
Button tower, good damage for you. He's stuck. Good blue pipe. Heal blue pipe.
I'm too long, Stellar.
One is put, Stellar. Push it together.
He's going C.
Yeah, push it together.
CC, Spawn batteries, bro.
Don't pick, Mike. Kick the guy on A, was a spell in a sec. Wait for it.
Oh shit, no. Mangler.
I'm looking, we can see.
Another one tower. Gonna trade me. Thanks. Mangler weak. Mangler, I got one shot on him.
On camera.
He went tower.
I have cover. They're playing for me.
We kill a door.
I have cover.
One shot, Mangler.
Blue pipe.
Absolutely shady. I'm gonna kill shady.
Je vais l'avoir. One more with the tower, and one
backside the weak.
You can push that. Okay.
You shot backside low.
In the window. They're playing for me. Two tower really weak. I can push this. One shot back C.
All one shot, bro. Each all one shot.
One shot.
Down back C. Someone. Come. Come back to me. Nice. I'm timing you one.
Bottom mid.
I'm up shots.
Spawn long. I'm blocking the TK.
He butt with me, someone. They might play for sure. And someone can butt with me.
I'm spawning in a sec. I spawn long. I'm coming to you, Norn.
I'm here.
You can go, Norn. You can go ahead.
Okay.
He's front weak, one shot, front tower. Bottom mid, one shot. It's carrying the batteries.
He's long, watch Mayday. Let's move back, He's long. Watch him long.
Okay, go long.
Long.
I'm going long.
One tower. Long and tower.
Well, back into the game, and 3-1 is the score to Quadrant. They secure that third cap, and let me tell you, it was a fascinating listening, a fascinating battle around that hill, Andy.
It really was there, and of course, very much warranted reactions coming out of the crowd here in Arlington with the way SLG played with that grapple, just whipping back and forth between Tower and Plaid, cleaning up his own kills as well. And I think you and I were talking during the listen-in, just really both teams so focused on the numbers that really only when they're able to get the 2-3 dead do they start to put the points on the board. But brilliant patience coming out of Quadrant, really nice slaying control. They were trailing early on in the listening in that hill, but instead with 1:20 on the game clock, they go up 3-1.
Camo coming up in 10 seconds as well. Legend going to get picked off by Glory. Glory, who is having quite the game at the moment. He says, I see your 21 kills in the last game. I'm on 20 myself in this third game of the series.
Really nice stuff from Glory all game here, and even when he gets taken down, it feels like he bounces back right away, even stronger. Should be another grab there, bottom middle. Keep an eye on that in terms of SLG's POV. 1 minute left on the game clock here.
SLG got that camo, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so.
But Legend hunts him down. And it looked like the game plan, by the looks of how people have been moving and staying alive on this map, was to try and play time here for Quadrant. But does that give the opportunity for SSG to get kills, to step back in? There's still a lot of time left in this game, Andy, to turn not only one hill over, but two.
Can they do it? That's the question. We've seen them do it before, and I think with any other teams, people might be thinking, 3-1 with 57 seconds left on the game clock. As a reminder, of course, for everyone, with anyone in the hill, that game clock will pause.
How is he alive?
Unbelievable shots from Legend against Glory. What a 1v1 at Tower. Continuing to make statements up against his former team. What's going on?
This is almost kind of verging into legal territory, to be honest with you. It's going to be 3-2. And we mentioned how at the start of that hill that there was around a minute left on the game clock. There's 54 seconds left still. SSG still have plenty of time to turn this around.
This is the danger zone for Quadrant, and we've been here before, not only in terms of game score, but emotionally as well. I think everyone in the room's been here before in this series. 2 dead for Quadrant. Space Station Gaming showing no signs of slowing. They've kept the game clock still just at 47, and they continue to tick on the scoreboard.
And it's that man Legend again who's stepping up in the late game. He's 22 in 17 in this game. 8 assists to his name as well. As Eco steps inside of that hill. SSG lose him though. To 4v3 on the map at the moment. Legend's looking for damage to capitalize on, but can't find anyone now.
There's an SSG chant in the building there. However, as you say, Quadrant silences it for just a moment as they do get the first pick at a very pivotal time. That eats 20 seconds off of the game clock. You have to think Quadrant maybe just going to try to play time as best they can, but 2 kills come in. This could be a very big third. It's a big 1v1 win from Snipedrone to keep things at 2v2 on the map. That could have been it.
I mean, this is the man brought in to try and fill the shoes of Legend when it comes to numbers, right? And winning 1v1s like that, that's why he's on the team. But you got to remember that Stella's inside of the hill, and the SSG are playing the late game once more. It's 3-3, 30 seconds for 2 caps for SSG.
Don't forget, moments ago it was just 3-1, and Space Station doing it again in this game. Somehow tied 3-3. We said there was a lot of game clock left, but they might even do it here in regulation.
What a comeback. And now Legend with the camouflage inside of that hill can taste a series victory against his old team. Stella taken down as well. It's 2 dead for Quadrant, and we are in the danger zone.
3 dead even for a moment. Snipedrone's going to try to make something happen on the long haul push. All 4 players are up. They need to make the push right now.
10 seconds on the game clock. Next hill will win this. Bound's got the shock rifle as well, and Legend, he's hunting for more. Snipedrone won the first 1v1, but not the one that mattered most. SSG stood inside that hill still. The question is, can Quadrant get close? It's a push coming through the tower. SLG found one, but can they flush this player out of the hill?
They should be able to. That's big damage on Zika. Oh, 2 players in hill now. They get some hydro spawns as well. Now officially in overtime here, 1:59 on the clock.
Legend played his life so well in that situation. I have to say, a lot of players you would have seen previously would have got carried away with things, tried to jump inside of that hill, tried to clean up a triple to try and flush Quadrant out, but he's still alive and he is still a problem. However, the breakers come in. Quadrant are inside of that hill, and SSG have to slow down.
How big is Snipe Drone staying alive there? If Snipe Drone dies there on the sneaky, that is a man advantage push for Space Station, and you can be guaranteed that the push comes in and likely goes through. Now tied here on the last hill of the game.
Camo's coming up as well. Decisions to make for both teams. Do we play for the power up? Do we play for the hill? It's a 2v2 on the map at the moment. Stella gets taken out by Glory with that commando. The shroud is down, the camo is up, but Quadrant has stood inside of the hill. Bound has to fly.
Has to fly. I don't think he has the time. That should be it. And Quadrant in the last second in overtime will take the game. History does not repeat itself in our game number 3. They win 4-3 and they extend the series.
Can you believe the series we are seeing already this early on a Saturday in Arlington? The question coming into the series was, what is the late game like for Quadrant?
Yep.
Can they put together a bit of composure, a bit of calm when it matters? Well, even though Space Station were let back into that game, from 3-1 to 3-3, the most important moment of the entire match, Quadrant win it.
They win it, and how about Snipe Drone staying alive on the sneaky? I'm telling you, in that 1v1, he took at least 2, maybe 3 shots as a one-shot on the sneaky. Legend could not finish it, thought that the finish was going to be easier. Snipe Drone staying alive and scampering back to the team, preventing the man advantage. That's a guaranteed SSG push, and statistically that probably goes their way. Instead, it's a flat 4v4 on the map for that last push, and Quadrant holds.
Game of margins, we're seeing it again, right? Snipe Drone, you have to say, in the pivotal moments of that game, won either individual battles or kept himself on the map long enough to re-engage and keep Quadrant in a position to hold SSG at bay. You take yourself back to the Pipes fight that he had, right? Wins that 1v1. That allows time to go off the clock. Yes, they lose the hill, but it burns time off the clock for them. And then in those final moments, I have to say, there were some really good plays around the back of the hill from SLG and Glory combining together. And when we went to the listening as well, something to point out is SLG is kind of saying to Glory a lot of the time, you can play off this damage. You can push into tower now because I have damage down for you. It looks like there's a little bit of a budding in-game relationship happening between these two players, and they're playing off each other exceptionally.
You also just saw in the highlight reel, we had a chance to talk about it momentarily in the game. That's a nice double as well from Glory, just holding down long haul single-handedly.
He always has that plasma pistol, by the way.
Yeah,
like, it's pretty
nuts. He really does, and is he ever putting it to use before the patch comes in? Without a doubt, is that won't necessarily be as effective with the recent changes that are announced that are coming to the Pea Shooter. But man, what an absolute, this play from Legend as well, somehow staying alive through several battles. And this is when it looked dire. Glory's your last player alive in tower. Stellar even forces him back. They maintain that with 30 seconds left. They get 2 hills back to back. It looked like it was going to be a very similar story to our game number 1. However, Quadrant, they ice up. Take a look at the scoreboard. It will not be the same thing across the board. It's a 4-3 overtime win for them. And on the main stage, that's the first time we've seen them find the ice in the late game. Is that maybe a sign of things to come for them this weekend?
So 2-1, the series will continue. And I looked at the next game type, and I've got to say I had a smile on my face. We are going over to the new map mode for this season, Forbidden Capture the Flag. And I have to say, one of my favorite flag game types we've had in Halo Infinite so far. It's so unforgiving. It punishes you if you go 4 dead. It's not about worrying if you're going to lose a cap if you go 4 dead. If you lose your sniper, and they've got one as well, you can get easily rolled in a couple of minutes.
Exactly. Toss the overshield to that mix, and it can get very, very punishing. And I would say in terms of slay rotations, we can expect something potentially similar to game number 1, right? As you said, very, very punishing game types, and we got a treat of a game in that game number 1 with huge comebacks, huge swings of control. We'll have to see if the same thing will be the case here on Forbidden CTF.
I feel like we're being treated to a series. It's almost like it should be this good this early. You know what I mean? But here we are.
Feels like a Sunday series.
It certainly does indeed. SSG and Quadrant entertaining everyone here in the building, as well as everyone sitting at home, I'm sure. And you get the feeling that there's going to be some pretty big plays with that sniper rifle coming in here, Andy. This sniper is so vital to control. If you could throw it off, by the way, the other teams, and you can keep yours as well, it gives you such an element of control with the great line of sight that you actually have on Forbidden to play with.
Yeah, it really, really does. And like you said, when you have 2 sniper rifles in play, plus that overshield coming in, we could see teams easily, not just back-to-back cap, but the game could be over very, very quickly. So I think what both teams are going to have to focus on when they're spawning back base, when they're coming down rat tunnel, making sure that, hey, this flag might be gone and they're going to need to know when to cut it off, more so than ever before in a CTF. Just knowing that, okay, we got to let this flag go because in about 120 seconds time, if we don't, the game could be over. And they're going to need to be careful about that because, and I say that about both sides, because we saw what they were able to do in a triple cap when they know exactly how punishing the spawn system can be, especially with the current spawns in Halo Infinite right now. These teams are going to have to be very careful. Know when to forfeit a flag, know when to just win a 1v1 in the back of your base, get someone off of your flag, and then push out HUT, push out main ramp. They're going to have to take this one flag at a time and make sure that they don't let themselves get double or, heaven forbid, triple capped them.
I think one of the fascinating things about having this game type as well is we don't really have any data, right? We don't have any data whatsoever on tournament performance. We don't know how good SSG are. We don't know how good Quadrant are, what their strategies are going to be like. Usually when we're commentating some of these games now, we kind of have a pretty good picture of how a team wants to approach a game time, what their strategy is going to be, what their pacing is going to be. But the fact that this is a new game type not only makes it difficult for us to predict what we're going to see, but also makes it difficult for each team to predict what is going to happen. It's not a case of, oh, we're too dead, they're in blue, okay, they're probably going to slow things down. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's a case of we're going to have to play this one almost instinctively at times and not try and stick to what we're going to work on, not what's happening on the other side.
And what I love about that as well in this map and game type combo is you and I have talked a lot about very inventive flag routes, very inventive sight lines. There's a lot of mixes of elevations where you're sniping through pillars on unexpected angles. All of that is going to add to a fantastic game number 4 as we're underway. Space Station currently leading in the series 2-1. Quadrant trying to stay alive and force a game number 5.
Battle for Overshield is going to be the first thing that we really have to keep our eyes on here, and Snipe Drone will get that first pick. However, Stella has got the sniper rifle, and he's already got a double kill. So I think we need to go to some Stella POV pretty soon. Snipe Drone did manage to just scoop up that Overshield, and yeah, this could be fun, is all I'm going to say. This could be fun, unless you're a Quadrant fan.
Big shout out there to the team in the back. On the POV change to get to see Stellar hit that shot. However, the control that does come in from Quadrant still allows the pickup on the Overshield, and that's really going to be a big thing we're going to be watching about top mid. You do want to send numbers there. Oftentimes, one player is not enough to make that Overshield happen. They do get the pull, and now Stellar is under pressure as a result.
No sniper rifle to play with as well. You did see Snipe Drone got that first Overshield. It's 3 dead here for SSG. And Snipe Drone inside of your hut is a problem. He can anchor this position, and Seeker has an opportunity already to run this one towards him and think about running it rat tunnel. But look at that overextension, Andy. You were wagging your finger. You saw it straight away.
I was. 3 players overextending. However, Eco's still here. Great play from Snipe Drone to be aware that Eco was there. Now they only have to worry about the overextenders here coming in through rat tunnel.
Shots all ready to bound. Look at this route, by the way, from Snipe Drone. That's such a smart thing to do. He knew he had no shields. He knew he wasn't in a position to challenge and take down bound if he would have turned around. So waits for that second to get those shields back, uses the pillar as cover before he re-engages, and now it's just a matter of getting these final kills, but SSG making this hard.
What a play here from Glory, though, to just hit the drop slide perfectly and get all the damage he needs. Can he get the cap and tries to hit it? No, it's on the stand. 2 players are dead. Seeker going to be the one who tries to go. Waiting. Eco with a very big pull here. Now both flags off of their stands.
Oh, that's a big stick coming in from Seeker, by the way, because that could have been an easy counter-camp opportunity, and let me tell you, it is going to be a flag sent home. Overshield coming up as well. Flag is still away by the looks of things. We've got a little bit of a standoff.
See what Legend's able to do here. Man, Glory, initially a really nice set of plays to hit the drop slide outer rot tunnel.
Snipe Drone got 2! And he might be able to keep this flag alive now.
No.
Flag will be returned.
Wow.
So,
I mean, that was an opening flag standoff that was very befitting of this series, I think. That just backs against the walls, everyone kind of on the edge of their seats here in the arena, and we will stay at 0-0. Glory with a really brilliant play to stay out of rat tunnel, do damage across all the way to his stream, also his main ramp, and then late goes for the touch in the end, just too late. The flag goes down on the stand, and we will stay here at 0-0.
Interesting to see the decision from Space Station once they lost those initial kills as well to just overextend. There's no point in fighting back through our flag, back through the map, because the angles that we're going to have to fight against are too much. We'll try and overwhelm by hitting a triple overextend. And I have to say, maybe Quadrant are going to look back on that and think, did we try and force that a little bit too quickly? Could we have waited for a few more kills and secured that cap?
It does feel like, especially because of the awareness to take down Eco in the back of the base, right? They're able to split that. They made sure that Eco did not get any kind of split spawn or any kind of split pressure. And it felt like they maybe had the time to try to take down those rat tunnel players, maybe wait and bait with the flag, but they did try to make it happen fast.
Interesting as well. You think about that, Snipe Drone got that kill on Eco, right? Who was the player who was furthest up to get that flag pull? The respawning Eco. So that's how long it took Quadrant to secure the kills and damage, and they weren't able to do so. But Glory is now in a position to do a huge amount of damage. Not going to be able to do so, and we might have given a sniper rifle to Stella.
We'll be down for just a second. It was 2 dead for both sides here. It's 2v2 bound. Trying to connect top middle and also stay alive here on the top of the main ramp.
Should be a dead flag. As you can see, Quadrant are set up top middle for the overshield. And Seeker with some incredible shots to take down Bound. And it's amazing what a game win can do for a team, right? The confidence it could just put into your shots, those individual battles. All of a sudden, you start winning them a few more, and you feel a little bit more like you're in control.
Finally taken down there, Seeker, but not after some very good damage. However, that snipe drone overshield could be big. See what Legend has to do here. He's going to be forced to overextend as well.
Another overshield going over to Quadrant. That's 2-1, I think. Space Station weren't really able to make too much
look at the run
of theirs.
Oh, it's unfortunate. The run there had really big potential to hit the pillar onto the main ramp and be very, very quick off the drop. Doesn't hit exactly what he wanted to do, and to be honest, it's a really tough flag to now pull out of that corner.
Yeah, I think giving up on that one. However, Glory gets the touch.
No, it's not. I'm telling you, that is the depths of the sewers.
It's a circus out
Oh boy, once that flag's down there, it's a high risk, high reward run. I mean, I love the pillar to main ramp run if you can hit it, but when you don't, that thing is just sitting in the sludge. And as we just saw from Glory, you really gotta have your wellies on to grab that thing out of there.
SLG just gonna be caught out here. Stellar's managed to sneak behind enemy lines into the Quadrant hut, and they're 3 dead at the moment, and it might be 4. That's all of them down a killing spree. And the flag running away. This is going to be the first flag cap. You can see all of Quadrant still trapped in the back of the base, and there's no line of sight to stop this flag. Legend showing it's not just the kills he can get, he can do the flag work as well, as SSG will strike first.
Very, very good timing there on the kills there, and a few cheers in the audience from the SSG fans as that flag will go in. And as we know from this game type, one flag often the difference maker here. We'll see if they can continue the pressure, but the first flag goes in cleanly for SSG off of Stellar's really nice control.
Also looking for a second as well. You see, they got that flag pull out. SLG's had to overextend just to send that flag back home and kind of reset the map. And that means that Eco might have some easy pickings here, but no such thing when you're up against a Quadrant player.
Look at Stellar's numbers right now. He's 15-7 in this game. Talk about it. We've been playing here for just shy of 6 minutes of play. Only up by 1 flag, and to be positive 8 at 15-7, quite a statement from him.
Sniper coming up at the same time as the overshield as well. Challenges are going to be accepted here. 2 quick scopes, almost gets one onto Legend as well, as the over is still up. Eco's going to get it with no shields as well.
Just under the tag, beautifully done. We were treated to a momentary sniper battle. 2 longtime teammates and 2 players who certainly know how to use it, but Eco's going to grab the overshield. Finally, it's depleted and will be taken down in the end.
SLG might have a lot of work to do here, though. Has to hit some more shots with that sniper. Look at this. Legend has snuck behind all of the Quadrant setup. SLG had work to do, but now he's just giving sniper rifle ammo over to a person you really don't want to do it.
Oh, look at this. Back of the base, Seeker with very good awareness there to challenge Legend from the other side. Looks like it was going to be a lot of trouble. The nades coming in, finally taken down.
Really important that they dealt with that. They can get that sniper rifle back in their hands, you would imagine. Even though it's just a couple of bullets, it means that it's not going to be used by SSG to pick off those respawns. But Eco up on this plat at the moment, at the top of the main ramp, just kind of stifling a lot of players. Seeker tries to overextend and sneak up behind him, but Eco gets the call out, and Eco deals with him. It's 3 dead here for Quadrant. SSG in position to trap them in the base, but nobody really thinking about the run yet.
4 dead there. Really nice patience from Eco. You might have been wondering, why is he sitting top main ramp? He's pre-nading. You could tell based on observer mode that there were no players there. He was looking for Seeker. He knew that someone was either coming up main ramp or going rat tunnel. Really good patience there from Eco. Here comes the run.
Run started, and it looks like it's going to be the same run again. Eco looking for the overextend once more, making sure to smartly just keep this high ground. Doesn't need to jump down, just needs to keep angles before he can clean up the damage. The flag is back on the rat tunnel at the moment. SLG is playing on the pillar at the moment. Does he have the GB nades to deal with it? Bound has to give this one up and has to fight. Flagpole now comes in for Quadrant. Wow. SLG played that so brilliantly.
Unbelievable. How about SLG just sneaking in under the radar, hides pillar, pre-nades, as you said, with a GB nade onto flag, then gets the pull as well, keeping his team in this.
Full flag standoff then. Overshield is coming up, and it's going to be Eco who gets it once more, and that could be the difference maker here. Eco with the overshield can look to be aggressive on this return.
Gotta wonder, how does he play this? He's gonna wait for opening damage if he can just be an addition to that. He doesn't want to let this overshield get melted. It would not be worth it. Wants to do whatever he can to do the maximum damage with this overshield. He's still got about 50% left.
The process from SSG really impressive here as well. They clean out their side of the map first. And Eco is just standing still, waiting for teammates to move up to him, because he knows even though he has an overshield, it doesn't really matter if you've got 3 guns on you. Now the push is going to come in. Now they want that return. Seeker going to be taken down. That's the first pick for them, but they don't know where SLG is with that flag.
Flag rotates out. I think flag rotates out to Hut. So even though it's a very good timing push coming in from SSG, they rotate away from the overshield, and SSG not able to do too much with that OV. Here comes the next battle.
One's kill going to be traded out. One dead per side. Stella's still on the hunt itself.
Look at the chess match there. Eco doesn't let a sliver of his overshield get taken down. Here comes the next battle on this flag here. Stellar makes the push in. Very nice shots against Sika.
Takes down one, and here comes the help. Snipe Drone's not going to be able to win this. No, he is! Somehow he stays alive. Glory gets a touch as well. And now maybe Quadrant can think about moving up the map.
Wow, unbelievable. I'll get to finish that thought now that we have all 8 players up, but a chess match there. Eco doesn't want any of his overshield to get taken away. They drop down Rat Tunnel together. And even then, the overshield gets, flag gets rotated away from the overshield, and a brilliant play by Quadrant. He has to get a touch right now.
Legend's going to be there, but he's met by the sniper rifle of Legend. Legend with the no-scope. Will take down Snipe Drone. The flag should be returned as well. It is indeed, and Eco will put it home, and it's that man, Legend, once again with the clutch play.
Sneaks in the back of the base, able to not only get the return, but also win the 1v1 to ensure the return. The flag was just out of reach on the touch, and with 1:58 left, it's now a very different game. A 2-0 lead for SSG. Needs to be unbelievable Halo from the side of Quadrant, but with 3 dead, it's not looking good.
This could be the game, everyone. This could be the moment where SLG will fall and maybe
4 dead. That's it.
Give the signal for SSG to close out the series. It's 3 dead, it's 4 dead, they're all dead, and at the moment, Legend's padding his stats while Eco is running it home. It's going to be the final flag here, and SSG will close out the series 3-1.
What a series it was. In the end, you're going to see headsets up, hung up on the monitors, and these two teams shake hands, and for very, very good reason. What a series between these two. It'll say 3-1 on the scoreboard, but every single game really close. Space Station in the end outslaying 65-51 and winning that game number 4 to close out the series with a score of 3-1.
Stella almost double positive as well. 25 and 13 for Stella. That sniper rifle is his best friend. And let me tell you, I mean, off the rip, we were like, oh, Stella's got snipe, and all you just see in the feed is dead, 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 dead. That's what happens.
I got to say, once again, really, really interesting play back and forth between these two. Wasn't quite as explosive as we saw that game number 1. Really much more control from these two teams, playing it much slower, making sure, because if you make the mistake, you will be punished on that game type. 3-0 is your final score in game number 4, Space Station closing out the game with flags.
We talk about moments, we talk about what little plays change games and the results of them. You got to remember it was 1-0, if I'm not mistaken, where that flag standoff was taking place. And if it was Quadrant who win the flag standoff, get the return, it's 1-1, but instead it's 2-0. And off the back of that, you felt like maybe that was the wind taken out of their sails, knowing that the time wasn't there for them to come back. And the final cap was, of course, it would be put in by SSG in those final moments, but clutch play again from Legend on the flag return, right? Goes in with a sniper rifle. Snipe Drone's got a snipe of his own, but one man hits that first shot, and his name is Legend.
It was, and Stellar with some very nice cleanup here, as we saw earlier in the game. And I tell you what, really, really tough scenes there, because we've all been, if you've played Forbidden CTF, you know that play well when in a flag standoff. They happen so often in this game type that if you're sitting in the back and you don't have players in the right position, or heaven forbid there's someone in the back of your base, the risk of that flag getting returned if you're only sitting on Hut and not sitting on the flag itself is so high. And that's really exactly what happened. Legend with the perfect push. And to be honest, even if Legend doesn't get that kill, I'm pretty sure the flag standoff return was coming in no matter what.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive stuff. And this is how the series looks at the end of things. 250-246, an insane comeback from SSG in that first game. 50-41, a little bit more control on the side of SSG with a monumental Slayer performance from Legend, dropping 21 kills in that one. Quadrant, no, they weren't dead. They came back in that game. King of the Hill recharged to clutch up in that final hill, but CTF Forbidden was all SSG, which leaves us with the series 3-1 to SSG.
And I think Quadrant fans have a lot to be proud of there in terms of getting that game on the board. I think they really needed to make sure they weren't getting swept even in games where they were very close. So Quadrant, a lot of things to look at. However, also a lot of things to look forward to for this squad.
Well, that's going to do it from us. An amazing series to start off the winners bracket here, but we've got to hear from a member of Space Station, and we've got Bound on the main stage right now with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Esports Arena, show some love to Space Station Gaming, as they're one of the first teams to move on in this winners bracket. And man, Bound, you're going up against a Quadrant squad. And we know how good they are at these objective game modes. But that was last season, and now you guys got an important piece of that combination on your team. But that map number 1, it looked like they were still the same quadrant, but you guys brought it back from a 150-point deficit. How did y'all get that done and really set the pace of the series?
Yeah, I mean, Solitude Strongholds always plays like that. You could be down 249-0. If you get 4 dead, a trip cap and camo, there's always that little belief and hope you have. So we got that moment. We were like, all right, we just need to play perfect Halo, and we can win this. And we pulled it off.
Definitely pulled it off, okay? And the crowd was going wild. It was a big momentum builder there on the stage. And then you guys go and you close it out there on Forbidden. And then one of the first times you played the map on the main stage. But Legend absolutely going off against his old squad. How proud are you for his performance there in that matchup? And how was it playing Forbidden against these guys?
I mean, yeah, Legend's an exciting player. I don't really know how to categorize him. He kind of just like doesn't miss and moves really fucking fast. I guess it's kind of like me a little bit, but probably a little bit of better shot. Yeah, I mean, he was getting loud. We're not really used to like the loudness. I'm really used to scream, but he's screaming, getting hyped, and it kind of was like getting me going a little bit. So it was pretty hype. It was awesome.
You know, it's nice to see you have a new duo on the squad that can bring that energy to you so you guys can really push past your limits. But what do you want to say to these Space Station Gaming fans in the crowd and at home? How do you want to get their energy up? What do you want them to know?
Let's keep bringing the support. I mean, I see a couple of towels out there, people over there, the Spartan right there. So just keep showing love and keep being hype, and whoever we play, just keep it loud.
Just keep it loud, and we'll see if we can get you guys some more towels out there. Show some love to Space Station Gaming, and Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze and Bound. Amazing, amazing scenes from SSG on the main stage. And I love what Bound said there about Legend, getting hype, getting loud. And I have a funny feeling maybe that series meant a little bit more to him than just a win on the board. It was obviously personal, his previous roster, playing against them on the main stage for the first time since the change. And it clearly meant a lot to him. And boy, oh boy, did he perform. But I've got to talk to you, Tim, about that first map, because my goodness me, the composure from Space Station Gaming was unmatched. The turnaround, the comeback, it was insane.
It was 246 to 121 at one point. And we're talking about a new member on the roster that has composure like that. That is incredible, and it just showcases what SSG is going to be capable of as this weekend goes on.
I know. I've got to say that I'm not too surprised that they managed to get a comeback, and that being that Legend was on the previous very strong Strongholds roster. That was Quadrant. And Tony, you know, I think right now it's his bread and butter, right? Is he gearing up the guys to know how to win this one back and take back the grip of control here?
I mean, yeah, I feel like I'm the one who shouldn't be surprised that Quadrant started off so hot in that game number 1. They were the best Strongholds team all of last year, but like you said, Legend was on that roster. He knows exactly what he needed to do, exactly where he needed to be in order to stop Quadrant right in their tracks and then putting on one of the greatest comebacks. I think Legend was phenomenal, not only in that game number 1, but all series long. He really was my MVP.
You're looking at the Strongholds here, Tim, and you can see how snowbally that can get. And that's very dangerous, dangerous territory. I mean, I've got to say, for Quadrant, starting off hot was really promising for them. How did you feel like they actually fared in this series?
I think Quadrant did incredible. We talked about SSG changing one member of their roster, but Quadrant changed too, right? They picked up Snipe Drone and Glories, and honestly, they've been looking really solid. I honestly think that, you know, in Recharge King of the Hill, they made a massive, you know, comeback, and just great job out of Quadrant overall.
Great job out of Quadrant, excuse me, overall. I've got to ask you as well about the Stellar show, Tim, while I've got you, because Stellar was performing so well this map, but I do feel like we switched over channels just ever so slightly.
Absolutely. We talked about the Stellar show yesterday all day long. You know, Wes, Tony talked about it as well, but today it seems like everyone's stepping up to the plate, and that's what you need to have, right? It just comes to that team change. You got to get, everyone's got to gel together. It takes a bit of time, and on Saturday, when it matters the most, that's when the players come to play.
Yeah, I was really impressed with what we saw from Stellar yesterday, and honestly, I expect to see more from him. But again, like I said, I think Legend really was my MVP, and I look at the most kills, the most damage, the assists were there, and also not even just statting, not even just playing for the kills, but playing very good in the objective. I think Stellar Definitely the stellar show yesterday, but like you said, maybe we flipped the channel at least for a bit.
And there were big moments as well in this final map here. Space Station managing to get the better of Quadrant at so many different occasions. And for me, I think it just comes back to your first point here as well, Active. It is composure, right? It's being able to slow the game down at certain moments and try and rework things. Because Quadrant, they were showing a lot of promise to potentially take this to a Game 5.
Yeah, I honestly think Legend had so many clutch plays on this Quadrant roster, and we talked about it before. He's got an extra reason to win, but unfortunately at the very end of the day, it doesn't come through for the side of Legend, I should say. It does come through for the side of Legend, I apologize. I think that, you know, him clutching up like that, him playing his absolute best and showcasing, he made the right move, and it looks like he did.
Tony, when you're looking at Quadrant for the rest of their tournament, obviously they're getting bumped down here to the elimination bracket. Things looking bright for these guys to potentially go on a bit of a run.
Yeah, I mean, I still looked at Snipe Drone and Glory, and they were still able to get their kills. I look at Sika, and every time we have him on the POV, the man doesn't miss a shot. One of the players I feel like we don't talk about enough is Sika, so I saw enough from Quadrant that says that they can go down to elimination bracket. They can maybe make a bit of a run. I think Quadrant are moving the right direction. You just happen to run into the second best team in the entire world.
Now, speaking of the brackets, we do have the winners side of things here, and as you can see, FaZe 3-0 Foe, OpTic 3-0 Proton Gaming, and currently Shopify Rebellion 1-0 up against Complexity. Active, I didn't have you on the desk earlier to talk about these two, but this was a matchup we were really excited about. The outcome of Shopify Rebellion being 1-up against Complexity right now. How are you feeling about the Rebellion roster? Because they're out for blood here.
Yeah, we keep talking about these team changes, and did players make the right decision? Soul Snipe, he was with that roster for such a long time, even back towards Halo 5. He made a decision to split up, and now he's on this new Shopify Rebellion roster, and they're looking dominant.
They're looking so good. And Tony, when you're looking at that, obviously one of them will meet Space Station Gaming potentially here. So who do you think lines up better against the SSG boys?
I definitely like Shopify Rebellion when it comes to the scrappiness, when it comes to that objective efficiency, but for some reason, if I'm going up against Space Station Gaming, I like Complexity's game style and their play style and the ability to stack numbers, almost OpTic-esque with the way that they approach the map and approach every single game. So when it comes to Space Station Gaming, you're not going to be able to outgun them, maybe precision, but what you can do maybe is stack numbers and find the weakness within their offense, within their defense, and I think Complexity's way of playing the game might match up better against Space Station Gaming.
All right, well, hey, hopes for Complexity to pull through against Shopify Rebellion. It's still early days in that series, folks. So the elimination bracket is set for one of those bumping down here, but as you can see, we do have Foe versus Cloud9, Proton going against Darkest Hour, Native Gaming still waiting for the outcome of the Shopify versus Complexity game, and Quadrant now being bumped down, as we saw on the main stage, going up against Law Gaming here. Which one do you think is the most competitive when you're looking across these, Tim? Who is going to be brawling for their tournament life?
I think it's Foe and Cloud9. I've talked about this Foe roster so often. I might be a little bit biased because of Wootum on mouse and keyboard, but I think Wootum and Foe have been playing phenomenal this event. It's going to be a great matchup.
It's going to be a great matchup, and speaking of that matchup, that's coming up next on the main stage. It's going to be Foe versus Cloud9, an elimination round 1. Somebody is going home, somebody is going forward, and just to remind you guys as well, on our C station, on our C stream, we do have that Shopify versus Rebellion match happening, and then on our main stream, we will be seeing Foe versus C9. We'll catch you guys on the other side of this break for more Arlington action.
Hey, guess what? New year means a new OpTic scuff design for a new controller. Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC gaming. Guess what? Scuff saw your comments and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up the Cucks here. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Kinda not. Leave a message.
Yeah, the mega rev boys here sentiment. Flow tastes sweet like cinnamon. Open up doors, I'm a gentleman. View top floor, I'm still staying ahead of them. Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can't rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions, trying to figure out what sound. Don't worry about what next, just know we got now.
The HCS 2024 Kickoff Arlington Major is presented by AMD, Scuff, and Corduroys. Hello, Halo Halo fans, and welcome back to the 2024 HCS Kickoff Major, live from Arlington, Texas, hosted by OpTic Gaming. It has been fantastic so far. I've loved day 2, everything that's come with it, the competition. We just saw SSG brawl it out with Quadrant, who were trying so desperately to keep themselves alive in that series. And I gotta say, A-star for effort, but unfortunately, they didn't get it done in SSG. They will go forward in the winners bracket side of things, whereas Quadrant, they find themselves in the elimination final, the safety net of the HCS, and to see if they can keep their tournament alive. I'm joined by Tim and Tony. Lads, this day is already just getting spicy. I'm getting hot up here because of all the energy in here. I'm very excited about what we have coming up next, because we do have an elimination game coming up next. We'll be saying goodbye to one of our teams on the main stage. But let's actually take a look at what we've got coming our way today, what you guys at home might have missed, because we have a lot to talk about and a lot to discuss and a lot of action coming our way as well. Of course, we did have the first 2 games today that were from pool play, and then we got through those into the championship bracket, and now we do have our main stage action. We just saw Space Station, like I said, 3-1 Quadrant, and now our elimination round 1 foe, versus Cloud9. On to our winners semifinals towards the evening. Winners semifinals again after that, and then our elimination quarterfinals, setting ourselves up for Championship Sunday. Now, onto, of course, our bracket, because our bracket has been stacking up and our bracket is looking pretty good, I would say, on the winner side of things. A couple of things going the way, I think, for the big 3, some lineups that they were really happy about, I'm sure, looking at the winners finals side of things, Tim. And then, of course, now we've got FaZe versus OpTic Gaming happening soon, which is going to be an absolute battle. Tim, are you excited about that?
Oh, absolutely. We get a rematch from Worlds. I mean, these 2 teams, OpTic, obviously a lot of questions, right? Is Dead Zone the right pickup for this roster? FaZe solidified. They came out swinging on Friday. They're going to continue to come out swinging on Saturday, so this is going to be a brawl.
It's going to be an absolute brawl. And Tony, we've got elimination matches happening right now. So some of our teams, they really have their back against the wall early on in day 2. How do you think some of those guys are feeling? Do you think they can handle the pressure? Are they confident they can make a run?
I really hope they can handle the pressure, because obviously the winner's bracket is important. You try to make it as far as possible, but the moment you drop down into that elimination bracket, it's simply do or die, or you're going home. So hopefully they can handle the pressure. I know some teams are used to it. Some teams, it might be their first time here.
Now we're going to move on to our main stage action, which of course is C9 versus foe. 2 teams who are really trying to get this dub across the board. And honestly, I would hope for them in a really dominant form, a dominant fashion. I think when you're this early on in an elimination bracket, you want to be showing some dominance coming across. Looking at Cloud9 though, I want to talk about what their game plan it needs to be. Who needs to be stepping up here, Tim, do you think?
Honestly, for me, it's going to be Septify. I think, his highs are high and his lows are low. I think he's if he can, be a consistent player here on Saturday when it matters the most. We talked about this being the elimination bracket. Obviously, whoever loses this goes home. So it's time to bring out your best gameplay, and I'm looking for Septify to do that.
I'm looking for that also indeed. I want to see some game changes in this lobby right now. I want to see some game changes on the side of C9. Tony, looking at game changes, that first map, Oddball, is going to be quite a battle. Right now, they're looking very close. Foe is 1-1, and C9 is 1-0 in Oddball currently in this major. How do you think that one's going to play out?
It's gonna be an absolute banger, as Wes would say, because you have a bread and butter for both of these teams. Both of these teams are very comfortable with slowing the game down and leaning on their teamwork, leaning on their assist when it comes to Oddball. So whoever takes this game number 1 is going to not only take momentum in the series, but take the other team's better game type, which is going to be really important.
There's also a lot riding on this map 1 for foe as well, Tim.
Yeah, honestly, foe have started really slow in map 1s. They're 1-3 in map 1s right now, so you've got to come out swinging here. You've got to put the pressure on early if you want to get this series towards your way.
Now, looking at our keyboard and mouse player, and I'm looking at you, Active, of course, Wootum, he had a little bit of a shaky start on day 1, potentially, and, nerves, and I understand that completely. He's 17 years old.
Yeah.
He's a keyboard and mouse player, one of the only ones we've pretty much got in the HCS. But how has he been performing on Slayers? Because I feel like if they don't manage to get it done in map 1, if they have that traditional slow start, it's all on that Slayer.
Yeah, he's in the top 10 for kills per 10 minutes. So we're talking about a mouse and keyboard player that I said on Friday could literally change the game of Halo. This is has been a controller-dominant game for 2 decades. If there's one player to convince everyone that mouse and keyboard is viable, it is Wootum. And, you know, it's a lot of pressure for a young guy, obviously the youngest player in the league now in Wootum, so we'll see how he handles that.
I love that you talk about how young he is and the fact that he's the youngest player in the HCS. Can I give a shout out to Mama Wootum? When you're young, you're trying to fight for some screen time. You gotta, you don't want to pass curfew. You got some homework to do. But Mama Wootum not only watches every single match, she hypes him up. She's on the Twitter. She watches all of it. So I will say, I love the fact that Mama Wootum supports the young star in the making, because I think that's important to a young player's development.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when you're competing in video games, you see parents kind of, be against that. But when you have parents that support you in your dream, as ridiculous as it might be to them, that is a great thing to have, especially coming into this tournament. It's going to give you a lot of confidence.
It certainly is indeed. The confidence is key, and I think experience is everything. For him to have the experience on that main stage means so much to a young player, and I actually dread to think what's going to happen for his competition as he gets older, as he gains more experience on that main stage, because he's only going to get ever better, and that's pretty scary stuff when you have a young kid who's as good as him right now, right here. I've got to ask you, Tony, a little bit about the kind of series layout and what's going on in your head there, because I do notice a Streets in the series layout, and Streets haven't been played by C9 or FaZe. So do you think that's where maybe if C9 are having a difficult time, they can turn it around?
I believe so. I like Cloud9 when it comes to playing on Street, just because if they do get cycled, by FaZe, who, by the way, been slaying phenomenally, if you end up spawning over toward the subway side, lots of times teams are a little bit slower to collapse on that subway because there's so much cover. So I will say I do like Cloud9 on Street, at least when it comes to being able to recover after getting slayed. The only problem is that if FaZe do slay them out and move them towards PD, move them towards Red Room, towards Cafe, those are death spawns. Those are not where you want to be, and that's for either one of these squads. So Streets can be punishing, but you also have the ability to slow the game down to your pace depending on where you spawn.
Tim, do you think we're going to be going all the way to a Game 5 here, or do you see FaZe potentially edging things out a bit earlier on?
Yeah, honestly, it depends on who comes out swinging first, right? It's going to be about who plays their best in that very first game. FaZe have to break that 1-3 curse that they have in Game 1s. They've got to come out swinging, like I said. I think that's very important to this series. And of course, Wootum doing his job, making sure to put that damage down is going to be a huge factor.
It's going to be a huge factor, and I cannot wait to see that happen on our main stage, which will be happening very shortly, folks. Don't you worry. We got FaZe versus C9 on the main stage. Elimination match, our first round. Who'll go through? Who'll fall short? Let's meet your teams.
Welcome back, Arlington. It's Clutch. I'm next to Dave Walsh himself. And Dave, it's Saturday, it's getting late in the afternoon, and that's when the elimination bracket starts. Teams are going to get sent home a lot earlier than what they had hoped for. And we have a banger of a series on our hands. Cloud9 versus FaZe, the #1 team in Europe, doing their job at this point as far as coming in as the #1 seed, getting second in their pool. They got 3-0'd by FaZe in the winner's bracket, but they have probably the bracket that they would want, trying to get into the top 8, which are probably their expectations for this tournament. Do you think this FaZe team has looked well enough to get into that top 8 in this series?
They have looked strong. Now, I don't think that they're a guaranteed advance here. I do favor FaZe in this matchup. However, like you said, I haven't seen enough throughout this weekend from them to say that they're the clear winner in this series.
And as we load into game one, it's been a completely different road path for Cloud9, coming all the way through the open bracket, taking down Sentinels this morning.
We were hyping up Sentinels, and for good reason. They've shown up so well throughout all the qualifiers. They were a clear third best team after those open qualifiers, and every single team in pools was able to catch them and take them down yesterday and today.
All right, on board with Septify. Early kills getting traded out. It looks like Cloud9 had a momentary advantage, but a 2-on-2 situation. Camo gonna be spawning a little late, so these kills are so important. Cloud9 opting to try and get that ball in the house, but it does look like Foe are set up for this camouflage.
Yeah, Diagram getting that big pick onto Jimbo. And like you said, they got the camo, they got the ball rotated over. Well, you know, even though that ball has traversed so far, they are now just getting their first seconds. See how much they prioritize rotating the ball versus scrapping them a few seconds on the way over?
Perfect start. Camo, snipe in the hands of Tusk. You got ball in hand as well, starting to build a lead here in round one, but the enemy forces have pushed through house. Tusk needs to realize this and help his ball carrier.
And this could be a scary time. Bringing that ball all the way over towards the window in Garage is a double-edged sword. It can be a very powerful place to guard and hold, but once you lose that setup, the opposing team has it. You can't play ball from there.
Tusk picks up that kill. All four go down for Foe. The lead continuing to build. The Slays continuing to grow. The differential for Cloud9 is massive right now. They are dominating the early game.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen this ball rotate further. It looks like it got over towards Keydor, but it has been stopped. The push coming in from Foe. Can they stop it one more time? And these last couple battles are going to decide everything. It decides the next coming spawns, decides who can get 15 seconds of time, and it looks like Foe come out ahead in that engagement.
It was looking ugly for a second, and another round of Slays. This round could have been pretty much over, but Cloud9 only get 27 points with the entire power curve and the amount of Slay differential that they had. You will take that if you're Foe. Let's see now what Foe can do with the setup. Wu-Tum doing Wu-Tum things, snapping onto players left, right, and that ball should be back in their hand.
And look at this difference between how Foe has the ball versus Cloud9. Foe, once they had their set, they decided, where are we going to push this next? They cleared out green, they brought the ball over towards green, so now when they lose control, they can hit a play ball there, and now it's a tie game, ball on even territory.
And you will take that if you're Foe every day of the week with how this game started out. Second camouflage coming up here shortly. Let's see who's got the best position for it.
Taking a quick look at the kills across the board, we have 13 kills total for Foe, with 8 in the hands of Woodham. We had some questions yesterday. Was he looking a little shaky? Was he not playing up to his fullest potential? Well, right here, when his team needs them most, he is putting those numbers up on the board.
Especially for a Foe team that has been noted by the desk to start slow. 1 and 3 is not how you can start your game ones, especially when you enter the elimination bracket. Every game is going to count. So they've done a good job to rebound here. Diagram under a lot of pressure in the house. Got a teammate with him, but here comes Foe.
Yeah, however, despite Woodham playing very well, we're seeing an even game. Generally, if I'm playing on a team and I feel like I'm going off or one of my teams going off, I want to see a massive increase in the score in our favor, not just keeping pace with Cloud9.
So far, great starts from Tusk and Diagram over on the side of Cloud9. Diagram, one of the triplets. You know, Suppressed over on Shopify Rebellion. This is his trip brother, one of his trip brothers. I guess is that the term? Either way, a very talented player of his own. Septify, a player that has been very impressive for Cloud9. Now with snipe in hand, spots the player top middle, knocks him to no shield. Can't quite finish a kill, can't hit the shot under the ball carrier. Narrow misses like that can cost you rounds.
Is that true? Triplet? That is incredible.
Avenue's the third if you want.
I can only imagine how incredible or also how difficult that would be a team with if all were on the same squad. You're like, hey guys, things aren't going well. Who are we maybe getting rid of? And all of a sudden,
if we have to fill, I got some stories for you, but back to focus on round one. The body shot from Septify is good. That's going to give him numbers advantage. The second makes it easy for Sep. A player that's been making a name for himself since Halo 5. This could be the best team he's ever been on, and an opportunity to get inside the top 8 with this series. Chick's going to be rotating the ball around back tower. Does get knocked to no shield, but once again, another Foe player escapes with his life, and that's rewarded with ball time.
Such a brilliant play there by Chick. It's sometimes do or die in that situation. Do you fight it out? And instead, he got 10 seconds of time, has control of back tower, and has drawn all the these members of Cloud9 out into disarray. Not sure if they have to take over tower, and here comes the push towards tower. But kills being scooped up left and right here for Foe.
2 go down for Foe now. Cloud9 able to trade it out efficiently. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Camo coming up here in a little bit. Ramy getting the kill towards the ball now. Spots check. A lot of information Ramy's getting for his team, but that ball getting grenaded out into the open is going to make this difficult. You got to slay.
And look at what Ramy does. Rather than just trying to desperately grab that ball and bring it towards Keydor, he takes up more ground and more space. Staying true to his name, charging right in towards scoreboard, and just taking up that extra space to give his teammates space to play around.
Camouflage gets burned for the 2nd time in a row, but with that, Cloud9 pick up the kills. They get the ball in hand. They look to tie this up.
Let's see, where does Ramy decide to take this? He knows the push is coming down through tunnels. Decides to just charge in against Woodham. Luckily gets that kill. Sometimes you can be baited into a trap there as the other teams are pushing over from Garage or Keydor.
I love this rotation by Ramy. He's taking it to green. The information's good. Teammates are respawning there. He can't turn the corner, though, and that is one of those moments where you could have racked up some significant time if you're able to drop down in that hole. Cloud9 do pick up that ball. It's a play ball from Cloud9. Beautiful job by that last player at green from Cloud9, but Jimbo is on the respawn to pick this up. It's denied by Septify with the double, and that's the importance of playing the ball.
Oh, triple kill by Septify. They had the kills on the board. They were there for the ball. And Septify takes down all 4 for the overkill.
An overkill here for Septify in round 1. And he's been having a great tournament so far for Cloud9. You're seeing the reason why he is on fire right now. Those 4 kills give you a complete setup. 2 spawn towards green. 1 does make it to pillars, but a trade in that situation is disgusting.
Yes, Septify so far has had a 1.32 KD and 11.3 assists for every 10 minutes. This has been the 2nd highest in the HCS, so he's been getting active, getting a lot of fights, and it's no surprise we watch his screen and seen them secure kills like that, especially when it's not like his whole team is right there. It's not like just a bunch of cleanups.
Still a 12-point lead for Cloud9. The slay differential right now, 52-39. Cloud9 are starting to outslay Foe, but maybe not resulting in too much ball time. That overkill sure helps from Septify, but now ball in the hand of Tusk. Foe will have 1 push here to successfully break this to keep round 1 alive.
This is such an interesting spot to be in. Seeing how much time is left, it's, do you scrap up this time and clear up to 100? Do you just drop the ball and slay? And it looks like they don't have much of a choice. All 4 members of Cloud9 go down. They play ball, but Foe able to grab that ball and rotate it back.
I said Foe had 1 chance to break this setup. They break the setup. They get the ball played. They get the ball in hand. Now Cloud9 in a very similar situation. If you do not break this setup, the clock will run out. After Foe get the lead, they will play time.
Look at this. Mighty realizing he needs to get damage. He also needs to get time. When does he decide to play ball? And it's played
they're down
a little bit early. They still do not have that extra second. And you know, all eyes are going to be on the tunnel. Septify coming from pillar side. Someone over at dummy doors. And everyone's going to congregate in the bottom middle for this last little fiasco. 77 apiece. Ball gets picked up by Diagram. Does he get that last second? Yes, he does. 78 guards the ball. And a nail biter there for round 1. 1 point difference there between Cloud9 and Foe, despite a 12-kill difference in Cloud9's favor.
What a chaotic ending to that first round. Everyone gets your rear, bottom, middle. It's going to be a brawl, and Cloud9 end up taking control of that ball in the last second to gain the lead. Now we kick off round 2, and we're on board with Wooten.
It was just so funny seeing those last few seconds, just knowing every single person can go down there.
No matter where you spawn, get down.
No matter what, it's going to be, all right, key door, you can come through tunnel, you can go through dummy door, pillar door. One of those 4 spots, everyone's congregating around.
Everyone throw your nades and pray is what's going on. Cloud9, their prayers were answered. They win round 1, and they have started off round 2 with another lead. Snipe and ball in the hands of Diagram. You want to trade this out, but Camo also in control of Cloud9.
This seems similar to last time. Cloud9 gets the snipe, Cloud9 gets the camo, Cloud9 brings the ball over towards the garage window.
Tusk.
Now we're going to see them potentially get the kills and rotate it out, or are they going to just hold this setup like they did last time?
Tusk maybe not too much success with camo snipe the first round. Let's see what he can do. Finds the first kill. A lot of pressure on your ball carrier. A good body shot to potentially allow Septify an opportunity to jump into that window, pick up the kill. That's exactly what happens. Cloud9 setup stays strong with this camo snipe.
Stays strong, but I would love to see them get the kills rotated out. You kind of have 2 options here. 1, do you clear out garage and clear out green and rotate towards that side? Or 2, once you realize they're all spawning green, I guess if you're gonna kill them like that, you can do whatever you want. But once they're all spawning green, you do have the opportunity to push it through towards scoreboard / silo and bring it up towards tower. But it feels like Cloud9 opt to just continue to hold this window, and I wonder if it's gonna play out well for him. So far, it is.
Big Dog Tusk having himself a game. 21, 11, and 9. He's had a lot of power-ups and power weapons to do it with, but that shows you that he is focused on controlling those power-ups and power weapons, and he is doing work with it. It's a 35 to 3-point lead. Both have their first setup of round 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great starting hold there by Cloud9. Anytime if you can get 30-plus points, you start to get the mindset that, all right, we're a little bit of scrapping up time here and there. They just only need one or so more setups with all those neutral game periods. The only downside that I'm seeing there from Cloud9 strategy is they give up the ball in the garage where foe have an opportunity to match the setup.
39 to 10 right now. Ball out by green, so you can guarantee the ball is going to be played. Likely guarantee, I should say. Speaking from example, camouflage is coming up. Something that foe has not had an opportunity yet is an actual camo play. Every time they've gotten it, it's been burned almost immediately. Mighty's trying to get away with his life. A beautiful repulse to top mid keeps him alive, but I do believe Cloud9 were in position to pick up that camo.
They're able to pick up this camo, but this whole entire time, nobody's close enough towards green. The difficulty about this green setup here that's going to be happening here for Cloud9 is not only do they have to get the kills, they have to bring a significant amount of people over towards the back of green in order to secure that area and force them to play ball in.
Similar to the situation on recharge when the ball is back blue, you got to go all the way back across the map to get the ball.
Over there, then you gotta come back, and pretty much the opposing team are gonna have more favorable spawns and just hold so much time and resources. So just from that one setup alone from foe, we're back to a near even game.
Right, you can see Cloud9's prioritization on the camouflage, but in the meantime, that ball time was important. In the meantime, Diagram hits the no-scope for the double. It lands a body shot that he can't quite clean up. A beautiful grenade by Jimbo there. Rami is the last player alive for Cloud9. He's in position to grab the ball, play the ball, hit some good shots, but one, not enough. As Jimbo's able to get a couple of kills to break that Cloud9 setup, keeping this round manageable.
Yep, sniped in the hands of Jimbo. Let's see what he can do with his power weapon. Gets the body shot on Diagram, but not going to be enough. Woodham's going to come in, get that finish. Woodham starting off strong so far in this game, but so active. 24 kills, 24 deaths. Most, we call that an active player.
Yeah, right now it's Jimbo and Mighty's in the KDE ratio that really need to figure it out so far here in round 2. If they want foe to erase the story that they start series off a little slow. Cloud9, however, everybody breaking the 20 kill mark. Everybody has some ball time, well spread out, well played by the entire team as a cohesive unit, and that is the difference so far here for me in game 1. Round 2 still, just 10 points separate the two. The ball being rotated out by scoreboard, but Rami shuts that rotation down himself.
Yeah, and ball is exactly where Cloud9 would like it, in the garage, but it looks like they opt to now take over towards tower. I really like this play. When you have an option to bring a ball towards a location where you could potentially play ball in, I love having that option in your back pocket. It looks like they're kind of sitting here in the center towards Plasma's cuts and deciding where the pressure's coming in. Putting the ball inside foe's court to charge and push where they want, but there it is. Very successful push from foe. They get the kill, and once again, get the ball immediately from Cloud9. Out of majority of Cloud9 setups, we're not seeing a play ball scenario.
Very difficult to hold that unorthodox cut setup. Foe are able to break it now. Can Foe hold a setup is the big question. Continuously playing from behind is not a way to live your life here in this game.
Yeah, one thing I also like about that, the ball over towards Plasmas is I feel like you have to fake towards one way or the other. You can't just stay static in that spot. It's not a very strong position to hold. However, if you have your ball carrier, start to run over towards tower and then just double back towards scoreboard or the reverse of that. In some way, trying to fake out the spawning team so that they overcommit towards one of the directions and then you get a more successful ball rotation.
Cloud9 get the kills, they get the ball back in hand. 3 go down for foe, and they're going to try and rotate this out towards this camo. There's one player to deal with. He's dealt with very quickly. 3 members of Cloud9 focus on Wootum there. Wootum shortly lived. This ball getting rotated to House could end this game.
A similar setup again. Cloud9 just holding us in Plasmas. Now they're rotating it towards the scoreboard, but this is not going to be good unless they get the kills. There's 3 down. Septify, the last one alive. And you can only expect so much out of a single player. So we're going to see what he does here. Looks like Septify takes down 1 and is now a thorn in the side of foe. They cannot comfortably hold this setup until Septify is dealt with.
Get your kill, stay alive, Septify. That's exactly how he's playing it. Perfect
beautifully done by him. To get that kill in a 1v4 situation is massive because it makes the setup of foe so weak. Septify continuing to stay alive bottom middle. The reinforcements now for Cloud9 are here. They have ball in hand and need 8 points to win.
This could have been a complete different last 15 seconds if Septify didn't play it the way he did. Scrap those last couple points. Tusk somehow gonna scrap those out and secure a 2-0 ball victory here in game number 1.
Okay, Bo, you started off slow in pool play. You made it this far. That could be the crux that sends you home if you continue to play. Game 2 is a must-win in my opinion, but Cloud9 in this game 1 looks so clean. It was done by everyone, and as we take a look at the stats, Dave, 26, 26, 26, 24 for everyone involved. That is the definition of consistency from the entire squad.
Yeah, everyone pulling their exact weight. The only really outstanding stat in there outside of those teams is Tusk's deaths and assists.
The big
kind
dog himself.
Not dying nearly as much, kind of in cleanup duty, cleanup crew, and doing it right. You know what? At the end of the day, if someone doesn't have low deaths, they better be a part of all the fights in my eyes. And seems like Tusk was there when he was needed.
When you get the camos and you get the snipes, you're likely to have more opportunity. With that opportunity, Tusk was able to pop off, and I am a big Tusk fan, have been since the MCC days. I loved playing Ace with him. I said this player's communication, his teamwork, the way he plays the game is correct. He has not been able to really play at his peak at a tournament. Maybe this is the event that Tusk is able to perform at his peak, and if he does, he gives this Cloud9 roster everything they need to break into the top 8. On the other side, Foe, not exactly what you wanted to see as a European fan, representing the 1 seed of ambitions of top 8 here, of course, for this squad. And Cloud9's got to be the team that you probably wanted to see for that top 8 spot. But now that you've dropped game 1, Dave, where's your head?
I mean, your head is always, all right, let's bring it back game number 2. Let's tie up this series. It's not as snowbally as the previous years of Halo. Early on, you were able to just have somebody make one game mistake and then just roll through the rest of that series. These people have stronger mental games, undoubtedly. But at the same time, it's never a comfortable spot, especially as you're waiting between these games. All you have singing in your head is saying, all right, well, we better start strong here. We got to win this game number 2. We do not want to put ourselves in a reverse sweep situation.
And neither team has played Streets up until this point. Slayer's the name of the game. It's first to 50 kills. You at least get to erase the dynamic of an oddball juggling across cuts, going back and forth, making it difficult for you to weigh your options. A much simplified game type, right? Kill the enemy player 50 times and you can win, or at least more than they kill you in the time allowed. So hopefully that simplification makes it easier for Foe to kind of just get into their flow, get into their groove, because I want this series to go the distance. I think this series has the potential to go the distance, but as Foe is done in pool play, they're going to need to wake up now that game 1 is over.
Yeah, they have no choice but to wake up right here, right now, and tie up this series. Like you said, it's a simplification here. Sure, you have to focus on power-ups and these weapons coming across the map, but it's not quite the same as having to worry about all those weapons, plus the objective, and having that exact same sort of time pressure on you. The only pressure that's being put on here is how fast or how slow yours or the opposing team is playing.
And as we take a look at the graphic on screen, it's the young gun himself, the mouse and keyboard phenom, looking to break Halo history as the first mouse and keyboard player ever to get top 8. He's gonna need 3 wins in this series in order to get there. And that is a hell of a KD ratio for a mouse and keyboard player at his age.
And keep in mind, this is just Slayer stats. So when we go to Woodham's perspective, keep in mind, pretty much every single minute, he's getting approximately 2 kills every minute. That's not taking into account all the times where he's potentially in the respawn screen or the game slowed down to a halt. He is an active player, so I'm excited to see how fast he can play this, because let's be real, this has got to be the fastest Slayer map once things get going or in neutral scenarios. This or Aquarius.
As a big mouse and keyboard player myself, I do believe that mouse and keyboard is the wave if you're able to keep up with the pace of the game and how quickly Spartans move in our game. I think that that stat shows you the versatility that a mouse and keyboard player has. He is not limited to a sensitivity on the joysticks. With the swoop of an arm, he can be looking one direction to the next, and that is why he's so active. That is why his damage and kills per minute are going to be higher than what you would say your traditional controller player is.
Yep, and while we're letting those players get ready, and prepare to load into game number 2. We're gonna actually jump onto the B stream for a moment and take a peek at how the game is going between Quadrant and Lore Gaming. So let's jump right into that match. Right off the bat, we're seeing Noble holding this ball towards back green, and even though one of his teammates are down, he plays it. One thing I have to be concerned about there is I feel like that's a bit of a premature play. I feel like you have to draw opponents all the way back towards green to get the most value out of that. Otherwise, you and your team can be stuck towards back green, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening here against Lore.
Yeah, your worst fear. They were able to pick up the ball, get it to house, and now they're getting unanswered time right back. Quadrant, obviously, looking at the score right now, round one, and looking at the kills and deaths, probably pretty efficiently based off the time as well. So right now, maybe Europeans 2 seed is the hope to get top 8. Lore Gaming, no pushover, the #1 MX team that we have, and they have a ton of skill, but Quadrant appeared to be doing very well against that skill.
Yeah, don't get me wrong here. Playing ball is obviously incredibly important in those situations, but today, if you want to get the most value extracted out of that situation, you have to draw opponents all the way back towards green to buy more time for your teammates to spawn, give your teammates better spawns, and just have an overall better advantage across the map. So we're going to have to see if Glory and crew decide to play better. In fact, we don't end up seeing the play ball out of Quadrant in this situation. Ball gets kind of rotated back towards green. Lore takes it one more time, and let's see if they do a little better here at the back green.
An attempt with the repulse from Glory, but not able to hit the shots. A beautiful kill from Lore Gaming. It looks like the ball was played at the last moment. A 6-point lead now for Lore here in round 2. The ball actually was not played. Noble's going to throw that towards the big door. Respawners from his team, Shirley coming from that direction. Noble wants to make a play with the snipe. Glory in his face. Glory takes him down. And that's going to make this ball over in big door so much more difficult to control. And look at that, Quadrant will scoop that up, bring it back to green, say that is ours, and they will have the decision whether or not to play it and win.
Yeah, Quadrant trying to hold this back green set, momentarily about to tie this up. And if you want to catch the rest of this match, you can go watch that on over at the B stream. We are still firing up the game here on the main stage. Gonna check it out, game number 2 here between FaZe and Cloud9. Series currently in favor of Cloud9, 1-0, taking that live fire oddball. Can they repeat this on the streets?
All right, Street Slayer, like we said, the name of the game. We have big games from everybody on Cloud9. I'm looking at Chick right now with probably the highest ceiling on this FaZe roster to really step up and start making plays, because your back is against the wall. You have such ambitions to accomplish some of the things you were able to with that Quadrant roster last year, but times have changed, teams have changed, names have changed. And this Cloud9 roster has no intention of going out easy. In fact, they look like a new Cloud9 roster that is bound to place in the top 8 if they're consistently playing at the level we just saw. But consistency is the name of the game. You got to do it across the best of 5. And that's what gives FaZe a little bit of hope, because they've started so slow. Tusk, the player on screen, the guy from game 1 with the best KD ratio. Let's see what he can do to kick this one off.
Yeah, Tusk laying down some shots over towards the B side. Looks like one falling down a piece there in the forms of Rami and Woodham. Stalk rifle in the hands of Tusk, and this game playing a lot slower than expected for so many fast and aggressive players. Looks like everyone is just posturing for position, making sure they don't want to overextend and go into any unknown areas. They want to get a little more info across the map before making a play. Mighty snagging that camo. Can he get away with it? Looks like Mighty does get away with it. He has the Bulldog, gets a double kill, taking out Diagram and Septify. Now, where are the spawns coming in for Cloud9? Because this could be a scary time here for Cloud9 if they all spawn in one spot and FaZe decide to collapse in.
In all of game 1, FaZe were not able to really accomplish a successful camo grab and get away. Right now, Mighty's doing the most that FaZe has done with camo the entire series so far. 3-0, a great double kill with the Bulldog. It's still in his back pocket. He's got that tool to use. It can be so difficult to work with.
And look at that flank there from Rami, just doing a little loop-de-loop over to Dumpster, getting over towards Commando and shooting those 2 players in the back. So what looked like it was the start of a great collapse from FaZe just got stopped completely. All of Cloud9 chose a direction, they chose driveway, they ran straight through it, and they equalized kills. That's a great trade during that situation. Sure, going 2 for 2 doesn't sound fantastic, but when you're all spawned in one location, if you can trade kills and get out of that without getting all 4 down, I count that as a win in my book.
This game now all tied up as Mighty's picks up that kill. The game's gonna slow down. Everybody on Cloud9 spawning in tram. I actually wanna hop into a listen in with Cloud9 and hear how this team is able to communicate out of this difficult situation.
Red one shot. Be safe, guys.
One shot, bottom, be safe. One shot, mom.
Yeah, what's
Hey, Camo stars.
Hey, red. Stuck red on this.
Okay, I spawn cafe. One side in.
One shot red. If you have any.
No, Camo's trash. I'm going Mendo.
Oh, that's Jay.
Meadow, Camo. Yeah, trash.
Yo, 2B, 1-3-0. He's going arcade. I see look it up.
Let's beat it. Can we hit purple? Yeah, Mendo, one.
Don't give it up.
I'm ready.
Purple. Wait, 81 guys. And front guys, front. Top it. Two purple.
Sorry. One shot.
18 was one. What's on?
Logic, go charge, I think.
Purple. He's purple, guys.
Listen, they're gonna spawn B up this.
What's on? Purple.
He'll be on me. I traded. No, red bar, front C. He's on the pillar.
Watch your back seat. Already bottom seat. Drop it.
PD. He's back in.
Okay.
Jump to win it. Still there. Still just up there.
Olive. Towers.
Come on. That's spot. Lockers.
And P1, listen. P1's Mighty's.
Where's he going?
He's down the ramp.
I definitely see it. They're gonna be like B-side. Yo, one's bottom it. One's B stairs.
One.
Watch purple, Jay. Watch purple.
Kind of playing it.
They have a bulldog. Yo, shots up. Yo, one's bottom it. China, guys. Benches.
Okay.
Yo, heaven. One shot back in.
One purple.
Yeah, front one shot.
Sure, I got three.
What's purple?
Yeah, last guy.
Chinese. I'm down. I'm not there. I'm good.
Guys, look at this shit.
Yo, we spawn purple. They're gonna be heavy. Yo, watch planners. I have shot for this one.
Yo, I have shot too.
Top of Mighty's.
Yo, don't get. We're risking on.
I'm taking too much damage.
Good, clean communication out of Cloud9. You can hear the names being called out. The second camouflage, third camouflage about to pop here bottom middle of the control. It's split about half and half right now, but T-Chick able to get away with that camouflage. Foe once again dominating the power-up story here in the game 2.
Yeah, I'm like split on that comms. Oh my god, not sure which target to hit. Unfortunately, trades the melee there, and Chick just desperately trying to stay alive. But the kills are all secured. As I was saying though, when it comes to those comms, oh my god, Woodham getting a triple kill out of that whole madness scenario. When it comes to those comms, when I'm hearing just non-stop calling out where people are at, I feel like that can be most beneficial when your team has a strong advantage. At that point, you're trying to secure where people are at and finish off kills. However, I don't feel like it's as advantageous when you're trying to set up specific pushes or you're on the back foot. Instead, I want to hear more coordination of, I'm with you, I'm pushing this direction, we're pushing towards this side. And it felt like Cloud9's communication didn't change, no matter which situation they were in.
I can agree with that, but one thing I did like as a note as this game continues past the close to the 30 kill mark here is the fact that they were saying each other's names as to who should respond to what. Jake, front A one-shot Jake. That immediately tells you, like, when you hear that, that immediately tells you I need to be the one that looks like I'm in a position that can capitalize on that because your teammates can see exactly where you are from their death cam. So I like that adaptation from Cloud9, that opportunity for efficiency there. But right now, we got to talk about FaZe. They're having much more success here in game 2, a 32-26 lead. A lot of it has to do with the control of the power weapons and power-ups so far. And it feels like ever since they've been able to contain one of those, they've been able to stroll it into map control and continue that snowball effect.
Yeah, they've been able to, like you said, kind of roll those advantages one into the other and hold on to this essential 6-kill lead for a while. FaZe going to be completely happy if they just kind of trade this out and make sure they don't get on the back foot. But that's where FaZe gets into a tricky situation. We saw it all throughout yesterday. FaZe, in many cases, were able to kind of hang with a squad like SSG. However, once they got to an all-4 down and they're on that back foot, they do not know how to mitigate those losses as well as some of these other top teams.
Uh-oh, Dave. First camouflage of the game for Cloud9. All of a sudden, just a 2-kill lead. You blink, and the lead that was once 7 kills for foe. Now immediately erased, 35 to 35. What can we do with the camo? Cloud9 says we can tie this up. Bulldog is going to be on respawn. Good information from Diagram. You know, he's giving that to his teammate, but he wants to make a play with this camo.
I like that play. He says one of his other teammates can grab that weapon, and he's going to try to get up close and personal, but Mighty's getting a crucial kill on that player. I just don't think Diagram was expecting to take that damage that quickly because of that stalk rifle.
You turn the corner, you see 3 members, one of them having red gun. You are deleted in this meta, as Diagram found out the hard way. Foe able to jump back into a 3-kill lead for now. Trades are a blessing for Foe right now. 40 to 37, 3 players spotted purple. Not a great fight for Cloud9 right now. They need to get out of dodge. Wutum's gonna stay alive here. Good information, good control of the red gun. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, one thing that's also interesting, you notice how quick Wutum's looking across the map. I also feel like he's just a little quick to jump in situations. Maybe an additional jump or unnecessary jump.
You know that space bar is just so close.
Yeah, I guess it's just so easy to hit, but yeah, I feel like there's certain times where he's jumping on top of a gen, and I feel like sometimes there's just an extra jump, and I'm not sure if that is just his style of play, or sometimes he's just interested in using that elevation advantage if somebody's coming right around the corner there, because that's going to be a spot that he's going to be able to excel in fights.
Wutum holding down this cafe area. They're playing for this camouflage that's spawning up here shortly. Cloud9 opting to push the arcade side of the map. Good information from Wutum, good damage. Once again stays alive. It's up to the rest of Foe. What can they do? Trading kills. Once again, a very positive effect. 46 to 43 go down for Cloud9, and I believe Foe will have camo to play around as well.
It's all 4 down. You see Wutum already putting damage on the spawn, getting the 3-shot melee on the Diagram. Good and bad, because right now, I don't think Foe know where members of Cloud9 are spawning. They spot the first spawner, traded kills, and sometimes that can throw spawns in disarray. I know sometimes throughout this current Bandit start, we've been seeing some disorienting spawns, but especially when you're fighting that first spawner, you can only expect first spawns out.
Wutum doesn't get the kill, but that damage was crazy. And the fact that he stayed alive, Foe get the job done, and just like in pool play, this team seems to wake up only for game 2s as they tie this series up.
A massive, massive victory there for Foe, especially as it started off a little scary in certain situations. But what's more important is that they closed it out. They got that 6-kill lead. Even when it bounced back there for Cloud9, they were able to reel it right back. I love that entry photo there for Wutum too. Just showing off a keyboard saying, I got a different peripheral.
Yep. There's a new sheriff in town, Wutum says. 11, 10, and 9 for the kid, but it was really everybody doing their piece here. Even Chick with 10 assists, you'll take that every day of the week. Foe really had control of that entire game from the jump, it felt. And that first camouflage, I feel like, was everything to get the ball rolling and say, oh yeah, these power-ups, they end up being pretty important.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the only time we really saw Cloud9 kind of get into a scary position is when they got that camo. We saw that 6-kill lead just shrink instantly. And so even though it started off around even, Cloud9 was able to bring it back around that 35-kill mark, and then from there on out, it was Foe trading out kills, closing out the game, and taking that lead.
As we take a look at some of the highlights, just good damage across the map. I really liked watching it from Wutum's point of view, because he gets the players arcade weak, then he rotates, he gets the players top rail weak, even finds himself a kill. Just a good job of staying alive when he was half shield. I feel like in the Bandit meta, so often do you over-chow for one shot? One shot ends up being 2 shots, and then all of a sudden, what you thought was playing your life is now erased. The enemy team has numbers. They're able to take so much space and advantage with that. But Foe doing a much better job of controlling their part of the map and really dictating a lot of the fights and the damage as we shift our focus to a Game 3 recharge strongholds here. We know European teams, especially Quadrant as of last year, a member of that team, Chick, a very famous strongholds team, some of the best to ever do it, probably the best team to ever do it. I have no problem saying that, actually. Can Chick give some of that strategy, some of that light to this Foe roster, and does that give them an upper hand here?
It has to a degree. I mean, also keep in mind, who would Quadrant have been practicing against during those times? All the other European teams. They've had to take some learnings from how Quadrant played strongholds, had to try to pick some pieces from Chick and the Quadrant team's strategy. And let's see if they can apply that to this new roster here in the form of Foe.
Players getting situated. Rami not looking too happy right now. That is the face of a player that lost game 2. Wu-Tum, he's too young to really understand how big this moment is. He's just like, yep, I'm here, I play Master Key. Calm as ever. You love to see that in the young gun. Usually they're loud and obnoxious like I was when I came on the scene. But obviously he's having a little bit more success a little earlier in his career for a reason.
He's crushing it, so super proud and excited to see where his Halo career takes him, because already showing he can hang with the best, and I feel like it's just going to continue to get better and better.
Little short story about this kid. He came from Splitgate, a game that I guess has similar time on target, like acquisition.
Yeah, there's definitely
sandbox materials,
some combat similarities, and even some objective similarities. And so, yeah, I would say usually you kind of hear the opposite, since Halo's such a long historied game that so-and-so, you know, went from Halo and tried this game. I would say it's more rare that we're seeing people go from other games to Halo. I mean, we say it with Mental now from his Gear of War success.
Yep.
We've seen in the past with many top Call of Duty players bringing their success over to Halo.
Right.
And now we're seeing it with this split game phenomenon.
Very surprising to see players come from outside of the Halo region and catch on so quickly. But when you have
that's the other part too, like you said, out of NA is usually that story.
Yeah.
It's not usually outside of NA that we're seeing as much top talents kind of pouring in like that.
Yeah, but when you're able to catch yourself on a team like Jimbo, like Chick, players that have been there, done that, even Mighty's coming from Overwatch, I believe, very quickly transitioning to the Halo realm and having success. But in the brief moment in between games 2 and 3 of that series, we're gonna hop back in with Quadrant versus Lore. Quadrant having taken game 1. We saw the end scores of the first round and a bit of the second. Quadrant looked to have been dominant, but this is a different story, Dave.
This one looks like Lore is in prime position to take game number 2. We got 2 international teams battling it out here. The top team from Mexico, Lore, taking on Quadrant right now. And Drift decided to take this game in his own hands, 18-8. I don't really foresee Quadrant being able to claw this one back. At some point, you just need to hope that you get a few kills and then just try to roll that advantage. But as we've seen countless thousands of Halo games, at some point you have to know what's done is done and play out this game, start to set your sights towards a game number 3.
Yeah, European fans were probably pretty happy when they saw Quadrant matched up for War for this top 8 placing, but War, no pushover at all. Tapping buttons, been there, done that, had dessert with it. And right now, trying to find that 50th kill. 49-38, and here comes the pressure for More Gaming. Red Room, not where you want to be if you're Quadrant.
Yeah, both of these teams coming out from open bracket and just doing a significant amount of damage to these teams that entered from pool play directly.
Big game out of Drift, 24-10. And I love having Drift on my team in matchmaking, so it's no surprise that he's popping off right now. I always type in the chat, I say, vamos, because Drift is always popping off. Drift showing you he wants another top 8 placing in his book. He's popping off in game 2 to tie that series up. And now Cloud9 back on our screens, back in their seats. And hopefully, Rami's turned that frown upside down, because this series far from over.
Yeah, the series just getting started. You have to now say we're in a best-of-3 scenario. We got to take this next game, put the pressure on them for games 4 and 5.
Jimbo having a blast, got the boys laughing, maybe cool, calm, collected.
I mean, Jimbo's got to be, what, the most veteran player here from the EU.
Jimbo's like 42 years old or something. He's been competing longer than you.
Want to feel old? I turned 40 this year.
Oh, no. Don't
I literally turned 40 this year.
That's terrifying. I'm 34. I have no hair. I see Wu-Tum up there just glowing in the wind. Jealousy is all I can have for the kid as he's starting to make a name for himself. Cloud9. The game 2 Rocky is the big question. This is a team that I feel like so often throughout Halo Infinite the past 2 years has gotten top 12, has had much more difficult matchups than I would say Foe is probably for their top 8 matchup. It's usually they're playing Sentinels or Native Gaming of the past, a very difficult team to try and overcome to get that top 8 placing. This is probably a winnable series in their eyes.
This is, yeah, on paper, a squad that you would like to play in this scenario. Both these teams look at each other and say, this is a beatable team.
Yes, like if we want to do well, these are the series we have to win.
Yep.
You find yourself tied up 1-1, game 3, recharge, strongholds. Camo control has dictated the first 2 outcomes of the series. It's going to play an important role here. And if you can pair it with that shock rifle, you can do some serious work very quickly.
Yeah, we're going to see who gets control of those power-ups, who gets control of these first strongholds. Let's kick it off with Woodham. Just laying down so much damage. Long haul and over at Sneaky. Gets the flank over towards bottom control. Double kill on the board for Woodham, and he's not stopping. He's going for the C.
He's Thanos right now. I'll do it myself. Knocks 2 players to no shield. Finishes up the other 2. You want some too, buddy? Wootum, done. Gets the kill, takes the stronghold, and it's a trip cap for foe early on.
Cap, and does he decide to press this advantage towards A or just hold towards control? Looks like gonna wait for a moment, and the push comes in here from foe. Is this an overextension? Mighty's goes down, Woodham goes down, Jimbo goes down. And what looked like an aggressive play to take a trip cap is now going to turn into an all-4 down for foe.
And you would have hoped that that would allow you to get more than 10 points on the board. Unfortunately not for the side of foe. Cloud9 back in control and in the lead even after that great play from Wootum to kick it off.
And you have to say that's just a straight-up mistake there from foe's side. You have to know when you can press your advantages and when the other team has a strong spawning position. Elevator, it's a really tough spot to collapse on until you already have the advantage, until you have someone with a secondary angle. And they kind of trickled in one by one. And now because of it, they're down by 20 points.
20 points, but they are in B. B doesn't get transferred though. Diagram with the assassination on the Wootum. Resets B. Cloud9 continue to score.
Cloud9 looking good after a scary start. Fight on triple stacks, gonna see who gets the help first. Looks like Septify is gonna help Rami down there in the bottom center, and Rami just still being a nuisance down here.
Good damage.
Has to decide if he's gonna stay down here for Camel, but realizes it's still 15 seconds away. Gets a bit more active in top center.
Good damage, good information. Multiple players, no shield. They're all going to spawn elevator here, Rami says to the rest of the team. And this is a containment process. Camo coming up. You don't want to overextend. The push from foe is a focus on the C. One player bottom middle. Can't quite get diagram just yet. Eventually, Wootum's able to get that kill. But it makes it long enough to where now Rami has snuck away with the camouflage.
And look at that. Rami gets it with his second life. I would say, especially on a map like this, where camo is so easily accessible in the bomb center, you're only going down there unless you're hiding and trying to bait something or going down last second. And so I like that play from Rami. Get up, get active, don't leave your teammates in a 3-on-4 for 15 seconds. Instead, he goes up, like I said, gets active, and then gets camo later, and it falls into his hands.
A and B now in the setup for Cloud9. Rami spotting multiple players trying to do the camo jump. That's not the way you want to go, foe. Rami takes them all down with the assist of the rest of Cloud9. They're pushing the trip cap. They get all 4 down. Let's spawn them over towards A once again. Wash, rinse, repeat.
Let's see if Cloud9 does the same play that foe did. Are they going to challenge here at elevator? Looks like Tusk does immediately try to push towards elevator. Does anyone else push on in? Diagram also falls. Not sure if that's an elevator challenge or someone already in position, but this could be history repeating itself.
That grenade from Rami knocks the player to no shield on the turbine. His teammate's able to pick up the kill. 3 go down for foe again. Rami is popping off right now. 4 down for foe. They push the trip cap once again, spawning them long haul. And if you're foe, the lead already up over 100, you have to find a way to get some slays.
Rami has been in more melee and up-close battles, I feel like, this series than anyone else.
Man.
He is just swinging. I'm going to be careful if I'm walking by him in the elevator in real life, or if I'm walking by him in the hallway. I am just going to be, you know, making sure there's plenty of space. No lunge distance between us.
Rami's walking extra wide this morning. 2 players from foe trying to push towards glass. The headshot from Septify, not good enough. As that player knocked to no shield, but not picked up. 2-on-2 split. B finally getting transferred over, but here comes Septify with every intention of getting the reset. Multiple members make that such a difficult fight for Jimbo. The reset happens. A being transferred over by foe. Unfortunately, in the meantime, C being transferred from Cloud9. It's a complete flip of the map, but somehow Rami back A, where he started this phenom, is now pushing the trip cap once again.
Yeah, those B trades are so devastating as you get the hill so close in there. We saw it happen against Woodham at the end. We saw Jimbo just falling there in that most recent exchange. It's just, like I said, devastating. You can get to 99% of that conversion, and someone flips in, gets the melee, and gets the reset. And all that hard work in the most vulnerable stronghold is gone.
200 to 16, an absolute slaughter. Game 2 did not shake or waver Cloud9's confidence. 3 down for Foe again, and they will have one chance to come off respawn and stop this trip cap.
It's not looking good. I don't even see where these spawns are at, because not only do they have to stop this trip cap, they have to get 2 of these strongholds. So C is just going to stop the bleeding, and there's still a gaping wound here. This one's going to be over before we know it. 248, 249. That's going to be game number 3 in dominating fashion for Cloud9.
Well, I hope you didn't go to the bathroom, because you'd have missed that game. Cloud9 dominated from start to finish. And once again, a dominant performance from every point of view we saw on Cloud9. They were making great play after great play. And from the side of Foe, they were scattered. What felt like everywhere. The teamwork was not there. And that's a very big red flag as they lose their second objective of the series going into game 4.
And you gotta wonder, is that just a cascading effect from that very first failed push? You saw how well Woodham and crew on Foe got those kills. They got 2 of the strongholds. Overextended towards A, towards that elevator. Keep in mind, they got their first 10 points of the total 18 that they got off the break of the game.
Yeah, it looks so good from the start.
It looks so good. You take a snapshot.
Players to no shield. Like, look at this highlight.
Right here.
Picking up a double. We should have camo control. We should have a trip cap. No. Cloud9 come off respawn with that vengeance. Making plays everywhere on the map. And some of the mistakes we want to point out from Foe here is just being spread out, not helping their team, trying to do too much.
And one thing I'm also just looking at the kill feed, at that 2-minute and 20-second mark, Foe had half of their kills. They already had 12 of their 23 kills at that 2-minute and 20-second mark. After that, it was just the Cloud9 show.
We ask ourselves, did Chick have the recipe for success? Did he learn something from the Quadrant boys that he would be able to take to Foe? Well, it may have been Cloud9 that have actually learned against some of the scrims that they've had against the North Americans' top teams that gave them the advantage there in Game 3. Solitude, King of the Hill, is going to be Game 4, and another camo for both teams to try and focus on. It has been so powerful throughout this game. I do want to talk about one thing for that recharge strongholds. How many times, Dave, do we see one member of Foe in B trying to get a cap with all 4 members alive from Cloud9? And what's got to be going on there? Because you know, if you jump into B before anyone's dead, there's no way you're getting that transferred over.
Yeah, it's tough because it's one of those hills that, yes, you can do it when there's even numbers on the board, if it's not 4 versus 4. You can do it when it's a 2-on-2 situation. You can isolate fights, but generally, if you're just giving away one of your 4 players' positions over in the open spot, 2 different things can go wrong. One is that player can just picked off right out of the hill because there's so many different players that have angles. Or the second one is your other teammates are fighting an odd number battle across the map. They're fighting a 4v3 over towards Turbine, over towards Longhold that you cannot participate in.
Yeah, time after time, it was one player trying to get it past halfway, and yeah, halfway is great, but it doesn't matter when all they have to do is get the kill and get the toes in the sandbox, and you get that reset. So a phenomenal job by Cloud9 to defend that stronghold specifically throughout that game, getting those kills, getting those resets, giving them not only the points advantage, but the numbers advantage that snowballed into those several trip caps that Cloud9 were able to efficiently capitalize on. But here we go, Game 4, backs against the wall, tournament lives on the line for Foe, the #1 seed from Europe. What do they have in store for us to get us to a Game 5?
Kicking it off on Solitude, King of the Hill here. Are they collectively gonna bring this one back, or are they gonna have a long, lonely night here? I've been there before. You start to replay those games in your head. You start to say, what ifs? What did go wrong?
What if I played the ball?
What could have gone differently there? And that's not the thoughts you want to have. You want to just equalize this right now, bring it to a Game 5, and keep your tournament run alive. Can Foe bring it back here? We will find out here over these next 10 minutes.
This first hill is so important, especially if it takes a long time to cap. Camouflage is the focus for both teams. Wootum has the shock rifle, but Rami has the no shield. Wootum trying to stay alive, has to reload. The teamwork comes through for Foe, but Cloud9 get the early kill advantage, and oh my, Septify finds himself a triple kill.
Just when things start to feel like they're falling apart for Cloud9 in certain instances, you see a player go down, you see Rami getting shot on the side, Septify cleaning up everything. crucial triples or overkills when his team needs them the most.
Continuing to anchor this back snipe position, finds another kill with the shock. 3 go down for Foe. This hill gonna be over 50% by the time Foe can come off respawn.
One thing I want to check is looking at Foe, how long are they gonna have all 4 players alive? I feel like we've been seeing a bit of trickling, or that's kind of my inclination as we saw during last game. It just felt like so much control from Cloud9. So let's see, after this last pick on Chick here, are they going to get all 4 again to push up? Looks like Mighty's last one alive. Is he waiting for the team, or is he going to just push on his own? Looks like Mighty's going for Hill alone in a disadvantage. Like in a situation like that, you don't want to be in the hill as 2 or 3 members of Cloud9 are alive.
Yeah, you're
full power both sides now.
You're desperate to play objective, but unfortunately, you're giving your position away, and you're allowing Ramey to assess the situation.
From Mighty.
Here comes Ramey assessing the situation, finds himself an assist and another player to no shield. That player can't be capitalized on, but this is fine if he's top sniped. Wu-Tum with a ninja in the kill feed is exactly what European fans want to see. Chick able to make his way now towards the hill. He's got a player with thrust to deal with, but a teammate is there to help him. Multiple players coming from the hotel blue side of the map. Chick still doing some damage. The double kill, the repulse, more damage onto a third. 3 go down for Cloud9, and now all of a sudden, Foe have a chance in this first hill.
Finally equalized here. Hill is almost even. They know spawns coming up towards Cafe and Hotel.
That's a big kill.
Getting these picks and getting these players weak over there, they're eventually going to get these finishes. I like those nades from Chick, knowing somebody's going to come out of that window from market side and might drop right to that nade into dip, so I like those pre-nades. But here comes the damage. 3 down. Woodham, the last one alive.
Oh, no.
Is he going to charge and try to challenge us? He's waiting for his teammates. I like this play. Increases team's chance to make this final push, but it might be too little too late. That's going to be first hill going for Cloud9, and those can be heartbreaking as you got so close to bringing it back.
You get that first kill on the Septify. You have numbers advantage. Let's just play the hill. Let's stay alive. Unfortunately, Chick's teammates fall apart around him. They are able to push truck. It opens up the map, and Cloud9 steal away that first point at the end. The rotation to yard from Septify here is perfect. They know where Foe are going to be. 2 are down. The last 2 players are being spotted over towards the hotel. Septify able to jump into the hill, anchor this blue position from this hill, and a lot of information from Sep is giving Diagram everything he needs to pop off.
I was just gonna say, I thought Foe did a great job of pushing outside of Cafe. They started to push players away towards a secondary angle, whether that's going through LR or going through Snipe and just having more map control. But Diagram shut it all down. Got a double kill from what I can tell all by himself with that shock rifle. And that put Foe back at square one. Spawning again, all coming from one angle. Eventually broke this hill setup, but they have to hold this entire time. You know if Cloud9 get these kills, they're going to get those last 5 to 7 seconds in that hill and cap number 2.
10, 2, and 6. Diagram starts this game 4 off, trying to put a punctuation on this series. Foe will have to play perfect to not go down 2-0 in this game 4. Unfortunately, Chick going down, Mighty's going down, makes this perfect Halo so impossible. Wu-Tum, the last player alive, and I'm not sure if he's taken down. He's still top yard, but he's spotted out, and this will be Cloud9's hill momentarily.
Yeah, spotted, and that was kind of similar to the very first hill. Woodham, last one alive. What's the play? Does he stay alive? Does he try to step the next hill? And it feels like trickle death again here from Foe. However, we do have Camel in the hands of Mighty. Can this be the turning point here? As roster needs, he needs to turn this into a kill or 2 and then let his teammates jump inside. He knows at least where 2 players at. Start shooting at top diff, ends up getting a spot on that player, gets another one shot. Can they finish off Diagram? There's the 3 dead. This can be some hill time here for Woodham or Jimbo. Rami backing away, staying alive. Look at what he is doing here as the last one alive. Putting himself nowhere near the danger. Instead, regrouping towards yard and making the push toward market.
Diagram up to 14, 2, and 8. Rami trying to push into blue, but it gets shut down. A good hold from Cloud9 gives them numbers advantage, but nobody in the hill right now. 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes, I should say, on the clock. Time not a factor yet, but as this hill gets contested, it could get ugly.
I like the spot. Sneaky so far. Getting behind enemy lines. Gonna try to get the finish on this player in hill, but spotted. Unfortunately, Diagram taken down was that most forward player there for Cloud9, and now kind of in a staggered position. Foe really gonna have to mess up here in order to not get this 3rd hill. And now put themselves only 1 away from tying this game up here.
Gonna be 2-1 now. Still just about 3 minutes on the clock. A great hold from Foe. Good round to Slay's Chick trying to make his way into yard, trying to win a battle against a player with thrust. It's so difficult. He's able to stay alive, and his teammates should pick up the kill.
One downside, though, of getting that dip hill is that you saw all the members of Foe just die right there. A lot of times, once you get that hill, you want to make sure you're not giving up all your lives for it, especially when you're that far ahead in the hill. There's a difference between having 2 teams very close to capping that hill and dipping your toe in last second to score that point out of security. Well, there's a big difference if you start to lose some members and you're 90% in the way of that hill. There's some strategy in theory behind just getting out of the hill, let your team spawn, get a little more control across the map, and then finishing that hill off.
You're able to sandwich the other team, but when you're down 2-0 and you're down in the series, that strategy probably not the most viable. So I like how we saw Foe play it out. Over halfway now to tying this game up here in this 4th hill, as Wutum and Mighties have been the slayers to pick it up. Mighties with the shock rifle and camo in his hand, able to pick up a couple of kills, some good damage on the 2 players, but nobody able to pick up any of those assists just yet. There comes one, and this hill is gonna go to Foe as 3 members of Cloud9 go down, make it all 4. Foe have woken up in game 4.
End of the day, they're hitting their shots, they're getting their kills. You can kind of do whatever you want when things are going your way. So good job to Foe to tie this one up. And like you said, they have awoken. They've been setting up for this new top snipe hill. And I don't see anyone from Cloud9 easily breaking this through, but look at this push. Coming through snipe ramp, all 4 go down, just as I say that. Cloud9 now have all 4 alive across the map. They can set up, they can put a spawn trap out there, and they know Cafe is a likely candidate.
All of Cloud9 was not to no shields. They all end up staying alive. Beautiful grenade placement gets the job done from them. They finally have control back on the map. 2-2's the score. The hill's about tied, but here comes Foe off the break.
I like this play from Foe. It's interesting. It feels like part of their strategy is when they spawn in a spot, push the kind of exact opposite direction. So you're not coming out from the most obvious avenue. Yeah. So all that focus might have been on Cafe ramp. Instead, they're already pushing towards Yard. They're taking over LR. They're getting a secondary angle, and then anyone who's a late spawner can kind of be that anchor and shoot through.
Yeah.
Sure, it gives up a lot of time there, but I do think it's an effective method.
Absolutely. The question is, can Cloud9 catch on to that while it's happening, and can they punish it in the meantime? And the answer looks like it was no this time around. 3 members of Cloud9 go down, Foe back in the hill, and they're going to be close to scoring this. One push for Cloud9, I'd say, and this is over. Here comes the flank from Mighties. Great damage, but unfortunately, he gets taken down. This is about to get scrappy.
Jimbo got that flank as well, got a back smack. Now 2 flankers that kind of were unnoticed there from Foe, but somehow they're not able to scrap up those kills, but in the end, Foe able to scrap up the last few seconds of time there in hill number 5 with a 3-2 lead.
From being down 2-0 to now being up 3-2, 2 minutes on the clock, but Foe looking to put a punctuation here in game 4, push this series to a game 5. They got feet in the hills, kills in their favor, unfortunately traded out. Cloud9 pick up a couple kills of their own. Mighty's still in this hill doing some good damage, but more importantly, getting almost halfway to pushing his team to a game 5.
I like that play, like you said, no hesitation, just jump in that hill. They already got halfway. Clutch, when would you say is the time that you start to play the hill time? When do you start to just drain it out? Clearly not at 2 minutes left.
Not with 2 minutes left. It depends on the progression on the hill as well.
How fast?
If it's a fresh hill and there's a minute left, we can play time. If there's more, I'm thinking we play for the victory here. I'd rather be proactive with my assessment rather than reactive and sitting on our back heels. How often do you see teams that play on their back heels lose the game? You don't want to get caught doing that with your tournament life on the line. I like how far we're playing this.
I agree entirely. I think you have to put that clock and that pressure against the opposing team. Force them to charge out more panic. They're going to make more missteps if they know the hill is being scored versus, oh, we have all the time in the world. They're going to be positioned in spots where they can just kill us. And it becomes a bit more predictable. So I agree entirely.
Graham, a big kill from him. A massive one-on-one win will give his team numbers advantage. Shot control. Camo is up. They should have map control and able to acquire this. But here come the respawners of Foe. The camo grab could be everything to both these teams.
Could be everything, but I'm actually worried about Cloud9 right here. They got so many kills over those last 15 seconds, and they were not scrapping up the time. They were not putting that pressure. In fact, I think Diagram may have been the player that needed to get inside the hill during that last exchange.
Everyone's scared to go for that camera right now. The hill is what's the priority for Diagram on screen. Kills going back and forth, but Diagram being a nuisance, still alive with the shock rifle in his back pocket as we pulls to play with. Mighty's does stay alive with thrust. A beautiful job by him, but here comes the pressure on the Diagram dip. He stays alive. Dip dives, ducks. Diagram picks up the kill, gets back in the hill, and all of a sudden, foe are going to need to panic.
Diagram has been so sneaky down low on the map here. One thing I felt is that he's always hidden in a spot I would not expect. And look at this Tusk. Getting his last few crucial seconds, going to capture this, and we got ourselves a 3-3 game clutch. Don't worry about overtime, because it is not going to time here. It is going to be decided here on this yard hill.
And because that camo's picked up so late, Cloud9 were going to have that as an opportunity to break that hill. Unfortunately, Tusk shoots the plasma pistol, gets double teamed from an unsuspected player top yard. He gets taken down, and now foe have control.
Great shots there from Diagram, along with the help onto Rami. That player Chick over at the posters was going to be such a nuisance there. Eliminating Chick there is now going to allow Cloud9 to more easily push across the map. And look at this battle still taking place. Mighty getting so many shots and so much damage on Market. Killing spree at the end of this game here. So needed there for the foe roster. What are you seeing, Clutch?
We're going to a Game 5 day, moments away from foe coming back in Game 4, down 2-0 to finding themselves first to 50 kills for a top 8 position.
What a clutch series of events there for foe. They played that so well. It started to look like they're down and out. You started to feel that Cloud9 were just going to walk away with that game, especially they're up 2 hills. They had momentum on their side. It felt like even when we saw some fantastic plays from foe, they were just being countered and equalized by kills from the Cloud9 roster. But for the first time here in these objective games, we see even slays, 70 apiece.
That's actually crazy.
And foe walking away with the objective efficacy in game number 4.
Dave Walsh is so good at math that he was able to add all of those kills up and know that that was 70 to 70. I don't have the brain power for that, but thank God I have Dave Walsh next to me. And thank God we have a Game 5 here today in the elimination bracket to get a top 8 placing. Both of these teams want this one so bad. And for a Slayer to dictate these teams' future here this weekend, that's got to be everything you want as a fan sitting here watching the show. So strap on in, it's going to be a good one. Dave, I do want to talk about Game 4 for just a second. Foe being down 2-0. It looks so clean for Cloud9, but 3 straight hills simultaneously, it felt like, went their way. What went right for foe?
What went right for foe? I felt like they scrapped up time when they had the ability to. I felt like there was plenty of times where it was a 2-on-2 or a 3-on-3, and foe weren't overextended grabbing the hill. Instead, they were grabbing hill and forcing Cloud9 to panic a little bit, maybe come out of unnatural locations and fight before they were ready. And so I felt like foe was scrapping that and doing a good job putting the pressure on when they had control.
Woo! I'm sweating. This is getting hard. It's been a minute since I casted, and these lights, they get brighter as the series go on. These players, they get crisper as the series go on. And the pressure, it builds as the series go on. Live Fire Slayer is the name of the game. Cloud9 looked very dominant on Live Fire earlier on in the series, but that was a long time ago, Dave. What are the keys to victory here, and who are you leaning towards as players to watch as far as opportunities to really get their team over the hump for a top 8 place?
We've been highlighting them all series, but specifically game number 2, we highlighted and said Woodham. I mean, he has the 2nd highest KD when it comes to Slayers so far. 19.8 kills every 10 minutes. You can expect to be very, very active throughout this game. And it's gonna need to be clutch. So if you're trying to get some motion going on in this game, I don't view Live Fire as stagnant or slow as some of those other maps. I feel like there's a lot of times where teams get the advantage and they continue to push that. Pushing across the top of the map, spawn trapping over at green, spawn trapping over at dummies when they get opportunities. So would love to see a strong start and a strong pace of game there for Woodham and foe.
Of course, we had the S7 and the camouflage on the map, 2 key pieces to victory. We saw,
oh yeah, those things too.
We saw what happened when Tusk was able to put both of those together in multiple different situations in game 1. That was great for Cloud9. If you're foe, that cannot happen twice.
And keep in mind, they got both those weapons and power-ups at the start of each game.
Yes.
So it's not going to be much different of a start. Sure, you might have the arguable oddball where players are taking some time or resources and focusing on that, but end of the day, if both teams seem to be focused on this camo, I think Cloud9 happens to be winning those starting engagements.
And because you played a game type on this map earlier in the series, you've seen both sides of how this team wants to break the opening break. Does that give you an advantage if you're foe, being on the recipient end of a losing strategy at the start of both sides of the oddball? Do you think it's now an advantage for them to maybe have an opportunity to say, hey, last time we got smashed when we did this. Let's switch it up.
Absolutely. You start to play that game of rock, paper, scissors. You start to say, all right, we got this, standard start, which is very safe, which we feel confident is not going to be perfectly red, and you go with that one right off the rip. And luckily, you kind of have that on both sides on live fire because you get to use one different start from each side. Now that you have to repeat one of your starting strategies, you have to say, all right, well, it worked well last time. You know they're going to make some sort of adjustment. Do you just start to throw out the adjustment to the adjustment, or do you stick with it?
What side would you rather be on? Hey, what we did worked. Let's just do it again.
I want to be part of the side where it worked, and then you go in with another confident start. You don't need to get risky because it worked last time, but you don't do the exact same thing, especially if there's an easily punishable part of that strategy.
How deep is the playbook is the question.
Some points when you start getting those rock, paper, scissors things, people's like, oh, you're thinking this, and they're thinking this. I'm just like, what? At some point, just throw a little randomization.
And then they're throwing the paper sideways, telling you they threw scissors, but it's actually paper. They were just playing both sides of the coin there. Hopping back now as we wait for that game 5 to kick off. Quadrant is up 2-1 on War. We saw the first 2 games, but it looks like Quadrant now trying to catch back up to deny a game 5 from this series. 3-2, War still in the lead, but Quadrant just accomplished that hill. Unfortunately for Quadrant, it looks like it took all of their members to do so. Last player alive, Snipe Drone and Hill.
And what do you think about this time, Clutch? Last time we saw 2 minutes remaining with the bottom center hill going into play. I feel like Lore's just going to go for Slays. 15 seconds. They're just going to hold up high and see who they can kill.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. Now you play time, Jay. This is when you play time. With 10 seconds left, absolutely. Lore just need to get one more round of Slays. It's pretty easy to do when you have Camo, Shock in the hands of Drift. That hill trying to be denied. Drift not able to hit the shock rifle shot. A lot of players no shield. Only one of them gets taken down. And Quadrant still alive for now and almost halfway over the hill.
And tapping buttons, revealing position over towards glass/loop. So you see Quadrant and crew just looking over towards their driveway. They're not as worried about Cafe and Market at this point in time. And look at this, it's actually getting really close.
That's it.
3 seconds away, all 4 dead, and Quadrant and Lore going to a game 5 as well. So I feel like you can't really look at any bad matches here today. If you go on mainstream here, if you go on to B stream, fantastic game 5s going on both sides.
Both the Europeans finalists go into a game 5 for potential top 8 placings. They're going to take the hard road, it looks like, in Arlington, as they find themselves both in game 5s, deciding matches for their tournament lives. That's going to be a banger of a game 5, but we have focus for the main stage. Cloud9 still awaiting. As we get a little things with the PCs checked out, we want everything to be perfect for these 2 teams to go to battle here in this game 5.
Yeah, the longer that you wait here, the more that you either get motivated or doubt gets instilled.
Rami
all these players. Rami just checking out tweets, seeing how people think he's playing. But in situations like this, it's I feel like momentum really starts to either roll, or you also at some point just go, let's just get the good start, boys. Yeah. There's a lot of times where you're just wondering about, can we please just get the opening break kills, the opening weapons? Don't need to overthink this. Let's just get a good start.
And I've had teammates on both sides. I've had the over-analytical teammate that was trying to break down what everyone wants to grenade at the start. And I've also,
one of us pushing green, and one's going to throw a nade here, the other one's going to do this.
And then I've also had Demon D. Let's just beat the hell out of a man. So, I mean, if you could think that simple and play that well, who am I to question you? But now, Proton, Darkest Hour, highlights going on. Proton Gaming, a team that beat Sentinels as well. Probably doing a little bit better in pools than we expected with that win. And it looks like they had a very successful top 8 series with Darkest Hour. I mean, this Proton Gaming, when you look at this roster, Dave, and you see the success that they've had so far throughout this tournament, how deep can this team go? Because these guys, they've been there, they've done that, they have placed everywhere and anywhere in these brackets.
We're feeling like we're seeing one of the first teams from pool play actually separate from these top open teams. Every other open team, as we're seeing so far in the series, are just game 5s, neck and neck. Could go either way, but it feels like Proton's making a statement saying, guess what, there's a tier in between these open teams and these teams at the bottom of pool play, and we're in that tier.
It might be one of those open teams in the lowest tier. It's, no offense to Darkest Hour, but you are what appears to be the one team that's not pushing this series the distance. Complexity versus Native Gaming going over on a feature station as well. Complexity must have lost to Shopify.
All of these are incredible matches. It's criminal we have to choose just one of them here on the main stage like this.
We've done a little bit of a red zone so far as we get things figured out, but Complexity versus Native, a very important match. Both of those two teams definitely expecting to walk home with some change and at least a top 8 placing. Complexity has ambitions of breaking into the top 4, but that match against Shopify obviously not going their way. Shopify clearly already being top 6, playing against SSG later today. That's got to be a banger of a matchup with how good they have looked, especially with the reorganization of the teammates that they have over there. You got to love what you're seeing from them so far.
Yeah, it feels like there's just such a deep talent pool as we're going into the start of this 2024 season. And we get into like these top 8, top 10 teams. As soon as I start to try to name top 8 or top 10 teams, I start going down the list and you're like, wait, you just named off 15 teams. You can't do that in your top 10. It's like, all right, this is unfair.
That's the
too impossible to pick.
I call that the Tony special. He's got 8 teams in his top 4. He's got 12 in his top 8. And everybody is an up-and-coming superstar. Hey, we've seen some good Halo being played by Septify, by all these players. I mean, even Wutum may be an up-and-coming superstar. So, Tony, you might be onto something. But right now, we are on to a game 5. Aquarius is the map they're showing in that overlay.
But it's going to be Livefire. We got Livefire Slayer. And
you never know.
You know, I don't want to put pressure on anyone, especially the young gun, but I want to kick this one off with Wutum if possible. I want to see how he's kicking this off here in game number 5. And look at this melting over at Nest Bridge. Wutum. And I believe Mighty's pushing on over towards the Nest side. We got a one-on-one. Wisely backs down. And pressure is being put. He's buying time. Can Chick and Jimbo take advantage of this distraction? Get this camo. Do enough damage over on the silo side of the map.
Wutum's staying alive long enough to be annoying for Cloud9 to try and deal with because he's planning on flanking this camo play that Cloud9 have now overextended for. Wutum, if he can get there and have a good timing, he may be able to end back that fight. Unfortunately, he's out of the fight. Cloud9 get the camo, and they have rotated all across the map. Wutum being irrelevant for that camo play.
Great job staying alive, but like you said, as you're that flanker, there's this very difficult dance you have to play. On one hand, you want to be in the action, you want to be pulling their attention, you want to be doing damage, but if you overextend, you're going to die. If you underextend and don't get close enough, your teammates are fighting an odd number battle. Like I said, it's such a difficult balance being that perfect flanker, and you saw right there the damage of being a little too far away from Wutum.
The veteran, he's been in a few game 5s throughout his career, finds himself with the snipe, a beautiful headshot. And I love the fact that he backs up to tower. He's going to have some pressure on him from front tower, but realigns that, knows that the Quantum was back at green, finds the kill. Unfortunately, too many members of Cloud9 to deal with afterwards. So Jimbo just gets traded out. A double kill for Diagram. Information on respawners from Bo will make this just a 1-kill game, and Cloud9 will have control of the map.
Too many spike grenades falling towards that back tower, and looks like Diagram is the one intended to grab this snipe. Any of those members of Cloud9 could have grabbed it, but they said, Diagram, it's game 5, we're putting this in your hands.
You've seen what Suppress can do. He's got the same genetics. Can he have the same impact with the S7? Can't hit that player back green. Multiple players back pillars. No body shots with the snipe, but solid damage. He does give up his life, but at the end, Cloud9 will continue to make this a 1-kill game.
Being a part of the fight, I don't mind swapping to that Bandit. Make sure you get that guaranteed damage versus the all or nothing. But you said there was enough pressure there from Foe, and I mean, the more time that passes where Foe are able to go even while the Sniper's in play, the better. Looks like Sniper now to play, and this AR, he's got to get up close and personal. Looks like he gets the close fight, but that QT is gonna save a life right there. What a great repulse to stay alive by Rami, getting up close and personal and still not dying.
Not often you see a player without a bandit in his back pocket, but the AR gets the work done. The repulse keeps him alive, and somehow Rami gets out of that situation with some good damage, but more importantly, Cloud9 tie this game up 12-12.
Diagram just trying to put this extra pressure, making sure nobody can flank him over here at Sandbags. The fight for Snipe is coming up. Who has the better position? Is it the team with Tower or the team with Camo over at Sandbags? Diagram trades out kills with Mighty.
Two-on-2 situation. Snipe's still up top middle, Septify able to find that snipe. Maybe it's actually Rami that dropped down bottom middle with that snipe. Can we see some Rami POV? Thank you, Observer. You're doing a great job back there, L-Town. He's gonna drop it, actually.
But now we're here in this tied situation, 14 apiece. Cloud9 have Sniper. Do Foe pick up the pace and put the pressure on, or do they slow it down? I actually want to go to a Foe listen and hear how they're calming during this game number 5 crucial situation.
Pushing. You went back.
Maybe running with Snipe.
That's one tower.
It's gonna be on you. They're all gonna be there.
Hey, that's one shot.
That's one.
Handshake.
Cost one.
Oh, nice. Follow me this one.
One shot, still dead.
Demi's one shot. Demi's one shot.
Nice shot.
Yeah, hold on. It's one shot, still. Up. Don't get Tommy. I got ping on 2.
All good. Relax.
Alright, one's dummy, one's cuts, 2 going right.
On a mid.
No, 2. One's cuts.
There's 3 on the right. They're just playing safe. Back B.
Put it top, hold it down. Back B, Rami, put it top.
Back B.
Put it top.
He's here somewhere for sure. Yes, maybe.
Nice. Do you see guys?
We're
gonna headbutt them here.
Big behind us. We need to go.
On your jump.
Bottom elbow. Good jump. Fuck the jump.
And top in.
He's doing the jump. Up.
Reset.
Gonna trade
On the laser.
one shot.
Use straight.
Elbow again.
Camo 5.
Guys, I'm disappearing.
Could play this camo if you want.
Focus on me.
That's fine.
Focus as well.
Camo now.
Last guy diagram.
Who's camo?
Where is he?
On it.
Diagram.
Probably. Yeah.
They're gonna be
He's got scoreboard, one shot.
One shot in here with it.
Okay, diagram. I'm gonna play for team then.
I'm going in.
Okay, go ahead. Diagram coming. In A now, weak set to fight.
Red 1 shot. Red 2A 1 shot.
Man, you did.
Small.
One shot red.
One more. Big.
Back eight toss.
Pushing.
Snake could spawn dummies and fly to him.
He's pushing me.
Go.
Yeah. Roll back into him.
I love that listen, and I love that play from Woodham right there. We were critical before, saying he didn't do the correct flank play at the start of this game. However, that last one was spectacular, executed perfectly behind enemy lines, gets the double kill, gets the 3rd player weak. The other thing I noticed during that listening was I loved the calming voice from Wonder Boy.
Loved it.
Very concise, usable information.
Reset.
Giving usable information, saying camo's up if you want to push for it. There's sometimes you'll hear coach in your call saying, Camo, we gotta go for that.
Yeah.
And you hear those sort of comms, and you feel like you have to panic and force it. But he's let his team know that camo's come up as an option if they feel they have the right position to go for it.
Love this play from Wutum as well. Relocates top middle. He's able to clean up the kill. A 5-kill lead for Foe. Able to stay alive with a quick flick of the repulse down to his feet. Lifts him up, and I love that flick from him for that.
So good.
That double kill in the garage, that flick was nasty. He's given his team the lead here. 11, 5, and 6 from the young gun so far. The push on the green is where his eyes are focused on a kill and some damage to be able to collapse with his team. 4 down for Cloud9.
Such big brain plays and positioning. Always one step ahead, knowing where potential spawns are, where the team is going to be, and ready to pounce on those opportunities. Look at Woodham. He's doing this dance right now. Doesn't know if they're going to push out towards the side just yet. Now he gets a little information. He knows he's going to be the #1 target. He's calling for backup, and he's hiding. Now they have some eyes over from the nest. He knows he's safe. The garage push isn't coming. Now what he has to worry about is the push coming from the opposite side of the map? Is Woodham going to be left out to dry during this next fight? This happened at the beginning of the game. Is it going to happen again?
Such a difficult place for Cloud9 to try and play from right now. No kills to be given over. 8 kills separate the two, and Wootum smells blood in the water. He knows players are no shield, and here comes Wootum.
Just going for those kills, going for the trades. 10-kill lead here for Foe. I would argue that Woodham maybe came a little bit later than I would expect it or like there, but still, great timing window, realizing that Camel's coming up. There's not going to be more than one over in that garage, and he's either going to get a one-on-one, or he's going to be perfectly in time to get the flank and get the kills on Cloud9. Now Cloud9 down by 9 kills. What do they got to do here, Clutch?
The body shot from Wootum makes it such a difficult question to answer. Wootum is going to have so much presence on the map. Mouse and keyboard snipers are something to be feared, and Cloud9 had to find a way to get the snipe out of his hand. Wootum sees all of his teammates pushing forward, so he's going to try and lead tower. Knows it's a pressure from bridge is a probability. Diagram hits some perfect shots, but unfortunately, he hits the tab button. Everybody on his team has gone down. Now 46 kills for Foe. They need 4 to go to find themselves for a top 8 placing.
Yeah, and I feel like you got to be in one of 2 camps here. Do you slow it down? Do you just try to drain out time and let Cloud9 make all these pushes, or do you stick with Old Faithful? Do you keep on pushing, keep on being aggressive, and force these next fights? And look at Mighty's trying to get behind enemy lines. I don't think Cloud9's going to fully expect this.
No.
They feel like this game's going to slow down. Mighty's gets sniffed out by Septified. Chick now trying the exact same flank. Is he going to be punished? It looks like he's behind enemy lines, but spotted out again by Diagram. 2 giving up kills there by Foe. Not dangerous yet, but you don't have many more of those to give.
Don't worry, Wootum's got you. 47th is acquired. He's back tower looking to make some pressure. Oh my, Rami with the no-scope to make this a 6-kill game now. Everybody on Cloud9 trying to play their lives perfectly. Rami relocating top tower, hits the quick scope to keep his teammate alive once again. No deaths can be given though, 48-42.
Full sniper in the hands of Rami. Camo coming up. I feel like Foe, they can't just forcefully try to go for this camo. Instead, here comes a nice pick from Rami. Now just a 5-kill game.
So
camo is going to be crucial here. If Foe get it, they can sneak behind enemy lines. They can pick off a random kill. However, if Cloud9 are able to get this, they're still in driver's seat. Here comes the push. Back flank from Mud. 2 kills picked up by Jimbo, and you hear Foe popping off. Rightfully so. Down 2-1 the series. Wootum showing off the keyboard to the crowd and saying, I'm better, I'm different, look at me.
The first ever mouse and keyboard player to place top 8 in the history of Halo. Wootum, your name will ring in the history books of Halo. Welcome to the main stage, and what a performance he just put on. 16, 9, and 6 from the iciest mouse and keyboard player we have in Halo. The young gun pulls it off, puts it on his back, lifts the keyboard up, and pushes Foe forward in the elimination bracket.
Played so incredibly well there. Foe just clutching up when they needed to. Game number 4, being down 0-2 on Solitude King of the Hill. Able to bring that one back. Here, Live Fire Slayer. They did so well. Wootum doing so many of those difficult decisions and dances, but in the end, pulling it out. Such a young gun. Can't wait to see where this kid goes. Love seeing all this new talent rise to the top.
Especially when they play on a different input. I mean, he was making plays throughout this series, but the most important plays here in this game 5 were made by Wootum. That push in the garage, I'm sure we're gonna see it here in a second, was absolutely
Gotta be more specific. There was 2 different pushes in garage, where he goes to garage, the other one he went towards tunnel afterwards. He's just doing it all.
The one where he snaps on right here. This snap, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as Sims would say, and Wootum makes them feel the wrath of a mouse and keyboard player. That flick was nasty, and you cannot do that on controller, ladies and gentlemen. So he's showcasing exactly what kind of an opportunity he can put off. here at the HCS. An unbelievable performance by all of FaZe, especially when you consider the journey of what this series was. Game 1 was not close, and it had to have been something that you thought FaZe was going to falter throughout the series. It was going to give Cloud9 some momentum. They answered the story in Game 2 with a 50-42 victory on Sleets. Game 3, not close at all. 250-18, Cloud9 come roaring back in another objective. And you're wondering, can FaZe ever compete in the objectives? But that King of the Hill, that was where the series was won and lost. Up 2-0, Cloud9 found themselves. And then all of a sudden, FaZe came roaring back with those 3 straight points, giving them an opportunity that gave Wutum the opportunity to make history.
What an incredible series overall. And you know there's only one person we really talked to after that one. We got Blaze up on the stage with Wutum. Let's hear how he's doing and how he's feeling right now.
Thank you so much, Weston Walsh. Esports Arena, show some love to FaZe as they move on and stay alive in this tournament. But I got Wutum on the stage, and Wutum, mouse and keyboard player, first to ever get top 8, and you're live in this tournament. How does winning this series feel to you?
It feels amazing. You know, it's my first HCS event, and I made top 8 already, and we're not stopping there.
First HCS event in top 8, is that something? Man, so this series is one of the first Game 5s we had all weekend long. Talk to me about what was the game plan to lock this in. You guys go down 1-0 in a series, but you find a way to fight back. What was the game plan, and what is it like playing with this team?
Well, we all knew that we had to get back in it, you know, and Liam was having some, he was having some PC issues, and after he got those figured out, we were really confident, you know, because, you know, it's like if one player doesn't feel confident, then it brings the rest of the team down, but once we got those figured out, it was perfect.
Yeah. And it looked perfect up there, too, as well. And whenever you guys falter, you made some clutch plays there, especially throughout the Slayers, to keep your team in this game. Now, my next question is that after the dub, this whole place was chanting your name. Wutum, what do you want to say to them and everyone supporting you at home across the pond? What do you want to say to your fans?
I love you all. I love the support. I love all the MNK players and all the Controllers players as well who support me. It's amazing. I appreciate it very, very much.
There you go. Give it up for FaZe one more time. That's going to do it for me and Wutum on the stage. Lot, take us away.
The stadium was chanting his name, and rightfully so. I just want to give the utmost respect, the props to that young man on the stage. He is 17 years old, folks at home. 17 years old. Not only is he so young and the youngest we have in the HCS, but he's come on stage with a mouse and keyboard, which is something that we don't see often in the HCS, and to do what he just did with his team, high pressure situation. If I had a hat, I'd be flinging it in this arena. Unbelievable from Wutum and the rest of the team. Tim, Tony, we were in awe up here watching that series unfold. And Active, my first thing has to be about that young man, that Finnish guy. He was fantastic. We wanted him to deal damage, and really he exceeded all expectation.
Yeah, I've been talking about mouse and keyboard for years. I truly think that Wutum is the first player to make mouse and keyboard and put it on the map. And that's exactly what we needed as a Halo community. This player, he's a sponge, right? He takes all the information in. He doesn't make a mistake more than once. If this is what he's capable of right now, as he grows, like you said, 17 years old, this player is going to be phenomenal.
He certainly is indeed, Tony. I mean, there was so much to talk about there, but how impressed were you with this young man?
Extremely. I mean, at 17 years old, I had no type of composure like that in anything that I've ever done. But to come out here, top kills for your team, top assists for your team, top damage, the man was literally doing it all. And again, at the ripe age of 17, that is absolutely ridiculous. So I know why you're such a big fan, Tim. You know what? I'm going to join you on the Wutum train.
I'll tell you what, though, we're going to put a pause on that. We will come back to it, but I'm a fan of really crazy matches. What? This is... Oh!
That's it?
Okay. Quadrant, they will take that one. Wow. They will take that.
Very
my
fast.
goodness me, my heart was racing there, just looking at that scoreline going across the board there. Okay, so Quadrant in a bit of a sticky situation themselves, going to a game 5, but they will edge that one out. there's so much happening today, guys. I can't even keep up. I can't even catch my breath. But we do have highlights from, of course, our last game on main stage. Foe versus Cloud9 and Foe. They do manage to do it. Tim, you know, C9, they came out really hot. And honestly kind of expected a bit of a lackluster game one from Foe. Talk to me about how they managed to push along and gain momentum.
Yeah, honestly, Foe's game ones are a little bit weak. We talked about it before the matchup, right? They're now 1-4 in game ones, and that's okay. You know what your weakness is. You can go into the next series and expect that weakness and work on it, right? You've got time now that you haven't been eliminated, so I expect them to work on their game ones, work out, come out firing.
Yeah, to come out slow on that game number one and answer back in game two, that was really big for Foe. But even more so, I mean, you got slaughtered in game three, 250-18. To bounce back from that, be down 0-2 in the King of the Hill, come back in that game, then come back in the game five Slayer. It seems like for too long, Foe were behind the 8-ball. I mean, throughout the entire series, you were down in slays. You did not outslay the enemy team. You did not have more assists than enemy team. You didn't have more damage than enemy team. You were actually outstatted by Cloud9 and still came out with the win. That is so impressive.
I think the big thing there, Tony, especially with that strongholds, was exactly like you said with the slays. And for me, it was just not being able to get out of that issue, not being able to get out of that trench that C9 had put them in. At times, they managed to slow the game down for the strongholds, and they could have tried to get a little bit more of a hold on their slays, but they just weren't winning their 1v1s. Is that going to be a bit more of a problem for them if they can't get and reverse a situation like that with a deficit the way that they had it? Is that going to be a problem going through the elimination bracket?
Yeah, we know for a fact that Foe can slay, even though, like I said, you did get outslayed in that entire series. We have seen them do well in the Slayers, both game 2 and game 5. What you need to find a way to do is be able to slay while moving, slaying while having an objective that's drawing your attention, that's baiting you in, and then converting on that, having that efficiency. In the strongholds, they were exposed a little bit on that. And to be honest with you, even in the oddball, but at the end of the day, it's that clutch factor. You still ended up winning, so I want to make sure I give you your flowers.
100%, and Active, you look across the stats here, it's a very interesting story indeed. You get Foe edging out the series, they win it 3-2, but the KDs are so skewed, and it's bizarre to see that for fans at home who might not understand how, hold on a second, how are Foe, not slaying the most, not getting the positive KDs, but they win the series. The efficiency that came across at the end was everything. Yeah,
objective efficiency is key, right? It doesn't matter how much you slay, it's what you do with those slays, and again, the clutch factor that Tony talked about is the big one for me, right? Even in that game 2 Slayer, Wooden putting in that damage, getting those 2 assists to clean up that game, and then we saw him at the very end in game 5, him cleaning up those kills and getting those slays at the very end with that flick onto multiple targets. That's what makes MK so good, and Wootem showcasing it.
He really did showcase it. I also want to give some props to Cloud9 because they kept that series unbelievably competitive. And Tony, for me, I have to also give some respect to Diagram. He had some moments in that series that were game-changing, and in fact, made Foe's life awfully hard. What did you make of his overall gameplay, and what does he need to be really proud of, going out of this tournament and going into the next one?
You gotta love the triplets, the Diagram, Avenue, and Suppress combination. They always come in with big smiles on their face. They always have, just a joy about life. They just have a great vibe about them, and on top of that, they can slay. They can do damage. All three of them are just as aggressive as each other. Actually, back in Halo 5, I coached a team with all three of them and Swish, and it's when they're firing all cylinders, especially Diagram, one of the younger ones, when they're firing all cylinders, they are so tough to deal with. Diagram has a very bright future in this league, and I'm excited for it.
And it certainly was shining on that stage, so commiserations to Cloud9, of course, going out short here in the tournament, but congratulations to Foe, who will progress on into that elimination bracket and find out who they will be coming up against next. And speaking of next, we do have an incredible match coming away. I know I say a lot of them are amazing, but FaZe versus OpTic is gonna have this roof blown off the arena. A main stage winners match coming up for you guys right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Hey, guess what? New year means a new OpTic SCUF design for a new controller. Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC gaming. Guess what? SCUF saw your comments and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up the Cox here. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Kinda not. Leave a message.
Yeah, the Mega Rev boys hear cinnamon. Flow tastes sweet like cinnamon. Open up doors, I'm a gentleman. View top floor, I'm still staying ahead of them. Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions. Trying to figure out what sound. Don't worry about what next. Just know we got now.
Hey everyone, on set here from The Narrative. We've got Jimbo from FaZe joining us. Come all the way down to London to have a chat with us because you have had probably one of the most turbulent off seasons, I think, in quite some time.
It's been an absolute wild one. Stressful, beyond relief, just crazy one. But great, don't get me wrong.
There's a lot of stories to tell.
There is an absolute ton.
Before we get into it, do you want to get a coffee?
Heck yeah.
Let's get caffeinated. Right, coffee acquired. Let's go back to, say, Blackpool Europa Halo event. You guys had a very good performance. You did come up agonisingly short in that final against Quadrant.
One kill.
One kill. That was the difference.
Split across the map, sniper and Jimbo. Jimbo gets the first kill with a shock rifle. Shots onto two of the players. The collapse coming in. Slay's come through. 3 down. 49-48 in favour of Na'Vi. 20 seconds left.
The HCS 2024 Kickoff Arlington Major is presented by AMD. Scuff, and Corduroys.
I am going to get it. 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 Put it on the line. This will silence all the critics. I will leave with many rings because I am going to get it. Find my wrist where lions sleep. Walk the talk, that's highest speech. In the city, fighters with me going after prior peace. Higher, I go higher, light a fire, that's required. And we rally in the streets like a riot, got the pilot.
All right, Arlington, here we go. It's the grand finals rematch you've been waiting for from Worlds last year. OpTic versus FaZe. This one is going to be an absolute banger, I can tell you right now. Hey, look, I can't predict the future, but when it comes down to these two teams and what we have seen with them, it has always been lights out Halo gameplay and some of the best Halo Infinite we've ever seen, honestly, across the globe and across the last 3 years. I'm joined by Wes and Tony. Fellas, you've got a really good death segment here, and I'll tell you that much because we got some stats for you today. But first, before we get into all the nitty-gritty here, let's talk about what we've seen today, what we've got coming up next for you guys at home, what you might have missed, because a lot of the scores have been coming in. Complexity this morning, 3-0 Law Gaming. Law also felt the wrath of Bittersweet here, but they managed to pull through 3-0. And then we've got OpTic Gaming also then taking Law Gaming, unfortunately, off the map entirely, 3-0 sweep for them. Space Station, they met Quadrant in our first winners quarterfinals, 3-1. Quite a bloodbath actually from Quadrant, trying to answer back there against SSG. And then we've just seen Foe 3-2 Cloud9 in a absolute brawl on the main stage, went all the way to it, and Foe, they managed to squeak it out. Wes, you actually casting that one. That was electric, wasn't it?
Sheesh, I was sweating up there, and I know the players were feeling the pressure because it turned up the heat, but just in time for this next match. What an appetizer that series was, because now the main course of our Saturday is served. It's the winners bracket semifinals, and these two matches have got all of my attention moving forward.
Tony, looking across the bracket, it was always meant to be this way, surely. FaZe versus OpTic in the semis. We've seen this number of times now where these two have met in the semifinals, and it's always bittersweet, isn't it, for our fans here, because these are two top teams, and one will get bumped down relatively early here into the elimination bracket.
Yeah, when you look back at pool play, you knew that FaZe and OpTic were going to come out number one in their pools. You knew they were going to make it up until this point. And we knew SSG were going to get here as well. The real question was who was going to be that fourth team, and we know Rebellion is now. But it was written. It was in the script. We knew we were going to be here from the moment this weekend started.
We certainly did. I got a note as well. You mentioned Rebellion there. I'm so impressed with what we've seen from them, Wes. I think going up against Space Station, it's going to be the tallest order for them. But from what we've seen, the promise, the being able to battle back when it mattered most, being down, trying to kill momentum from other teams, it shows a lot of signs of life here.
Absolutely. Everything you want to see from Rebellion, and especially now that Sentinels is out of the tournament. We said it in the pre-show. Not very often do those top four teams ever really get top four. So Sentinels leaving the door open for our top four to have a shuffle. I think that Rebellion team is primed to be inside the top four by the end of the weekend. But where in that top four, I think they can go as far as those players want to. And as long as they're playing well, they're going to be difficult for anyone to out.
Well, we don't have to go too far for a prime time match, because that's what's coming our way on the main stage. Starting off with OpTic Gaming, this roster is one to be feared, has been for quite some time now. But I want to know how they're going to fare up against FaZe, up against their foes from last year, the ones that they fell short to in the World Championships. Right now is the time in their home arena in front of their fans to kick back and do it with an absolute bang clutch.
You said it best. The home of OpTic Gaming will host the rematch from the World Championship. You made the team change from APG to Dead Zone for a reason. It is to win this series. You do not let anyone come into your house and kick your butt. That is a rule in where I'm from, and I know OpTic feels that way, so they need to get up. This one is personal.
Tony, on the other side, we've got FaZe. They are looking primed and ready to go. They haven't let their foot off the gas since the World Championships. They come in here as the #1 seed. What are your expectations from this team?
my expectation for them is to come out and win. I'm sure that's their expectation as well. It was back in that grand finals, win that world championship, where OpTic went up those first 2 games and FaZe went 8 in a row. They're still the #1 seed coming in. They're still the favorites for a reason. OpTic made a team change. They want to win this, but I don't know, man. FaZe, they're looking clean.
This is the biggest rivalry we have in the HCS. Both world champions from the first 2 years going at it, and FaZe love the position they're in. The villains, the ones trying to ruin everyone's day in the crowd that represents the green wall, and that will put the smile on their face at the end of this series if they're able to get it done.
It's 2 different championships from 2 different years going head-to-head on the stage right now, folks. Let's get into this game. It's going to be OpTic versus FaZe. Let's meet your teams.
It does not get much bigger than this in the Halo Championship Series. FaZe Clan and OpTic Gaming, both of them the recipients of World Championship rings, both of them the recipients of a World Championship trophy. And we're in the winner's bracket now, Andy. We get to see who is starting off the season hottest.
All roads led to here, right? This is the matchup that we came for, especially here in the OpTic Arena in Arlington, Texas. This is the match that the Green Wall also came for. But they're going up against the defending world champions in FaZe Clan. Here's a look at your series layout.
Starting off with a little bit of oddball live fire here. Slayer Streets game 2. Strongholds Recharge will be your game number 3 before we get to King of the Hill Solitude and Slayer Aquarius. And usually I say, if needed. Now, I'm not going to say that this time because I've got the feeling we're going to see these, Andy.
Yeah, I was going to say, let this one go the distance, folks. As a Let's Go OpTic chant erupts before the game even starts. Cannot wait to see these two teams. It feels like we've had an explosive Saturday. Amazing results. You might have just seen Wootum, the first mouse and keyboard player to play Top 8. We saw amazing matches earlier from SSG and Quadrant. Smiles on the face of Royal One, looking very cool and calm heading into this one. And this is going to be an absolute banger of a series.
Well, there are the OpTic Ultras. There they are in the front, ready to cheer their team on. The Lucid fan club are out, as are the former ones as well. And let me tell you, even though this is the home ground here of OpTic Gaming here in Arlington, there's definitely a smattering of FaZe fans in that crowd as well who will want to silence the OpTic Ultras.
They absolutely will. And big, tall order here for OpTic. I got to catch Lucid a bit earlier. He was telling me, you know, it just feels good. The team's firing so well together, and now as we get ready to get into game number 1, he said we've shaken off the rumors. Everyone can stop talking. We can focus on what we need to do here. And they go up against the defending world champions. What a statement this would be for OpTic Gaming. If they were able here in this series to send FaZe to the elimination bracket this early on in the event, how much would that do for the team change? How much would that do for this squad to kick off the season with a main stage win like that?
With the players are ready, I'm pretty sure the crowd here in Arlington is ready as well, as we are in to game number 1 of our winners semi-final. FaZe Clan versus OpTic. We're starting off with the general.
see what Snakebite can do all right away, ripped off. That's going to be 2 dead for each side. But I tell you what, when we've seen this matchup last year, of course, there's only one player that's different on the stage across these 2 rosters. That's going to be Dead Zone on OpTic Gaming. Unsurprisingly, all eyes on him continuously throughout this weekend, and this series is no exception. Here comes Renegade.
Renegade has a chance to make a play, do some damage, and get out with that QT that he collected on his way forward. And it looks like even though he got some good damage down, it's going to be OpTic who are getting the better of this fight. He'll be forced to retreat back to his teammates. Early ball time here for OpTic Gaming, but just a touch of it. 10 seconds or so, nothing really too huge to talk about as Renegade continues to output damage. The only problem is damage does not get converted into kills for them here as OpTic holds strong.
Yeah, exact same thing I was thinking. It was really good damage and really good QT usage. He's able to get a lot of damage, but as you say, not able to get the cleanups from the teammates just yet. And off the break of that, you're going to see now Frosty with this camo in hand. Needs to make a push. They're already down by 20.
Trying to play off the damage here. He's also got a pistol to work with as well, which means he can pop away at those shields and capitalize on that damage. And a little bit of a swing and a miss.
Very nice.
And there's that pistol that gets him out of trouble once again. 23 points still to OpTic though, as they do finally force the play ball here, FaZe.
Ooh, a little pancake from Frosty as well. He hits the melee before he hits the repulse to get the little bit of a rare medal there. Finally will fall. That was 3 dead for OpTic though. This should translate into a time here. Yes, it will. Snakebite's going to start to rotate. Here comes Formal trying to stop that rotate right now.
Yeah, just kind of cut through him. He might be able to cut Snakebite down.
Ooh, he's not shooting.
Just about managed to get away, but Trippy will take him down, so the ball won't be collected by FaZe to keep that score ticking upwards. OpTic and Formal there, by doing that damage and cutting through, have stopped a potential back green setup for them. Formal now off the back of it, knows where all of FaZe are and tries to sneak a ball back into his teammates, but FaZe were ready for it.
Ooh, it was 2 dead when he went for the grab, but look at the timing there from Snakebite off the break. Gets the nades into Rat Tunnel, which translates then instead into 2 dead for OpTic, so it won't be too much time on the board. The 2 teams right now tied at 14 kills apiece.
Now, this is going to be a game and a series which is decided by moments.
Yeah.
One sniper rifle bullet that hits, one that doesn't. One kill that got away or one kill that gets collected. All of these will contribute to who comes out on top at the end of it. But early on here, OpTic Gaming, they are doing a better job of just out-rotating and getting that odd ball away from the FaZe pushes. It's 33 points and rising. It's a strong start from the green wall.
Yeah, it really is. Let's see what Lucy could do here. Knows the angle he needs to cut off, so he will move sandbags with the team. A lot of pressure coming in on Camel's side.
Lucy hits the body, cleans it up immediately. Now he's looking for a second. Trippy gets taken down by Rule 2 in the meantime, and FaZe are losing members, and this should just be a case of cleaning up a couple of players, although Lucy can't quite find where Renegade disappeared to, and that's going to cost him a kill.
Look at that, yeah. You can tell just how carefully he was checking those corners in the end. Oh my, look at the shots coming out of him, almost gets a second. That'll be a killing spree on the board, and just like that, OpTic starts to pull away in the kills category, 21-16, and more importantly, on the scoreboard as well. They're up 55-4.
Formal's got a snipe here on cuts as well. Nice little body shot onto Renegade. That's going to completely slow this push down. Now, so important it is to control this weapon. It's not about the flashy kills sometimes. It's about slowing down the push by doing damage. Now he's re-wrapping towards his teammates on the pillars to provide that covering fire to keep them alive as FaZe try and continue their push.
Pretty wild stats here on the side of OpTic Gaming as well. Take a look at the big standout. It's Trippy. He's 11-6 at a time when Dead Zone and Formal have 3 and 2 kills respectively. Trippy popping off here with the numbers.
And again, another body shot here from Formal just means that his ball carrier doesn't come under any pressure whatsoever. 75 points and rising now, and FaZe Clan probably starting to get a little bit concerned about the pattern of this round, because to be honest with you, it's been all OpTic and they haven't really had to do too much for it.
Ooh, Formal there. Knew he wanted to play the sniper rifle and then even almost gets the headshot as well in the fadeaway, but now Snakebite with the QT. They're down 79-9 and finally scoring.
There's one team though, it doesn't matter how much they're down, it's just the fact that they haven't lost the round.
Enemy has the ball.
Where they can formulate a comeback and get into any game type, it's going to be FaZe. We've seen it before, we've already seen it at this event. As Frosty has the ball in his hand. Big push on the camo side off the map at the moment from OpTic, but that's just opening up a flank.
No play ball! The play ball didn't come in. I think everyone's thinking the same thing. Frosty there, you couldn't tell from Snakebite's POV. Frosty not in a position to get the play ball. And Snakebite was expecting something coming sandbags, instead they stuck under him, and they really pushed that 3-man push to prevent the play ball. Finally it does play, but now 84-20, FaZe with a lot of work to do.
Only one mistake really left for FaZe here. OpTic pick up 2 kills, and that means they're going to pick up the odd ball as well. Royal 2 with a double kill might give them a little bit of a window to push forward, but the clock is against them, and Lucid is running away from the FaZe push. 94 points and rising, make it 95, and he turns direction. He changes direction, runs back to his spawners, throwing that odd ball down where they can contest it.
Okay, ball played at 96. I believe Snakebite also had camo off screen. However, with FaZe 2 dead, this really should be OpTic's game here.
However, FaZe turn it around. It's going to be 3 dead for OpTic. Snakebite has that camo, like you mentioned. Now there's the opportunity for him to get that first pick in the push, to get the information that he and his team require to create a little bit of space, and there is that kill. Deadzone did get one onto Renegade, though, so this isn't going to be a comfortable hold here for FaZe.
Not going to be comfortable. This is really, really high stakes Halo here. They need to play absolutely perfect for what will feel like an eternity, down by 60 points.
OpTic probably thinking we've got a few pushes here, just take our time, get 4 players back on the map, get 1 kill, and then think about that odd ball. Trippy now, having seen the kill start to come in, tries to move towards that odd ball. It's a 2v2 on the map right now. Ball going to be thrown away, but is it thrown away from the OpTic push far enough? Deadzone comes in, he gets 2. Is he going to be able to turn it into a triple? Instead, plays his life smartly. More damage onto Frosty as the cavalry now arrives for OpTic. This is desperate from FaZe Clan, trying to hold the OpTic push off that odd ball.
Wow, 2 dead here for OpTic. FaZe so far winning that off of the play ball from Snakebite into the dummies. It's a really good play, but still a lot of work to do, of course. 3 dead, 2v1 right now. Deadzone the only player alive for OpTic.
Only player alive, but still alive. Most importantly, however, he will go down. Snakebite will get that ball, or as I say it, it resets. That's how long that scrap went on.
Yeah.
Long enough for that odd ball to reset to bottom middle, and that's great news for OpTic.
Oh, dangerous. Renegade almost dies bottom, and he gets taken down. He's the first to fall. However, 3v3 on the map. Here comes Formal.
Formal backing up Lucid. Lucid gets taken down as well. Gonna have to slay around this ball before they try and do anything. Snakebite's buying so much time. He's throwing a shoulder at him. And in the meantime, here comes the rest of FaZe. Royal 2 falls down to get that kill onto Formal. Snakebite was taken down, but OpTic lose 2 members. Now, can FaZe keep this up all in their hands, or is Trippy on the flank about to cut them down and maybe win this round? It's Deadzone and Trippy, and it will be OpTic who get round this corner with the odd ball to close it out.
Very, very good closure. You had to think that was eventually going to come with the enormous lead they had, but as you said, a lot of composure, a lot of patience coming in from OpTic Gaming. Trippy gets the help he needs as he pushes in towards the pillar door. They will close out the round, and now look to do it in 2 rounds if they can.
What a round from Trippy, by the way. Not only the game-winning moment, he's 16-12 with 56 seconds of ball time as well. Doing it all in a big series is what he's known for. And he's trying to continue that in that first round and in this series. For now, though, the pressure is going to be top middle, because that's where that sniper rifle has just dropped. The QT out is going to allow Snakebite to stay alive for just a second, but Trippy sniffs him out and puts him to sleep for a few moments.
Gotta say, really interesting comparison between the points on the board in ball and also the kills. That was a blowout round largely in terms of score for OpTic Gaming. However, the 2 teams right now are tied at almost exactly 50 slays apiece.
Trippy going to move that ball away again, and it's a 2v2 on the map right now, so his bodyguard is going to be Lucid. Where are the FaZe spawns? It's heavy on the camo side of the map, trying to force their way forward. Trippy's looking for a rotate out. They're trying to force the space over at green where their numbers are. And having handed that ball off, Snakebite forgot that Trippy was here, and he might live to regret that one.
2 dead here for FaZe. A good opening as well, once again, from OpTic Gaming. 19 points already on the board. We'll see if they can continue it. A blowout round, as we said. Let's get into a listener here in round number 2 with OpTic Gaming.
One shot training, man. One shot miss. 2 guys rats still. They're pushing big door. They're pushing big door. Try to kill miss.
3 pulls should be up, or what?
Yeah, one guy top nest. Nest, John. Nest 3 shots.
Back in 1 absolute. Back in absolute. Back in absolute. Back in 1 shot absolute.
It's 1 shot training.
Go back in 1 shot.
He's training. He's training. It's him. It's 1 shot. It's 1 shot. I'm in weak. Snakebite, 2 shots on mid. 2 shots on mid. I'm looking at white box. White box.
Absolute. I don't see him.
Enemy has the game, I guess.
He's absolute dummy door. Absolute dummy door. The one who's on Ovi, Frosty.
On screen.
Still dummy door.
Nice. 3 shots on screen. 3 shots on screen.
Nice. On the west.
Enemy has the ball.
On up now.
I'm going right now. I'm going dummy door.
Yeah, I'm fighting this.
Your lunge in. I spawned here actually.
It's one minute. Screens and 2 and 8, okay?
Coming screens.
Screens 2 shots. Screens 2 shots. Frosty.
There's 2 shots.
There. They're gonna one is nest 3 and 8. One is nest. Place the tires. Go forward. Place our tires. He's playing tires now.
There's 1 shot here. 1 shot. 1 shot. Hit. 1 shot. A5.
What's up, DJ? Nice.
Quantum's up. They're gonna get it.
Top tower. Top tower.
Go, Will 2. Yeah, Will 2, sorry.
Go, Quantum tower.
Enemy has the ball.
And cement.
Ball drop.
That one. 2 dead.
Tower.
Come tower, so nobody get ball. Somebody get ball right away.
Camo.
They're in bully. Bring it A. Yeah, I'm gonna fight cuts with you.
Big door here, guys.
Watch your bottom.
Looking big door. I see nothing. One guy's bottom, top and bottom tower. They're going tires to top mid. Sit like bottom mid with that ball. Tires to top mid. I'm coming. Screens. In A weak. Frosty. 3 in A. One guy big cut.
No one's in A. Half shields in A. He's going. Rat door, half shields. He's got 8 pillar going sandbag.
Get ball.
One shot.
He's got 3 ball forward. Get some space here.
Sniper.
I spawned elbow.
Could be nest.
Could be green. I got snipe.
Okay.
I'm hiding elbow right now.
We're rotating this cuts. They're gonna be
Nice. 2 shot. Pillars. Hey, white box top mid.
In the vent. 2 shot in the vent.
Nest as well. Good jump up.
Good nest on me.
3 on 3 right
Enemy halfway to victory.
Top mid. One shot top mid absolute. Renegade. One shot in the vent. One shot top mid. Absolute side. Tires.
He's watching the vent.
On OB. Top mid. One shot. Renegade.
Sniping cuts.
See what's tires? One shot. Yeah. On ball. 2 dummy door. 2.
Well, OpTic sounding composed and calm as they always are, but to take ourselves back into the game and look at that score, OpTic have the lead at the moment, but FaZe with far more, I would say, consistent setups and ball time than they had in that previous round.
Certainly looking much better for FaZe and FaZe fans here as 3 will fall on the side of OpTic Gaming. 4 dead, first spawner is up, that's going to be Dead Zone. And now right back in this game, of course, a Let's Go OpTic chance answers back to the score, climbing up here for FaZe, but a lot of interesting stat lines as we're just about tied here. Mark, FaZe actually goes into the lead by just a few seconds. A lot of interesting stat lines to highlight. I'd say one of the most interesting is going to be Formal's assists. For a lot of that listening, he had double the assists of anyone else in the game.
It's what he does best, right? The human UAV, there's a nickname there for a reason. People playing off his damage, it's just constantly the player to play around. Always taking those good positions. Snakebite will get the trade back tower as OpTic find themselves 2 dead again, but FaZe find themselves 3 dead. So Trippy turns his attention from kills and taking some more FaZe names to that oddball.
Also worth pointing out here, become a much closer game as you see 5 points only separating the two versus that first round, but really still close in total kills between the two teams. It's 71-68 in favor of FaZe.
Frosty trying to locate where that player is. Completely lost him in his Dead Zone, who comes back to challenge, and Dead Zone, who almost, just about, gets away with it. Frosty hits the final headshot though with the Bandit, and now we're going to turn our attention away from the oddball towards the camo. 5 seconds or so till it comes up. There's an opportunity here if they can get it for OpTic to get that oddball out of the hands of FaZe.
And now dueling chance, you might be able to hear Let's Go FaZe Clan and Let's Go OpTic chance just battling it out just as fierce. 3 do fall for FaZe Clan. Renegade's your last player alive. Camo's down. Should be a clean grab opportunity. It is for Lucid as well. They will continue scoring. They're down by just about 10.
Lucid looks Formal straight in the eyes and says, take this oddball, I've got camo, let me make a play here. And look how heavy this push is.
Look at this.
On the camo side here from FaZe, it's all eggs in one basket, but they don't know about Lucid. But Royal 2 pokes back out off the damage, manages to get that kill, but here comes the rest of OpTic Gaming.
Back-to-back 3 deads there. Renegade is your last player alive yet again here. It's 4 dead though, so Renegade as the last player alive on the map is going to get the ball. He will grab the repulse and start the ball rotate as well.
FaZe went all in on that push. And the most important part of it was they got a 1-for-1 trade with camo. Then they won their individuals and were able to break through. Renegade now has that ball in his hands, and FaZe go into a lead. Plenty of time left in this round for either team to turn this around. But speaking of turning around, at the moment, Renegade's just turning left, turning right, trying to get a play ball, and that's exactly what he does by sending that repulse.
Oh boy.
To the back of the oddball as he sends Dead Zone to sleep.
Gets the and one as well. Insult to injury. Somehow stays alive. Hits a very pivotal play ball because based on where the score is, failing to play the ball there really could have been the round. Stays alive, picks up another one as well. Currently up just by 12 points.
Again, can't get the kill onto Dead Zone though. But so much pressure onto OpTic Gaming, and off the back of the pressure, OpTic find themselves 3 dead. FaZe still in control of this round as it stands.
Lucid was the most forward player. He gets taken down right away. That will maintain a man advantage for FaZe. They're going to look for the second pick here. If they can, this might be additional ball time, maybe even the round.
Enemy has the ball.
Respect being shown here by FaZe, though. They want to make sure they secure a few more kills before they go for this oddball. 1 player alive bottom middle. It's going to be Formal, but I don't think he's going to be able to catch Royal 2 here. He should be able to rotate this one towards Spawners, but the Spawners are a little bit all over the place here. FaZe don't know where to take that oddball, and OpTic might have just got a second chance at this round. 10 seconds is all they needed, FaZe, but OpTic have the ball, and FaZe are 3 dead.
You could tell from cuts they did not know where to take the ball. They thought about taking a nest bridge, then they instead had to bring it back to top mid. No play ball comes in, which brings us now only 5 points trailing for OpTic. They might close out the game here.
Enemy has the ball.
FaZe need to slow down and get 4 players back on the map, but OpTic want to keep the pressure up. They go into a lead as the OpTic fans start to sing here in Arlington. 1 for Trippy, no one close enough, and that will be OpTic Gaming taking home the first game of the series, 2-0.
What a statement from the OpTic Gaming side of the stage. What looked like it was guaranteed to be a FaZe round 2 win, sending us into a sudden death round 3, is cut short. And like you said, FaZe trying to figure out where to bring that ball from dummies into cuts. The rotate started towards Nest. They realized that was not going to work. And guess what? Once you're already C-plat, you're very far away from any play ball opportunities. The ball sits there. OpTic Gaming pushes in, gets their 3 dead. And they have a near perfect hold to close out the game in the end. They win in the total score of 200 to 131, and they get outslayed by 1 kill across the 2 rounds.
About as even as you can get in the slays, but not in the oddball rounds. And I think it's very interesting to go back and talk about that decisive moment, right? The spawns, it looked like the timing was just off for Royal 2. He thought that maybe there was going to be a spawn over at green for his teammates, and instead, maybe the timing was off because OpTic had already maybe got that kill, got to Nest, and like you say, it ends up in a little bit of a pinch. And from there, no playable opportunity whatsoever, and you just presented the ball to OpTic, and they were able to hold a tower.
Yeah, and to Royal 2's credit, I think a lot of people watching were thinking the same thing. He did have a teammate, right? I think it was just around bottom Nest, so it looked like the safe and obvious rotated, but all of a sudden the kills came in, and I think surprised a lot of people, and also, of course, FaZe Clan included, as they looked like they were poised to send us to a final round. Here's Trippy's last push, a lot of help coming in for him, but made sure to lock out that first round. And they win that first round 100 to 41. It's of course a very different round number 2, and FaZe looked a lot stronger, but OpTic in the end clutching up on that last push.
Yeah, I'll be very interested to see that exact play at the end of these replays, just to keep an eye on where those players did actually respawn on the map. If it was a mistake, if it was unfortunate, or if it was a really good play from OpTic. We'll have to see in these final moments here. This was just about where it was. Excuse me, it's a little bit later than this. This was the camo pickup from Lucid. But
love what we saw from Lucid here, just kind of like hugging and wall glitching those sandbags as well. Here's your final moments, and of course, didn't get to see exactly where those spawners were pushing from. It might have been a Pillar's green push, taking out the player. Of course, could have come from sandbags, taking out the player around bottom Nest, which made the green push no longer safe. However, in the end, OpTic Gaming up to 2-0 in that game. They'll take the first game and up 1-0 in the score of the series. Next up, Slayer Streets.
Slayer Streets. And Slayers have been the name of the game for FaZe Clan, right? I mean, we were talking about this before the tournament started. We were saying, how many times did FaZe have to rely on Slayers, either winning one of them or both of them in a series, to give them the placements and the championships that they had last year? Well, we have to find out the answer if it's going to be the same this year. If there's going to be a couple of series where they're not going to be able to win those game 5s, win that game 2, and 2 of these players on our screen are going to be the reasons that their respective squads might come out on top.
Huge KDs from both of these players, especially on a Slayer, to be a 1.59 and a 1.46 respectively between these two. And actually, slaying is going to be a lot of the focus here for this series, Mark, because I can't tell you enough how interesting the stat line was from that game number 1. I also need to add that OpTic was being outslayed in round 2 specifically, 46 to 37, and came back, brought the game back, not only in slays, but obviously, as you saw, in points as well. So FaZe Clan is doing the hard work and getting the slaying done, which we're used to seeing from them. But interestingly, OpTic so far really nailing the objective efficiency and kind of sneaking out these wins round after round. We'll see what game number 2 Slayer holds.
Players loaded into the game here, and an opportunity, a huge opportunity here for OpTic to go up 2 in the series and really put FaZe Clan under pressure. But, like we mentioned, FaZe are pretty damn good at Slayers. As we head over to the streets now, no rockets anymore to play with, so you're going to see a lot more movement, and the game not slowing down as much as that camo promotes movement. It promotes teams to get involved in fights and take space. We'll start off this game with Lucid. Why wouldn't you?
See what he was able to do here on this push. It's a very nice early pick. Those picks do not usually come in that quickly on the Neons. And of course, just in case you're new to this HCS season, Camo is going to be on delayed spawn. Comes up 30 seconds after the round starts.
This aggression from Lucid, by the way. I think he's about to catch a lot of FaZe members off guard with how quickly and how aggressively he's pushed up to the tires there. FaZe kind of deal with it. Don't take too many deaths, but by doing this damage and by being such a presence, he's forcing all of FaZe to make decisions they don't really want to.
Good timing. Gets another one as well. That's 3 dead. Renegade is your last player alive. We'll have to see where Camo went through all the scuffle as well.
3 dead here for FaZe. OpTic with a lead, a 2-kill advantage.
There it is.
It's going to be Trippy who has the camo, and more terrifyingly,
oh boy,
a Bulldog as well.
5-3 off the opening. Things slow down right away, and this is what you love to see. This is what Camo brings now. Now we get the opportunity to see the play of the push coming in from Trippy.
Trippy gets the info, right? He gets the info first, doesn't want to show, and now he can play off the damage of his teammates. It should be a simple kill, manages to get one, but takes the beat down, and Renegade somehow, maybe it was a teammate that came in, but the trade on the Camo is there. One kill the difference. We'll have to watch that back, but that might have been a teammate.
Certainly could have been cleaner, and that's the beauty of Camo being bottom mid there. You really get these high pressure scenarios where if you could just force a trade out from the other side, it's an enormous play. Very, very different, of course, from the Rocket dynamic. 3 dead momentarily for OpTic Gaming. FaZe goes in the lead by just 1 here at 9-8.
Formal was taken down as that last player as well. You saw him get the trade in that situation, but it means that all of OpTic will be spawning together in and around that tower, in and around PD. Now Frosty has an opportunity to pick up a Bulldog. If he can move up into a position where he can catch a couple of OpTic members off guard and use that close range weapon effectively, it could be the lead getting a little bit bigger, but here comes the double push. Formal will manage to get 2, but Frosty answers straight back with a double of his own.
Absolutely beautiful head glitching comes in. We'll see if he can get this kill on Garbage.
Oh, Lucid!
Lucid enters back with the perfect from the Stalker, but so much credit due there for Frosty as he just hits perfect little head glitching as well as the spikes in the Bulldog, but in the end, it's still OpTic Gaming, still with Camo and leading by 2.
Trippy got away with that Camo, and how important was staying alive there for Lucid, by the way. Manages to not only get that kill on Frosty originally, but then repositions, does damage onto Royal 2, who was the anchor to watch that Camo for FaZe.
It's the OpTic playbook. That's the 2nd time in a row that we've seen Lucid hold down tires like that to allow for a Trippy grab. They've done it twice now. However, despite all that hard work, the game is still just within 3.
2 camos so far for OpTic. And like you say, just a 3-kill advantage off the back of it, but that advantage is still an advantage. Lucid almost got baited into that push, but that's a little bit of game situation recognition, right? He goes, this is a little bit too easy. There's got to be a trap set here.
Tries to go back. In the end, it's traded out because Formal has the help as well on that kill. So those 2 kills will be traded. Dead Zone's the 2nd one to fall. However, it's answered back right away. 2-for-2 trade brings us now to 18-17, just a 1-kill game.
I love what OpTic do here, by the way. They get 1 kill on the tram and then they re-wrap, and I think the idea was kill the spawner, right? See Snakebite where he comes back on. They left PD open for a second. They were just checking to make sure that Snakebite wasn't a problem behind them. Having seen that and having cleared the map, now they can just turn their attention to everything that's in front of them. How many times have we seen that, right? The one spawner that spawns behind you, off the damage on your push, just comes in, gets a triple kill. So it's OpTic, showing great awareness on where that respawner was coming in.
Now the game slows down to a crawl because of the impending Camo. As you see, bottom middle comes up in just 15 seconds time, and both teams know that a pick at this point would almost certainly guarantee it. Going to play this very carefully, very slowly.
Formal has tires locked down, and this is usually a position you try and take to get an angle if you're FaZe. So if anyone walks into this position, Formal should have it locked down. Frosty's going to peek a little bit here onto Music. As the nades now go in. Renegade just got it. Renegade got it. And he got away as well. Not sure how he got in and out without taking too much damage, but he does get in and out. He doesn't take too much damage, and they get the pick onto Formal.
Wow, let's see how they make this play. Let's get into a FaZe listening right now.
Yeah, get info, get info. Two here, same body, and 1 PD. Cafe one weak. Careful the guy PD, careful the guy PD. I hear you, PD. Agent weak. John's going PD. Yeah, I'm getting damage on Agent. What's up, PD? You just couldn't. Nice. Stalker, repulse on my body. There's 3 Agent. You can push if you want. I'm backing him. There's a spawner, Lucid. There's a spawner, Lucid. Back up. Where should we go? Spawner. Back for any repulse? Sickies are up. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. We have everything, guys. I'm gonna say a B. B subs right now, guys. Yeah. Yo, listen, they... You got any repulse? Yeah, we're waiting for it. Yeah, double heaven, anybody? Yeah, they like to go tires and dead end, okay? That's their play. Yeah, they like doing that. Yo, John, just someone keep watching my cross. 1 PD. I'm just saying shot. I'm saying right here, man. I'm kind of giving you up. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can go. Good. I'm playing deep. Yeah, tires on me. There are a lot of nades big.
Make sure we apple up a good nades.
Yeah, posters up. Someone get this. We're posters up. I'm going for it. I get it. You have sickies. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I've repulsed sickies too, bro. We're fucking poop challenge. Yeah, we have everything. Yeah, 100%. Alright, they're gonna have Shroud. And we have Shotty, PJ? Yeah, I got Shotty. Okay, yeah, they're gonna have Shroud though. We got Cam on the dirt. Yo, Trippy has Shroud A plat. I have a couple bullets to soccer. I don't know what it says. Yo, listen.
I'm hitting mega.
You guys can make a play whenever you want. I'm gonna hide B. You guys can literally leave me, bro. One top A with the BR. Came on 15, guys. Came on 15. Trippy was a PD.
I think we just lead Brad and get ready to square mid and get camo the same way we did.
Okay. Oh, PJ. Came on 5. Came on 5. You double slide or no? Shotty. They're trying to bait it. Top A1. Peter. Cuts. On Shotty, won it. Cuts the weak. Nice, on Shotty weak. RB, PJ. He's weak. Trying to get camo. One to two Shotty, PJ. Weak. One. Alright, get up, PJ. Shotty. No. Cafe. 2 1. Yo, dude, repulsor, go get that shit. Yeah, I'm going to. I just want it. I'm keeping stalker too. Okay, I'm in. They have no stalker. I have one bullet shot. One's right here, music. Just stuck. I can shoot it.
I have camo, so guys.
Yeah, they could. Okay. It's about to run out. Jave. Yo, I'm looking about Vendo. Yeah, same.
Weak on RK, guys.
Watch out. Dead. Flowers. Dead it. Yo, I'm living. Yeah, let this thing grab back. Yeah, I like that. Yo, Apple hard as fuck right now.
Great conversation about FaZe and how they formulated that play all around the camo coming up. And off the back of it, Andy, it's a 4-kill advantage for FaZe.
Man, what a treat, what a pleasure. Honestly, just world-class communication coming in from FaZe Clan. Not only do you see unbelievable map management, power-up management there, but they also now are in the lead 25-21 off of fantastic communication, coordination, and timing pushes.
I think the speed of this game at the moment is just showing the level of respect that both teams have for not only each other, but the situation of the series as well.
Yeah.
Deadzone showing no respect, though. He flies in, trying to speed this up a little bit, and all of a sudden, Lucid finding himself under a little bit of pressure as well. There's a Shroud screen down. Royal 2 will get a trade in that situation at least. But off the back of the damage, we kind of have ourselves in the same situation. Just a few kills between the two teams, but it's FaZe who still have that lead.
Yeah, OpTic has done well to, for a moment, bring the game closer, but now as a Forma will get rid of that last Stalker shot to not have to worry about it, the game comes back within 3, so still neck and neck here, just past the halfway mark.
Good damage coming in from Forma again. You can see why he had so many assists in that previous game. Another pancake coming in on the OpTic side as well. This time it's Lucid onto Renegade, and Forma is starting to heat up here. Trippy gets another camo. That's 3 camos for him, and FaZe now have to worry as we have a tie game and we have a ghost named Trippy.
This is perfect. What does he do here? Game in his hands. Taking his time on the push.
I love how he's just getting into position to not trade, right? FaZe are terrified. They know they don't have camo, so the rest of OpTic are playing around this right now. Royal 2's last alive. It's 4 dead. 4 dead for FaZe Clan, as OpTic go into a 2-kill lead.
Absolutely back and forth between these two, and that's what Camo brings to this. When you put 2 of the best teams up against each other here in the world going up against one another, the Camo grab will determine who's able to make the play. Now, OpTic Gaming leads 35-32. They answer back in a big way.
And now they're putting their foot on the accelerator as well. Look at this. They're trying to be aggressive. They're trying to stifle FaZe inside of Tramp. They have a Bulldog. They also have that Stalker rifle as well. So weapons very friendly for OpTic Gaming right now. They can afford to let FaZe make their play, knowing that they've probably got the advantage in a couple of these fights.
Unbelievable mental games on display as well. One of my favorite things from the FaZe listening was you heard exactly OpTic Gaming. They love to do this, they love to go this way, they love to go dead end. Just knowing the tendencies of their opponents from not only weeks and months of scrims, but also, of course, multiple seasons up against one another. It's just a 3-kill game.
A 3-kill game. Lots of shots have been fired in the last 30 seconds or so, but no kills have been reported. 2 minutes 30 left on the game clock as well, and it's very possible at this point that we're not even going to hit the 50-kill mark. Camo's going to be coming up soon as well. Nobody wants to go down in this next 20 seconds or so. Trades as FaZe make a strong push on the pink side. Frosty, he's going to find out that Trippy's still alive, though. Lucy gets another, and all of a sudden, FaZe are falling apart here.
Very, very good discipline coming in here from Trippy. Did not wrap around. He thought about it, wrapping around benches. Instead, he stays alive, and now comes in for the flank as well. Another 2 dead. OpTic Gaming goes up 41-34. Camo up.
They don't quite have the timing, though. However, the push is good enough for Trippy to get yet another camo. And now the game is in OpTic's hands.
They might run away with this here. 3 dead again. You have 2 spawners coming in from FaZe.
Lucid
what
has 17.
A run. Lucid 17-7 in a game that they lead by 9.
The OpTic fans can feel it. And so can Frosty, as it's a killing spree for Trippy. A double kill for him as OpTic now move within 3 kills of going 2 up in the series.
What a late game from them. Pre-nades coming in on Cafe as well, but it's once again good discipline coming in from Lucid as well. They're up 47-36. The home stretch for them. On top of that, there's only 65 seconds or so on the clock. Time is on their side.
Another kill goes the way of Lucid. And now it's just a case of shortly closing this out. Renegade will be disrespected in that battle. 1 shot, Royal 2, surely the last kill, as Formal will find it. OpTic now, with a 50-39 win, find themselves 1 game away from sweeping FaZe Clan.
In a game that was tied at 30. OpTic wins 50-39 off of a Lucid killing spree and a Trippy killing spree. Both of them picking up big double kills as part of that killing spree. And when you have 2 players doing that in your late game, you're going to run away with it. They ended up outslaying their opponents 20-11 over the course of the final 20 kills.
And you're thinking, what was the contributing factor to Trippy's late game run? It's the camo, right? The camo, and not only that, we always talk about it's great to win the fight when the camo is up. It's even better to win the fight 10 or 15 seconds before. If you can get numbers on your side, even if it's a 4v3, it means that you can create space on the map. You can get ahead of that power up, get 2 guns on 1 player, whatever it might be, to secure not only the camo, but split spawns and numbers off respawn for the next few minutes or so. OpTic execution was superb in that game, and it was all based once again around that new power up.
It really was. Also, Formal and Dead Zone together, totaling 22 assists on the team. Essentially, 2 players is really getting half of the team's assists. Really great work from them, of course. But how about Lucid going 19-8? Positive 11 in a game that they win by 11. Huge performance from him.
Also talk about Lucid with the new settings. Is he going to be as effective? Is he going to be as good without so much sandbox? I think if you are one of those people asking that question, well, firstly, you haven't watched enough of Lucid for my liking, because it was never going to be the case of a weakened player. He was always has the ability to perform miracles.
This was beautiful.
This play from Trippy towards the end of the game, by the way, with the camo, this is what opened things up.
Oh, the way that they were able to, and what I meant there was the all 4 dead, was the way they executed was just absolutely beautiful. And then, keep in mind, it was 38-34 there off of that camo. Once again, had to be very strategic in the way that they pushed this, and you could tell just how patient they were in the late game. Like you said, Trippy ensuring there's no camo trade. Much better to pop a few extra bandit shots all around the map, and if your team can collapse, okay, that's fine. But when you're the camo player, you can create those openings, and your team can decide the go or no go. Once they had the right damage back A, they collapsed, they made it count, they now lead 2-0 in the series.
One thing I love about how the camo plays on maps as well, especially in Slayer, is like, there's a fear, right?
Yes.
If you don't get it and you don't immediately, so even if you're all 4 alive and you know it's a 4v4 on the map, your attention is taken away from what everyone else is doing, because you're all going, where's camo?
It's like a horror film. It's amazing. Everyone backs against the wall. No one knows exactly where the incoming threat is, and guess what? That's why you get these amazing moments like we saw Trippy, whether he was front C, whether he was wrapping around back A. When you get the camo, you have the game in your hands. Taking a look here at Snakebite stats so far in Strongholds.
Well, he's going to have to perform to that level if FaZe want to get back into the series. More than double positive through pool play, but now we're into bracket play. We'll have to see if he can put those kind of numbers up against an OpTic team who are looking extremely, extremely focused.
They really are. And in both of these games, unsurprisingly, there were big moments where we saw OpTic pull away. And I think FaZe is going to be very aware of that, of how this series has gone so far. And knowing the FaZe players, there's a lot that they're going to watch in terms of VOD review from games 1 and 2. But most importantly for them, as well as FaZe fans, I think they need to realize a lot of series still to play, a chance to reverse sweep. They are your defending world champions, and they will not forget that. We'll have to see what they could do in game number 3.
Just remember what happened at the Halo World Championships as well. Never count FaZe out. If anyone can win 3 games in a row.
Let's think about the last time OpTic Gaming was leading 2-0 over FaZe.
Yeah, unless you're an OpTic fan, don't think of that.
Don't think
of the present. Anyway, let's get into the next game. And let's see if this series is going to end here in 3 games, or if we are going to see a 4th map. Recharge Strongholds is where the battle is going to take place. And Lucid, after his 17 kills in game number 2 in that Slayer, well, he's earned himself a POV.
Competing chance in the building, unsurprisingly already in game number 3. It's really hard to actually tell what I'm hearing behind me, as everyone is into this match, whether you're rooting for FaZe or OpTic. You've got big hopes here. OpTic, of course, trying to close out the series in 3 games. FaZe trying to stay alive and extend the series.
I mean, what a start this is from OpTic, by the way. They get a double cap, they get camo and shock. So it's the perfect opening strategy from them. And now they have information on where respawns are coming in as well. Trade over A, not quite in time to stop that conversion, which now means that Trippy's going to have to take a few extra seconds to go back to A and cap it.
2 still dead here. That shouldn't buy all the time Trippy needs. He will eventually finish A and also get damage coming out of the cross, but looks like Renegade snuck in on the bottom based on the fact that we saw that in the kill feed. He would pick up the melee and also grab the shock.
Trying to be aggressive as well. Look at this, trying to put pressure immediately onto C. OpTic do manage to get C back, but now Renegade is a turret here on the top catwalk, hitting headshots, hitting body shots, and stopping the scoring from OpTic.
2 dead for OpTic, so they do have to wait here. Lucid trying to make something happen from the tower, not easy to do when Renegade is hitting shots like that off of the bottom A angle. That will maintain presence on the map, and now, of course, FaZe Clan goes into a lead, nearly doubling their opponent's score off of the opening.
Just love the way he lines it up and then just flicks up to the head. Body shot is just not good enough for Renegade. 2v2 right now, although it becomes a 1v1. It's Lucid now, has a fight with Renegade. Weaponry advantage is certainly in the hands of Renegade, and he will win that fight. But now he's got to hold off the rest of OpTic Gaming, who are flooding towards him. Going through those pipe spawns, trying to get immediately back into the action. And why wouldn't they, right? They've got to force their way in here, and they do exactly that.
Big win
for FaZe.
Yeah, big win there. 4 dead, as you say, from Trippy. Needed to win that 1v1, isolated in the back of Elevator, and he does just that. FaZe Clan will go to an early 50-16 lead. However, it's a trip cap response from OpTic Gaming.
I love that from OpTic. The aggression they showed. I don't think there's been times where we've seen that level of aggression. But plays like that, I mean, you can do what you want off the back of it.
An absolute reversal on your screen there. 2 dead, maybe a 3 dead in a second. Looks like the reset comes in there. Lucid's able to pick that one up. Got the call out. The snakebite was over here on the C stairs, and we'll clean that one up as well. That means OpTic Gaming will continue scoring and cross the 60-point mark.
At the moment, FaZe are in a blender. They are being split across the map on their spawns. It's a constant 2v4, and that just means wherever FaZe step into a stronghold, there's numbers and there's more guns for OpTic Gaming. Renegade trying to sneak out here, but look at this. Lucid gets the call out once more. It's an important 1v1 to win, so they can keep control of C here. Renegade will be taken down. It's Dead Zone who gets the kill, and now Lucid looks to take on Royal 2, but Royal 2 will get the double. It's a 2v2 on the map for now.
Kills traded out, as you say, 2v2. Now B starting to flip, though, in favor of OpTic Gaming. See if they can finish B to maintain this lead, leading right now by about 30 points. Formal's position on the map is going to allow them to do that. Very nice mid-bridge positioning coming in from him. The assists come in as well. And as OpTic Gaming crosses the 90-point mark, let's get into a listen-in with a green wall.
Oh, already double stack. I'll push this guy. Hold that ledge. Zane, hold that ledge.
Look at Surprise. Just hold it.
Hide there, Matt.
On the C-jump.
I'm coming, Matt.
Weak in the hill, weak in the hill. On the C-jump, weak. In the gold,
Back side, Matt. In C. He's trying to push me.
Go Valley, go Valley.
I'm gonna go around.
Yeah, you're good. Combo's up.
Info's coming in 10.
Walk into one the glass, okay?
Yeah.
R2 weak. One's R2 dead. Bottom middle, and bottom tower. Bottom mid's weak, John.
Bottom tower, guys. Bottom tower.
You're dead. 3.
Is our camo? Go see. Go, he's on it. C stairs.
Yeah, I'm going to gold. Top gold.
I'm going back to A.
Top glass. And long haul to sneaky.
Glass.
Sneaky as well. Sneaky.
Get that.
Now, watch out, you have to draw.
Look back. They're in A. 2 dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna play a
I got nades.
Hey, yo, triangle to A.
Getting into gold.
That's a top A. We top A.
Here.
It could spawn C, but
hold the cross, guys.
Don't watch back in.
Good fight C.
I'll cap A, man. I'll cap A. Yo, they're gonna spawn that. Let's push that out. They're gonna spawn gold.
All day. One just spawn, guys. They're gonna go door. They're 100% gonna go gold door.
Don't even poke yet.
They're gonna go gold door.
Watch my glass.
Joey, just leave me, Joey.
Either half wall.
Okay.
One's top A.
Top A. One shot, Joey.
Gold door. See you guys.
Yeah, gold. We're going gold.
Watch out, either absolute. Weaken it.
It's fine.
Wow, the comms back into the game as OpTic crossed 200 points. FaZe have not had 4 alive on the map for what feels like almost a minute and a half now.
It really does here. They're being outslayed 40-32. That was also a killing spree that you saw from Formal, as they now have 203 points on the board to FaZe Clan's only 55. Less than 50 points to go for OpTic before they potentially 3-0 in this series.
I mean, they get control of A, they get control of B, they're scoring once more. Renegade and Royal 2 finally get a couple of kills, but look at Lucid, he wants to chase this down. He wants Renegade out of that stronghold, and he clears him out comfortably. Should be able to get the reset. FaZe in a position potentially to turn B over. But look, the B stop. A little bit of a wave there at Royal 2. Another kill for Lucid, it's a double for him. He's looking for a triple. Renegade trying to escape, and he'll let him go as he'll turn towards B and think about points and a game win.
Wow, look at this run here from Lucid. He's 14-8 in this game right now, just beautifully done. Somehow he threads that plasma pistol underneath the staircase as he goes over the staircase and then takes down Royal 2. They will maintain the advantage with one player down here from FaZe. They continue scoring at the 2:15 mark.
Another kill, another killing spree here on the side of OpTic. It's starting to get into a situation where it's desperation for FaZe. Lucid finds one. Lucid is taking FaZe apart. And he's dropping the bags as well. OpTic are on the precipice of sweeping FaZe.
And the hometown crowd, they love to see it. He almost pulls off another clip. Look at the board though, 240 points on the board for OpTic Gaming.
Formal's joining in now as well with a perfect kill himself. 245 and rising. A is the only play here, surely for FaZe. Royal 2's trying to desperate C. It is not enough. OpTic Gaming will sweep the world champions. And the roster that was built for this task shows that they have what it takes.
As you say, the pick of a dead zone was to do one thing and one thing only. Be capable of taking down the world champions and reclaim the world championship by the end of the season. As a first meeting, as a first task, have they ever risen to the occasion? The new OpTic Gaming takes down FaZe Clan in their home arena 3-0.
And I think for OpTic fans and HCS fans in general, the best thing to come out of that series is not just the result, is that you don't pin an individual performance on why that was so successful. Every single member of OpTic Gaming at some point in that series had a moment. It was the level of consistency, the height and the ceiling of the teamwork that FaZe just couldn't handle.
A lot to be proud of there from OpTic, and to end it this way, not just a 3-0, but a blowout, 250-56 game number 3 is a big confidence boost for their side. They also outslay in the end 53-43, just total control of the game.
And not only that as well, they send FaZe to the elimination side of the bracket as well. So FaZe now have a long road ahead of them if they want their rematch a little bit later on, should it come to it. But I mean, this group of replays is one of the best, because every single time we're switching to a POV of OpTic making a play, it's Formal, it's Lucid, it's Trippy, and of course it's Dead Zone. Everybody played exceptional Halo.
Really big isolated 1v1s here. Here's a little bit of a play you saw from Lucid as he threads that plasma pistol so beautifully under the stairs as he goes up top. Not easy to always hit those angles. As you said, it was just complete slaying dominance from OpTic over FaZe. And on top of that, they were also winning their 1v1 ISOs.
And also, Lucid just reminded us all, do your squats. Do your squats, everybody.
What a series that was. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves in terms of the whole weekend, of course. We've seen this script play out before. We've seen OpTic Gaming take down FaZe, and there's a lot more bracket yet to play. However, in this outing, OpTic Gaming undoubtedly the stronger team.
I mean, it's not just a 3-0, is it, either? If you look at the scores, it's a 2-0 Oddball win. It's a 50-39, more than 10 Slayer win, and then the blowout on Stronghold's recharge really does tell the story that OpTic Gaming here in Arlington are here to win a trophy. That's going to do all from us, though, here in the Casters booth. It's time for us to send it over to Blaze, who's with the new man, Dead Zone.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Esports Arena, show some love to the hometown team, OpTic Gaming, as they move on to the winners finals. Man, Zane, talk to me about this 3-0, because it looked effortlessly up here on the main stage. How did you guys get this done against the defending world champions?
I mean, sometimes it looks effortless, but it never is, because obviously they're a great team, but we really just had our game plan down. I felt like when, you know, shit was hitting the fan, we really just brought it back and stayed composed, and that was the most important thing for us. Online, we've struggled with that a little bit, but I mean, here, shoot, we clutched up every single time.
Man, now, talk to me about Tommy, because you guys were in some difficult situations, and he pulled off some crazy plays.
No, there were some double kills that were pretty criminal. He gets them a lot, right? Like, even when I was on the other team on SSG, like, he would get some crazy double kills. But, you know, watching his gameplay online, I'm getting, like, cold sweats, like flashbacks to when I lived in Seattle. It looks really bad, so I think him being here definitely just going to unlock him.
I think it will unlock him as well, if he's not already unlocked, okay? And as you said, last year you were with SSG. As we know, you're wearing green. How does it feel to play with those boys?
I mean, it feels like the best thing in the world. Yeah.
And I think that says it. Now, also, you know, outside of, you know, playing with OpTic Gaming, you got some new OpTic Gaming fans who are supporting you and who've been cheering you all weekend. What do you want to say to them?
I fucking love you guys, man.
He loves you! That's gonna do it for me and Penguin on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. You could not have asked for a better performance from OpTic on that main stage in front of their home crowd. What a way to answer back against FaZe. And my goodness me, Dead Zone. Great words there in his interview. I feel like OpTic is feeling just like home for him. Amazing performance, Clutch. Overall, with that series, it was lights out from the very beginning. FaZe just did not have any answers to any equations that OpTic were throwing their way.
Yeah, we wondered what Dead Zone was going to bring to this OpTic Gaming team, and what I saw in that series was a much faster-paced OpTic. That is how I love Halo Infinite to be played. Traditionally, OpTic is a very slow, methodical team that gives you time to kind of set up and lets you breathe a little bit too much at times. This OpTic Gaming was swarming. They played so fast that it threw anything FaZe had planned right out the window. I asked myself, what does OpTic's peak look like? It looks like that. That was phenomenal Halo from them, and if they can consistently play at that level, this OpTic team is going to be so hard to beat.
Tony, this second map here, this Slayer, it was very close at times until right at the end. Did you expect OpTic to take that when you looked at the series?
I'll be honest with you, I didn't expect this series whatsoever. Maybe that game number one, because OpTic have had the advantage on FaZe when it comes to oddball, but going into this game two Slayer, FaZe had the advantage, at least statistically. Going to that game three Strongholds, the same thing. Statistically, FaZe had the advantage. You've had 3 players in the top, KD. You had the advantage when it comes to the series. You had everything going your way, but like Wes kind of alluded to, OpTic played their best Halo in this series, and they've been looking clean all tournament long.
They certainly have indeed. Wes, I want to talk to you a little bit about why maybe some of the viewers could be confused when you see two Titans go head-to-head like this. They have very similar roads to this point, right? They are just absolutely destroying any team that comes their way. When they then meet, it does tend to be sometimes an absolute bloodbath in one way or the other. Why is that? Why do we not see sometimes some really close series? Why does it tend to be a dominant performance from one team?
Yeah, I think you can't underestimate momentum and the confidence that it brings, and also on the other side, what it faults for the other team that's trying to fight against the momentum. When OpTic Gaming get the ball rolling, they've done this in their scrims online. When they embarrass a team, they beat that team so bad. They 13-0 or even worse, some of the best teams in the world when they are in their flow. They found their flow here today, and that is a special thing to be able to say you found in the middle of a tournament, because you can ride that momentum the entire tournament. FaZe, we talked to Frosty on Friday, and he was like, this first series, it was a lot harder than we thought. We're trying to find our feet. They could not find their feet in this series. So FaZe Clan have to go back to the drawing boards and need to find a way to gain some momentum in that elimination bracket. We saw them do it at Worlds, so there's no concern about the fact that they are capable of it. But to beat that OpTic Gaming team with the way that they're playing, momentum has got to be on your side, because you have to find a way to slow them down.
I think it's a really great point. Like, you know, momentum is a real thing. Think about that game number one. That was FaZe's first loss in the tournament. That was the first time FaZe were challenged, were questioned by any team so far here in this tournament. Then from there, they kind of ran away with it. Lucid and Formal were absolutely on a roll when it comes to the Slays department. The momentum simply wasn't on FaZe's side. And when OpTic are rolling downhill, they're dangerous.
They certainly are very, very dangerous, but they find themselves in the most beautiful prime spot right now in the winners brackets. They've had such a difficult hurdle to get over, but they did it, and it looked flashy to say the least. Winners finals for them, they are primed, ready to go. And who will they meet? Shopify Rebellion or Space Station Gaming? I'm really excited about this matchup. I do feel like Shopify is definitely coming in here as the kind of, you know, the underdog, looking to maybe steal a couple of games here, maybe even a series win. That one 1 would be a tight series if they were able to answer some of the SSG plays back. But yes, I gotta say, I am kind of expecting Space Station to be going up against OpTic.
I want the storyline that the two teams that we know to be in the big three that made team changes to compete for world champions to find themselves in that winner's bracket finals. I want SSG to advance in that series with the pickup of Legend. Obviously, OpTic, this is a best case scenario. You pick up Dead Zone, you're wondering, is it gonna take time for us to manifest into the giant that we were, the juggernaut that we've been the past 2 years? Well, success sometimes comes instantly. OpTic are obviously seeing that success after that last series. Let's see if SSG can replicate that same team change to early success at their first tournament.
A flawless performance from OpTic Gaming. They will progress on looking unbelievable. Will SSG meet them in their winners, or will it be Shopify Rebellion? We'll find out right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hey, guess what? New year means a new OpTic SCUF design for a new controller. Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC gaming. Guess what? SCUF saw your comments and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up the Cox here. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Kind of not. Leave a message.
Yeah, the mega red boys here sentiment. Flow tastes sweet like cinnamon. Open up doors, I'm a gentleman. View top floor, I'm still staying ahead of them. Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions. Trying to figure out what sound. Don't worry about what next. Just know we got now.
The HCS 2024 Kickoff Arlington Major is presented by AMD, Scuff, and Corduroys. Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming. We are kicking off 2024 with a bang. We just saw OpTic Gaming taking the throne of the main stage against FaZe. They were looking so good. A 3-0 sweep, would you believe it? Even though I promised an amazing matchup. I don't know, I still feel like I was in the realms of an amazing matchup, to be honest. I mean, I know it's 3-0, I know it was pretty quick. I know a lot of people were looking at that match to be a close call, but OpTic, it just tells us so much about this team and where they're going, the trajectory of them in this major. Right now, they are looking pretty unstoppable. So my question would be, who is going to be there to stop them? Now, our next matchup could be one of these teams, SSG versus Shopify Rebellion. Really excited about this one to see where they're going to end up, who's going to fall short in the elimination bracket, as you can see on our schedule. We've had a jam-packed day. It has been phenomenal here in Arlington. So exciting, so many upsets, sweeps coming across the board all morning long. And now we're getting into some of the really exciting ones. Who is going to start to cause an upset? Who is going to make some noise? We're going to take a look at our bracket as well. And Clutch, while we do so, OpTic sitting so pretty in the winners finals, and Space Station versus Shopify is going to decide who will meet them. This is going to be an interesting one. Shopify, are they ready for this smoke?
I know they want the smoke, but they're going to find out the hard way, I think. This Space Station team, with the pickup of Legend, is going to be as good as any team at this venue. So Shopify better be ready to create the upsets of their young careers if they want to advance in this winner's bracket. They've looked very good so far throughout this tournament, but they have not played a team to Space Station's caliber yet.
Let's talk about the two teams we're going to be seeing in just moments. Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion, starting off with the boys in gold. It's SSG. Wes, this team has been so good so far, very clinical, I would say. And looking across this roster, there's one man that really stands out, and that's Stellar. He has been the golden boy. He has been the guy that everyone's been looking to, and you can't help it, right? The second he's on your screen, he's making game-changing plays, and his KD, well, it's taking the mick, honestly.
Yeah, every single time we've had Stellar's point of view so far throughout this tournament, he has not been missing. And Dave, we talked about it before our cast. It was so difficult to cast this player because of the expectation you kind of have for him and him alone. When he has the snipe and he's in a blunder of a situation, somehow, some way, he always seems to hit the headshot. And as a commentator that's been watching Stellar for years, it's almost expected at this point. So it's hard to get hype when he hits these unbelievable shots because he does it so often. But he is a special player, and there is a reason he has the best KD ratio of the tournament so far, because that's the level he consistently plays at. He is so difficult to beat, and his presence on the map is felt every single game.
Not surprising out of the 2023 MVP. However, you gotta start to learn about this pecking order that we have on the SSG roster. Consider Legend coming off as the superstar from the Quadrant roster, now trying to find his exact position. There's times where he's the top slayer in certain modes for his teams, but then there's other times, like an Oddball and Strongholds, where Legend is getting the 4th highest KD on his team. So there's gotta be a little bit of a jostling for position there just within that roster.
Yeah, it's very true. I'm kind of seeing a dynamic forming as well. We've seen kind of Bound and Legend have their moments, but also Stellar and Legend, I feel like, are playing off of one another. This team is looking so good together, and I'm excited to see how much they're going to gel in one weekend on LAN. Moving over to the other side, though, Shopify Rebellion, they have made the dream run, the Cinderella story that every team hopes to come into LAN with, and they have been so good so far. This is their real, true test. And for me, it comes down to the Slayers. They have been so impactful on their Slayers, and that one guy Cycle has also been a menace on them.
Yeah, they've all been absolute killers. When you're talking about just Slayer games alone, I believe their KDs for Mental is 1.5, Suppressed 1.61, and Cycle 1.93. Sheesh. When you're going down this team's tech tree and their stat tree, they just keep overloading in this skill tree, and they are just nonstop hitting these shots, and they're so dangerous to play against.
They are bullying everyone that they have played up until this point. But to my last comment on this team, they haven't played a team like SSG yet. This is the reason this team was formed, though. They put 4 of the best talented players on one team outside of the top 4 in the offseason to try and break into that top 4. Only one of these players has a single top 3 placing in their career. They are so young, still in their career. This moment is what could be the start, the kickoff of what these guys know to be Halo champions in the future.
My big question right now for this team is how much are they going to respect Space Station Gaming? They have had such an incredible Cinderella story run so far, and a lot of that comes from momentum and confidence, and it's builded onto today. But will they show the respect that Space Station deserve, or will they fall short there? They can be confident, of course, and go into this feeling really good about themselves and what they've achieved so far, but they need to show respect. They need to make sure they're playing up to their opponents.
They need to show respect, but I don't feel like this side is lacking confidence. These are the moments that these teams are looking for, and now that they're on LAN, yes, we've talked about how close online and LAN results can be, but you're on LAN. Those shots just hit that little bit quicker. You die that little bit faster. And I cannot wait to see these two teams just duke it out here on this best of 5.
Well, these two teams do have that safety net underneath them, but they would love the opportunity to play against OpTic Gaming. It's going to be Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. Let's meet your two teams.
It is the second of our winners semi-finals. Two teams formed for very different reasons. One, to break the top 4, another to win championships. It's Rebellion up against SSG. This one's gonna be nice.
Yeah, a very exciting semi-final, and of course, winner goes on to the winners final, and a guaranteed top 3 is on the horizon. This is the series layout. Very similar to what we just saw in the other semi-final. Oddball Livefire, Slayer Stream, Strongholds Recharge, King of the Hill Solitude, and, if we need it, Slayer Aquarius. Now, Space Station come in the heavy favorites for this matchup. However, Rebellion, they're going on a little bit of a tear at the moment. They're on a bit of a run. 12-1 is their map record. They've only lost 1 map, and that was in their first series against Sentinels on Empyrean CTF.
Game 1, it's gonna be Oddball Livefire. Dan, you speak about Rebellion going on a tear. Do you have some sort of statistic to back up that they have a chance in this game?
They did actually take SSG down in a scrim on this mapping mode, so that gives them something, but we saw SSG go undefeated on this game type and map in the qualifiers, so it's really difficult to try and toss between, but I'm leaning towards SSG.
Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway. Bound, immediately hit the top tower, providing cover fire for his teammates spread over top, mid, and indeed green. Kills go down, Suppressed is isolated all alone on camouflage. Soul Snipe will get there. Snipe rifle lands the body shot. Legend, the French flare, combines to pick up 2.
Rebellion really like to prioritize hitting that camo side off the start, but Space Station were well aware and they were waiting for it, and now not only do they have the camouflage, but it's alongside a sniper rifle. This is what everyone dreams of.
Enemy has the ball.
And Bounty can do some real damage here. Wants to be aggressive, will be aggressive, and you've got to get that player off of Nest. You can't allow a player to sit there for too long, because then a flank can come through if you forget about them.
Cycle avoids the first body shot, second one not as lucky as he reach out. Still a little bit of camouflage left for Bound. Tries to get the trade. Suppressed is the onest of one shots, a sliver of health left, but he will scarper away with a 1 bullet sniper rifle to play with. The shot will not find a home. as he desperately tries to live on pillars. Stellar takes him down. All of these kills back and forth, Dan. Nobody's going to set up just yet.
Yeah, no real control at the moment. That's a big 1v1 though. Bound making sure he shuts down Cycle, and Legend will follow up. So this is the first chance for Space Station to try and get that ball into an area where they can set up. If Eco wins this fight, then they really would have had a chance to get a proper structure going, but sadly with that trade going back and forth, it's again going to be a average weak setup and just a few seconds gathered.
Ball incoming. 8 seconds to be exact. Cycle back tower. Goes to the melee. Swing and a miss. Suppress will scoop up the ball and try and bring it towards scoreboard. Managed to cling onto his life for now. Soul Snipe is there. Beautiful bait and switch. Stellar's going to fall as well in the rack tunnel.
Enemy has the ball.
Now they have the option to rotate a tower if they need to. It's going to be an A-hold for now.
I think Rebellion at the moment must be feeling pretty good about themselves, already secured top 6. The likes of Sentinels eliminated partly because of them and their performance in pool play. Top 4 has been blown wide open. If they can get an early map here against SSG, I think their momentum, they're going to be feeling on top of the world. Space Station just need to try and calm it all down a little bit, maybe assert some dominance in this first game, but right now, very back and forth. Slay's actually in favor of Rebellion by 4, and it's going to be increased now. Soul Snipe has the camo.
Soul Snipe, of course, wins this series. He'll match his best ever placement at Worlds in Season 1. Same and similar situation for Legend on the other side. If he gets top 3, he'll equal his best ever placement.
Ball dropped.
The stakes are high. The pressures are even higher. Down to no shields on scoreboard. Double kill for Soul Snipe. He's starting to boogie. Tries to lay down the plasma grenade. 3 dead for SSG momentarily. Stellar will fall with Cycle. Trades left and right. It's Rebellion who hold a slender lead.
You can see both teams are really trying to prioritize getting that repulse when it's up and available as well. It just keep you alive in those final moments. Force push that one player away just so you can win that engagement, and it could be an engagement that actually gains you some ball time. But still, even with the kills that have gone in favor of Rebellion, they didn't get that much ball time to work with because SSG did very well disrupting the setup as Legend not quite able to finish off Cycle. It's a cagey start to this game. Both teams are a little bit nervous, it would seem.
It's Rebellion outslaying SSG by a mere 4 kills. Very little time separating them on the ball. Mental down to no shields. Eliminated from the equation for now, along with Mental. Legend and Bound combine once more. Cycle will answer back with a big double kill just to even the odds here. Ball will be reset. These two teams continue to jostle for position. And it's Rebellion who had the better of the early engagements and continue to hold the ball.
Bound has been at the forefront of a lot of damage for SSG so far, as he doesn't quite connect with that one. Doesn't matter, because Stella's going to be there to clean things up. But in terms of ball time, it's Legend who usually has stepped up to the plate for Space Station to be that objective-focused player, which is not typically what Legend was known for when he was back on Quadrant, but he really has gelled into the role and added a bit of firepower to the role as well. Then you look at, the loss of Dead Zone on Space Station, and now what he's adding to OpTic Gaming as well. Legend has some big shoes to fill here. He's certainly answered questions so far today, but he'll want to match that of Dead Zone by also getting to a winner's final.
Space Station set up for the push. Looks like they're rotating out towards green.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Dummies. Couple of kills traded off left and right. Soul Snipe's going to be another killing spree locked in for Bound. If he can get this one, it'll be huge. Suppress continues the challenge, and Bound shuts him down. Ball will be played. Legend taking no chances with it as he throws it out towards dummies. Kills continue to fall. The way of Rebellion here. Mental gets another one. The ball's in a bit of an awkward position, and it's going to be SSG who are closest to it.
And you can see why Legend is kind of happy to default into a more of an objective role when you've got Bound and Stella doing what they are so typically do in any game on any given Sunday, or Saturday in this instance. Some good grenades just to protect Stella's life, and he's going to survive as well. Alongside Eco, just make sure they shut down that player. Great support, as always, from SSG. Communication on point.
We always talk about the efficiency of the top 3 teams. It was one hold really got SSG the lion's share of that ball time they have, 64 seconds to be exact. Now all of a sudden Rebellion have to start weighing up their options. That's the shot clock here sitting at 32. They have very little time to play with, and now
Enemy has the ball.
time will start to be SSG's best friend. Ball's been played, that's going to milk even more time off the board.
3 are dead though for SSG, so this is a good chance for Shopify to get the ball over towards tower and really start to think of a proper setup. Spawn's going to be interesting over towards green. Okay, as soon as you get an indication of where that spawner is, you need to start positioning yourself to get those kills or rotate that ball away. And sadly, SSG are the ones who are getting the kills, so Mental just has to milk as long as possible and then hope someone off spawn can get into a position for this next ball. Only 14 seconds left.
Only 2 kills separate the 2 teams here as we head towards the end game. It's actually all tied up now. It was Rebellion who did hold the kill advantage as we run out of time. Ball is down. And Bound just waits. Eco provides cover. Round 1 for SSG.
A little bit shaky to start with, but Bound with 18 kills. Make sure he sets things straight. I said that communication seems to be on point for SSG. At the start of this round, let's jump into a listening and see if that's true.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
One shot dice. One shot dice. 2 shot dice. Tower. Dice was weak. And tower.
Where's dice? I killed tower.
Camo in 3.
I don't see dice.
Go on top mid then.
Just don't miss that tower. Coming.
No, we're not getting camo by the way. We're not getting camo. It's fine. We get ball here.
Get ball.
Yeah, good. I have QT, guys.
Enemy
You
has
got big door, Brandon. If I tell you to QT back, maybe you should.
Probably camping.
One shot. They're not.
One shot on camo. Yeah, I'm camo.
I'm sitting dice. Camo
still. Come on me. Yeah, play. One shot. Play.
I can't. One shot dummies. I can't.
Yeah, leave.
Brandon, go on bottom there. 2 shot dummies. One shot big cut.
QT back, I tell you.
Top mid, 1 shot.
Could be spawn in A. I spend A. Okay. Sprint.
1 shot top mid. 1 shot top mid, go mid cut. Mental. Balls alone.
One shot top A. One shot top mid.
Enemy
Absolutely.
has the ball.
Good.
Top tower as well.
You guys meet cut. I go on.
Topping top tower.
I'm going B.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Event maybe?
I think green doesn't look like.
Coming mid cut.
Ball
Green.
dropped.
Bottom mid. I gotta go. Elbow 2. Bottom mid. Soul's not dead. Elbow 2 shot. And topping top tower, guys. They're weak.
Oh, watch out, Paul.
Very calm is the communication from the space station. Very clear comms as well. Not talking over each other. Very direct with their approach. And you can see that it's starting to pay off. Rebellion now falling by the numbers. And SSG, even though they're behind in terms of ball time, they're really starting to wrestle back control of the kills here.
Eco bottom middle. Force backwards.
Ball dropped.
Puts it in reverse. Rebellion attempt to rotate the ball out towards scoreboard, but
Enemy
kills
has
have
the
gone
ball.
against them here.
Ball dropped.
Eco re-challenge over towards Sandbags. Soul Snipe in big trouble here. Eco will settle for a trade. A cycle is there.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Cycle remains on Sandbags. Stellar's a victim of timing here as he's just gotten away from him. Down gets 1. Stellar will also fall though. So evenly matched in terms of the slays. Only 3 separate the 2 teams. 3 go down for Rebellion, and this could be that opportunity that SSG were looking for.
Yeah, we've not seen an ideal setup for SSG, but that's also a good sign that they're still able to win a round despite that fact. They were also struggling in the early stages of round 1, so it's not exactly warning signs for them here in round 2 just yet. It's almost like they like to have a little scrap, see what the lay of the land is, see what the opposition is trying to do, and then say, okay, well, they're not going to be setting up towards house, so maybe we can start to think about a house setup. In this instance, it's going to be more of a tower thought. So again, that repulse really paying off for SSG.
Stellar making himself a very difficult kill. Suppress will go down. Both teams continue to push and pull. 3 dead for SSG. Soul Snipe with ball. They have a tower set up. Everything they need to put a real dint in SSG's round chances here. Space Station are going to try and rotate towards green. Mental has that information. Starts to rotate the ball away. Bound on sandbags. The big trade for Suppress to get. Make sure this fight remains 3v3. Cycle gets another onto Stellar. This is perfect for Rebellion.
Yeah, this is a really good passage of play for Rebellion to just start to separate themselves from SSG in this round a little bit. Moving the ball well, but now SSG might have a chance to get back into things. And sometimes with a team like Space Station, when they have had that first round and you heard the comms, they were kind of chilled out, you need to kick up the backside a little bit, and that might just be what happens here as Rebellion start to put a bit of time on the board. SSG start to say, okay, well, it's getting out of hand, let's pick things up. Let's make sure we don't allow Rebellion to get too far ahead.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Legend.
Ball dropped.
Over towards Dummies he goes. Here's the footsteps of Suppressed. He tiptoes away to the scoreboard. Gets the assist from Bound. Gets his shields back, re-engages on the Soul Snipe on the window. Grenade won't do any damage. Second one might though. They'll keep Soul Snipe honest. Ball down on scoreboard, and now an opportunity for SSG to eat away that lead. 3 dead for Rebellion. And Legend rotates this ball away. This could be dangerous.
Yeah, straight over to tower, but they did lose Stella, so it's not going to be a chance to actually get a proper setup. Legend needs to work with the rest of the team here because Camo is coming up. It looks like they're going to have to sacrifice it. Unless Eco goes huge, he's certainly doing a lot of damage over there towards Camo, but I think Suppress was the one in the end who was maybe able to pick it up. It doesn't matter. Eco has just done wonders over towards Camo, and Rebellion, when they thought that maybe things would go their way, Eco just does more Eco things.
SSG take the lead. Lovely movement from Bound. Gets the ball into sandbags. Press Scarpers away, bottom middle. Stellar's in hot pursuit, and he gets the kill he wanted. All that good work that Rebellion had put forward in this round, completely negated by SSG now. Rebellion have to go and do it again. 1 minute and 5 on the clock.
Enemy has the ball.
It's a good sign, though, I'd say, for Rebellion. They're making this competitive against SSG. And if they are a team who is vying to try and compete for top 4, if not even top 3, of course, if they would win this one, there is some early signs that it's certainly doable, as unfortunately spike grenades don't really do the damage that was intended. Now SSG, it's a double kill from Eco, and he's looking for more, makes it a triple. And that's going to be bad news for Rebellion, because not only is it a triple kill, it's a sniper rifle and it's ball control with 43 seconds left here for SSG.
SSG have made the call to keep a hold of the ball.
Enemy has the ball.
Give themselves a significant lead. Even if they die, they have time to get back. 3 kills have gone in their favor. Cycle, the last man standing, and he's a long, long way away from that ball. Green spawn, Soul Snipe, put in the grave. Nobody on big door, but Eco's gonna clear it anyway.
Ball dropped.
Ball's been dropped. 2 dead for Rebellion. They have got to get a boogie on here. They're running out of time.
Our struggle is they are just on split spawns at the moment because of the snipes from Eco. Pushing 1 by 1 and getting your head picked is never going to help you try and break a setup. Initial damage doesn't work out though, and Rebellion can take advantage of this. All 4 dead for SSG. This is the last attempt. This is the last setup, the last stand for Rebellion to try and stay alive in this game.
What's their hold like? Eco back tower, Cycle's gonna put some damage down. There's 2 members over towards green, no doubt pushing sandbags or big door. SSG chance, I heard around the arena. Bound's got 1, Stellar another. The damage is gonna favor SSG here. 10 seconds remain, we're all tied up. But SSG have the ball. Eco's put so much damage into Suppressed as he runs away. Running out of time, Soul Snipe's got hands on ball. Mental's got it. SSG do just enough.
I don't think they did.
They didn't.
I don't think they did. I think Rebellion, they snuck that one right from under their nose. They stole the ball, they head it down bottom middle, and when SSG had control of the map, Rebellion say no thank you. How on earth have they been able to do that? That's a blunder from SSG.
Mental by name, mental by nature. Stealing that round away from right under the noses of SSG.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
And is that the confidence boost they need? Sniper rifle now. With the SSG camouflage on it.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
As he trains his eyes now.
Ball dropped.
Towards that camo. You know he wants it to use with the snipe. UT is down as well. Soul Snipe was the one who had it. Legend picks up a huge double kill. 3 dead. Mental has to have a massive influence. Needs to go huge here with the snipe. Misses one. And now they know exactly where he's positioned.
Ball dropped.
Good early time from SSG this time. I think they maybe have learned their lesson that they can't afford to go too far behind in the early stages. I think they know that they let that one slip through their fingers. But Space Station aren't really a team that usually get annoyed at themselves for things like that. They know they've got another round to make up for it. But it is certainly going to be in the back of their minds that this game could have been done. It could have been over. It's a lifeline for Rebellion. Can they actually use it, though, to work their way back into this game? All 4 now down for Rebellion and Space Station. They can grab the ball. Legend has the sniper and the ball, though, so he's going to have to pass one of them off.
Legend with 107 seconds of ball time. It was never really what he was known for on Quadrant. Replacing Dead Zone. I'm sure the question was, you like holding the ball, don't you? He's like, no, that's not really my... Yeah, you like holding the ball, don't you?
No, I really don't. Yeah, you really
love
yes,
the ball.
Yes. And eventually he gives in because you're joining one of the best teams in the world. And if it means you have to slightly shift your playstyle, you do so. But he does not look like it has phased him whatsoever, still looking like one of the best in the game. 27 kills for Legend at the moment, alongside the objective work that he has been doing. But 2 went down for SSG. So Rebellion still keeping this one competitive. Tell you what, this map's not just going to comfortably walk into Space Station's hands. In fact, it almost walked out of their hands after that previous round.
Enemy has the ball.
But Legend does just steal this one away. Again, eyes trained on that objective, noticing there was a lull in kind of gunfire, a chance to run away, escape, get a few seconds on the board, and all the meanwhile you say, all right, Stellar bound, do your thing.
Stellar did his thing. Picked up a double kill. Legend, you can see, like a magpie, he was drawn towards the camouflage. The play was to rotate. Eco scooped it up. Very little health left, though, as he just about escapes with his life. Snipe rifle pops up. Soul Snipe wants it. He gets a sticky grenade for his trouble. It's going to be a trade, but that's a nice trade for Soul Snipe, taking down the camouflage player.
The initial 2 rounds between the 2 teams gone right down to the wire. Every single second used in said round. There's still 3 minutes 14 left on this one, and Space Station are halfway through, but Rebellion do have control of the ball and control of the sniper rifle. And if Mental can do what we know he can with a snipe, he can maybe start to really bring a comeback to fruition here. Legend could be the next to challenge, but Mental quite rightly backs off. Sniper positioning is everything on live fire. Some people like to play a little bit more aggressive. You can get that body shot and call it out to your teammates so they can finish it off for you. You just don't want to give that sniper rifle away. Have to make sure you position yourself well.
Rebellion have taken the lead. How long is the question? Can they keep SSG at bay? A lot of time left in the round. Both teams taking this one far more serious than the last. Mental connects with a body shot onto Eco. Stellar's in-house. He's trying to bring the ball out to his front porch, but he's being hassled, he's being harried. And he goes down, along with his teammate Bound. Rebellion have it once more. They're rotating it towards green. They now have the option to play it if things get a little bit dicey.
Rebellion are doing very well at making this messy, keeping this ball over towards house, keeping the ball where you can't really play it. Eventually, they're forced to go over towards green. Inevitably, when you have those kind of scuffles in-house, it does traditionally go over towards green gradually. But now the ball right back and reset. And the scrap can continue once more, unless Space Station want to try and take it tower. But it looks like they are going to be forced to try and play around scoreboard.
Enemy has the ball.
Great kills coming out of Rebellion. There's only 6 kills in it between the 2 teams. It's not like Rebellion are being severely outslayed here. They don't look out of place whatsoever here in the winners semis.
Enemy has the ball.
Just a couple of mistakes for SSG. They look a little bit flustered. Dropping on the ball, trying to get time when there's too many members of Rebellion still on the map. Stellar's very good at cutting away the numbers, though. He gets cycle. Another camouflage for SSG. This time, it's going to be Bound who's going to play with it. Gets a big melee. Goes for the brawl with Soul Snipe. Picks up a double kill. Grenade is there, though. Eco's caught unaware.
Enemy has the ball.
Time is running out, and it's still Rebellion who hold.
Rebellion are looking fantastic at the moment. Every single engagement, they're confident getting into it. They are not scared of SSG, and I think that is key. They looked a little bit worried in the early stages of the first round, but that second round has given them life. They believe they can take this map. They believe they can take this series cycle. Doesn't matter who he fights in the moment. He wants that engagement. But SSG do wrestle the ball back. This could end up being exactly like round 1 and 2, where it's going to come right down to the wire here, Shurs.
It's been a madness. This game has not disappointed. One for the neutrals, you might say, but if you're a fan of either team, your heart is in your mouth. 2 kills for Suppressed. How big could they be? Cycles back green. Stellar recognizes he's a bit of an irrelevant kill right now and opts to move elsewhere. Gets close towards Suppressed, but Suppressed puts some breathing space between the two. Soul Snipe gets the kill. Mental has the snipe. And they only need 15 more seconds.
The repulsor again, big just to get that player away. Sniper could be huge here, hits a body, and that stops Legend from being able to push. And SSG have to rethink their strategy, rethink where they want to go here, which route they're going to take. But they do steal the ball away from Rebellion, and maybe we'll be able to play it towards green. And it's a big kill from Eco to keep SSG just about in this one. But again, Rebellion say, oh, there's a ball on the floor, we'll grab that, we'll get a couple more seconds. They're only 12 away now from winning this first map, but SSG have wrestled back control.
They have to play this one perfectly. The issue is they've given up the first pick. Eco's got the second, looking for the third. Soul Snipe gets one, Cycle's gonna fall as well. All 4 dead for the Rebellion, and SSG moving the ball towards tower. How can they hold?
Enemy has the ball.
SSG chants start to ring through the arena once more as Eco just about stays alive. It's one last hold, it's one last push for Rebellion here.
Do Rebellion have what it takes? They're running out of time. Eco tries to play it. He does play it. There's still time. 1 minute remains. One last chance.
3 were dead for SSG as well, so Rebellion really do have a chance. They nicked the ball away. Off spawn, SSG, where do you go? One's already fallen. Camo's up, but where is that ball?
Suppressed gets the ball played once more. This is a madness. 1 second for SSG, 6 for Rebellion. Bodies continue to hit the floor, and it's Stellar with a bound, with hands on. SSG win game 1.
Wasn't easy though, was it? Boy, did they make that difficult for themselves. And I wouldn't be surprised if the question is, how did we not win that in round 2? The entirety of round 3, they're all thinking to themselves, I thought we had won. We had the ball, we had control. But Mental, he dipped in. Didn't even have camo, but he somehow wasn't seen. Sadly, it's for nothing in the end, as SSG will still come out on top and will still win map number 1. 159 kills to 154 in favor of Space Station in the end. But Rebellion are going to make this a series. This is not going to be a blowout. This is not going to be one of those series where we start to talk about, oh, there's such a huge gap between the top 3 teams and the rest. I think Rebellion are beginning to look like a true top 4 team if they weren't already at this tournament.
Separated by 5 kills, and over the course of 3 rounds, separated by 9 seconds. Very little between the two, but Onset always talks about it. Halo's about the margins, and it was SSG who put themselves in that winning situation. Rebellion almost stole away those 2 rounds. Do they still have some wind in the sails coming up for game 2? Because that one was a brawl.
Yeah, it is more difficult, I would say, for the lower seeded team when you come that close to being able to topple a giant. And you've put so much into it that it does take the wind out of you a little bit. And you start to think, you know, we could have been 1-0 up here. Tough to try and move on from it because you were so close and that adrenaline still flowing through your veins. But that's when you need someone, either a coach or your IGL, just to say, right, let's reset. We came close, but it's a best of 5 for a reason. And we can start to think about game 2. And in terms of the fact, you know, it's a Slayer in game 2, as it always is, that means there is a big chance here for Rebellion because they were outslaying SSG for quite some time in that game.
I want to give hats off to Bound. 45 kills, second most ball time on his team. Instrumental in every good thing SSG put forward. Confirmation 2-1, the final score, separated by Once again, 9 seconds in game 1. Slayer Streets on the horizon, Dan, and I know you've got something for me.
Both teams 5-2 throughout the qualifiers. It was one of their better Slayer performances. When it comes to LAN though, you know things can start to change. You know those shots start to hit a little bit differently. The flanks that you might make can be even more punishing. So I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on some of those guys that like to just go over a little dipsy doodle to try and get behind enemy lines. But Bound is going to be my focus throughout this game. What we saw in that game 1, individually incredible, some of the things that he was able to pull off. And if he keeps playing like that, if he keeps gaining momentum and getting better and better as the series go on, he's going to make life very difficult for Shopify Rebellion.
They touched upon it on the desk. Rebellion's esports careers, particularly in Halo, very much in their infancy. This is a team that are going to learn and grow together. And the more reps they get against the top dogs, the better they're going to get. That game 1 was so close, and we spoke about wind, out of sails, out of tires, doesn't matter where the wind and the air is. They have to get it done in game 2 to give themselves a real chance.
Yeah, you blow wind out of other areas, but certainly Rebellion need something here in map number 2 to get them back into this series. It's always going to be a tough pill to swallow, losing that close, being so close to winning game 1. You have to forget about it, you have to move on as we're underway in map number 2. It's Street Slayer. And of course, Camo going to be the focus point in 20 seconds when it comes up. And if we do see one of the teams start to trend towards controlling it throughout the game, they should be able to get kill after kill and take an advantage.
4-1 the score after the opening engagement. Camouflage has now popped up. Crowd screen expertly placed for Soul Snipe to perhaps get away here. Kills being picked up all around. 6-2 now. Bound and Stellar get a couple of kills to even the odds.
And I will say, when it comes to starting strategies, it was something we noted on Rebellion on Friday when we saw them in pool play. They seem to have their starting strats locked down against so many other teams to give them that initial advantage, but then as you get towards the business end, they just drift off a little bit, and that's the experience that you were talking about, the lack of kind of time and reps that some of the teams they're going up against each other maybe have. So that early lead that was up by 6 is now just cut down to 1, with SSG managing to take down several members of Rebellion. And you don't want to get stuck in Tram here. You don't want to be the team who is on spawn and suddenly trying to force your way out of Tram time and time again. And Rebellion make sure they are not that side. They push successfully. It's a big double for Cycle, and Space Station will fall.
More importantly, Cycle's got his hands on the Bulldog as well, so some of the power shifts towards Rebellion with that 3-kill lead. These guys are all Slayers. They revel in it. Soul Snipe is currently 1-3. That's not the impressive thing here. 7 assists already. Been so influential, putting damage down for his team. Looking to do even more here on the Bound. Couple of shots in. He continues to move and groove. SSG have just not been able to handle the pressure so far.
I mean, Streets has always been Soul Snipe's playground ever since he was on the old native roster. They used to fly around corners together, often pioneered the way to play this map when Halo Infinite first came out. Just gets into so many engagements and deals so much damage, and as long as you have teammates to finish off those kills, you're going to be in a good position, and that's what's happening in the moment. Rebellion are up by 8 all of a sudden. And when we look at the games that SSG have lost so far this tournament, one of them is a Slayer. It is more trending towards SSG winning their objectives and maybe struggling more so in those Slayer modes. And Rebellion have to take advantage of it here.
All's good at the moment, up by 6. Legends over towards Cafe. Stellar's gotten a kill towards B Rails. Legends got the call to rotate. He listens and he abides by the information that he gets. Suppressed down to no shields. Beautiful damage by the Frenchman. He's gonna go down. The damage had already been done. Rebellion doing a perfect job of keeping their lead, keeping the noses in front. Still ahead by 5.
Yeah, they're keeping SSG just at arm's length at the moment. But the trouble is, with players like Stellar, like Bound, who can just pull a double kill out of nowhere, it can just thrust them right back into the game, and Rebellion have to be careful of that. You need to have eyes on your teammates. You need to be making sure you're looking at where that damage is being dealt so you can clean it up. And that's just what Cycle's doing, listening, ear to the ground, waiting for the call out, and it happens again for the double. And he says, hey, where's more? I'll keep going, but Camo is going to be the focus point.
Sometimes people fall into the trap playing Slayer that you have to be all action, on the move all the time. Cycle just letting the game come to him. Stellar squints his eyes and spots out the camo, but it's not enough. Cycle had help. Bound was there though, with the stock rifle. This gun can create a lot of chaos and carnage. Suppress down to no shield. Stellar's been sent in to pick up the pieces. And still ahead by 5. Rebellion managing this one perfectly.
Speaking of chaos and carnage, Space Station was exactly the opposite with their listening, but maybe Rebellion's going to be a little bit more upbeat and chaotic. Let's have a listen.
Locker probably.
They're probably going to cut purple.
Yeah, I'm looking bottom mid.
Sure
Yeah, they have a shotgun too. They have a shotgun too.
They're nading like back.
I hear one. I think.
They definitely don't know I'm here.
Could be wrong though, but he might be ATM.
Low-key could be.
This guy ice cream. Could be a guy ATM or something.
What do you think?
Staring at your plants though. Yo, Campbell's at 50 about.
Yeah, 50.
Stay strong.
What music? What do you guys want to do?
We have a 5-kill lead, so think about that.
We get smoked for camo too.
I've smoked for camo.
All right. Okay, Stellar's top nest. They're top Ivy.
Okay. They're nading. They don't know I'm here, bro. They would have naded me up by now.
Yeah, make sure we just don't take down. Ivy, Stellar, half.
Box up.
They're playing for camo, I think.
30 seconds on camo.
Yep. We should make a team play though when camo comes up. We should do something. Okay, can we find a stalker guy? Can we find a stalker guy? Stellar's still Ivy.
Could be one hiding bitches.
Yo, honestly, bro. Yeah, there could be. I want to shoot this guy. Ivy. I'm gonna go laundry, and then she said one guy. Yo, okay, the shotgun guy is Ivy.
I can smoke camo. You guys want to smoke camo?
Yeah, man. Yeah. We can
Arcade. Ivy, show someone out. I want you out here. They might push.
B-roll pretty weak. You go.
I need it.
I want you up.
Might go for camo.
Tires coming.
Watch out, bitches.
Miss one. Yo, ATM, guys. Launch one shot. I got it.
Put it.
I have stock on Mikey. I have stock on me.
I have shot.
Watch out, guys. On my down. We're
I'm good.
One interesting point to join the listening there as everything slowed down and Rebellion wanted that plan, wanted to try and work around the camo, and they execute it perfectly. All 4 dead. They grab the camo. They have the Bulldog. They've got all the pieces they need to continue with dominating this game.
They conceded quite a lot of map to SSG. It did not matter. They held what they needed to. They got the damage done and they capitalized on it. Legend will get soul sniped. The lead has only grown. SSG who are going to be forced to make moves here, make plays.
5 minutes remaining.
Rebellion will invite the pressure on. They're happy to play the trades game now. But again, you spoke about how the Rebellion have got to be wary here because you give Stellar an opportunity to pick up that stock rifle. This game could change in an instant.
Yeah, if Space Station go ahead as Rebellion did, they're not going to play it as slow. They're not going to be sitting back. Instead, they're usually the team that likes to just crush you, get you in a pincer and try and take you down and get those kills as quick as possible. And it's starting to happen. 5 now behind. It was 10 at one point. So Rebellion just need to not get too ahead of themselves, make sure they're staying next to one another. Not too many individual plays to try and be a hero right now, as again, Rebellion try and slow this. It did work last time they tried to slow it around the camo, but now we've got sides flipped. And a big thing is going to be down to the Shroud. And you can see Legend has it. Shroud goes down, SSG pick up the camo, and they can start to think about a comeback.
Camo's up. Things are going to get a little bit dicey now. Rebellion starting to use their nades. Mental rotates inside of Tram with the stock rifle, looking to output quite a lot of damage, provide cover for his team. Shroud screen goes down. There was a little bit of bait. Legend's going to get the trade. Where has that camouflage gone? Bound loses a 1v1 to Soul Snipe, but it's Eco with the camo.
6 kills down, and Eco with the game potentially in his hands. It's still quite a lot to do. And the camo's not usually going to be good for 5, but he gets spotted out by Mental. And you know full well Mental is screaming camo is over towards Bulldog right now. But he doesn't quite go down. Now suddenly it's a 4-kill game, and Eco can make it a 3-kill game, but doesn't quite hit that final shot. And Rebellion are so close to winning this one, but are we going to see another similar situation where Space Station come from the dead here and get right back into this game towards the end?
Eco just reads the game perfectly. Does the damage, recognizes he could get the kill. The clever thing to do is wait, hold. 2 kills between these two teams. SSG needs 5. Rebellion only 2 now to tie up this series. Suppress slides out, Cycle gets 1. 1 more then. To punch themselves right back into this series. Yeah. And they do. Soul Snipe ties us up 1-1. Perfectly played by Rebellion.
And that game 2 was my biggest question mark when I saw this series layout, because both teams were kind of even throughout qualifiers. We haven't seen much of it on LAN. But it was really that time we jumped into the listening, when it all slowed down, when they had so much time to think about how they wanted to approach getting that camo. And then the difference when it was flipped for SSG to try and do the same thing, and the Shroud went down, and it was attempted bait from Legend, and he wanted to utilize the Bulldog, but sadly it didn't quite work out for him. And yes, okay, Eco ended up getting the camo, but they had lost control of the map. It was so different when we saw it on the other side from Rebellion when they got all 4 dead. And really, I think that won them the game.
And I want to talk to you about moments in Slayers like that, because these teams can scrim and they can practice online. Even in online tournaments, you will never play a Slayer like that. There's no way to practice for this moment.
You can never replicate tournament moments, because in a scrim, it's not the same stuff on the line. You don't have the same money on the line. You don't have the same pressure on the line. Sure, in online qualifiers, you can somewhat replicate it. It gets a little bit closer then, but some would argue that still people aren't quite as locked in. There isn't quite as much on the line. And it just creates for such exciting moments time and time again, and that's why we love watching Halo Esports. So 1-1 between SSG and Rebellion here in the winners semis. Stronghold's Recharge is coming up next.
You spoke about locked in. Oddball live fire 2-1. As we've seen on our screens, 50-45 Slayer on streets. You spoke about game 4, Dan, King of the Hill Solitude. It would be, if it was required, well, it will be at the very least. Stronghold's Recharge is up next though. What have you got for me?
So interestingly, as we spoke about from scrims to online qualifiers to then playing in a tournament setting, Shopify did beat Space Station in scrims on Stronghold's Recharge, but then when they got into qualifiers, they didn't win this map in mode once. They lost it 3 times. On the other side, it was a very strong game type for Space Station. So perhaps what they learned from those scrims and what they learned from that loss was then put into the qualifiers, and suddenly it turns into Space Station's better game type here on Stronghold's Recharge. So I'm leaning towards an SSG victory, but Rebellion, they just look so competitive. This is brilliant. This is what we want to see in Halo Esports. We want teams to be catching the top 3 so that these semi-finals are just beautiful to watch.
Well, while there's a brief intermission, we have some scores coming our way. Foe winning a game 5 versus Proton. Elimination round 5 advances to the Elimination quarterfinals, matching with a loser of SSG and Shopify. So Foe now waiting on the result of the series at hand.
Wow, so Foe, they were 2-0 down, I'm fairly certain. So I think that's a reverse sweep, and that means Wootum, top 6 M&K player. More history.
Raise the keyboard higher, maybe.
Just keep it going. Make the spacebar even bigger than what Clutch was saying. You can see it was 1-1. It wasn't a reverse sweep, so I take it back. I think when I saw it earlier on the B stream, it looked... Oh, wait, now it's 2-0. I'm confused. Who knows what happened at this point? It's just keeping me on my toes. It's keeping me on my toes, but all we know is that Foe did come back to win the entire thing. And I think that this is great for Europe, because when we looked at what happened in the European scene with all the changes, with Quadrant taking one player, then Quadrant take another player, and Foe have been through it all. You would have seen the Jimbo interview with the narrative, and he said it's been a bloody rough time, to be honest. And now they find themselves in the top 6, and it looks like they really came together despite facing so much adversity in this series.
There was a real time where every time Jim would win a qualifier online, one of his teammates was getting poked from him. I gave him advice. I said, Jim, you stop winning qualifiers, they'll stop taking your players.
So as you can see, it was 2-1 to Proton, but then we move on over to Solitude Strongholds, and we know how punishing that map could be, and that's when Foe wrestled things back. And then look at this, they were down by 7 kills against Proton in this Slayer. And you'd imagine from this point that Proton would have gone on, but no, Foe fought back. They tied things up 40-38. And it means that yet again, Wootum makes more history, but also we see Jimbo back in the top 6. I remember way back in Halo 5, it was Jim and the rest of his team who set European records by getting into the top 6. I think it was DreamHack Dallas once upon a time. And welcome back to the top 6, Jim. And let's see if they can go any further.
Well, massive congratulations to Foe, but back to our series at hand. On the main stage, SSG up against Rebellion, tied 1-1. Rebellion looking real good after that Game 2 victory. We briefly touched upon it for Game 3, Dan. You spoke about how Stronghold's Recharge was a bit of a strong game type for SSG, particularly in recent memory. But Mental, looking at the statistics, he's been so good this tournament.
Just mental he has been, and I've been so impressed with how much he's improved from event to event, and I think it's what you were touching upon, the experience that he's starting to put under his belt now as he keeps playing on this main stage, and I think he's going to be a mainstay on the main stage, judging from what we've seen from Rebellion so far. They might be that team to beat when you're looking at trying to break into the top 4 as we go forward, maybe even to the top 3, because remember, we're all tied up. I was kind of thinking that this is done and dusted, SSG are through, but of course they are not. And there's also Legend. The pressure on that young man. If SSG were to fall here, you know full well, naturally the eyes would start to go towards the newer player. So he'll be wanting to right some wrongs going into Game 3 here.
Now, we spoke about this often enough. There's always that one surprise package. One team will get into that top 4 slot and lock it down. Sentinels had made it their own for quite some time, but now it looks like Rebellion are on the doorstep. We've heard other teams like Complexity, they were knocking on the door. Before Rebellion, if they can win this series, put themselves top 3 and in that winners finals, what a statement that would be.
They're on the doorstep and the other teams are peeking through the curtain saying, hold on, if they can do it, why can't we? So SSG, they just need to reassert some dominance here in map 3 and say, actually, no one's coming and knocking on our door, no one's coming in, no cups of tea for you whatsoever. Game 3 about to start, Stronghold's Recharge. I know that Rebellion like to kind of challenge double stack very aggressively off the start for the camo. They kind of send one long haul as well if they're spawning on that side, and then one on blue. It's kind of a 2-1-1 split, so we'll have to see whether that does happen, but it's going to be an A spawn, so this time they're going to be trying to prioritize getting control of blue. And Cycle, though, is going to be very much countered, and that is going to be big grenades from SSG. They've done their research.
Soul Snipe was really looking to be that anchor point, sitting top A. Stellar's got Shock Rifle and the Camouflage. And I've rarely seen this be good news for any team, I can promise you that! Stellar gets one. Spine tingling. Hits the second for the double kill. And happy to sit and stay B. And influence spawns. As he retreats towards A now. That's where the spawns are going to be. Cycle down to half shield. Soul Snipe's there as well. He gets tickled up a little bit. But Space Station already rolling.
Yeah, it's a great start from Space Station. You can see why they had so much success throughout the qualifiers on this mapping mode. On the other side, if you didn't hear me mention it earlier, Rebellion couldn't find a victory on Stronghold's Recharge throughout the qualifiers. Lost it 3 times. Maybe Space Station can take advantage of that with a 60-0 lead now. They're not always going to start to push for a 3-cap. They got quite a beneficial start just from being able to control some of the spawns in the early stages, but now you work with B and C. If you lose a player, maybe you start to trend towards A to try and wrestle that back. That's going to be your ideal setup, of course, as sadly that plasma pistol misses and Legend makes it pay.
Great news for Legend. No ball to hold. As a result, already registered 6 kills, 1 assist, and just a single death.
Did you see how much damage he did in that full game, by the way? The amount of assists that Legend had, despite the fact he had the ball in his hand half the game. Insane, really, what he was able to do. The only real player who I kind of know that does a similar thing, it's Dead Zone.
Soul Snipe captured C.
Enemy team
Stellar fights for B is unsuccessful in that joust. Suppressed with the camouflage. Triple cap now for Rebellion. If only for a short while. Can Suppress have a similar influence with the shock rifle camouflage as Stellar did once before? Legend's gonna capture B. They've already got C.
And this
Shots getting rattled
pretty
off.
similar, I'd say. Not quite the headshots, but he got the body shots that his teammates could finish off the kills. In Space Station, they lose 3. But it wasn't a trip cap for as long for Rebellion, so they're still quite a way behind at the moment. But Suppress finds himself in a good position to combat the long haul spawns that SSG find themselves in. Mainly just about holding A here for now. Don't allow SSG just to waltz on in and take it off.
Mental and Legend trade. Stellar will capture B, but for how long will he stay alive? The answer's not long. Not long at all. Bound on Batnet, continues to jiggle peek. Steps out just 1 pixel too far. Has his face ripped. Oh, right off. As Eco joins him, as does Legend. His name might be Suppressed, but he has reason to get loud.
This is what you need if you are Rebellion. You need someone to start popping off, someone to start answering what SSG had done in the early stages. But is it going to amount to a good enough amount of time? That's the real question. B, again taken by Space Station. I don't know how SSG are walking into B so easily, but they've been able to capture it yet again, but this time alongside C. So tough sometimes when some of those players just hide behind those batteries, steal that stronghold away from you. And now Rebellion have got a fight out of A.
Dan, I'll tell you, if I walk into B in matchmaking, it's like a scene from Oppenheimer. There's explosions left, right, and center. Camouflage has just popped up. Be interesting to see who's got their hands on it, or has it indeed been burned. 3 down for SSG, only 2 for Rebellion. They have a numbers advantage now. Soul Snipe's gonna convert B. Mental happy to hold bottom elevator here. Legend's gonna jump up, Whirlpool, combine with Eco to get a kill. Mental's managed to hold A, but not really having an influence on the game. No damage being put down. As a result, Eco's been able to slip through the lines.
Oh, great kill.
Huge reversal from Mental. They're really starting to eat away at that lead now and threatening to get a triple cap of their own.
Yeah, they grab C because SSG sent so many bodies over towards B, over towards gold. They really wanted to break that gold setup. But in all the meanwhile, they've given up C, and if they don't get B off the back of it, it could be dangerous, and it looks like that may just happen. They just about get B, though. But Rebellion are still scoring, and Rebellion take 2 players down. So what was a 100-0 game, or very close to, is now close to being tied up. So Rebellion again demonstrating that they are not pushovers, that they can really hang with the very best in the league.
Team score.
Beautiful double kill for Bound. And they about to flip the script here. Get a trip cap. Soul Snipe over towards Glass. Receives 2 shots on the cross. Suppress. Walks straight into a nade that explodes at his feet. Bound, much like Mental was doing before him, trying to hold that elevator. Was doing so pretty successfully. A and C still remain in control for SSG. Being threatened now though. Eco gets 1, Legend falls. 3 dead, Bound, nowhere to be seen. Shock rifle in hands of the Soul Man.
Yeah, that was a tough route for Legend. You could see he was worried about spawners, and in the end he did get shot in the back by them. The flank didn't really work out. Now Camo's coming up, and oh, that stick could be big. Space Station not only get the stick, but Legend's able to creep away with the camouflage. 3 dead for Rebellion. But Rebellion are still scoring. But for how long? Not very long, it would seem.
Team score.
Triple cap. If only for a short while. Legend's camo has dissipated. They're capturing B and they're capturing C. Reset comes through for the Frenchman. This game's so close, on a knife's edge now. As we head towards the end game, this one could go either way.
Space Station just doing a little bit better at surviving on 1 shot, just as you saw there from Legend. Him getting around that corner and then being able to re-engage now with his Bandit does wonders for Space Station. Otherwise, Rebellion would have had that extra player. And sometimes it is more difficult to get your head down on LAN and survive, but he was able to do so, and now he's still fighting and still doing damage and still getting kills. And you can see the impact of it. He tries to do it again, but this time he is shut down. That could be the difference maker for Rebellion to finally try and break through here.
Legend is such great movement. One of the best in the league. It's like he's on roller skates at times. How quickly he's able to traverse. Eco gets back whacked as he walks in the tower bound. Will get his trade though. Rebellion starting to eat away at that lead. They hold B and C. There'll be a bit of a juke down now in tower. The help will come. But Rebellion good for 2, 3 dead now. Soul Snipe's gonna get A. Looking for that triple cap. Knows there's a player situated below him. Gonna be a 1v1 with Eco. The trade comes through. Rebellion still hold B and C, and they want A as well. Stellar's trying to get close, picks up the camouflage.
SSG have done better at getting the camos, that's for sure. And that's why they have a minor lead at the moment. But Rebellion are just keeping this so close, and that's a bit worrying for Space Station. If we see Suppressed get a shock rifle and go on a tear like he had prior, then SSG could be in a very bad spot, but it's going to be the opposite. Instead, we might get a replay of what happened at the start of the game here.
These next few moments are going to be pivotal. Stellar's camouflage has gone.
Enemy team.
Shock rifle hasn't though. Gets one. Legend another. Mental on C. Stairs falls as well. 3 dead. And SSG only need 15 more points. Rebellion have, but only 1 more push.
And I think this one's close to being done now, especially with Stellar in the position he is with the shock. He's got eyes on so many different spots, so many different angles. No matter where you push here, you're gonna get tagged by something. It's a desperate attempt to try and finish this off from Soul Snipe, and it looks like he's gonna get challenged. And Space Station Gaming will take map number 3 and take the lead 2-1 in the semi-finals.
SSG 1 game away from the winners finals. 1 game away from a clash with OpTic Gaming. And now Rebellion on the ropes. It could be elimination bracket for them if they can't get their act together here in game 4.
Very close though, Rebellion. I mean, a few minor moments that could have changed things. If you think about, had Legend fallen when he was just dipping his head down in Whirlpool, off the back of it, he helped get 2 kills and got a kill of his own. 19 kills in total for him. But of course, it was the hard work, it was the support from the rest of the squad, everyone doing damage on SSG. That's the terrifying thing, I think, about Space Station when you look at this roster as a 4. Anyone can do the damage. Anyone, no matter what weapon they have in their hands, can pop off at any moment. And perhaps that's why SSG are a real threat at this tournament as potential championship winners.
What's so impressive is the difference between these 2 teams when it comes to the Slays and winning the objectives. Game 1 separated by 5. This game here, only 6. But again, it's SSG who are winning those objectives.
It's about when they get those kills. It's very different. Space Station timing it a little bit better with whether it's defending those strongholds or when they're actually cracking. There was a few times where Rebellion would get the better of the Slays, but it were kind of trading 3 for 2, 2 for 1, and Space Station was still scoring on the top of it. Space Station know when to get aggressive, but they also know when to be a little bit more passive, when to retreat, when to set up little ambushes. But Rebellion are still playing very well, and this series is most certainly not over yet. It's a narrow lead for Space Station, and they are 1 foot in the door of that winners final. But next up, it's King of the Hill Solitude.
Confirmation of what we've seen, that oddball 2-1, 50-45, and then 250 to 189. Again, game 1 and 2 separated by 5 kills. The last game separated by 6. Nothing between these 2, but it's just decisions at that vital moment. Playing in the pockets, in those spaces, biding your time, experience. The likes of Eco has it in spades.
I think good news here for Rebellion is their starting strategies have been very successful, and when we go into King of the Hill Solitude, which can be a game that can go off the back of that first hill, give you that momentum towards moving on for the rest of the game, perhaps they can start to shut down SSG, and it is Rebellion's better game type in this series. They didn't lose it all qualifier long. They went 4-0 throughout the 4 qualifiers they competed in. So they have something to cling on to here, and I think that's probably what they're saying to one another. Hey, look, this is one of our better ones. Let's make sure we get to a game 5. It's another Slayer. We've already beat them in a Slayer, so let's just make sure we get there.
The question that was posed at the start of this series is, can Rebellion be competitive? They've been more than that. But come the crunch time, they've missed out by small margins, the tiniest moments in the game. Things haven't gone their way. Can they flip the script here? Everyone's expecting this one to go the way of SSG. Have Rebellion got something left in the chamber? We're about to find out here. Because SSG won away from the winners finals. On board with Bound.
Ready.
I've given credit to starting strategies for Rebellion. Let's see whether they can do exactly the same on Solitude here. It's a sniper rifle focus push for them. Bound already gone down to no shields, but it's Legend with the camouflage. And that is bad news, Bears, because that means he can come from behind here and try and find that sniper rifle. Of course, shock rifle. It all does the same thing.
Legend spotted out. Mental almost gets a huge kill. But instead, shock rifle now changes hands. Rebellion relinquish quite a lot of power to the Frenchman. You don't want to do that. Bound locks in 2, threatening to get a triple kill as well. Suppress will push U-turn. Mental gets his shields rocked.
Enemy team took the hill.
But it's Suppressed who tips his toe into the hill. Loses his face for it.
Enemy team took the hill.
Legend's gonna hold it with the shock rifle. He wants more, and he's gonna get more.
Could have had a montage clip if it weren't for the fact he had to reload his clip. But in my confusion, of course, with the sniper now changing to the shock rifle, it has really changed the feel of Solitude. The shock, in general, pro players feel a little bit easier to use at times, and it can make a very snowbally affair. King of the Hill, though, a little bit different to the likes of Strongholds. You are going to have to move around and set up a little bit more rather than just getting locked into one position. But this first hill can often be the hardest one to try and secure. Space Station have done well to put some good time on the board, but now Rebellion seem to have controlled it. You can see Cycles just trying to work out where on earth our Space Station spawned it, but it doesn't matter because his teammates have already found them.
That one's all alone in Hotel. Well, there you go, he's just checked out. You have to watch his teammates play while he's sitting in the black screen. Eco on U-turn will get 1. Legend now pushes towards Loop. Locks in 1 on the Suppressed. Stellar now. Silo into bottom middle. Huge damage being output by Stellar here. Bound with a lovely grenade towards Hotel, spins up, gets the kill. SSG just a little bit hesitant to push into this hill, and you can see why. Rebellion are in the perfect spot, sitting S4, sitting blue window. They have the hill now. Mental's cleared out 1. Will that be enough to close in on this hill? Suppress continues to put down damage. He's got 1 to contend with behind him. Bound locks it in. 2 down now for Rebellion.
Oh, Cycle.
Shock rifle though.
This can make a big difference. It was some great time by Rebellion just to get close now to scoring this first hill, but SSG have got some kills of their own. And if Cycle can connect with a couple of headshots, then this should guarantee the first hill. Eco's his first target. Doesn't quite connect as much as he would like. But what he does is he strikes a little bit of fear into the eyes of SSG. They know that there's potentially a shock rifle, but now with that kill, they can confidently walk into this. They can confidently take control of bottom middle. And it's Rebellion who have to do something off spawn.
Rebellion have got to be careful here. Cannot play this one desperately. They'll be like putty in the hands of SSG. These next few kills are going to be so important. It's SSG in the hill though, as they milk it all the time, and they take the lead.
Yeah, that's going to be a frustrating one for Rebellion. They were very, very close, and as soon as Cycle got that shock rifle, I thought it was going to be a chance for them. Just didn't connect with those headshots. And that can be the difference maker. That could be those fine margins we were speaking about earlier as now Hill moves over towards Courtyard. Camouflage for Rebellion though, so they can be the first to try and step in. SSG look to maybe launch attack to a top gold here. Very difficult to hold the Courtyard Hill at times because you can be pushed from so many different angles. You've really got to be checking everything as Suppress does so, but that's a great trade from Bound.
Numbers all cut down to 1v1 the map for a moment. Things have gotten very quiet. Stellar waits for his teammates to spawn back up. And you know he's confident to take absolutely any fight. Cycle's not shy either to throw down. Stellar gets taken care of. Bound could be about to join him very quickly here. Bound continues to challenge, continues to jiggle peek, and is rewarded as Legend's there. Eco 2, they have the hill, and will their hold be more successful?
Every gunfight is being made difficult though. Rebellion not allowing SSG to get too much control. Individually matching up very well. The main difference is just that little bit of teamwork, that little extra bit of chemistry that SSG seem to hold. And now Eco can start to score alongside Legend here. If they can get Rebellion on a split spawn, like if Cycle falls and then Rebellion keep finding themselves as a 2, as a 3, SSG might be able to start to run away with things.
SSG fully aware of where Cycle is. Legend was able to spot him out driveway. There's 2 players in the exact same spot and they're not looking too healthy for shields. Bounds gets 2, Stellar another. Moments away from doubling their lead.
And Suppressed, even though he gets that kill onto Stellar, he knows he has to back off, he has to wait for his team, he has to give this one up. But this is smart from Space Station. They wait, maybe we'll get a little bit of control of the map before we score this one. And as soon as they do so, as soon as there's a little threat, that's when they step in, but is it a little bit too late? No, it's not, because Bound's there on hand just to make sure he sweeps things up. But they knew that Camo was coming up, and it is still at top middle, by the way. So they didn't want to commit too heavily to finishing that hill too quickly.
SSG opting to deploy a little bit of the dark arts, almost like a football player might hold the ball in the corner, eat away at the clock. Very clever done.
Enemy team took the hill.
Legend gets a kill. Cycle still has that shock rifle camo. Bound almost got the trade. Stellar's there. Cycle's got his tail between his legs, desperately trying to survive, and has done so successfully. How big could that be? As now they have control of the dip, but Eco shuts them down.
You confuse an entire nation, by the way. All the Americans are thinking, when in football do you see someone holding the ball in the corner?
Real football. I'm talking about real football.
I'll say it. He means soccer, but you know,
it
feels weird saying it. I'm sorry.
I don't mean soccer.
Feels weird saying it. 35 seconds left, and Rebellion, it looks like maybe they're going to start to have to think about the elimination bracket here, because SSG are firmly in control, and Rebellion have to play the old cliche, perfect Halo.
Bound gets a trade. That's all they need. We spoke about eating away at that clock. 23 seconds. Every time Rebellion step out, every time that clock dwindles down, they lose an opportunity, they lose a chance. Legend continues to fight, almost got 2 there when he had no right to. But it's 4 dead for a moment for SSG, and now is the chance for Rebellion to really stake a claim in this game.
Boy, is it a slim chance, but yes, there is still a little bit of hope, the smallest bit of hope in what is becoming a very dark tunnel at the moment now for Shopify Rebellion. They are going to be able to score this one, maybe, but no. Space Station shut 3 of them down, and Cycle will fall as well. And that means it's going to be game, it's going to be set, it's going to be match, as Space Station will march on to the winners finals, and it's going to be a matchup against OpTic Gaming.
Rebellion huffed and they puffed. They could not blow down Space Station's house. They're into the winners finals, back where they belong. Book the ticket up against the green wall tomorrow night. It has to be said, I was so impressed by Rebellion and what they were able to output in that match.
It does mean that now a very terrifying Rebellion drops into the elimination bracket, but a little focus on Legend there because he's found himself back in the top 3. doing just as he did when he was on that quadrant, making history for European Halo. Well, the European is now on a top roster, but can he go that one step further? Can we see Legend in a grand final alongside SSG? The writing's on the wall, but you've got to do it against the home crowd of OpTic Gaming. That is going to be a very, very tough series for Space Station.
You know it's written somewhere. OpTic Gaming, they win a world championship. FaZe win a world championship. The only team left to get that hands on the gold, the only ones yet to claim it, is Space Station. They made this change to be a threat in those big games, in those big moments. They're in the winners finals now.
And of course, it was on this very stage that Legend with Quadrant did get that top 3 placement. And it was Legend who took down OpTic Gaming. So perhaps he's thinking, hey, maybe I can just do it again when we get to these winners finals. But now it's with a different team. And as we look back at some of the highlights, I'm very impressed with what Rebellion were able to do against SSG. So competitive, right down to the wire at times. It could have very easily been 2-0 to Rebellion after the first 2 maps. Oddball was so close, agonizingly close. But sadly, they have to look at that result and say, well, we just start to focus on the elimination bracket where they will be playing Foe.
You look at that series layout and you think, oh, well, that was quite comfortable for a Space Station. You know, the lower seeded team won the Slayer, that's business as usual. But like we spoke about, like we've been harping home, trying to drive this message home, 5 kills separate them in games 1 and 2, 6 in game 3, and only 5 in game 4. Sorry, excuse me, 1 kill in game 4. Very little between the two of them, but instead, it's going to be SSG who booked their ticket in the next round.
I think Foe will be looking on and saying, okay, well, Rebellion are going to be a real task here. And one of either Rebellion or Foe are going to be in top 4 at this tournament. So that's an exciting prospect for both of those sides. But it's SSG who go forward. And we have Blaze on the stage with Stellar, of all people, of course. Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Dan. Esports Arena, show some love to Space Station Gaming as they move on to the winners finals. And that's top 3, but it's a lot more you want to get done here, Stellar. But let's talk about this series because Shopify, they played y'all close. What was the game plan that LMI was coming up for you guys? What was it to take these guys down the other side?
There wasn't really a game plan. It was just to play how we normally play. We know they're a scrappy team, and we've scrimmed them online, so we kind of know how to play against them.
There you go, okay? And so now, you know, one thing I saw in this series is something I never normally see too much is Legend with like 107 ball time right there. How has it been playing with him, and have you had to change up your role any bit on this squad?
It's been great playing with him. He hits every bullet. He does a lot of objective, and he fits in perfectly. I don't feel like we've really had to change much up, and there's no like language barrier at all. We can understand him completely, and it's going well.
All right, yo, it looked like it's going good. Is it going good, crowd? Now, when it comes down to this crowd, I feel bad for anyone who tries to cheer up against them. But what do you want to let these guys and girls know that's been supporting you all tournament long?
We appreciate you guys as always. Thanks for coming out, and yeah, we're just gonna try to play some good Halo.
They're gonna try to play some good Halo tomorrow in the winners finals. That does it for me and Stellar on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Some wise words from SSG's is up there on the main stage, and I've got to say, one of those being about the game plan. I was really interested in learning about kind of what they wanted to do coming into this series, and that was really just playing their own game, just taking on their opponents as and when they can, and capitalizing on mistakes and playing to the way that they want to play. What is the difference, Clutch, you know, when you are at the top, to curating a game plan according to who you're playing and just playing what you have practiced time in and time out and believing in your team?
Yeah, I think for a team that's at the top, like SSG, a team that creates the meta rather than is trying to catch up, they set the bar. It's more of knowing who you're playing against and how they like to play and playing your play style, but acknowledging the fact that they're probably going to be playing this other play style, how we can counteract that. I think it was wise for Stellar to say, we played them online. We scrimmed them several times. We know how they play. We know their tendencies. This team is scrappy, and they were every bit as scrappy as Space Station allowed them to be But SSG looks so comfortable throughout this entire series and so far throughout this tournament that, I mean, they just got to play good Halo in the words of Stellar.
They certainly do indeed. And Stellar also mentioned his new French phenom that has come onto their squad, which is Legend. And Walshy, we talked about Legend briefly before getting into this series. You know, he feels like he fits in perfectly, like nothing was ever missing. And things are going really, really well for them. Based on this series and what you had to say before it, how are you feeling now?
You know, my confidence is continuing to rise there with Legend and this SSG roster. For me, it's sometimes a question of when you take the superstar from one of these other teams, this rest of his roster's playing around him, how does this person fit in when they're more of a piece of the puzzle instead of that greater picture? And so a player like Legend, you saw, he's not afraid to grab the oddball. He's getting the most time for his team on oddball, kind of filling that role that Penguin had there. But he's also bringing in this exact slaying prowess to all these other modes, giving them a little bit of extra firepower.
Indeed, I love that you said that. I think that is huge because taking Dead Zone away really does take away a little bit of objective efficiency and opportunity that Dead Zone used to create. You know, a game changer really, because he makes the plays and he makes game-changing plays. The fact that Legend's able to pick up some slack there is huge. And of course, we want to talk a little bit about Eco as well. And while I've got you, Walshy, Eco not having the best series here, but still manages to get the job done. And we also saw some smarts from him in the strongholds by just making sure he didn't dip a toe in, letting that clock run down just a little bit, and also regaining control on the map. It wasn't the best series from him statistically. How are you feeling about him?
Yeah, I think it's a blessing and a curse when you see stats like that from someone like Eco. On one hand, you're showing your team punching their ticket to the winner's bracket finals. However, at the same time, I don't know if that is going to be enough to win this tournament if he's bringing that same game tomorrow.
I'm not worried about Eco. Even if it feels like his stats are dropping off, Eco's one of those players that's been doing this long enough, had the success that he has, and it's because of his decision making. His shot might not be that of Stellar's, but he's still a top-tier talent, no doubt, and he's always making great, efficient plays for his team. So I never question if Eco is negative in a series. That doesn't mean he played bad. You're going to go negative, especially when you have players like Legend and Stellar on your team that are traditionally your power weapon holders, your snipe holders. Eco is not getting the shock rifle or the snipe, and if he does and they get comfortable, he's dropping it for those guys. So he's going to have less output opportunity than the big dogs on his team, but that's got to be like part of the strategy, right? Like, I gave Cloud snipe for a reason, because he was a freak. He's gonna drop snipe. He's gonna drop snipe for Stellar because Stellar, he's another freak, right? those guys don't miss. So it makes sense. And when you look at like his damage output was almost that of his teammates without those power weapons, without those power ups. So Eco's still playing good Halo. I have no doubt that he's making good plays out there as well.
Indeed. I also want to give some flowers to Shopify Rebellion because I know that you said Space Station looked comfy. To me, yes, they did look comfortable. I think especially in the past couple of games that we saw in that series, they managed to edge things away and kind of regain a bit of control of the series, so to speak. But I do want to say that Rebellion at times did make them look very uncomfortable, and I was really impressed with that. I think if you're doing that against SSG, you're doing that against some of the best players in the world for a very long time. And that, to me, shows progress. Shopify Rebellion, did they meet this opportunity? I really do think they did.
I think they absolutely met that opportunity. When you're talking about these top teams, you can't expect to beat a Space Station, a FaZe, or an OpTic by a massive margin. So when you're losing some of those games throughout the series, especially around by losing by 1 second in oddball, those are some of the deciders that you need to win in a series to take that upset.
I always say when you're trying to win close series, and you're trying to create an upset of that magnitude, you have to win the close games. There's going to be games that are blowouts, potentially on either side, but those close games always seem to be the determining factor on if you're able to actually create the upset. That oddball is one that will keep them up tonight, thinking about maybe one life they could have played differently, 1 second of oddball that they could have gotten more in some different opportunities. I have no doubt Shopify will continue to push teams, even in our top 3, to this limit.
And with that last series, we do have some more teams pushing on forward through the winners bracket. And of course, Space Station Gaming will be that team to meet OpTic tomorrow. Here is your winners bracket side of things. That is looking like a fantastic primetime winners final to me. OpTic versus Space Station, something that we've seen often last year. But with 2 new additions on the sides of these rosters, how different do you think this could be, Walshy? I'm curious to know how this will shake out.
I've always been a big proponent of when you take one top player from a roster and put them on a new star roster, so in this case, Dead Zone from Space Station moving to OpTic, he knows so much about that Space Station team and strategy that he can share and get those small advantages for his team. He can say, hey, when we're playing Flag, they're always going to park Eco over on this area. He can talk about all those tendencies to give his team a little bit of an edge. So I do think that Dead Zone and Dead Zone and OpTic have a slight advantage in that one category.
They do indeed. Let's have a look at the elimination bracket side of things, because of course this is where it is do or die for a lot of our teams, and one that has fallen short from our big three, of course, is FaZe. And fall short they did. It was a very, very long fall, unfortunately. 3-0 sweep against OpTic, and that's got to sting, that's got to hurt. But if I do know something about FaZe, it's that they do manage to bounce back. We actually saw them in a pretty similar position at Worlds. They managed to go all the way and win that World Championship. How do you think FaZe are feeling right now, Clutch?
Probably pretty bummed about just coming out flat is the biggest thing. How do we not come out flat is what the question they're asking themselves is, because that is not something that you can afford with your backs against the wall. Fortunately for FaZe fans, that World Championship run came from the elimination bracket, and they were flat in the winner's bracket, came out hot as ever Sunday. So if anyone's coming out Championship Sunday from that elimination bracket, my pick would be FaZe.
And Walshy, FaZe, they are a different team on a Sunday.
Yeah, they're always so scary. And I mean, when you look throughout the tournament run, it generally does feel like they can generally only lose to like a Space Station or an OpTic, and they ran into an OpTic, and OpTic sent them down.
They certainly did, and they sent them down hard, I'll tell you that much. They sent them down hard, but I tell you what, I'm getting very excited for this next matchup coming your way. This will be an incredible one. We do have Rebellion back on our screens once again, going up against Foe. The tournament life on the line, folks. It is do or die, and we'll see you guys right after this break.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Hey, guess what? New year means a new OpTic SCUF design for a new controller. Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC gaming. Guess what? SCUF saw your comments and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up the Cox here. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Kind of not. Leave a message.
Yeah, the mega rev boys hear sentiment. Flow tastes sweet like cinnamon. Open up doors, I'm a gentleman. View top floor, I'm still staying ahead of them. Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can't rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions. Trying to figure out what sound. Don't worry about what next. Just know we got now.
The HCS 2024 Kickoff Arlington Major is presented by AMD, Scuff, and Corduroys. Hello Arlington and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming, and welcome to a very, very excited desk right now because we do have an elimination match. That's right, smile boys, smile please, smile for the cameras. Wes, Walshy, we have an elimination match getting lined up on the stage. They're getting set up, ready to go, backs against the walls at this moment in time. And I always find day 2 championship bracket, the odds are just huge for these teams. They want to survive, they want to get to Sunday. No one wants to go home without getting to that 3rd day. It would be absolutely heartbreaking, I think, for both of these teams who've had, quite frankly, some incredible runs. 2 princesses here on the stage, 2 Cinderellas, so to say, and it's been amazing to watch their journeys. Let's actually take a look back at the schedule right now before we get into this matchup, because the schedule has brought through a lot of games today. A couple of 3-0s, a couple of sweeps, a couple of upsets. There's been all sorts happening.
1-3-2.
Yeah, that 1-3-2, one game 5, which actually was FaZe. So well fought from them. They have been pretty damn good. Walshy, looking at the schedule, what's been your favorite match so far?
I mean, I think the FaZe versus Cloud9 match that we got to watch earlier today, me and Wes got to cast that one. That was such an incredible match between, FaZe eventually edging that one out. But as we look at this upcoming one, Rebellion versus FaZe, you said a couple Cinderellas here, but only one gets to go to the Sunday ball.
Oh.
It is going to be tough between these 2 squads. I mean, can Rebellion bounce back from that last loss? Or are Rebellion just going to find themselves in this match against FaZe? And let's be real, the firepower that comes between those 2 teams, between someone like FaZe versus someone like SSG, the fights are going to be just that little bit easier. You're going to get away with a little bit more compared to playing against Space Station.
Very true, Walshy, and just to play on that pun even more, they both left their slipper in their pools, and they need to pick it up right now on the main stage in order to complete the look. I tell you what though, I'm really excited about all of this, especially with the elimination bracket really hot on their shoulders in terms of pressure. Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe, as you can see, waiting in the wings on the other side of the bracket is FaZe, waiting for the winner of Complexity versus Quadrant, but back to our quarterfinals on the main stage. I gotta say, I'm a little bit worried about FaZe. I'll tell you why. FaZe right now, they've been waiting in the wings. I don't know exactly how warm they could possibly be, but not as warm as Shopify Rebellion, coming off an unfortunate loss to SSG. They're gonna be kicking themselves about that. I think they're gonna be feeling like they could have actually taken that series from Space Station, so they're gonna be out for blood to continue through to that semifinals.
Yeah, I think they showed enough to where they should have confidence walking away. It'd be one thing if you just got slapped around by Space Station and then still had to stay in the same exact spot on main stage and play a series immediately after. That would not be a good feeling. But the fact that they were competitive with a team the caliber of SSG, they should have some confidence, especially like you said, Dave, playing a team that is going to probably give you a little bit more space on the map, be a little less fast with their pace. I would expect Shopify to still remain confident, especially knowing that they come into the series as the favorite.
They certainly do, I think, in terms of this and what has been achieved on both sides of the kind of, I guess, both rosters really, and who's had better competition, who's handled that better than the other. Well, talking about Shopify Rebellion first though, what was it about their series against SSG that had you excited about the rest of their tournament? What do you want to see from them here?
We just saw so many moments of greatness. We saw outplays against some of the best players in the world in SSG. And we almost saw them take the lead in that series, almost bring it to a game 5. They just had so many good things going for them in those games.
Yeah, they did indeed. We talked about Cycle as well with you before in terms of the Slayers and his slaying ability. Did he impress you going into that one?
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, his just positioning, the way he's out shooting, the way he's doing peak shots against everyone, it's so impressive.
It's very impressive. I got to say, I've also been very impressed with the triplets this weekend, especially the one we're looking at on this roster. What has he been doing for this team? Because the shots have been out of this world.
Yeah, that's what Suppress does best, is he gets a snipe in his hand and he makes plays with it. We saw him popping off with the shock rifle. This is a kid that loves to soar, and we used to say 4, but I guess it's 5 nowadays with the Bandit starts. This kid loves to get in your face and take space for his team. He is having a lot of success this weekend. Obviously, SSG shutting him down a little bit, but he still made himself a name in that series, I feel. He's going to be able to continue to play at that level. He's going to give Shopify every chance to advance here.
Clutch, while I've got you looking on the other side of the stage, there's Foe. What can Foe do right now to kill this momentum, to try to gain some speed themselves and get a foot in here in this series on map 1?
Well, the good news is they're coming off of 2 back-to-back best-of-5s, Game 5 wins, and that can build some confidence. That can build some momentum. Those Cinderella stories usually happen when teams go to Game 5, and then all of a sudden you're like, we've been through the ringer, we've been in every situation so far this weekend. We know what's in front of us as far as a stacked roster in Rebellion. But as long as we find opportunities, we have been icy up until this point. As long as the ice doesn't melt, Foe should be confident as well.
Yeah, you got one team that's happy to be here, one team that's coming off that disappointment to be here in this match. And like Wes said, you just take it series by series. Foe is just saying, we got another life right here, let's extend this life.
Indeed, I'm also so excited to see Wootem once again because I had goosebumps all over my body when they got that win across the table. I was so excited with the kid, so excited to see what he's going to do with the rest of his roster and how his confidence is also starting to grow, I think, as well. Being on that main stage, starting to get used to things as well. But folks, it is time to head to our next matchup. This elimination match is going to be amazing. Who will go forward? Who will be going home? That is the question. Let's take a look at both of your teams.
Shopify Rebellion, we said they were one of the most dangerous teams here in the tournament, and we talked about them being your dark horse team, but on the other side of things, maybe the real dark horse, maybe the real team flying under the radar. Foe, Shopify Rebellion, only one could make it to Championship Sunday.
Foe has really impressed everyone this tournament. Of course, I gotta talk about Wootem, a top 6 finish so far, top 6 placing so far. This could guarantee top 4 for Foe, but they've got to get through Shopify. Like you said, it's gonna be a difficult task. Shopify is angry with their last loss.
So far, we've seen Foe with their objective efficiency. It's been crazy against Cloud9. They actually lost the slave battle, yet still were able to win it in that Game 5. And when did things start? That King of the Hill versus C9. Well, that's where we're gonna start our series here. Game number 1, King of the Hill on Livefire.
I talked to Wonder Boy a bit before the show here, and one of the things he mentioned is he doesn't want his boys to lose that fire, to lose that energy. So coming into this first game, they've got to break that Game 1 curse that they've had the entirety of today, and they've got to do it right now.
Start our board with Wootem, the first one to get a kill, but also the first one to go down. Chicken Mighties making sure they clear out this tower side of the map right off the rip. But meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion, they're going to get first progression on this hill. Camouflage yet to come up.
Mighty with that sniper going towards the top tower is going to be really important to getting this camo. You see, Foe's going to get that very first camo without any sort of contention, and you trade that little bit of hill time for that camo. I think that's a valuable trade.
Both these teams guaranteed top 6 at the moment. Wootem with this sniper, maybe he's gonna be the player to push his team to that top 4, push to the Championship Sunday, takes down Soul Sniper. Has help with him. They're gonna collapse quickly on the green side. 3 members surrounding the final 2 of Shopify Rebellion. That's a clean 3 down. Shopify Rebellion off a spawn. There should be some good time for Foe.
A great job by Foe to pressure together, right? Get your shields back, go in healthy, and then get control, and that's exactly what they've done. Look at that. it's almost tied up in the hill time.
Oh! Holding on to that net side with the sniper. Eventually they're able to take him down. Luckily they did that. Otherwise he was about to heat up. Shots from across the map by Soul Snipe. 3 down once again. This time for FaZe. Shopify Rebellion now should take the lead as far as this hill.
This is a player I'm looking to watch as well. It's Soul Snipe, right? Was on a team for such a long period of time, dating back all the way to Halo 5. Decided to make a change. We'll see if that change pays off here.
Soul Snipe doing everything he can to stay alive. I see 2 members. Push up quickly toward the next side. Another 2 pushing down sandbags. Again, it's a 2-pronged attack. And somehow Soul Snipe's able to take down Mighties, but still 3 down goes Shopify. FaZe now take the lead, or at least take the hill.
FaZe doing a really good job of capitalizing on damage. And this is not what we saw in the Friday event and even the beginning of Saturday, but they're starting to pick it up, right? The chemistry's starting to come together for this squad, and you're seeing that manifest right now.
So close. FaZe could steal it, but here comes Shopify Rebellion with the quickness. Wootum's able to get a clutch kill onto Soul Snipe. It still glows red. It looks like FaZe gonna steal this first hill as we move over to the tower side. FaZe still have numbers.
Chemistry's growing for this FaZe roster. The push together right there to break the setup of Shopify Rebellion was nearly flawless, but Shopify do have initial control of that tower side, and that's gonna give them a little bit of hill time to start this second hill.
1-0 lead in favor of FaZe at the moment, but it was Soul Snipe that got away with this game. Excellent shots onto Wootum, but didn't know there was 2 more spawners that are pushing right back up. Shopify respond well. Slays once again about 25, maybe about 30% done with this hill where Shopify looked to tie things up.
I gotta talk about Chick here, one of the newer members of FaZe, starting off really solid, 7 and 3. He's been a little bit quiet in this tournament. This is the time to step it up, and he's doing just that. We'd love to see it, but Mental, he's got other things in mind. He's got the sniper in his hands.
Saw what FaZe could do with the sniper earlier. Now Mental looking to match that same energy off the screen. Back-to-back kills coming from Shopify Rebellion. They are holding on to this hill, and at this point, I think FaZe might be forced to punt it. They've just gone 3 down. Shopify not only take this hill, not only tie things up, but look at the pressure. They're already forcing the next hill.
Yeah, FaZe are going to be 3 down, and that's because of the staggered spawns that happened, right? It was the pressure of Shopify Rebellion that caused those spawns to go further away from the hill, and that gives Shopify immediate control once again of hill number 3.
Tied up in one of these here. Mental was able to get away with the sniper once again, but the spawners are coming in quick. That flick right to the head of Wootum. Normally it looks like mouse and keyboard.
Right, yeah, I mean, Mental absolutely disgusting with that controller, with that snipe as well. It's going to be Shopify still in a bit of control here. A trade goes out to 3v3.
About halfway done to Shopify Rebellion, but the work not done. Because FaZe do have a setup at the moment. Shopify looks to break. Chick doing a great job watching through the key door over towards bottom mid. They know the push is coming, so they hop out of the hill to make sure they secure those kills. Multiple going down for FaZe. All 4 for Shopify, but Mighty's showing he can use that snipe too.
We saw that QT play, right? The ability to pressure the side of the hill and then bounce back to play your life. That's so important to be able to do that damage and still be able to stay alive. That is the game of Halo, and it was done there by Mental, but Mighty's doing some massive things with his snipe as he falls.
Shopify moving into their final setup as FaZe end up going 3 down once again. Camouflage about to come up. Shopify have the lead, and they're also fighting the way through the camo side. FaZe, they need an advantage. Something needs to change. They've just gone 3 down again, Tim.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's again the staggered pushes. A lot of 1v1s happening. It's about positioning, right? You've got to isolate your fights. You've got to be ready to use teamwork to get those first initial picks. And there we see it right away. It's going to be FaZe and Mighty with that first initial pick. Now they have to act.
We're trying to clear out this tower side. You're able to deal with 1, but suppressed with the double kill. The recov looking good for Shopify. Mighties able to take down Mental. Now we're seeing a whole bunch of red, a whole bunch of FaZe surrounding the seaside, which is exactly what both teams want, but Mighty's gonna go for a bit of a dip.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to go for a swim, but he played that extremely well. He played his life throughout the entire tower, got his shields back, was an impact to the players pushing as well. But again, it just doesn't seem like FaZe have any sort of control here. Shopify Rebellion are squeezing them, and they're, again, isolating players 1 by 1. 3 go down once again for FaZe.
We're 3 minutes on the clock. Shopify Rebellion not only have a 2-1 lead at the moment here in this game, but also over half the progression done with this hill. Suppressed, making sure he checks every corner. This could be the final setup, at least for this hill, to go up 3-1. FaZe, where are you?
Unfortunately, it's going to be 3 down for the side of Shopify, so that last player is going to get the hill. A 3-1 lead here for Shopify Rebellion. That's not what you like to see of your foe.
We saw Foe play amazing King of the Hill action against Cloud9 earlier here in this tournament, but as of right now, find themselves down 2 captures against Shopify Rebellion, and once they have their foot on the pedal, they don't let up. There's no breaks on this card.
Foe have to slow the game down just a bit. They've got to play together like we saw them in the 2 Game 5s that they were victorious. You see the pace starts to slow now. It's going to be Chick trying to get that initial pick. It's 2 down for Shopify, but again, they get the trade onto Wootum, so they're not really able to do too much in terms of control, but they do have top tower.
So far, Foe looking good with the setup. Just about locked in right now. Shopify Rebellion end up losing half of their team. Snap just like that, like Thanos. Foe gets rid of them as they look to put in their second hill so far for Foe and make this competitive.
Shopify have to get Jimbo off of the top tower if they want to make anything happen on this hill. Chick right here in a position to get the rest of this hill time. There's about 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time. Jimbo with a sniper top tower.
Jimbo wants to keep Shopify Rebellion off of this hill, but they're getting their first bit of progression. Meanwhile, Suppressed off the screen was able to take down Wootum, but Suppressed dives right in. Another 3 down for Foe. They are so close yet so far away.
Foe are doing a great job of staggering and milking this hill, though. It's going to be Jimbo who falls, so it'll be, of course, Suppressed. With the sniper, you'll see he immediately gets this tower control. This is what's important to make sure this hill goes in Shopify's hands.
Foe just need about a split second or maybe 2 in order to capitalize on this hill, but mind you, Shopify Rebellion, they're now getting real close to stealing this one away, which would be the last hill. So far, Foe get 1 break. 3 down goes Shopify Rebellion. We're within 1. Foe may have another massive team.
The great thing is that Foe have plenty of time right now. We're talking about 2 minutes and 35 seconds to tie this game up. They've just got to slow down the pace just a bit. That's what we saw in that last hill. If they can do that, they can capitalize and tie this game.
Once again, a 3-2 lead for Shopify Rebellion, but Foe once again find themselves at a disadvantage. Shopify Rebellion right in this hill when the spawners are being staggered at the moment. Soulsnipe able to take down Chick. Suppressed pressuring the rest of Foe. Foe haven't been able to cross the 50% portion of the map, let alone get Shopify out of the hill.
Shopify are doing a great job, like you said, of controlling that 50% portion, but also that cross damage is so strong. 2 players push in those shields. That's a cleanup. 4 down for Shopify, though. Mighty's has a chance to get some hill time.
4 down for Shopify, 3 down for Foe. Mighty's was the only player alive on the map, so that should mean some hill time. Sniper about to come up here soon. We see Shopify pushing right through the A side, and Cycle not knowing the crossfire is coming in. He's gonna lose his life because of it. Excellent shot onto Menso as Mighty simultaneously putting pressure down on the map, but also taking hill time. Finally, you get Mighty's down, but now he's replaced by Jimbo with the sniper. Shopify still pushing up, still feeling confident they may just end the game.
Shopify played the long game there. You saw they spawned on the big door. They rotated through bottom center and on top sandbags, and honestly, Foe weren't able to capitalize on that at all. And it might be this last hill that they get.
This could be it. Nobody from Foe around. Finally, they're able to contest, but it's more of a last-ditch effort as multiple going down for Foe, and Cycle gonna chase him right out. Still, Mighty stays alive. Now reinforcements are coming in. Chick's here. Jimbo gets a god spawn. The same for Wootum. Now everybody from Foe has a sight line on this hill. This should have been Shopify's, but they were just too slow. Chick able to take down Cycle. This hill is anybody's. Foe may just take it.
The mud spawns were absolutely incredible for this Foe roster. They might just tie this up, and they do! 2 minutes remaining. Foe tie it up at 3, and this is a chance for them to close out this game.
It's 1 cap to take it all. 2 minutes on the clock, but time would not be a factor in this one. This will end with a victory, either Shopify or Foe taking momentum in this series.
You see a tie right here in terms of lives, right? Jimbo goes down for the side of Foe. Shopify go 2 down. Of course, it's once again Chick in a very powerful position inside this vent. They're going to be able to get their shields back and push up.
Doing everything can to stay alive, can't hit the curb side to stay. Soulsnipe with the double kill. He's going to demand control of this hill because of it. Mental off the screen, taking down Wootum. So now Jimbo, the final player alive, and there's only so much you can do by yourself. Spawners are coming up. Foe need a break. They need it quick.
Foe took a step-by-step effort for the last 2 hills. They've got to do that here. The pressure is on. This is when teams crumble, essentially. It's going to be the flank coming from the outside on the camo. Soul Snipe, he's in a position to stop this, though. He's going to have a pitch on the Chick. Chick ends up going down.
Foe spawned on the opposite side of the map. It looks like they sent at least 2 members over towards that green, and like you said, 1 flanker. The flank goes down, but still 3 members overwhelmed from the nest side. They take control. Mighty's with the double. Jimbo to follow it up. 3 down goes Shopify Rebellion. It's not over yet.
Mighty's had a great survival there. He's 20 and 14 in this game, playing phenomenal. It's Chick now that has to play his life. They're doing so great at utilizing each other when there are no shields, but a great job by Soul Snipe to capitalize on that kill in the most important part of the map right now.
A 3-man push on the Shopify Rebellion, forcing the strong side, forcing the nest side, but Mighty's with the first kill onto Mental. That should slow them down just a bit. As Suppress goes down to 1 shot. Cycle with the skill jump. Is it enough to get the jump onto Foe? Foe still had the setup locked in.
Yeah, I absolutely love Wutum's positioning right here. As a mouse and keyboard player, that long range is so important, even with that Bandit. And you can see they're about to get this 4th hill. A minute left, but that's not going to be a factor whatsoever. 2 down for Shopify. This might be it.
They were down 1-3 in the game, but a massive comeback could be it. A double kill out of Wutum to close it out. That's 3 in a row. Foe is stealing it away.
Absolutely incredible job by Foe. They look to be defeated, but it's 2 hills in a row. And again, the ice, Tony. We see it time and time again with this roster. The ice is what's most important. When it matters the most, capitalizing on that. And that's exactly what Foe did.
Somebody called 911. That was a robbery. Foe just stole that one. I promise there's no friends in this lobby after that. A 4-3 win by Foe. And as we look at some of the stats, what's jumping out to you?
Wutum had a little bit of a slow game, right? He ended off that game 18 and 21. Obviously, not as good as we've seen from him, but the factor is he started slow and he picked it up. That's what we got to see out of this squad. Everyone picking up their fights, doing what they need to do.
I love that you point that out. I'm going to throw in one more in that. I'm going to say that there's almost very similar what happened in their SSG matchup. They got outslayed by the SSG, but somehow had more assists. Same thing here. Yep. Everybody in that double-digit assist. When it comes to Foe, they are individually talented, let me tell you, Mighty's and Wutum. Let me tell you something.
Absolutely.
But they lean on that teamwork. They don't rely just on that individual play style. And that, to me, is good Halo.
They're doing a great job at capitalizing on damage. You see damage dealers like Trick. You see Wutum as well. They are the damage dealers on the squad. And if the team can capitalize on that damage and make sure that those one-shot players go down, that obviously gives you the numbers advantage, and that allows you to take space on the map and get control of the objective.
Now I want to hop into the minds of Shopify Rebellion right now. I mean, you had that game 3-1 in King of the Hill? And it was almost like you were too efficient. You went up too fast. There was still over 3 minutes on the clock, and you still had to put only 1 more hill. They were almost too efficient. Then towards the end, they run out of steam. Where's their mental at? If you're Shopify Rebellion, how do you bounce back? What happened?
Honestly, it could be the fact that they just lost that devastating defeat against SSG. Foe, they talked about it on the desk, right? They're kind of up in the clouds right now. We got a team that came together, that was going through a lot of stuff in the offseason. A couple players poached from their roster. They put together this roster that has done phenomenally, honestly, and I think those are the 2 factors there. Those 2 mentalities are going to make be game-changing in this game.
Well, if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, there is one thing I will say you should be leaning on and you should be happy about. Because although Foe are a phenomenal Slayer roster, we saw them in the Slayers, they've been daggone good. So is Shopify Rebellion over the last 5 matches. 5-0 in Slayer. So going into this game number 2, if there's any bounce back or any reason to still smile and keep your heads up, is that you know how good at Slayer you are.
You know what I love is the fact that, both of these teams have gotten top 6. Of course, for Foe, it's something that's kind of incredible, right? Seeing Jimbo walk into the green room after his match, he looked ecstatic, right? But they continue to play confident. They continue to have that hunger to win. And that's what I love to see, right? You've made history already, but you're continuing on. You've made history with the keyboard and mouse player placing the highest the keyboard and mouse player has ever placed, but you continue on forward.
I wasn't asking you if there's a player you want to watch out for. I know it's Wutum, so I'm not going to ask you that. Instead, I'm going to give him the other side of things, and I'm going to say I'm leaning on Suppressed. Okay. The main damage dealer, the man has an amazing shot. And when I feel like a team like FaZe, utilizing that team where we talked about those assists, how you're able to out-assist not only Shopify Rebellion, but SSG and pool play and many more. I think you need somebody who's just purely talented to put down pure damage and say, your teammates can't get involved. They're ducking for cover, they're gonna get 5'd. And when I look at that, I look at Suppressed. I want to see Suppressed have a huge game in this Game 2 Slayer on Recharge to find out who's gonna make it to Championship Sunday.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, it's Game 2. Like you said, Slayer Recharge. This is important for both squads. Of course, a chance for Shopify to tie it up, or a chance for FaZe to bring it without a reach.
Camouflage gonna sit over toward the mid-map. Both teams wanted to get sight lines on it and Suppressed, putting some good damage down, but that teamwork coming out once again for FaZe backs him down. And an early lead for FaZe, but more importantly, Camo.
A great job by FaZe as well to get 3 down for the side of Shopify. We'll see what this Camo is able to do, but now we're on board with Wutum. And I love how he's really patient, right? This guy started playing in September, Tony. That is not a long time, and he has played and understood the game at a high level since, and he's like a sponge. Like, he takes in all the information he needs to. That peak shot comes through once again for M&K, and Wutum's gonna take control of top glass.
Only 4-3 lead coming in for Wutum and FaZe as Wutum tries to push his way through the gold side of the map, and another 2 on the attack you're seeing from FaZe. They're so popular with it, sending 2 players towards gold, 2 players towards A, but doesn't matter. Shopify Rebellion, they handle everybody.
Yeah, a great break by Shopify Rebellion. It's gonna be mental in a very important spot here on the top of Bat Ledge. With the shock rifle in hand, he's not only got control of a very strong power weapon, but he'll have control of when it spawns as well if he can deplete the ammo.
And you combine that with the grapple, one of the most unforgiving weapons is the shock, but a grapple to get out of a bad situation, a beautiful combo coming in at Mental, but what matters right now is execution. 2 down for FaZe. A little bit of ammo in this shock for Mental, who's just holding down this sight line. They're able to slow the game down just as well as they're able to speed it up.
Talked about the staggered pushes of this FaZe roster. You can see they're pushing in 2s pretty often, and honestly, that's what you love to see. Mental's kind of out of the play right now, so they can get this kill onto Soulsight. It could be huge, but you can see Soulsight gets a kill of his own, and has this Mental, a nice perfect from him.
He grappled himself into a little bit of trouble, but apparently he can handle trouble. Mental with a huge play is a 14-8 lead for Shopify Rebellion.
FaZe went 4 down there, and now they've got the spawns, and of course Shopify has the knowledge of those spawns. A very interesting spot here. Take this shock rifle in the bottom center of the map. He does have the grapple to use, but they'll kill him quick.
He was lining it up, but looks like he ends up going down, and because of that, FaZe's able to grab a hold of Camouflage. Now wrapping that Camo over toward the tower side. They're looking for Jimbo, but he's pretty hard to spot, invisible. Now with a shock, Mental drops down, and Jimbo on the chase.
Yeah, I mean, this is value so far out of this Camo. The question is, how much more value can he get? He's playing this phenomenally. Again, Jimbo, one of the things that shines for me is his decision-making. We're gonna see that clearly as this series goes on.
Jimbo with the damage. There's 2 members in front of him. Looks like Suppressed with the double kill. Able to not only take down Camo, but put FaZe half down. Put them 3 down. And with Shopify taking control once again, I would love to go into a listening with Shopify Rebellion.
Top glass, maybe sneaky, long,
yeah.
probably.
Yeah, long on top glass, I'm trying to lift. My AB.
Alright, stairs. Watch.
Hey, bottom. Trippy. Yo, Chirban, one shot.
Watch out. Absolute. Back to you, grapple.
Nice.
Bottom A. Red at me, chick. Traded. Four dead. Jump just spawned. Yo, hit long.
Give me collapse.
Alright, we might split him.
Back to you. This guy back
No, the back side.
Yeah.
I'll go with pipes.
Watch us,
He might be red at me.
You got 2.
I think they're red at me.
I mean, Trippier, Seeky, I don't know where.
Yeah,
Seeky.
Keep milking,
Watch dropping dead.
Watch A now. Watch A now.
Bottom A.
Yeah, I have snipe.
Bottom A.
Bottom Mingler, watch out.
Scammer, one shot.
Storage.
Yeah, I need a storage.
Storage, absolutely.
He went bottom in their corner.
Okay.
Bottom A, dead.
Dead. Watch your pipes, Mikey. No one's looking at your pipes.
I need to watch out. My bad.
Push this. We won that.
Right corner. In here. I'm coming.
This guy might red. Yeah, I'm trying to get out. This guy red at me.
Absolute. Nice.
Needles. Red guy might chow me.
Needles the
village.
Hey, flanking nails.
Stay strong for Camo, Donnie. Stay strong for Camo.
Village, one shot.
Nice. And red pipes.
I hear a guy out long on me.
Yeah, he's sneaky. Camo's up. We don't have to desperate for it.
Sneaky.
No, help me stacks.
One is C-stairs. Dead.
Stacks. Bottom mid, guys. Bottom mid.
Bottom mid. Needles. Two turbine.
Two Dinos.
Alright, sniper down, triple stack.
Is Cam burn?
Clear, concise communication, talking to each other, but having a clear game plan leads you to a 33-24 lead. Shopify Rebellion wanting to tie us up after 2. What did you like from that listening?
I love how calm and concise the communication is. It's just they're relaxed, right? They're in a high-pressure situation. Your back's up against the wall in elimination bracket, but still, you're calm. You're doing it play-by-play. And Shopify, with that calm communication, they've got almost a 10-kill lead.
Just about 10 kills as we switch gears over towards Mighty. Mighty knows there might be a player around the corner. Playing it patient, trying to get a teammate with them. Shake's gonna rotate from the tower side. He is spotted, is Soul Snipe. Mighty's has to win the 1v1, but Suppress coming out of nowhere. It wasn't a 1v1, apparently it was a 1v2. Chick now gonna grapple across the map, feeling confident. The melee missed and that player's gone.
Yeah, you can see the frustration on Mighty's face right there. Obviously, Soul Snipe utilizing that little bit of cover on his head so that the headshot could not be gained. That's gonna be a kill that you wish didn't happen if you're foe, but still 7-kill lead here. For the side of Shopify, you can see them playing in twos once again, but look at the cross damage coming through, Tony.
Shopify Rebellion are putting foe into some awkward situations, daring them to cross. And with that, another 3 down, make it 4. The chances for foe to come back in this game are dwindling at the moment. Shopify Rebellion have been playing lights out Halo here on Recharge. 41-32, make it 42 as we're back to a double-digit score line. Shopify Rebellion 2 squad wipes away.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult. Once Shopify crosses that 40-kill mark, foe are gonna have a big job on their hands, and when you lose fights like that, it makes it real difficult. Shopify are running away with this quickly.
At least Wutum was able to grab a hold of the shock. It's not over just yet. Obviously, you're in a tough spot, but maybe if you can limit your depth, maybe if you can play on the backs of this power weapon and maybe capitalize on it, turn it into a camo. Maybe, just maybe it's possible. Mighty's was able to take down Mental, but Wutum finds himself in a terrible spot.
Yeah,
goes down.
Unfortunately, Tony, that's where the inexperience comes into play for Wutum, right? Like I said, he's been playing since September. Lots to learn, a lot of situations to be involved in, so you learn from them. It looks like 48-38. Shopify are going to close this out real soon.
Yeah, I said it was doable before, but now with just the final 2 kills and Suppress coming in with the nade, Psycho to finish it off, and Shopify Rebellion going to close that out. 50-39, respectable, but to be honest, all game long, it felt like Shopify Rebellion's game to win.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Shopify were playing a lot more confident in that game. You know, there's a lot more individual fights being won on the side of Shopify, and foe were caught out staggered once again, right? A lot of individual pushes like we saw from Mighty's. Those things need to stop. They got to stick within that, you know, pushing as twos type scenario. You know, that's where they find success.
I said I wanted to see a breakout game for Suppressed.
Yeah, you saw it.
16-8, 4 assists, a little 9.3 KDA in a very important game number 2. I guess, you know what, I'm gonna say it's not good enough. I want to see 17 kills. I want to see 5 assists. Suppressed, they disappoint me.
You're greedy, Tony. Come on, man. Absolute phenomenal job by Suppressed. And you know what I love about him? He's been on so many rosters, and on every roster he's on, he just provides value, right? He's the glue to that roster. He's what you need to finish a roster up, and he's obviously made this roster extremely strong. And of course, Soul Snipe feeling pretty good as well, tying that series up after his decision to leave his previous team. But now, we go to CTF and Perry and Tony. What do you think about this one?
I think Shopify Rebellion needs to keep that same energy. They need to simply carry off on that momentum that you were able to gain. We talked about the former baseball player Suppressed and how he was able to put down that damage, how he was able to lay down the law, and period. Game number 3, if you can continue to be aggressive like that, continue to force the enemy team back on their spawns, you'll have so many opportunities to run a flag and also so many opportunities to grab a hold of all of that sandbox.
I'm probably going to talk about M&K about 20 more times in this cast, Tony, but one of the things I want to talk about is obviously the double sniper on this map, right? You have Wutum, who I would assume is going to pick up the sniper on his side. And those sniper fights are going to be what changes the tide, right? You get that initial pick, you push past the 50, you block the shotgun, it's all gravy from there.
Foe have an amazing opportunity right now. It was in this very house where Quadra made history. Ooh. The highest placing from any team outside of North America was Quadra. Wouldn't it be crazy if Foe could match that?
Maybe get a little top 3, maybe a little top 2, maybe win the tournament. Maybe I'm a little ahead of myself right now because it got to beat Shopify Rebellion as of right now. We're going into a swing game number 3. We are tied up right now after 2. And who do you think has an advantage when going into a CTF Imperium?
Honestly, I'm going to say Shopify, right? I talked about the kind of like you're overheating. When you win multiple series in a row and you've got, you know, all the hype on your side, I think they put a lot of energy into that last game. I think, you know, that second game, we started to see them falter just a bit. And when you get low energy, when your energy starts to dip, you go into what I call robot mode, right? Where you're just kind of doing things second nature. You're not really thinking about when you're pushing, etc. I'm gonna need them to kind of step up, maybe take a little break here, recollect, and step into this game if you're foe.
Well, actually, a word from the back that actually both teams, 50% as far as their win-loss ratio on CTF, so not exactly where you want your teams to be, but I will say kind of on equal footing going into Imperium, especially we don't see Imperium too much. And, you know, we took a look at a team across the pond, and why don't we take a look at another one in Quadrant going up against Complexity. 2-0 lead for Complexity, looking to close things out here, but Quadrant have a slight lead in this oddball.
Yeah, I got a chance to talk to the Complexity coach, and honestly, Ash has just talked about how this team works so hard. We've seen their scrims online. We hear their communication. They've worked on so many different aspects of their game, and honestly, it's definitely paying off. This series looking really good for Complexity so far.
Yeah, I've been loving the way Complexity have not only worked hard, but also come in and wanting to thrive off of that energy and that passion and really lean on hyping up each other. We saw Descended with that overkill, shooting a bit of bodies onto Tappy Buttons. Earlier, Ryan doing the same thing after a triple onto OpTic. Win or lose, no matter what the series is going, they want to hype each other up and feed off of that.
I absolutely love that too. It really just kickstarts your mental when your teammates are hyped up. That energy flows throughout the team, and honestly, it's really good for any sort of chemistry on the side of Complexity.
We'll definitely keep you guys in the loop when it comes to this matchup, but I don't want to forget about our featured matchup, our main stage one, because again, there is one team that's going to advance forward into that semifinal. There is one team that's going to go home a bit upset. So I want to focus back on this lobby right here and focus on this man on screen, Jimbo. You know, I've heard some people say that Jimbo don't got it no more. I've heard some people say that Jimbo maybe needed to use the R word, the retire word.
Oh, I don't like that word.
Man, the way Jimbo's been playing this tournament, he's shut so many people up. He's been playing lights out. I've really been enjoying watching Foe, and a large reason is that man on screen.
Yeah, he's the leader of this team too. When you have that much knowledge as a captain, right, you're allowed to spread that to these new guys, to a Wootum who started in September, to so many other players that he's brought up through the ranks, Glory's included. So Jimbo playing an extremely important part here on this Foe roster. But Shopify, they're looking to shut that down. They look confident in that last game. That momentum, I'm assuming they want to carry that to this game as well.
Love that close-up on his face right there. I literally saw the fact that he wanted to win this matchup in his eyes.
I
really closed it in. Going into Empyrean. Rockets in the middle of green. There's an overshield on the map. 2 snipers. There is everything that one can want. Did I mention a Bulldog?
Bulldog is incredible. That sword side control, so important, especially we saw it at the beginning of the tournament with Frosty, right? You control that sword side. You're able to create space for your team to push up past the 50% portion of the map. But Mental's got the sniper. Jimbo traded for that OS. Let's see if Jimbo can get any value out of his overshield.
One of the best Gears of War players ever in the history of the esports, switching over to Halo, and finds himself on this Shopify Rebellion team, and they've been so good. Actually even entrusting him with this sniper when you know what Soul Sniper is, you know what Psyche can do, and suppress the same. Mental's the one they trust with sniper in hands. Off screen, Psycho was able to take down one. I believe it was Mighty's over toward the sword side of the map with that counter snipe and an early pull coming from Shopify.
Yeah, Mental's got the snipe on this long haul side, so it's up to Mental to hit some shots here to create that lane for his squad to pull this flag through. And with that kill from Cycle, and of course Suppress putting in that damage as well, this might be a cap going through the long haul, Tony.
He's inching forward, watching his angles, but as of right now he's looking for the spawns. It's Jimbo though. Across the map, an overextension. Mighty's gonna join him over toward the tower side, but Soul Snipe was able to take down Jimbo, and I don't see where Mighty's when I do see this flag is going home though.
Yeah, Mighty's made the decision to pull that sniper through the runway, and honestly, I don't mind that. That was gonna be really difficult to stop that flag from going in, so Shopify, like you said, will take the lead 1-0.
1-0 for Shopify Rebellion, and 2 snipes to work with. Mental goes down. Back-to-back kills for Shopify Rebellion, but the same on the opposite side as it looks like Shopify shifting gears, shifting attention towards that sword and training side to start their push.
What I absolutely love about the side of Shopify is how quickly they are to push up on the other side of the map, right? They get 1 kill, push towards the tower. Chick, though, this time, he's going to stop that control. He'll regain control of his tower, and now they'll try to get some kills to push off of that.
I feel like that could have been a huge flank by Cycle, but Chick identifies it and deals with it. Now that's no longer a problem that Foe have to work with. Jimbo has a sniper to work with. Beautiful no-scope onto Soul Snipe, multiple going down. Looks like Foe gonna push up.
What a beautiful use of teamwork there on that Rocket side. 3 down for Shopify. This is a chance for Foe to take control here. And Jimbo gets a shot to get control of the shotgun. Rocket's coming up. Wutim will grab those.
Staggered spawners coming out for Shopify Rebellion. The moment they come off a spawn, Foe is already in their face. And now a 3-man push over towards the overshield. Wutim wants no part of that. Too quickly going down, but Mental gets away with the overshield.
That's a massive double kill as the Wutim chants ring through the venue. He's gonna take control as well of his side of the base. See if they're able to get this flag in, and they do. They tie it up at 1.
So just want to make it interesting. They allowed Shopify Rebellion to take the first cap just so they can tie things up. A little bit of drama here.
Oh.
Mighties!
Oh!
Oh my gosh!
Absolutely insane by Mighty's right there, right in a situation where he should have died. Those are the low percentage kills you want to get, but Soul Snipe is still behind the side of Foe, and he's taking control. But Chick flipped the map just a bit. He's got Snipe on their side.
Full sniping that. He does have a player right above him over towards tower. Takes a bit of damage from that nade. Not much, but that's much more. Finally, Chick's gets taken down. Mental steals back that sniper, puts it to use immediately. Shopify Rebellion want to capitalize on this. You already put Foe 2 down, but there's one more player that's in your spawn. One more player that's being a nuisance.
Yeah, it's the second time Mental's had Snipe. He's having a little bit of a rough time with it, but regardless, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion who still have a bit of control here. Kind of evened out now. Suppressed has a chance with the sniper now inside of his sword side. Playing his life, though.
Just about even as far as slays right now, with a slight kill advantage in favor of Foe. In this matchup, not much, especially when Suppressed opens up with a double. Sniper back in the hands of a Shopify Rebellion member, and he's sniffing out that Foe want to push up toward the sword side. I wonder if they have a Bulldog to work with.
Yeah, it's unconventional to push the lower side of the map, but what we're going to try. Mighty's is going to go down first, so you see it's going to be Suppressed, inching forward, gets out Wutim as well. That'll be 3 dead for the side of Foe, and Rocket's coming up. That's not too good.
Using those headphones, using that audio to anticipate where his opponent is moving, the movement to get the kill when the sniper takes down Mighty. Suppressed, still on the training side. Yes, Cycle working with them towards tower, and now with Soul Snipe with the kill, things really start to open up. Shopify Rebellion are attacking from multiple sides and right as both power-ups are coming up.
Shopify Rebellion are playing so much better as a team right now. You can see them pushing in tandem. 3 lanes being pushed at the same exact time with sniper control. Controlling Foe's sniper, of course. He'll be once again Suppressed with his overshield. He'll make a push. A great job by Mighty's, though, to take it down.
There's nowhere from Foe to go but the black screen here. All 4 members going down. Shopify Rebellion running what could be their second flag. The spawners are coming in, but nobody touches Suppressed through the long haul side. Psycho has his back on his side of the map, and I don't see any Foe members. They might have just punched this one. It doesn't matter. Shopify up 2-1.
2-1. 3 down for Foe as well. So with that cap, they'll also immediately get control. Sniper coming up in 10 seconds as well. And again, I talked about it. It's that 3-lane push that makes it so difficult to deal with. We'll see if Foe's able to read that next push when it comes up.
Foe currently down by 1 cap at the moment. I tend to lean towards the assist. We talk about Foe out assisting their opponents time and time again. This time, Mighty's without a single assist to his name, and Shopify Rebellion about even. Is that one of the reasons why they're up 1 cap here on a period?
Absolutely. Like I said, it's that teamwork and chemistry out of Shopify. It's really starting to shine, Tony. From game 2 now, all the way to game 3. And that's what's going to get them these victories. We talked about it so many times. It's not about the KD. It's more about that assist column and that damage column as well. 2 down for the side of foe. Suppress has control of that sword side with Snipe.
Multiple members of foe have hit the map so far. They have influence. They can slay their way out of it, but apparently they can't. Shopify Rebellion are relentless with their push, and foe are not winning the pivotal battles necessary to keep them out of their flag. Suppressed, shutting foe up.
Suppress is having a massive game, 14-5, and it's been the sniper rifle in his hands. Look how confident he is as well. Cleans up the kill onto Wutum. That's a killing frenzy for Suppress.
Shutting things down right there with Suppressed on that spree. That was beautifully played, but Shopify Rebellion weren't able to get that flag cap. Still just a 1-cap game at the moment. And Chick shuts down Suppressed. A double kill out of him. Soul Snipe wants to push up through this needle side. It looks like Chick wants to stay alive and grab a hold of Rockets. Love that play out of him as Chick changes his focus towards long haul. And I know Mental's there, and I also know Soul Snipe's right behind him.
Yeah, they got OS as well, Tony, so this is going to be massive for the side of foe. That 1 kill will allow them to push up just a bit, but a great job by Mental to stay alive. And look at the anchor of Suppressed on that top tower.
Rocket's still in the hand of Chick. Curve slides his way, but the Rocket not going to connect onto Suppressed there. 3 down. Go foe, make it 4. Now Suppressed able to push up, having another great game, 2 in a row, 16-7. At the moment is Suppressed in long-range shots to force Chick back towards the flag side. And another sword and tower side play coming in for Shopify Rebellion. They've started off with that push multiple times, but they didn't count for Jimbo pushing straight through.
Saw a little bit of frustrated head shakes out of the side of foe. I'm looking to see if that'll affect him as this game goes on. Suppressed has been the dagger in their side, though. Look at him, like a shark. Blood in the water, he senses, but he ends up getting taken out by Wutum.
Still a 1-cap game, 3 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock here. Wutum forces his way through, and Mighty's helping him out perfectly. Another 3 down, go Shopify Rebellion. Another opportunity for foe. Flag is pushed up through the first BR. He's able to stay alive. Now through the needle side, Wutum drops his flag forward, curve slide looking perfect, but 2 members of Shopify Rebellion force their way through, push right through the mid-map. 2 quickly go down for foe, make it 3. Soul Snipe with the sniper in hands, can't deal with Jimbo. Still 3 down for foe, same for Shopify.
Yeah, once again, foe kind of push up, and they're not really able to help each other out. You know, if you ever seen mouse and keyboard pull a flag, that flag cap could have been real quick, but it was Wutum. Needed a little bit of damage to come out for him. He's going to end up going down. Jimbo trying to stay alive here inside the sword. It's a very important position for him to be.
He has some help with them. I'm seeing multiple members of foe feeling confident enough to push up onto the base of Shopify Rebellion. You may be down by 1 cap, but you're not out just yet. Foe have infiltrated the base of Shopify. Wutum taking one side of the perimeter while Jimbo holds on to another. Options are being limited now by Shopify. If you can win a couple of battles, maybe you can do something, but Psycho and Suppressed are able to work a little 1-2 combo, get that sniper out of the hands of Jimbo. Looks like Foe gonna fight right back, but all of this fighting, it's winding down a lot of time.
Yeah, it's really good job by Shopify Rebellion to understand the importance of that sword control. They double push onto Jimbo. Not much he can do after he missed that first shot. And now it's Shopify with the control of the overshield as well. You're gonna have to play some defense as Foe is pushing through.
Minute 30 seconds on the clock. Time will definitely become a factor here. Foe can only hope to capture 1 flag in order to push us into a potential overtime. Cycle now trying to clear Foe out of their base, doing some good damage, but Wutum stays alive. The rest of Foe is starting to funnel in. Reinforcements are here. Return is down, but Foe is still pushing forward. There's time on the clock. All they need is a couple of slays, and looks like they're not gonna get that. 2 quickly go down once again. Chick goes in for the challenge, takes down Cycle, but is quickly cleaned up. Only a couple more pushes here for Foe.
Tony, Shopify are just so good at that defensive hold. You saw it time and time again. Foe pushed up. They even tried that 3-lane split. It didn't work out. Constantly, Shopify able to capitalize on the damage done. And that's what's allowed them to be in the lead here and potentially allowed them to get the lead in the series as well.
Suppressed is gonna stay alive. already in the pace of foe. They're not going to play full defense for the 30 seconds. Actually, Suppressed is still pushing up, still putting the pressure back on foe. It was their offense that put them in the lead, and their offense that's going to win them this game. Final push here. Wutum and Mighties already toward the long haul side. Wutum was able to take down Suppressed. Mental is going to sit tower. He is going to be that in that crow's nest, be holding off multiple members of foe. They know they're drawing in closely. Mental has to win a 1v1, not able to do so, but still 3 down go foe. One more player to deal with, and that's all she wrote. Shopify Rebellion taking another one.
Some great chemistry out of Shopify Rebellion showcase in that game 3. And like you said, they'll take the lead in the series 2-1. Question for me is, has the energy been depleted for foe? Has this been too difficult of a journey? Are they going to be able to somehow recollect here? Shopify are playing phenomenal right now. I'm not sure if foe's going to be able to recover from those 2 losses.
Shopify have been so good at really working the best of 5 layout. They almost seemingly never lose a game 2 slick. Simple as that. They were 5-0 over the last few. Then they always take that momentum and win game 3 right afterwards. So once you have your opponents in a 2-1 series deficit, that's when you're feeling confident. You know you only need 1 more, and whether it be that second objective or that game 5, Shopify Rebellion, they've seemingly mastered the best of 5 series.
Yeah, it's a really good point, right? When you win that game 2, if you're that good at Slayer, you're going to be able to bring that confidence through to game 3, and then, yeah, you just take it on from there. We'll see if foe is going to be able to answer back. I think, for me, I think it was a lot of just those individual pushes once again, and we saw a difference out of Shopify, right? It's all about capitalizing on that damage, making sure that you're in a position where if you take too much damage, you can escape. Unfortunately, well, fortunately for Shopify Rebellion, it worked out for them.
Is there anything that either you've seen so far that makes you confident for foe, or something maybe you want to see from them after seeing the series so far after 3 games and going into this game 4, which is obviously another objective? Is there something that really is standing out to you right now?
I think foe are still winning those individual pivs, but those individual pivs will only give you so much, right? You're not really able to capitalize on those fully to get that objective time. You've got to kind of have those bait and switches come through, you know, be able to work together so that you have that numbers advantage. And from foe, I'm seeing a lot of trades. Like, it is good to get trades in, let's say, a Slayer when you're up, but in an objective game, trades on their side of the map, not so good.
So far, a decent win percentage for Shopify Rebellion when it comes to the oddball. Foe, once again, 50-50 with it, which is not the worst. You can obviously be in out of 4 games, they could be 0-4. They could be 1-3, so not the worst to be 2-2 in oddball. And when I think of an oddball team, I think of a team that's able to slow it down, but when I also think of riding that momentum and coming off of 2 games, I think of this duo right here in Shopify, Suppressed and Cycle. Between Suppressed, Damage, and Cycle's ability to pick and choose his spots so well, those flanks are so dangerous. That is quite a dangerous duo.
Yeah, Suppress really impressed me, especially in that last game, utilizing the snipe and constantly being on the attack, constantly being aggressive and doing that damage. And I think, like I said before, he was the glue, right? Doing that damage, still staying alive, and then allowing his team to just get a little bit of space, get control of that 50% portion, and continue on. But we've got a long one ahead of us here, Tony. I'm curious if foe's going to be able to bring this one back.
Trying to make it into that championship Sunday, you are so close. Just 2 more wins. When you think about it like that, it doesn't sound too bad. Right. Just 2 more wins you need if you're foe in order to make it forward. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion, they are sitting right in your tracks. They're trying to stop you right here, right now. You're looking for a fight to take it to the streets, and that's where we're going.
We've seen foe come back from some crazy series, so they're no stranger to that. But this is the most important series of this tournament right here. Backs up against the wall. Foe, 4 down.
Excellent start coming out of Shopify Rebellion to start off this game, but it's oddball. We know we are in for the long haul.
Ball dropped.
Early lead for Shopify as they bring that ball back towards their A-side setup. I switch gears towards Wutum, who's trying to catch up to the rest of foe. breaking the setup immediately. Now Slays are what's needed. Mental down to one shot, and Bootsum trying to find the angle. Nade goes down. Mental can't quite get his shields back, and Bootsum wins that one.
Yeah, it's a great pit by Woods, and that's going to give him control of this A side, but he goes down once again. It's Shopify Rebellion capitalizing on the damage that's done, and now Cycle. He's got a Bulldog and Kemo to work with.
22-1 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Cycle with that camo. Right toward the subway side. Trying to create a path for Shopify Rebellion to make their way in, but they have to make sure they get those Slays in off screen. It looks like Slays are starting to favor Foe just a bit. Cycle still with this camo. He can still be the difference maker as Mental stays alive, brings that Stalker back, and Foe prioritize ball.
A lot of value out of that camo, not what you'd really like to see, but a great rotation here out of Foe. They get the spawns on the cafe side as well. A shock rifle in the hands of a player on that side. Can they get this rotation over to see? Suppress is already there, though, on the backside.
Quick 2 down for Shopify, and now Jimbo's looking to hold off Suppress and Soul Snipe, but can't quite find the melee. Back-to-back kills in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Multiple bodies hitting the floor. That ball sits towards mid-map still. And we switch gears towards Mental fighting. And he takes down Mental. A-side looking a bit cleared out. Foe might want to hop on this ball soon.
Yeah, this ball time is going to be so important. You see the reset comes through. Camo is up, though, so that kill on the Cycle could be huge. But Mental, look at the long-range shots out of him. Mighty's going to get taken down. 3 down for Shopify, though.
I was hoping they were able to grab a hold of that ball before it resets and get camouflage, but I'm not sure they got any of that, to be honest with you. Still, off a spawn. Grab hold of the ball, bring it right back over toward the C side. You weren't able to grab the ball for the reset, but that ball is still set up on the subway. Mental with the shotgun. He wants to disrupt the setup. Hits the melee into the shotgun. Beautifully played by him, and Shopify infiltrate immediately.
Yeah, Foe, unfortunately, when they have a setup, it gets broken so easily. Shopify are just really good at finding the weak sides of that setup. It's really difficult for the side of Foe to continue that control. They did get a couple seconds of ball time, and honestly, if I'm them, they're playing a scrappy rotational game, and I'm sure we'll continue to see that as this game goes on.
It's a 42-12 lead in favor of Shopify. Mental anticipating the push, does the early damage. Looks like Soul Sniper suppressed clean that right up. 3 out of 4 members hit the black screen, and Wootsum was the final player, and now he's going to join them. 51 points in counting now for Shopify as they have Foe exactly where they want them. They're going to push up from that 4 down into pressure from the spawning players. Foe, they are feeling it.
Yeah, that pressure is what's made Shopify so good, right? Wootsum, do they spot him though? Repulsor's gonna come through, it's gonna ring, and he'll get taken out. Again, it's a staggered push 1 by 1, not enough damage done. Wootsum not able to capitalize. 3 down once again for Foe.
Making 4. Mighty, the first one to come up. Jimbo and Wootsum to follow, but as they're coming up off a spawn, as they're trying to take presence on the map, time continues to go the favor of Shopify. And now active camouflage is coming up. You have so much that you have to deal with if you're Foe, and time is just not on your side. Shopify Rebellion may be in what could be their final setup, but before I say that, Wootsum, he grabs camo.
This is a great camo out of Wootsum, that first kill. It's going to allow them to infiltrate this setup. Suppress is going to run away. They'll look at the quick rotation over to the red room side. Beautiful job by the side of Shopify. Wootsum has a flank though. 1 kill goes down. Make that 2.
Shopify Rebellion do a great job of rotating that ball toward the spawning players, but Wootsum and Foe made sure they deal and get that ball right out of their hands. 9 seconds needed here for Shopify Rebellion. Foe do have to set up quick. Mighties not able to stay alive. We switch gears over towards Chick, who's using this using this shroud. Trying to get some cover. He wants to get over towards his teammates. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion are also pushing towards Subway quick. This is going to be a fight.
91-36 and counting. I know we say it often, but Foe have to play a perfect game of Halo, and with 3 down, that'll be very difficult. Chick evens up the numbers just a bit. If he can live here, this could be a bit of an impact, but only 5 seconds left.
Not enough time. Final seconds are in. Shopify Rebellion simply keep that ball away from the Foe push. And just like that, Shopify Rebellion will be taking a 1-0 lead. 1 more round. And that's it for Foe.
Honestly, I've got to talk about Suppress, right? 7-7 and 5 with 78 seconds of ball time. You love to see a player who's able to get that many assists, that much ball time as well. Such an impact on this roster. Three down.
Enemy has the
Shopify.
ball.
Woodsum's got to win this fight. Not going to be able to do so. Gets the trade, though. And trades are what you're looking for, especially when you've got control of Tramp.
Stalker in the hands of Jimbo at the moment. He does have some reinforcements with them. What they don't have is that camo. As Jimbo puts that Stalker to work, Camo sitting still towards that mid-map. Ball is early into Subway, which is where Foe wanted to be, but Suppressed takes down Jimbo with the quickness. Half the members of each team are both on the black screen. Suppressed makes his way towards that ball, but Woodsum, he prioritizes that Camo.
Yeah, Camo, we've seen this before, right? The last play, Woodsum was able to make such a vital play to give them a bit of control. Very slow game of oddball thus far. Woodsum just trying to find something. Cycle doing a great job hiding, but he can't hide from Woodsum. The trade comes out really quick, though.
Something needs to happen here for Foe. They got to start winning these battles. Maybe not the individual ones, but at least the team ones. They got to make sure they keep this ball out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion. Again, one more round, and that is it here for Foe. As Suppress drops that ball to put some damage in with the Bulldog. Woodsum takes him down, but it's just a fight, a trade out in live. No clean round of slays, at least not yet.
I'm definitely seeing a lot of slays, and that's out of the side of Woodsum. 17 and 12 out of him. That is a great score line. 26 seconds of ball time as well. Finally, Foe have a little bit of a setup here. It's a bit weak. We'll see if they're able to get any sort of time. Looks like the ball will be played intelligently by Chick.
That was a momentary 3 down for Shopify, though. Still, one player leaks right through the setup. You just see how much damage one player can create. Chick knows that the Subway side isn't cleared out just yet for the setup, especially when Camouflage is coming up, so Chick gets himself a huge kill. Jimbo and Chick should be able to work over towards that Camo as Shopify finds himself 3 down once again. Cycle making plays.
This is what Foe were looking for. Like you said, Shopify were 3 dead, but Foe's not going to be able to get that Camo. It's going to be Cycle that swoops it up, but he also swoops up the Bulldog. This is not good for the side of Foe, but Shopify are going to be real happy with this one.
Shopify were 3 down. Cycle with the double kill leads to a Camo and a Bulldog, and really tough events coming in for Foe. So a 20-9 lead. Foes do have the advantage. They may not have a Camouflage, they may not have the Bulldog, but they do have that teamwork that they're leaning on. That teamwork leads to a 3 down for Shopify. Mighties and Foe attack that ball quickly, attack that ball immediately, but once again, who's it making a play? It's Cycle.
Yeah, I mean, look at the slay difference, right? It's 57 for the side of Foe, 73 for the side of Shopify Rebellion. We talk about how much slays impact the game, but that they're not that important. But when you have slays and you also have objective efficiency, you've got the pure package.
Waiting for his teammates to come off a spawn. Woodsum with the first kill onto Cycle as far as to break the setup, and Mighty finds a direct angle towards the low side. He's gonna work with Woodsum. They're forcing the ball to be rotated by Shopify, but Shopify are getting kills left and right, 2 quickly going down. Woodsum and Mighty still trying to work together to keep each other alive. It is a 2-man army right now, and while this is happening, Shopify aren't putting ball time on the board. Mighty's in fact steals it away. They're playing keep away.
Yeah, I really like this scrappy type of play, but the problem is you've got to toss that ball and start to do some damage. Mighty finally does. But again, it's constantly that ball being picked up, and when that ball's picked up, not a lot of shots are going out.
25-22 lead, Jimbo sneaks away with Camo once again. Mental on the low ground. Oh, he spots Jimbo. And Jimbo with the Camo can't quite stay alive. Shopify Rebellion once again pushing Foe out of the Subway side. Chick forced to probably gonna play this ball out. At least towards the garbage side. 2-man push once again. Shopify Rebellion forcing Chick out. The repulse still in his hands, so he can still maybe work a little something. 2 quickly go down. Mental, he's hiding over towards the B side. Gotta watch out.
I'm starting to see a spark of brilliance here for the side of Foe. Mental gets caught out as well. Chick's starting to be a bit confident. Can that spark with a bit of kindling turn into a fire, though, is the question.
The ball. Enemy has the ball.
37-25.
Ball drop.
Foe back with that ball in hand and back towards A side of the map. trying to hold down Shopify, but Shopify are so quick to attack before FaZe were able to lock in any kind of setup. They are right there, disrupting it. Staggered going down. Spawners coming up. Shopify Rebellion have been making this a muddy game, a dirty game, and FaZe are not liking it. It looks like Shopify may just take the lead with this one.
I really love what I'm seeing out of Wootem, though. Look how much damage he's outputting, but not taking. That's exactly what you want out of an MK player, that pressure. And now they're going to act off it. Jimbo gets a kill. That's 2 down for Shopify.
This is going to be huge for FaZe. Wootem goes in for the attack, is able to take down Cycle. Beautifully played. Multiple going down for Shopify. This is what FaZe were looking for. Right with Shopify, we're about to take the lead. FaZe, they take control right back.
Wootem's having an incredible game. 26-18. Once again, his name being chanted in the arena. 51 seconds for the side of FaZe. They need this round right here. This is very important for them.
And less than 50 seconds on the clock to work with, so as long as FaZe have the lead, they will have the advantage. Soul Snipe and Suppress obviously understand the situation, so they immediately double push right through Cycle with another huge kill onto Mighties.
I really love the fact that Cycle pushed forward right there. He was aggressive off of their spawn. He wasn't playing back, wasn't playing passive, and that's what allowed him to do all this damage and again put FaZe on the respawn screen.
Shopify Rebellion have taken the lead, 56-51 in counting with 37 seconds on the clock, but as long as that ball is in somebody's hands, time will stop. Shopify, they have the game in their hands right now, and mind you, they're already up 1-0 as far as rounds. This could end right here. FaZe, they need to attack. They need to attack now.
Enemy has the ball.
Mental's gonna utilize his camo to get a bit of information. It falls off at the wrong time for him, though. 73-51, 30 seconds left. FaZe on their back foot have to make something happen. 3 down for Shopify. This might be the chance.
Shotgun in the hands of Jimbo. He brings it right back over toward their setup as Shopify win 3 down. The spawners are coming in. Shopify going to be able to attack in quickly. FaZe not having any time whatsoever to work with. Luckily, Chick able to take down Soul Snipe. Jimbo repulses right up to avoid that damage. He's juking, but you can only juke for so long. 5 seconds. FaZe need the ball. They go 3 down. It looks like it's not going to happen. Shopify Rebellion taking 2 in a row. Shopify Rebellion, get your church shoes ready. We're going to be seeing you on Sunday.
Absolutely phenomenal job by the side of Shopify Rebellion, using the momentum, like you said, from that game 2 into that game 3, and finally closing out the series. An incredible job, though, by FaZe to make history in terms of the first mouse and keyboard player to get top 6, so congratulations to Wootem. But Shopify, like you said, we'll be seeing them tomorrow.
We were asked about our Dark Horse teams when we first started the show on Friday. We chose Shopify Rebellion. We said they were the most dangerous teams in this HCS, but I will still say, FaZe feels like the real Dark Horse. The real underdogs. Making it this far was incredible for FaZe.
Right.
A lot of people not giving them that chance, but from the last major qualifier in EU to right here on North American soil, still trying to implement new players within their system, so you can only go up from here. Watch out for FaZe.
Yeah, you shouldn't be hanging your head. I'm sure as competitive as I know the guys are on FaZe, they're not happy with the fact that it was so close, that it was in their hands. But a great performance, like you said, and I mean, work to be done, but that's not a bad thing if work's to be done in your top 6.
And meanwhile, we also want to give our flowers, obviously, to Shopify Rebellion. I think they played incredible.
Of course.
I mean, we talked about their Slayers.
Yeah.
I said 5-0, I guess now, 6-0 after this series. Yeah. We talked about how good they are at Slayers and then carrying that momentum from game 2 to game 3. If they can keep doing that tomorrow, hey, you're already here. You've already upset the rhythm, the tides. Why not upset a couple of teams? Why not take it even further? Forget top 4, maybe top 3, maybe a grand finals.
Why not is the question. Suppress, though. 22 kills. You know I like to point out the individual players, Tony. It's my favorite thing to do.
Yeah.
You know I love it, right? 22 kills for Suppress, only 12 deaths in that last game. A very important game for them. You can see that game 2 Slayer, you mentioned it time and time again, and you're so right. That game 2 Slayer, when that's your strongest game type, you just carry that momentum all the way through.
Well, It was 3 games in a row for Shopify right after losing that first one, and I guaranteed them making it to tomorrow. But I want to hear from the player themselves, or at least the player's side. I want to pass it over to Blaze. I think he has Soul Snipe with him.
Thank you so much, Tony and Active, for the cast. Esports Arena, show some love to Shopify Rebellion as they make it to Sunday. And I got Mr. Soul Snipe with me on the main stage, and I know for you, it feels good to be back in the top 4, but you want to go further than that. Now, talk to me about when it comes down to this full squad in this series. That first map, it got kind of shaky, and you guys have seen a lot of these series kind of drop by the wayside because of those kind of close situations. How did you bounce back to win those 3 maps in a row and make it to Sunday against Foe?
Honestly, Foe's an amazing team. I think this is the best team that Jimbo and them have been a part of. They came out really hot game 1. We just choked. I mean, I think they reverse swept Proton the series before, so they just had momentum, and we knew we had to shut it down immediately game 2. We had our worst game type as game 3, but we went ahead and won that, so we knew we would take game 4. But they're excellent, so GG's to them.
GG's to them, okay? Now, for you, as I said before, you're back here on Sunday. I know the goal for you is to get your highest placing so far this season and win an event. How are you feeling with this new Shopify Rebellion team and how you guys have been gelling so much throughout the offseason? Because when I was looking at the results, you guys seem like y'all been practicing as a full squad longer than anybody out there.
Yeah, no, I'm stoked to be a part of this team. Mental cycle, they're really good players, amazing on LAN, so much tournament experience out of Billy especially. He brings so much to the table, you know, amazing coach. We just worked our asses off in the off season, you know, put in so much work, had a boot camp previous to the LAN, and I mean, we're happy to be here, but I mean, job's not even close to being done, so.
Not even close to being done, okay? You know, it's time for rest. It's time to get focused. But now, what do you want to say to these Shopify Rebellion fans that's been getting behind the banner, okay? The fan base has been growing. People want to be a part of the bandwagon. What you want to tell them?
I mean, you guys can join it, you know what I'm saying? Arm the rebels.
Hey, join the rebellion, okay? Show some love to Soul Snipe and Shopify. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take it away.
Thank you so much to Blaze. I think that is the perfect name for this team right now. They really are the rebels. The Rebellion are pushing through, and they're causing so much chaos this weekend. And rightfully so. They have been lights out from day 1, and day 2 ending off really well for them as well. I've got to ask you a little bit about the Slayers, West, because they have been so good. 6-0, clean record so far this weekend. And when you're looking at the Slayers, what in particular is it you like about their play style, how they're handling their opposition?
I think they're doing a good job of getting the power weapons and the power-ups in the right people's hands and making plays with them, but I really like the way this team plays together in those Slayers. They are aggressive, and they like to soar together, and that's not often you see so much cohesiveness with these pushes, but Shopify clearly have gone over how they want to dissect certain situations, and they attack it as a team. That is a recipe for success, especially when you compare it with their skill.
Walshy, we talked a little bit in the pre-show about how it is that teams who put together such a stacked roster in terms of skill and talent just stack each other up, but don't find success, and why they don't find success. What is it about this team that really have found it this weekend?
I mean, just speculating, behind the scene, they must have a great amount of respect for each other. They must also have a great practice regimen. We've seen very successful players and teams come together, but when it comes to scrimming day in and day out, are they gaining every single day? Are they getting that little bit better? And you heard from Soul Snipe, they worked their butts off in this offseason, and clearly the work has paid off. They've gotten better every single day, and this is the force that you're seeing here on the stage in Arlington.
I do want to give props also to Foe, because they did put up a fight up there. And Wes, when you're looking at Foe and the kind of decision making that they have come across in some of these series, I do feel like they've progressed in that manner. I think the gameplay has been a lot better since we saw them for day 1. And then meeting Shopify Rebellion, it was a little bit too much for them. But what do you like in terms of the takeaways for this team for the rest of the season?
Yeah, coming into this tournament, I was not big on Foe. I didn't really have a lot of high hopes for them. I thought that they were a ragtag group thrown together by Jimbo and kind of what was left after Quadrant decided who they wanted to team with. I'm wrong. Like, Foe showed up to play this weekend, and I think they got progressively better every single time we watched them. even in this Shopify series, pushing Shopify to the limit, that comeback in game 1 was something special. I really like what we saw, obviously, out of the young gun Wootum, a mouse and keyboard player that is now viable to compete at the top of the HCS. Shopify had their hands full with what Wootum was giving them. That is so exciting for the rest of the year. I hope this team stays together. I hope they continue to grow. And if they do, they can even better a top 6 performance here at the first event.
I've got to say with Wootum especially, not only did he put up some numbers, but the openings that he gave his team, the life-saving game plays that he made for his team. There were so many times he got cleanups that were so crucial to keeping his teammates alive. And it was numbers like that that kept his team in the series. Very impressive from somebody so young. Walshy, when you look back on your career and probably seeing like some 40 young guns coming up themselves.
You remember that time?
With your experience, looking at younger players coming on, on top, onto the main stage and performing the way that we've just seen Wootum do literally before our very eyes. What kind of advice do you give young players that are trying to handle some pressure and show us what they've got?
Slow your roll, buddy. You're looking a little too good, a little too fast.
Yeah, you need to play worse.
Jokes aside, hearing from Active calling out saying that Wootum's only been playing Infinite since September, not that many months into the game, and already having this level of awareness, knowing how to move across the map and hanging with the best of the best when it comes to slaying, it's just going to be a scary combination as he plays more and more months and we get later in the season. So I wouldn't just expect someone like Foe to continue to get better as a roster. You're also going to look at Wootum and see him improve drastically. So it's just going to be a scary combination.
I think that's credit to Jimbo. You got to give it to him. A player that has been there, done that, has been competing for what feels like 20 years at this point. To have someone like Jimbo for Wootum to kind of oversee and mentor throughout the growth, I mean, that's got to excel that growth so quickly, because Jimbo's able to, at any moment, break down his gameplay and say, hey, in this situation, this is why we want to slow this down. This is what we need you to do in these situations in order. It might not seem like an aggressive or an effective play, but it is what we need to be efficient. I think having Jimbo paired with Wootum only makes Wootum as great as he's going to be.
I've got to say, I completely agree with you, and it's been great to see Jimbo as well this weekend. He's really propped himself up here with this team. He's looking fantastic as well in his own right. But something that is looking fantastic is, of course, the results in our elimination bracket, and scores have been coming on in, folks. And hopefully you've been tuning in all day, but if you haven't, this is how things have gone down. Foe went all the way to round 2 in the elimination bracket, and they've had an incredible run in the quarterfinals. Shopify Rebellion, though, got the better of them 3-1. They now have gone out completely of the tournament. We say goodbye to them, but a historic run for keyboard and mouse players all around. Our semi-finals now set up with Shopify Rebellion, and we're waiting for the FaZe versus Complexity match, which is now going to be happening here, which is huge going into tomorrow. One of these teams is going home, one will be going forward onto Sunday, but Complexity versus Quadrant happened behind the scenes, and that game was also a brawl. Quadrant trying their absolute best to find something against Complexity. We do in fact have some highlights from that game. We didn't actually get to catch this. This is the first time we're going to be seeing this on the desk here. But Wes, when it comes to Complexity, we do know that Rynoob and co, they are able to pull it out the bag when it matters most, and this team are very well practiced. So for situations like this, you do expect them to be on top.
Yeah, I expected Complexity to win this series, and I honestly expect Complexity to give FaZe a very hard time, especially if FaZe comes out as flat as they did against OpTic. But as we take a look at these highlights, I mean, what I think we'll see from Complexity is a mixture of scrappiness, but against a team like Quadrant, I expect the superstars over on Complexity to really have their way. That's the Descendants and the Precisions of the world. I say that, and you're taking a look at the stats, it looks like Huss and Rynoob were the lead slayers, at least at this moment in the Slayer. So it's good to see kind of the support players pulling their weight, especially knowing that they have FaZe around the corner.
Yeah, and I mean, we're in the 2024 season here in HCS Infinite. We aren't going to see many of those teams making massive runs where they just have the pure support player who doesn't step up and put up big numbers from game to game. Yes, they might fall into that primary role of supporting or OBJ, but when push comes to shove, they need to be able to fire their gun and put up the big numbers.
Indeed, and as you can see with Quadrant really struggling here, did manage to get one map across the board from Complexity, but it wasn't enough. When you're looking at Quadrant versus Foe, then I'm trying to be a little bit harsher, I suppose, Clutch. But honestly, ending up pretty much in a similar position to one another, one coming in with a much higher seed than the other. How did you like both their gameplays in comparison in terms of these squads?
Honestly, they were both very surprising to me as well as how well they both played. Quadrant coming away with the top 8 might seem a little disappointing to those guys because of the success they had last year, but you're in a rebuild phase. You're figuring out your system with these new players, and you're figuring out how you're going to go to war alongside this new Quadrant roster. They had close series with teams that they probably expect to beat. If you want to get top 6 or better, you're going to have to beat teams like Complexity in order to get there. So it looks like that game 4 was super close, 250-244. Quadrant narrowly being able to be alongside the likes of FaZe for that top 6 placing.
And it's just a testament to how deep the competitive pool is right now.
Yeah.
You start to list the teams that made it outside the top 6, teams that we thought were guaranteed in there, like a Sentinels, teams like Native potentially coming out of open bracket, and it's just crazy how many top squads are out there right now vying for these positions. So even though some teams are going to be upset with a 5th/6 or a 7/8, you look at all the other teams that place below that between 9 through 12 and 13 through 16 and all the superstars that are on those rosters.
It's really, really interesting actually to see how competitive Halo Infinite has got over the years. It's only got spicier and spicier as we've gone on, especially with meta changes coming into, and this major has been testament to that. We have one more surprise match coming your way, folks. That's right, a bonus round. We do have an elimination match happening on the main stage. We're going to see your world champions from last season going up against Complexity, who managed to do it against Quadrant. Who is staying alive? Who is going home? We'll find out right after the break.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Hey, guess what? New year means a new OpTic SCUF design for a new controller. Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC gaming. Guess what? SCUF saw your comments and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up the Cox here. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Kind of not. Leave a message.
Yeah, the mega rev boys hear sentiment. Flow tastes sweet like cinnamon. Open up doors, I'm a gentleman. View top floor, I'm still staying ahead of them. Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions. Trying to figure out what sound. Don't worry about what next. Just know we got now.
The HCS 2024 Kickoff Arlington Major is presented by AMD, Scuff, and Corduroys. Welcome to your final matchup of the night here at the HCS Arlington Major. And this one is going to be spicy between these two teams. I know that they know each other very, very well. FaZe versus Complexity. They've scrimmed an awful lot. They've played against each other online in the off-season. And this matchup means everything to both of these teams, I can tell you that much. Backs against the wall, FaZe look scary always. Complexity, though, they love to cause an upset, and they wouldn't love anything more than to send FaZe home right about now. That would be the absolute dream for these guys. I got Clutch and Tony on the desk. Lads, what an evening we have had of Halo Infinite. Things have been getting crazy. Clutch, it's been nuts. It's been honestly a movie, to be honest, this weekend.
Yeah, exactly what you want it to be, what you thought it would be for the first event of 2024, the meta shift, all these team changes. You knew it was going to be complete chaos, and we get a treat at the end of our Saturday night, that's for sure.
We certainly will get excuse me, I can't even speak at this point. We will get a treat, I know. He loves it when I mess up. It's like makes his day.
It's because I mess up so much that when you mess up, it's so rare that you show that you're human and not like perfect.
That is true. I'm not a robot. That is for sure. That's for sure. We're not perfect. Nobody's perfect, but we're going to have to see some perfect Halo Infinite if these teams want to stay alive. You like that segue? I know you did. Let's talk about FaZe Clan first up, because these boys, they've been here, done that, got the t-shirt. I'm pretty sure most of them are hanging up on their gamer walls because they had that World Champs jersey. They did the same road last time round, and they managed to complete that incredible feat of winning a World Championships with their backs against the wall. Tony, how are you feeling about the FaZe boys?
I mean, I'm still feeling good, though. I mean, you only lost 3 matches so far this entire tournament, and it was only to one team. So you still should feel confident. If anything, maybe feel even more hungry. Knocked down to the elimination bracket this early, maybe we see a more hungrier, more deadlier FaZe.
What I do know, Clutch, is that last time with OpTic in their series, they really didn't utilize power-ups very well. They did manage to get some camos in that first oddball game, but they did nothing with them. Every time OpTic had a camo, they did something with it. It was phenomenal. They made something happen. FaZe, they have to take advantage of all the power-ups that they're getting.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a better job of not only collectively getting that, but putting that player in a promising position. So often did you see the camo player under duress or getting spotted out, trying to create opening damage. That cannot be the recipe for success. Complexity are good enough to punish you if you make simple mistakes like that. Just because you have a power-up does not make you invincible.
Now, Tony, on the other side of things here in blue, we do have Complexity. I got to say, by the way, the Halo original colors being on both sides of the stage is absolutely fantastic. But when it comes to Cole, they can be very dangerous at the best of times. Tony, what makes them so dangerous to their opponents?
I think it's just their makeup. I think they're just a great team that's well led by Ryan in that co-IGL role by Huss. I talked about the dynamic player that Descendant is, and of course you got this man on screen, Precision, who is a consistent slayer. I think just have the makeup of a team that's ready to upset some of the big three. Even a team like FaZe, they've upset them once before.
Wes, do you think Complexity have the teamwork to pull FaZe apart the way OpTic did?
Absolutely, I do. These two teams scrimmed just about a week before the tournament, maybe even less than a week. Complexity actually ended up winning that scrim. I know it's online, and we know FaZe is not in their final form online, but the way FaZe played against OpTic, if I'm Complexity, I think they are vulnerable. I am looking to pounce like a tiger on a poor sheep.
On a poor sheep, I totally understand that. And a tiger on a poor sheep would be awful. Yeah. I'm gonna have to make fun of you now this time.
Yeah, that wasn't great.
Oh. It happens to the best of us, mate. It happens to the best of us. Tony, do you consider this series to potentially be actually a very, very close one? Do you think that in terms of maybe if you've gandered over the series layout or the maps and modes, do you think this one favors either or are we going to have an absolute battle here?
I'll be honest, I don't even have to look at the map series layout. I know for a fact this will be going to the distance because the last time they met in tournament play, it went to a Game 5. I think both of these teams really want to make it to Championship Sunday, and a lot of people have FaZe favorited, rightfully so, but don't sleep on Complexity.
I will say also in terms of drama,
Go on.
I think that this is a spicy matchup in terms of the drama. I think Ryan has consistently had something to say about FaZe, and honestly not just in terms of this specific team, but a lot of the members of this team for a long, long time. It would mean an awful lot, I think, for him to take them down here.
No love lost between these two, that's for sure. This always gets personal. These two, Royal 2 and Snakebite, have been competing against Ryan Noob since about 2011, and they've been going at it every single time. Obviously, I think if you're on the FaZe side of that, you've gotten the better of Ryan Noob more than Ryan Noob has gotten the better of you. But there's always something for Ryan to say. There's always some angle that he's going to try and take to play a little bit of chess behind the scenes. He's always trying to create this upset. I think this might be his best chance yet.
I'm curious as well, Clutch. There were a couple of comments made by Ryan Noob. He consistently thinks that FaZe don't know how to play Halo Infinite. I know that it sounds like an outlandish thing to say, and often Ryan Noob wants to cause...
It's hard to say the guys that are 3-time world champions.
Of course it is. But he's saying it with some type of idea in mind. I want to just ask you about that, because I know that he has a specific way he thinks that Halo should be played, and I'm just curious to know what you think that could be.
I have a lot of respect for Ryan and how he views the game, how he plays the game, how he has always kind of tried to get his teams cohesively to try to play. When he says that about FaZe, what he's actually saying is FaZe overslay in a lot of situations. They don't take enough risks in a lot of situations, and because of it, there's opportunity missed. Ryan and his teams are typically less skilled than the rosters that FaZe put together. And with Ryan's teams in the past, they have had to be scrappy. They have had to be more efficient with less than what FaZe usually have as opportunities in the game, because they don't have the gun skill to create their own opportunities and to have the map control as long as they have. I do understand what Ryan's trying to say. I do also believe that it is the most outlandish thing to say, to try and say that some of the most prolific careers in the history of Halo don't know how to play. It might not be Ryan's cup of tea. There may be other ways to play the game to have success, but I think FaZe's recipe speaks for itself.
But we do love the drama of it as well.
Oh, you got to.
You've got to love the drama of it. And Ryan, who does bring that, especially to the stage, we love to see that. On the other side of things, while we're waiting for our teams to get set up and get ready to go, I want to quickly go back to FaZe a little bit. And I'm still kind of in shock about how that OpTic match unfolded for them. The lack of fight, the lack of teamwork from them. And honestly, the lack of I think, flashiness from a couple of our main slayers on the FaZe roster. So, Tony, who do you need to see step up in this game to really convince you that tomorrow could be a new day for FaZe?
For me, it's got to be Renegade, because I feel like when I look at the World 2, I know he's going to slay out, but he's more going to stay alive watching his teammates back. Snakebite earlier in the tournament had a really good job of staying alive as well, which is why he was at the top of the KD leaderboard. But for me, this team goes where Renegade goes. When he's leading the charge, when he's putting down damage, and the rest of the team is playing through him and with them, I think that's when FaZe are playing that World Championship level of Halo. So if you give me a player that I want to look out for, it's going to be Renegade.
Yeah, if I'm answering that question, it's Royal 2. You have to impact the outcome of these games more if you're Royal 2. You are, in my opinion, the best talented player we have ever had in the history of Halo. For your team to get knocked out of a tournament and for you to go quietly in the night cannot happen. You are the superstar in the HCS IMO. You got to play like it. You got to be loud, proud. You got to be making plays. And we didn't see many plays from Royal 2. Yes, he was probably shooting well and doing his individual part, but that's not Royal 2's gameplay. Royal 2, his impact should be felt at all times. I'm expecting a massive series from him.
Well, the stage is set. We're going to get this elimination bracket match on the way. This is a big one for both of our teams here. They have been battling out all day. They don't want to go home here. They want to go into Championship Sunday. Let's meet FaZe and let's meet Complexity.
Just when you thought that beautiful main stage maybe get a break overnight, no, we've got some more Halo to bring your way, and what a matchup we have as well, and the implications of this one are huge as well. It's an elimination bracket game. One of those teams is the world champions in FaZe, and one is Complexity, who are on quite the run right now.
It is wild to be here. As you just heard on the desk, this is not the match we expected to get, and it's a bonus match on Saturday evening. We got to watch the last match in the main stage, and a lot of people were grabbing us and saying, is the FaZe match going to be next? And guess what? It is going to be on your screens here. A late night bonus round. FaZe Clan going up against Complexity for their tournament lives and a chance to make it to Sunday.
Now, the last time the FaZe Clan sat on that main stage, it was not something they'll want to remember too fondly. Probably been a difficult few hours and some difficult conversations between the players about how they rebound and get themselves into Championship Sunday. In front of them is Complexity, fresh off the back of a huge win against Quadrant. And remember in pool play as well, Quadrant posed some questions to FaZe. They really ran them close in some of those games, so FaZe are going to have to be on it, and Complexity will know this is a great time to strike.
That's right. FaZe has been, backstage here. They've been in their practice room since we saw them on the main stage, and it's really been, as you might expect, a quiet FaZe roster in the back halls of the venue, knowing exactly what they need to do to focus up and make it to Sunday.
King of the Hill on live fire going to be how we start this series off. Precision starting the game off with a triple kill as well. The perfect start for him, cleaning up so much damage, and this is a guy to keep your eye on. Trust me, he has looked so good, not only in this tournament, but the back end of last year as well. Certainly a superstar in the making.
Certainly, and you got to think on the side of Complexity. We talked a lot about this roster coming in before yesterday, and I tell you what, with names like Precision, Descendant, and Huss, of course, Ryan New being the veteran on that side, these very nice work from Snakebite to not get taken down by the QT. He was wise to it. Some very good shots from him. That also paves the way for Renegade to swoop over to green. But just to finish that thought, on the side of Complexity, for Descendant and Huss and Precision, what a way to start the season if they were to take down FaZe and eliminate them from the tournament.
Complexity coming into this tournament as well with the 4th seed. And looking to force their way into a Championship Sunday. Ryanoob inside of that hill. FaZe 2 dead as well, and it's 3 alive at the moment, and it's looking like it will be Complexity who will strike first here, unless there's going to be a late move from FaZe on that hill. No time for them to do so, and Complexity do indeed strike first.
Very early hill, and it's done very quickly. Oh boy, but Frosty answers back. Maybe that's a little bit of momentum and a boost that the team needed to get back into this one. But a very early point forfeited for the side of FaZe, and now they'll have to look toward this second hill to tie the game up.
I'd say the Des did a fantastic job in setting this game up as well. Really gave us what it means to both teams and how disappointing a performance it would be for FaZe if they fell out of this tournament. However, it's just FaZe Clan we're talking about, and with 3 dead here for Complexity, they're going to get some good early hill time here on the Tower Hill.
Absolutely. Whether you're a FaZe fan or not, you know what this roster is capable of, and just because that first hill might have gone, and just because FaZe Clan finds themselves in an elimination quarterfinal here late on a Saturday evening, means that the tournament for them is far from over.
Royal 2, I'm pretty sure, just got a triple kill himself as well. Frosty's going to get the final kill. It's 4 dead for Complexity, and FaZe stay standing tallest in that hill. No pressure whatsoever to come in from Complexity for the next 8 seconds or so. They're going to have to come off respawn, gather their resources, and then try and make a late push.
Oh boy, very nice bank nade off the top of tower from Frosty to cut off Ryan Newman. Cuts. This hill should go the way of FaZe Clan. Camel going to be popping up in just a moment as well. 4 dead back to back. It's a clean hill for FaZe Clan. They've tied the game up, and all eyes on Camo now.
Eyes are on Camo. The kills are falling all to the side of FaZe at the moment. They walk forward, they clean up the kills. Rhino Blast alive and on their way towards this next hill where they're pretty much set up and already gathering time. Frosty gathers himself a camo as well. That is a perfect, not only set of kills there from FaZe, but a transition to that next hill too.
That is 3 4 deads back to back to back. Perfect Halo coming in from FaZe after they forfeited. Killing spree also for Frosty off the back of the camo grab, and of course he's going to grab some sniper ammo as well. Amazing stuff here from FaZe. You kind of got the feeling that they let that first hill go timing-wise so they could set up for the second hill, and they did just that, and now they've had an amazing slaying streak. They're outslaying heavily, and now also leading just slightly here, tied up essentially on the third hill.
Surprise, surprise, Frosty isn't going to be caught off guard by 1 player, but 2 is going to be enough to take him down. The sniper rifle will be turned over as well. Huss is going to drop. Excuse me, Precision will drop. Enemy team and give away that kill. Royal 2, who's had a pretty good start to this game himself. Wes was talking about him on the desk as well, saying that he will not be happy if the run ends on a Saturday. for FaZe. Well, he's sat at 9 and 5 at the start of this game, almost double positive as Frosty grabs that sniper back once again, sits in that hill, and Complexity still with numbers down. They're all trapped around green.
It's true, just to provide context, it's unthinkable largely that FaZe would exit here on a Saturday. See if they're going to be able to make quick work of this series, or if Complexity will send them the distance as Frosty sends Descendant for a bit of a swim.
Now, we were talking about how it's nice to have the repulse bottom middle so people don't get repulse off the back of green.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is Frosty was at the back of green with a repulse from bottom middle, so there's not really much you can do about that. Using the equipment effectively to make sure he secures a simple kill. But he's also pretty good at the difficult kills, and here's a good example of it.
Absolutely just bobs and weaves in and around the pillars. You could tell he knew exactly what he was doing there. Also gets the trade damage. And now just moments away from FaZe getting the second hill as well as 2 for fall.
3 dead momentarily for Complexity. They give up this hill. You can see they're already rotating away to fight for the next one. And FaZe with that hill going to the lead. They're up by 1.
FaZe answers back in a big way. Despite losing that first hill, you have to think with the resilience and the mental fortitude that this team has, and the defending world champions, they're going to look to end this series as quickly and efficiently as they can. You almost feel like that first hill was a wake-up call for them. They said, okay, guys, let's wake up here. They've been slaying out since.
Remember as well, this would have been a long wait for FaZe to play on this main stage again.
Absolutely.
Whereas Complexity have been fighting their way through that limb bracket. Only just come off the back of that result against Squadron, like we mentioned. So they will be a little bit looser, a little bit fresher when it comes to firing those guns. Snakeboy's going to get that next camo though. Descendant, and Precision will pick up a couple of kills. And that means Snakeboy's going to have to take his time on this because Complexity already look like they're going to close in on tying this game up.
Wow, very nice work from Snakebite. Perfectly times the first pick. He was a man down.
Enemy team took
and he's able to get the stop here, but there's a lot more work to do to make sure that they get this next hill. Look at Complexity, only a few ticks away from closing out and tying the game.
Well, Renegade's on the flank and he gets 2 kills. So now you're going to see the last 2 players alive are going to be spotted out, and Snakebite is going to try and hump them down. This is an opportunity here for FaZe to think about hill time. Rhino will get 1, but as the last player alive in this wave, you would imagine that FaZe can sniff him out, but Rhino is still alive, by the way, in this hill. Yes, he'll get taken down, but the time he just bought for all of Complexity to get back on the map and fight for this hill cannot be overstated. They get the hill, and that's all Ryan staying alive.
Pretty remarkable there. Also unfortunate for Snakebite, of course, he tries to repulse up to top tower. Instead, he gets hit by that nade splash damage. Hard to say if it would have been different given the 2-man push that came in on Mud anyway from Complexity. But regardless, instead of being a 3-1 game, we're now tied up at 2-2 here with 2:44 on the game clock.
Enemy team
Precision trying to find the kill onto Frosty here. He knows his top tower, he knows he's got that sniper rifle. Gets bodied.
Oh, man.
Now he's going to get finished off as well. The teamwork from FaZe starting
triple
to pop up as the medals pop up on the screen of Snakebite as well. It's cleanup crew for him. It's an easy triple kill. Frosty with the last kill as well with that sniper rifle. Complexity, they're stuck on spawn at the moment. As you can see, the FaZe clan just stick their feet in that hill and rack up that time.
Let's see what they can do on this push. This really is the last chance effort coming in from Complexity. Frosty, his eyes glued on cuts. The push, though, looks like it's going to be coming sandbags instead.
Couple of kills get picked up. Descendant, going to be challenging. Frosty's going to accept it. Hits the body, hits the headshot. 4 dead for Complexity, and FaZe will go back into a lead as they cap the top middle hill.
Wow, how clean was that? It looked like a really good push from Complexity. They had 2 dead from the side of FaZe, but Frosty was just wise to it. Sits C plat, does not let the mud push come in, instead holds his ground, and that lets him still hold Nest Bridge.
You see the FaZe are trying to split their resources a little bit here. One player is sitting in that hill, but they know the camo is coming up as well. They know Complexity. They want to try and get this. They think it's their way to get back into the game. The death grenade from Frosty is good, but Rhino did get away with that camo.
Let's see what we can do with this. Man, disadvantage at the moment. A play here with the camo would be huge.
I mean, this is great. This is fantastic to get the camo, but all of this time, Renegade's just been stood inside of that hill. And FaZe are now just pretty much one team fight away from winning this game. However, finally, it looks like Complexity put some pressure on, but FaZe are still in that hill.
They haven't killed Renegade yet. Finally, they take down Renegade, but it results in a 2v2 trade. Snakebite now going to push it on the hill. See what he can do here, because as you say, we're just moments away.
Snakebite gets the kill. Last alive is going to be Ryan Uben. That probably will do it unless he can make a hero play. Renegade picks up 1 onto Ryan. Last player is inside of that hill. Renegade will deal with that, and FaZe will deal with the challenge from Complexity. They win. King of the hill here, 4-2.
How about Snakebite, 19-8? If there's ever a man that you want to trust when your tournament life is on the line, I think it's Snakebite. Big numbers from him, and you can depend on this man to step up when the team needs it most. 19-8 are big numbers in a game that really only ended very quickly on those last 2 hills. And like you said, Renegade in that 4th hill forever before they were able to get any damage onto him whatsoever.
It's such an interesting hill, the green hill as well, from what we just saw, because the camo's always popping up when that hill is active. So you have to split your resources across the map. It's like you can't afford to give away the camo, but by doing so and challenging for it, you have to give away hill time. And the longer that fight takes, you kind of lose your chance at 1 or 2, 3 pushes. It becomes 1 push, an all-in push, even if you get that camo. And if a couple of trades come through and you buy the time, well, the hill's gone.
It says a lot about FaZe's strategy, because let's think back to that actual moment. You had Frosty top tower, you had Complexity on a split push towards that top middle hill. One player goes mud, a few players go sandbags, as you see FaZe taking that first game 4-2. However, take note that FaZe not only gets the 4 dead wipe, and then they finish the hill, they do not stack camo, they stack green, they get the hill. And yes, we saw on screen, Ryan Noob gets the camo, but guess what? By the time he gets the nest bridge, I think the hill was 65–70% done. And then really only took, as you said, 1 or 2 pushes from FaZe. And when you have a player like Snakebite that's coming in on nest, he's got help from pillars, they're always going to get the job done. They close it out 4-2.
We're now going over to Recharge for Slayer, and we've talked a lot about how good FaZe are on this map, right? It just seems to be the kind of map they can play at their pace, they can slow the game down when they need to, allow players like Royal 2 to find angles, especially when he has that shock rifle. Looking at some of the Slayer stats between the 2 teams as well, you can see they're pretty good on both sides. Not surprising because they are both deep in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing to really note here is we have FaZe kind of at a nearly a 6 average margin. I would say at Slayers, personally, really when you look 5 or more is a very clean Slayer win at this level. Complexity being 4-2, but only having a 2-kill margin in the games indicates that they are essentially, you know, almost tying these Slayers. Something like a 6-kill lead, even though that might not feel like a lot on paper. That's a big difference in terms of margin. FaZe definitely with the Slayer upper hand here.
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking about that, like you mentioned, that 6-kill difference, you're pretty comfortable going into the final fight, right? You can afford to trade. Whereas if it's 2, squeaky is all I'll say in those final moments.
That really is the typical kind of standard, is if a team wins a Slayer by 5 or more, I think most pro players and pro coaches would say that was a game where we felt in control in the final stretch. However, of course, as we know, 50-48 is a very different game, and I don't think any pro player, regardless of how confident they might be, actually maybe a few players would say it, but most sane ones would not say that a 50-48 was a comfortable win.
We've got some that maybe aren't on the same side of things.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say names because they will fight me. Complexity, though, they have an opportunity to get back in this series in the Slayer. We've seen it a lot of times, right? The lower seeded team in these series gets the opportunity to tie it up before we move back to the objective game types, and Complexity will know that. If they can put the pressure back onto FaZe, FaZe are going to feel it, because FaZe aren't used to being in this position on a Saturday.
No, they really are not. And even like I said, the sheer fact that we saw FaZe backstage for so long indicated to me that this match was going to be scheduled. And like you said, they are used to being, as a team right now, probably watching gameplay in a hotel room getting ready for Sunday, not playing on the main stage. But this is a very different fate for them. However, they looked good in game number 1. We'll see if they can continue it here.
Snakebite is going to have to wait for his milkshake tonight, but he's going to hope that it's going to be an enjoyable one. 3 dead off the rip here for Complexity. Perfect opening strategy executed by FaZe Clan. Renegade's going to have the camo, and he's got the shock. That is a problem here for Complexity.
Oh boy. You can run, but you can't hide. Renegade going to find you, looking for those elevator spawns. Not seeing any come in just yet, so they'll rotate here. It's an early lead for FaZe, 6-2.
Husk gets taken down. Renegade's waiting for someone to peek into his reticle for the second. But that opening just allows the rest of FaZe to just up the pace. 8-3 the score at the start of this game. Now, we did see a similar start from FaZe Clan a little bit earlier.
Boy.
And they let that lead slip away a little bit, but Renegade looks like he's a little bit ticked off to be playing this late on a Saturday.
I think so. Picks up another one as well, and man, just this is his playground. Whether grapple or shock or camo, we had all the goodies. 10-4 off of the opening rip.
Love how Frosty just comes in as well and says, this is mine now, I get to play with this toy. Descendant will take him down, Husk gets another. So an opening and an opportunity here for Complexity at least. A little bit of space on the map for them to move through. However, Renegade is going to shut that push down almost immediately. Nothing to really report from that shock rifle turning over. And look at the pinch now coming in from FaZe. You can see Huss is weak, has to drop down bottom middle as the players flood through A and Whirlpool.
Oh, very nice shots from Royal 2 deep into glass as well. Brings the game to 14-7. This game was just about 11-6 or so. To pull away now, double their opponent's score. Really great stuff from FaZe here.
Love the pace they're playing at as well. You see they're keeping Complexity with one player in the respawn screen. They're not allowing them to get 4 back on the map. They're really trying to make sure that their numbers advantage for the 8 seconds or so that they have it is going to be utilized. Camo going to be picked up for free here by Royal 2 as well. And if you're Complexity, I would love to say you can't afford to let that happen, but when you've lost members of your team just before it comes up, there's not really much you can do.
Opportunity here for Royal 2 and FaZe to pull away even more here with the camo play on the push. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. They already have taken down 2. Traded out, though, in a 2v2. Let's get into a listen-in with FaZe Clan.
All right. Trying to play for
man. Yo, I'll hit something. Go.
Two pipes. I got one, another one. I got an 8. 2. 2 on its pipes.
2 on its pipes. They're both under battle.
Shock is up too.
They're both going under both under battle. They're
John, we're pushing pipes.
I'm trying to get you out. I'm here.
I have grapples too.
Red He's Bellage. Nice, man. Yo, sack PJ.
Yo, one shot mid. One
in Bellage right here. Still triple somewhere. Triple dead.
One top red.
I'm here.
Okay, they're running away with Shock. They're running away.
Yeah.
Yo, Shock is red steps. Absolute.
Alright, I can play kills good.
Yeah, look batteries, guys. Look batteries.
Two here. Watch your BR. Once hitting.
They're walking him now.
One BR.
Two red steps.
Catch.
I'm cutting it.
I'm gonna push Mango.
Yo, bottom here. Yo, hitting pipes.
One BR weak.
Yeah.
He fell front.
It could be gold.
Bottom BR again.
I'm looking bottom
Mango door as well, Brad.
Yeah, one sitting bottom BR. Two. Nice, someone top BR done. Hit him once. Next to me. Quick. Nice. The other one, Matt.
On me. Next to me, Matt. On me. Nice, man. Let's go.
I can pinch him.
Yo, Ape is on us.
Yeah, go away. Can we go away?
Serious, one shot.
Yo, they kits money.
Yeah, they did.
I'm looking down.
I stuck him.
I'm on 15, guys.
3 hit. Brad, hold it.
Yeah, I got you.
Shock's on Rick. Careful for camo. Okay.
Yo, I have a shroud too.
We don't have to.
Yeah,
One C long. Top class. Go PJ. Let's walk us. There's one yard. I like that.
Bottom mid. I'm dead.
PJ. Two is a cat.
Yo, bottom mangler right now.
He's bottom main. Hit him. He's Sean May. Speak on.
So mangler.
One hit.
He fell bottom. And I'm looking at one hit. Dead. Yo, turn around on you, Matt. Yo, C-pad on you, John.
I love you. Here you go. C-pad weak. One hit. Yo, Campbell's one shot. Give it in. There's one C. Here.
Back blue spawn. There's two BR. Nice. Yo, C long.
Two C long.
Yeah.
The red steps already steps.
I'm going to kill these guys. I'm
red steps. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Walking bottom mid.
Yeah, Brad, run C-pad. Go hit C-pad. I'll grapple. Red steps again, John. One red steps.
One more glass. I hit him twice. Red steps 10.
Well, if you thought the FaZe Clan maybe don't have the energy and maybe a bit down on themselves, I think we just got the answer. They sound so full of energy. They know what this series means.
They really do, and they're up by 12 here. Oftentimes when you come to a FaZe listen, and they will be really, really calm and disciplined, and everything will be slowed down. However, I love what I'm seeing. Like we said, this is late on a Saturday evening, later than FaZe has had to play in years, maybe. 40-29, and they are still this intense in the comms. Love what I'm hearing from them, and it has shown on the scoreboard as well.
Looking across the stat lines as Renegade picks up a shock rifle. Royal 2 standing out 12-5. For one of the best Team Slayer players we've ever seen. Renegade still with an opportunity to hit some shots, but look how tight FaZe are playing here at the top of A. They're waiting for that push, a little bit of chain damage, but no headshots. But the help now comes in, and here comes Renegade trying to find the final kill. 3-4 for Complexity once more. And Royal 2, he's trying to hunt down the final one, but Frosty gets there first.
They get there. I thought for a second he was going to even grapple past that grenade damage, but instead they clean up all the kills they needed at tower together as a unit. Now up 44-31, just 6 kills remaining.
6 kills to go. Plenty of ammo here in the shock as well. Feels like it has to be a formality at this point. FaZe starting to show the form that you would expect. The nade is good enough to clean up the damage, and Royal 2, he's playing aggressive. He wants to try and finish this game here, and he wants to try and finish this game now.
Yeah, really right here, you just see the confidence and the aggression coming in. 47 on the board. Royal 2 hits that shot just off screen. Camo in hand for Renegade as well. Gets stuck and traded out, but only 2 kills to go for FaZe Clan.
All set up here for Royal 2 to close it out. There's one. He's trying to hunt down the 50th himself. He wants that 16th kill. He's gonna get it. Royal 2 closes out for FaZe. 50-33. They now take a lead in this series, 2-0.
You get the feeling with a score line like that, it's exactly what you said. Did not expect to be playing this series here, and performing though, making a statement saying we don't really belong here in this part of the bracket. We're going to blitz our way through it as we need to, but 50-33 is a commanding scoreline to say the very least.
Looking across the stats, nobody going negative on the side of FaZe. An all-round performance to be proud of in that Slayer game for them. Not too much to talk about for Complexity, but when you're talking about control of not just a map, but weapons and power-ups, I mean, Camo was always in the hands of FaZe. It felt like the shock was always in their hands. And when we went into listening as well, you know, Royal One is always on top of when that shock is coming up.
Yeah, really, really good timing. Also just really good coordination. I think like the small talk during that listening was really well done, just really intense. I think the pace that they have, the comms really matched the gameplay, and it really showed. Because in games like that, when you're up by 12, it's easy to maybe give the opposing team an extra kill or two here or there just because you have the kill cushion. Nice shots here once again from Royal 2 on screen to get that shot deep into glass. Not always easy to do from Whirlpool, a challenging angle to finish a kill like that. But also look at the patience, look at the timing here. Eventually, these kills will be traded out. But as you said, it was just really constant camo shot control coming in from FaZe, and it showed at the end of the game.
Yeah, I think one thing that we could take note of is I'm sure one of the conversations that FaZe had was about maybe the intensity of their communication. Maybe they got a little bit lazy when it comes to communication. We know how communication is such a big thing at the top level of Halo and what a difference it can make. And you can certainly tell the difference, I would say, from even pool play to what we're seeing now, and it's understandable, right? Tournament life is on the line. There's no opportunity to be lazy and not have that intensity when it matters so much.
Absolutely. I think also, if FaZe is able to win this one cleanly, and you have to think based on how they're playing so far, they have a very good chance of doing this in 3 games. I think FaZe fans are, and maybe even the FaZe roster themselves, are going to be reassured, okay, let's focus up for Sunday, and really there won't be too much thought about this. I think if this game was instead going to 4 or 5 games, there'd be a little bit more questions raised from FaZe Clan and just Halo fans in general. So FaZe and their entire fan base, they're going to want to end this one right here on CTF and period.
Yeah, what a game type it is for them as well, right? You got some of the best snipers to ever do it here for FaZe. You got, I mean, say a name.
Yeah.
Don't literally say
just
a name.
Spin the wheel. How about Royal 2?
Royal 2 is pretty good with it.
Yeah.
I mean,
what if I were to say Frosty?
I mean, it's a difficult question to get wrong.
Yeah, you really can't. That was an easy one for me. Thank you.
Yeah,
appreciate it, because I need all the help I can get.
Oh, lordy, do I know it. Yeah. Anyway, it's just their kind of playground, right? These guys know this map so well. They know every single, how they have to play every single situation. They've played so many games of Imperium Pit, whatever you want to call it. And on the complexity side, you're looking at the likes of Descendant, Husk, Precision. Maybe not as much experience in some of the situations. Yes, don't get me wrong, they're still incredible at this map, but there's levels to it, right? And understanding, and I think the FaZe, when they see this as a map number 3, a map mode combination, they're probably licking their lips and thinking, this is our opportunity to get this done here and get this done now.
Absolutely. I think the one side on the hand of complexity that's only going to be in their favor is you can afford to play this game type a little bit slower, right? Simply due to the size of it. They're maybe going to have a moment to breathe on an Empyrean CTF. At least that's what they're going to hope for. They certainly didn't have those opportunities in games 1 and 2, but maybe for a second, this is a mental reset for complexity. Maybe they can afford themselves, even if they lose a battle in mid-map, you win the battle again at your base. You win it in tower, you win it from your needles and your plat, and then you push out together. We'll have to see if that's the case. If we know FaZe Clan, they're going to want to bring the pressure. They're going to want to bring it right now, starting the game off with Renegade.
Look at this opening strategy coming in from FaZe as well. They are stacking the sword side, and Ryanoob will lose that fight. It's all about the overshield here. And Renegade is dancing around that pillar, but I tell you what, complexity match it. They send 3 towards sword.
2 dead for both sides there. Snakebite does get the Roxy. He brings them right away towards mid-bridge to try to maybe get an angle on the overshield player. Instead, just going to hold for now.
Couldn't quite manage to get up onto that ledge there. Just need a little step, a little bit of assistance maybe next time. Descendant is in sword. You can see that Snakebite knows there's a player in and around him, but he just can't locate him now, and it's Precision who gets the second of his kills. And it's going to be 3 dead here for FaZe. Last player alive is Royal 2, who at least takes down 1.
Oh, boy.
Oh, it's a problem when he's the last alive with a snipe.
Oh, very nice work here for Precision, though.
Oh, even better than nice. He says, Royal 2, whatever you could do, I could do better.
And just like that, it's 3 dead on the side of FaZe, about to be 4 if Snakebite falls. 4 dead. Renegade's your first spawner. What a set of angles for Precision to go from under bridge to then get a double from deep in runway. Finally, he's traded out, but a nice set of plays to keep the complexity aggression moving forward.
But what comes off the back of this? That's the question, right? You get the 3 kills, you get the big double that opens up the map, and all of a sudden you're seeing the FaZe are picking up kills and clearing out their base. 2 dead for Complexity. Everyone else coming off respawn, and FaZe, you have to say defensively, even though the big play came in from Complexity, they've managed to hold the line.
They answered back very, very well there, and even though it was a very flashy set of plays and quite a difficult set of sight lines to hit, as you say, FaZe answers back right away, and it started with World 2 on the turret, it ended with World 2 on the turret, and they have control, and it's starting a run as well. Here comes Renegade with an under bridge run.
Yeah, I mean, last player alive is Ryanu, but that's such an interesting play to talk about because 3 players from FaZe pushed on the sword side. Renegade took a long flank through and was just waiting to see who won that fight. As soon as FaZe started picking up the kills, that was the signal to pull that flag. However, now the pace has to slow down for Royal 2 because Complexity have managed to get into a position to maybe stop this flag.
That was 2 dead. Descendant needs to, ooh, that very nice repulse. That flag is just about to We'll see if a touch comes in. Renegade does get the touch. Perfectly timed. They also get a kill. They get 2. This should go home.
Should go home indeed, and I tell you what,